the myriad realms of the universe. A celestial curtain descended, visible to all inhabitants of these realms. This occurrence plunged the already tumultuous realms into further unrest, particularly for those worlds that had only recently vanquished their ultimate foes. In the Diga world, anxiety permeated the air. What is the meaning of this celestial curtain? Could it be the work of yet another monstrous entity? The populace, still recovering from the darkness wrought by Jadangir, was filled with trepidation. Diga Ultraman had only just triumphed over Jadangir, and now a new celestial phenomenon had emerged, one far more imposing than the previous turmoil. Was there a creature more formidable than Jadangir on the horizon? The victory team, still basking in the glow of their recent victory alongside Dagu over Jadangir, had hardly taken a moment to rest before this new anomaly presented itself. Was not Jadangir their final adversary? Moreover, Dagu was currently unable to transform into Diga. Regardless of the circumstances, they needed to unravel the mystery of the celestial curtain. In the Nava world, General Duanmu Yin scrutinized the curtain with a furrowed brow. Is this the doing of Oksar? Had he not already dealt with the ultimate blazing worm? Could there be another powerful incarnation of this creature? The commotion suggested that ordinary Oksar lacked such power. Armed with the Yatlas summoner, General Duanmu summoned Yatlas, soaring towards the curtain in an attempt to discern its nature. Yet, no matter his efforts, even assaults upon the curtain proved futile. It remained unscathed. With no other options, he returned to the ground, awaiting the curtain's next move. If it was indeed another blazing worm at play, he would handle it promptly. In the Dragon Ball world, the arrival of the celestial curtain captured the attention of the 12 universes, including the Grand King's sanctuary. The Grand Priest hastily investigated the phenomenon, only to be astonished by his inability to comprehend it. As the Grand Priest, there was naught in the 12 universes that eluded his knowledge. Moreover, the Grand King had declared that this curtain was not of his making. Thus, the curtain had surpassed his realm of control, instilling a rare sense of unease in the usually composed Grand Priest that on Earth. Within the 7th universe, Son Goku, traversing the Snake Way, pondered, could this be the handiwork of the Saiyans? While Krillin, Piccolo, and others training on Earth speculated whether the impending arrival of 2 Saiyans was linked to the curtain's appearance. However, those Saiyans would not reach Earth for another year. How could they be responsible? Unbeknownst to them, the 2 Saiyans, Vegeta and Nappa, were equally bewildered aboard their spacecraft. Awoken from their slumber by the curtain's emergence, a furious Vegeta unleashed an attack upon it, only to find it utterly ineffective. This left him thoroughly vexed. As the Prince of Saiyans, he could not even contend with a mere curtain. Yet, frustration aside, he was powerless and could only wait for the curtain to reveal its intentions. Across various worlds, be it the pirate world, the Naruto world, or the culinary captive world, regardless of whether they had resolved their final adversaries or not, all were captivated by the celestial curtain. Those who had triumphed over their foes feared that the curtain heralded an even greater threat, while others speculated whether it was the work of a final boss. In any case, before the curtain illuminated, they were filled with unease, tension, and curiosity. In the next moment, the celestial curtain glowed with brilliance. The myriad realms have borne countless calamities, both great and small. Next, we will enumerate the disasters of one of the world's most afflicted, Dragon Ball world. The order will be arranged by the magnitude of these disasters. Those who have resolved these calamities shall be rewarded. The words that appeared upon the curtain immediately set the entire cosmos abuzz. From these lines, countless inhabitants gleaned several truths. First, the curtain was not confined to their world. It was visible throughout the entire myriad realms, shattering the worldview of those who believed theirs was the sole existence. Second, the curtain would catalog the disasters of a realm known as Dragon Ball world, which had experienced the greatest number of calamities. Just how many catastrophes had this world endured to warrant such attention? Some worlds dismissed the implications, such as those from the Diga and Nava realms, who had just emerged from a global catastrophe capable of threatening humanity's very existence. Could the calamities of Dragon Ball world truly rival their own apocalyptic trials? Meanwhile, Son Goku and his companions felt a stirring unease. Was Dragon Ball world their own? After all, Earth was home to Dragon Balls, but the disasters they had faced seemed limited to the malevolence of King Piccolo and the impending Saiyan invasion a year hence. Counting those, they had only 2 significant calamities to speak of. Was it possible that Dragon Ball world was not their realm? Or did the future hold even greater trials ahead? Bullet screen functionality activated. All may send messages for discussion. Some soon realized they could project their thoughts onto the curtain. Although unfamiliar with the concept of bullet screens, they were eager to experiment. In no time, a flurry of messages filled the screen, visible to all. Disasters? Our world has just resolved a monumental crisis. Moreover, our realm has encountered numerous monsters. Why is the curtain not acknowledging this? Perhaps your world's calamities, while numerous, lack magnitude? My world has also just dealt with a significant disaster, and numerous Oxars appeared, yet we were not counted. What? Other realms have faced so many calamities? My world, however, seems to have few, and they are not particularly severe. In my world, the disasters caused by Uchiha Madara and the Otsutsuki clan were significant and affected the entire world. Why have our calamities not been acknowledged? Seriously? Do you all genuinely wish for your realm's disasters to be recorded? Many expressed a desire for their world's calamities to be recognized, believing their experiences warranted acknowledgement. After all, being recognized on such a stage would elevate their realm's status. Those expressing such sentiments were primarily those who had already triumphed over adversity, often serving as key players in these victories. If their calamities were acknowledged, it would afford them a moment of recognition throughout the myriad realms, showcasing their strength and granting rewards for their efforts. Alas, the world under scrutiny is not their own. They are indeed curious to behold the calamities that transpire within the realm of Dragon Ball. Just how many are there, and to what extent do they reach? They remain unconvinced. Can the disasters their world faces truly pale in comparison to those of this Dragon Ball universe? Chapter 2: The Crisis of Bick the Demon King. Is it really that formidable? Just then, the subtitles on the celestial screen shifted. Reviewing the Dragon Ball Catastrophe 1. The Crisis of Bick the Demon King. Source of the catastrophe: Bick the Demon King, for those from other realms. They only understood that the first disaster listed was instigated by an entity known as Bick the Demon King. It is entirely reasonable for a Demon King to unleash calamities. Countless individuals from the Dragon Ball world share this belief. They remain oblivious to the fact that their world is indeed the Dragon Ball world, and they do not recognize Bick the Demon King, except for those familiar with his identity. Bick the Demon King? The name resonates vividly in the memories of Krillin, Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, and others, especially for Krillin and Son Goku. After all, one of them had perished at the hands of Bick the Demon King, while the other had vanquished him twice. As for Bick himself, his experience is even more significant. However, Bick the Demon King is not the crux of the matter. The pivotal point is that the catastrophe wrought by Bick the Demon King has been enumerated. This signifies that the Dragon Ball world mentioned by the celestial screen is indeed their world. The calamities catalogued on the screen are authentically disasters that transpired in their realm. Nevertheless, upon reflection, they could not conceive of additional calamities. Could it be that the celestial screen would truly enumerate the adversities they are yet to face? If so, they could indeed prepare for the storm ahead. At that moment, the celestial screen formally commenced its review. Bick the Demon King. A manifestation of the wicked thoughts of the Earth God from the 7th universe of the Dragon Ball world. He once unleashed a bloodbath on Earth, triggering his first catastrophe. Subsequently, he was sealed away by the martial arts master at the cost of his life. However, hundreds of years later, 3 individuals who sought to conquer the world, yet were consistently thwarted by Son Goku. In their quest for dominion, they chose to ally with a ferocious beast, thus breaking Bick the Demon King's seal. But due to being sealed for centuries, Bick the Demon King had aged considerably. Upon learning of the existence of Dragon Balls on Earth, which could grant any wish if 7 were gathered, he dispatched his minions to collect the Dragon Balls, hoping to restore his youth. Simultaneously, he commanded his subordinates to slaughter martial artists on Earth to prevent being sealed again. Thus, yet another catastrophe instigated by Bick the Demon King commenced. As the scene shifted, the celestial screen displayed Bick the Demon King sending his subordinates to gather Dragon Balls and slay martial artists. Uncle Bick, that person up there doesn't he resemble you much? Does he? Though the skin tone is the same, remarked Son Gohan, who was training alongside Bick, with a hint of confusion. You will understand soon, Bick replied without elaboration. He gazed at the content on the celestial screen, lost in reminiscence. He retained memories from his time as Bick the Demon King. Thus he was aware of the scenes displayed. This realization left him quite displeased. After all, he had been defeated by Son Goku. Now, his failure would be witnessed by the entire multiverse. He was humiliated across the realms. On a certain planet in the 7th universe. Oh ho ho ho. Dragon Balls can grant any wish. Is this what Vegeta and Raditz spoke of? Mused Frieza, the Cosmic Emperor, swirling a glass of red wine with a sardonic smile. He had been eavesdropping on the situation involving Vegeta and Raditz. Thus he was privy to the knowledge of Dragon Balls. They could fulfill any wish. This implies that they could also grant his desires. However, could such a small planet truly possess such a treasure? He was eager to ascertain the truth. If it is indeed real, then the Dragon Balls on Earth would belong to him. Whis, did the celestial screen indeed mention the 7th universe just now? Could it be that we reside in this 7th universe? Inquired Beerus, the god of destruction of the 7th universe, addressing the angel Whis beside him. Indeed, Lord Beerus. However, I cannot ascertain whether the 7th universe referenced by the celestial screen is our own. After all, with so many worlds in the multiverse, it is not unusual for other realms to also possess a 7th universe. Yet, with the inclusion of the Dragon Balls, this should pertain to our world, replied Whis. Beerus was unfamiliar with Earth, but he was aware of the Dragon Balls, which were created by the dragon god Shenron. Since they are all termed Dragon Balls, and with the reference to the 7th universe, he was nearly certain that the Dragon Ball world enumerated by the celestial screen is indeed their realm. How intriguing. A review of the catastrophes within their world could certainly serve to pass the time. In Beerus's eyes, the calamities depicted by the celestial screen would surely be trivial. After all, he is a god of destruction. He himself is the source of calamity. Could any disaster pose a threat to him? It is unfathomable. This Bic the Demon King is truly repugnant. One can immediately tell he is not from Earth, remarked Duan Muyen. Moreover, he commands his subordinates to slay Earthlings. How despicable. Added Xinqing. Those 3 who released him are even more abhorrent, conspiring with a beast, continued Xinqing. Are they unaware that the ultimate fate of such alliances is to be devoured by the beast? For these onlookers, conspiring with a beast seemed an exceedingly foolish endeavor. They sought to dominate the world, which is why they released Bic the Demon King, statedly Xian Nan. Yet, this Bic the Demon King also desires to rule the world. How could he possibly share dominion? Isn't it quite perplexing? Why does everyone desire to conquer such a diminutive planet? Questioned Kampa, the god of destruction from the 6th universe, utterly baffled. To him, Earth appeared merely as a small celestial body. What allure does it possess? Why do so many wish to rule it? This question lingered in the minds of countless individuals, not solely Kampa. The inhabitants of worlds such as Digimon, Kamen Rider, and others were also greatly puzzled. It is one thing for Earthlings to yearn for dominion. But why do extraterrestrial beings and monsters also aspire to rule? Is Earth truly so coveted in the cosmos? This stems from a matter of perspective, Beerus asserted. Those who wish to dominate Earth have not encountered broader realms, which is why they fixate on conquering it. However, this Bic the Demon King pales in comparison to Janemba. I would even argue he is inferior to other ordinary monsters, remarked Xinqing. Nevertheless, according to the celestial screen, this is merely the weakest catastrophe, which is understandable. Indeed, there are many who wish to conquer Earth across the multiverse, and he is not remarkable, added Uzumaki Naruto. He is not even comparable to Uchiha Madara or the Otsutsuki clan. In Naruto's view, both Uchiha Madara and the Otsutsuki clan were immensely formidable. As for Bic the Demon King, while he too aspired to dominate Earth, he certainly did not measure up to Uchiha Madara or the Otsutsuki clan. After all, he appeared rather unimpressive. Not only Naruto, but many others also deemed Bic the Demon King as inconsequential. They had faced foes who sought to conquer Earth before. Those adversaries not only possessed tremendous power, but were also undeniably charismatic. But Bic the Demon King? He is merely an old man. How formidable could an old man be? They were not judging by appearances. They genuinely believed that this seemingly decrepit individual could not possess significant strength. Chapter 3: Why does the Dragon Ball world always encounter such fortuitous events? Perhaps sensing the thoughts of many, the subtitles on the celestial screen began to change. In the tumultuous realms of the myriad worlds, numerous domains have faced adversaries intent on subjugating Earth. The formidable Demon King Piccolo appears to be less powerful than these foes. To grasp the magnitude of the calamities he has unleashed, one must first comprehend his true strength. Thus, let us now delve into the might of Demon King Piccolo. The first to confront him is the eternal savior of the Dragon Ball universe, Sun Wukong. Upon hearing the name of Sun Wukong, those familiar with him are filled with excitement. Wukong. It is indeed Wukong. Father. Uncle Piccolo, it is father. TCH, Piccolo scoffs. For it is this very son Wukong who has thwarted his aspirations of ruling Earth. Not once, but twice. He harbors a profound disdain for this individual. Yet, Piccolo's emotions are rather intricate. After all, he is tasked with training son Wukong's son. Indeed, he views this merely as the cultivation of a tool, an instrument to defeat the Saiyans. He is certain he will not develop any feelings for son Wukong's son. Absolutely not. Serpent wrote, reflecting on my battles with Demon King Piccolo, I find myself somewhat nostalgic. Son Wukong recalls his childhood days. Demon King Piccolo was, without a doubt, the second formidable adversary he encountered, one who nearly brought him to the brink of death. The first was Tao Pai Pai. At that time, he could scarcely have imagined that the reincarnation of Demon King Piccolo would eventually fight alongside him. However, during their first encounter, it seemed he had suffered a devastating defeat, nearly losing his life. Previously, he was a participant. Now, he can observe the battle from an outsider's perspective. Son Wukong's initial confrontation with Demon King Piccolo occurred within a forest. After his best friend Krillin fell at the hands of Piccolo, Wukong developed a deep-seated hatred for him and his minions. Alongside his benefactor, Yaki Luobei, he managed to eliminate one of Piccolo's subordinates, prompting the Demon King to personally intervene. At that time, Piccolo had not yet regained his youth and remained in an aged state, while son Wukong was in peak form. The outcome of this battle was captured on the celestial screen. Son Wukong engaged in a fierce struggle against Demon King Piccolo, yet the latter surpassed him in both speed and strength. Son Wukong was no match for him. The only significant injury he inflicted upon Piccolo was a bite that drew blood. The most powerful part of son Wukong's body was not his limbs, but his teeth, which had bitten many foes. Following a relentless assault from Piccolo, son Wukong collapsed, and upon checking his heartbeat, Piccolo discovered it had ceased. Subsequently, he took the Dragon Ball from around son Wukong's neck and departed. It turns out Wukong encountered such a dire situation back then. Krillin, Tianjin Fan, and others felt immense sorrow. They only knew that son Wukong had triumphed over Demon King Piccolo, unaware that he had nearly perished at his hands. Duanmu Yin exclaimed, "Is this the strength of the Dragon Ball world? To achieve such feats relying solely on physical prowess? In the Wanjiao world?" Duanmu Yin was left utterly astounded. He had witnessed the battle between son Wukong and Demon King Piccolo in its entirety. What an astonishing sight! Wukong leaping dozens, even hundreds of meters high, and upon crashing to the ground, sustaining little more than minor injuries. The stones before them crumbled easily. This was far beyond the realm of earthlings. Demon King Piccolo was clearly an extraterrestrial. While his strength was remarkable, son Wukong's prowess was equally impressive. Though he lost to Piccolo, it did not diminish his strength. Wait, did son Wukong have a tail? Could it be that he is not even an earthling? Zhang Guo remarked. They possess no fruit abilities, nor do they wield haki, yet they can achieve such heights. Truly remarkable. Li Luoka declared, "This is the essence of true martial arts. I too shall train my body to such an extent." Chiyu noted, "Indeed, very strong, and like me. He has attained power through the refinement of his physique." A glimpse into the truth reveals much. The clash between son Wukong and Demon King Piccolo shamed those who underestimated the latter. They were exceedingly naive, mistaking Piccolo for an inconsequential old man. Truly, those who aspire to dominate Earth are not merely wicked villains, but formidable beings indeed. It is crucial to ponder, after all, if the Demon King possesses such formidable strength in his advanced years, how powerful would he be in his youth? Countless strong individuals found themselves lost in contemplation. If they were to replace son Wukong, would they stand a chance against Demon King Piccolo? Given their abilities, could they surpass him? It is difficult to ascertain. From the strength exhibited by Demon King Piccolo, the odds seem precarious. This marked Piccolo's inaugural display of power, effortlessly defeating son Wukong, and that too in his aged state. Another instance of his prowess while in this form occurred during his battle with Master Roshi. Indeed, there was a moment when Master Roshi could have single-handedly vanquished Piccolo. The scene shifts. Master Roshi stands resolutely against Demon King Piccolo, who dismissively regards him. However, upon learning that Master Roshi is a disciple of the martial arts master, he begins to feel uneasy. His anxiety escalates when he witnesses Master Roshi produce a rice cooker. In the past, Demon King Piccolo had been sealed within a rice cooker by the martial arts master. Hence, the sight of Master Roshi retrieving the rice cooker sends him into a panic. Zhang Chuan interjected. Wait, how did Master Roshi produce the rice cooker? I could have sworn I saw him take out a capsule-like object, toss it to the ground, and then retrieve it. Krillin explained. This is a technology from our Earth known as the Universal Capsule, invented by Bulma's father. Not only rice cookers, but houses, vehicles, and aircraft can be stored within these capsules. Xinqing exclaimed. Universal Capsule? This is truly advanced technology. Xinqing inquired. Juejing, can you invent something like this? Juejing replied. Do you truly believe I am omnipotent? The advent of the Universal Capsule left countless worlds steeped in modern technology in awe. This is nothing short of revolutionary. The concept of spatial folding technology, previously confined to theory, has been realized within the Dragon Ball universe. With this Universal Capsule, they need never worry about finding parking when driving. Thus, the Dragon Ball world is not only a realm of extraordinary physical prowess, but also one of technological marvels. Why does every blessing seem to fall upon the world of Dragon Ball? Countless individuals cannot help but envy those who live on Earth within the Dragon Ball universe. They too yearn to reside in that splendid realm. Chapter 4. Master Roshi, the undisputed martial arts sage. In the past, the martial arts master, at the cost of his own life, executed a technique known as the Demon Sealing Wave, successfully sealing Demon King Piccolo. The reason Piccolo sought to eliminate martial artists was his fear that one might wield the same demon sealing wave. Apart from Wu Tai Do, are there other martial artists who have mastered the magic sealing wave? Indeed, there is. He is Wu Tai Do's disciple, Kame Sennin. Kame Sennin, also known as Master Roshi, the founder of the Kame style, is a martial arts master and a rather lecherous old man. Yet, no one harbors any animosity towards him for this reason. Why? Because although he is lecherous, he does not employ force to coerce women. It is worth noting that he was once the strongest being on earth, and if he desired, he could have had countless concubines. However, he possesses immense power, yet refrains from imposing his will upon others. This alone justifies his title as a master. Countless individuals across the myriad realms nodded in agreement. Indeed, for someone of such lascivious nature, should they possess unparalleled strength, who could restrain themselves? Kame Sennin has accomplished this. Merely for this reason, he commands great respect. Furthermore, his actions were truly commendable. After the emergence of Piccolo Daimaō, when Son Goku was nowhere to be found, Kame Sennin, in an effort to preserve their combat ability, enchanted Tianjin Fan, intending to confront Piccolo Daimaō alone. He prepared to utilize the magic sealing wave to seal Piccolo Daimaō away. His master, Wu Tai Do, had previously sealed Piccolo Daimaō before his very eyes and subsequently perished. Thus, he was acutely aware of the consequences following the use of the magic sealing wave. Nevertheless, he stepped forward. One could say he was ready to sacrifice himself. How could such a person evoke disdain? Countless individuals nodded in agreement, holding Kame Sennin in high esteem. Indeed, he is a true martial arts master. With him present, he should successfully seal Piccolo Daimaō once more. Alas, he too sacrificed himself. Sigh. As for whether the Dragon Balls can fulfill all wishes and resurrect him, they held little faith. How could such a miraculous object exist? One that grants any wish and brings the dead back to life? Impossible. There cannot be such a defiance of fate. Upon sighting the rice cooker, Piccolo Daimaō became exceedingly anxious, hastily taking to the skies in an attempt to flee. However, Kame Sennin was already prepared. Magic sealing wave. Kame Sennin bellowed, extending his hands towards Piccolo Daimaō. In the next moment, a green spiral light wave emanated from his palms, striking Piccolo Daimaō. Subsequently, Kame Sennin directed the magic sealing wave towards the rice cooker. As long as Piccolo Daimaō was confined within the rice cooker, the sealing would succeed. Piccolo Daimao's figure became ensnared in the magic sealing wave, unable to escape, drawing ever closer to the rice cooker. Yet, at that moment, an unforeseen event transpired. The two were engaged in combat on uneven terrain, causing the disturbance from the magic sealing wave to upset the rice cooker. Ultimately, the rice cooker was overturned. This led to the sealing's failure. The consequence of this failure was Kame Sennin's sacrifice, but Piccolo Daimaō was not sealed. Witnessing this scene, innumerable beings fell silent. Kame Sennin paid the ultimate price for the sealing, yet the sealing ultimately failed. This was the most sorrowful outcome imaginable. It was as if Kame Sennin had died in vain. In the world of Dragon Balls, Earth. So, this was the scene of Master Roshi's sacrifice. Krillin and Yamcha were silent. They knew Kame Sennin had perished, but they were unaware of the circumstances surrounding his demise. Now they understood. Tianjin Fan had been present at the scene, witnessing it all. At that time, he was filled with rage, loathing his own impotence. But now, he could observe as a bystander. So, this was how Grandpa Kame Sennin met his end. On Snake Way, Son Goku was also watching this scene unfold. Initially, he learned from Tianjin Fan that Grandpa Kame Sennin had perished, but he did not know how. Now he was aware. Fortunately, he had reached the sacred land, found the guardian, and resurrected the eternal dragon, bringing Grandpa Kame Sennin and Krillin back to life. Kame Sennin and Piccolo Daimaō did not engage in a formal battle. Kame Sennin initiated with the magic sealing wave. From this perspective, one might not discern Piccolo Daimaō's formidable strength. However, Kame Sennin chose not to confront Piccolo Daimaō directly. Instead, he opted to sacrifice himself to unleash the magic sealing wave, which speaks volumes. Faced with Son Goku and Kame Sennin, Piccolo Daimaō perhaps could not fully exhibit his prowess. Even if he effortlessly defeated Son Goku, he might not convey the extent of his strength. However, at that time, Son Goku and Kame Sennin could be regarded as among the top 3 strongest on Earth. A particular battle could vividly showcase their strength: the finals of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. The World Martial Arts Tournament is a unique event on Earth in the Dragon Ball universe, where martial artists from all over the world gather to compete for the title of the strongest. The finals of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament featured Son Goku against Kame Sennin. In the scene, on the arena, Son Goku and Kame Sennin, disguised as Chung Long, were engaged in the final match. The two exchanged blows fiercely, with many of Kame Sennin's techniques being countered by Son Goku. With no other option, Kame Sennin resorted to his powerful technique, the Universal Shock Palm, striking Son Goku. This technique transforms internal energy into a thunderous strike, causing immense pain to the recipient. The agony was so intense that Son Goku could hardly endure it and was on the verge of surrendering. However, just as he was about to yield, he froze, seemingly unable to feel the pain any longer. Then, an unexpected change occurred. Son Goku began to transform. Before him hung a full moon in the sky. Soon, Son Goku transformed into a gigantic ape. Transformed Son Goku immediately broke free from Kame Sennin's Universal Shock Palm and began rampaging across the arena. A low-level warrior is still a low-level warrior. Once transformed, he loses his reason. In a spaceship, Vegeta observed this scene with disdain. After witnessing this, he recognized that this Son Goku was Kakarot. Only they Saiyans could transform upon seeing a full moon. Yet, only royal Saiyans could retain their reason after transforming. Hence, a low-level warrior remains a low-level warrior. A filthy monkey is a filthy monkey. Regardless of whether before or after transformation, he is still a filthy monkey. Vegeta held Son Goku in contempt. Similarly, as the king of the universe, Frieza also looked down upon the Saiyan race. Why did he refer to the Saiyans as filthy monkeys? It was merely because they could transform into giant apes. Yet in his eyes, whether or not the Saiyans transformed, they were all filthy monkeys. Chapter 5, All Rise. Kame Sennin's Full Moon. Kaido, this Son Goku transforming into a giant ape resembles a transformation of a Zoan-type devil fruit user. Kaido, unfortunately, he is not in our world. Otherwise, he could join my beast pirates. Carp. Kaido, do you think Son Goku would join your beast pirates? Are you worthy? Carp. Even if he did join, it would be Son Goku leading the crew. Can you defeat him? Kaido. How could I possibly be outmatched by a mere child? Although Son Goku possesses great strength. However, Kaido does not believe that he could be defeated by Sun Wukong. After all, he is merely a child. How powerful could he possibly be? As the illustrious king of beasts, how could he not be a match for a mere child? Not to mention Sun Wukong, even against Piccolo Daimaō. He feels confident in his ability to contend. Juejing observes, it appears that this Sun Wukong is undoubtedly an extraterrestrial. His words are acknowledged by the defenders of Earth from various Ultraman worlds. The members of the defense teams from these realms have encountered numerous extraterrestrials who, in their humanoid forms, bear much resemblance to Earthlings. Yet, upon transformation, they become monstrous entities. It is likely that Sun Wukong shares a similar fate. However, the giant ape form that Sun Wukong assumes is somewhat smaller than those towering monsters that reach dozens of meters in height. Yet, he is still just a child. Presumably, when he matures, his transformed giant ape will grow larger. One wonders why they have not encountered such a childlike extraterrestrial before. Even if the adversary were to invade Earth, how formidable could a childlike monster truly become, even after transformation? Duanmu Yin notes, this battle between Sun Wukong and Kame Sennin is not very straightforward. She questions, but why does the celestial sphere claim that this battle will showcase their might? Li Xian speculates, presumably, the answer will be revealed in due course. Once Sun Wukong transforms into the giant ape, he loses his rationality. There are 3 methods to halt him. The first is to sever his tail. Without it, he will revert to his original form. The second is to make the moon disappear. Without a full moon, he will also return to normal. The third is to kill him. Warring States concludes, it seems that it must be either the first or the third method. As for the second, that thought never crossed my mind. Making the moon disappear means destroying it. How powerful must one be to achieve that? It is impossible. No one could possess such immense strength. Duanmu Yin asserts, the first method seems most plausible. Cutting off Sun Wukong's tail is the simplest. Zhang Chulan adds, it certainly cannot be the second method. He remarks, to destroy the moon? Even humanity's technology cannot accomplish that, let alone mere manpower. In the world of Diga, Dagu ponders, can Diga destroy the moon? Xinsheng, curious, inquires about Dagu. Given their current technological capabilities, humanity indeed cannot obliterate the moon. But could Diga Ultraman achieve it? Well, I don't know. I've never tried, Dagu shrugs. How could he possibly know the answer? It would be foolish to test it, especially since he no longer possesses the godlight stick to transform into Diga Ultraman. Even if he wished to attempt it, he could not. Regardless, whether Diga is capable or not, it is certain that Kame Sennin cannot. Thus, it must be the first or the third method. Many powerful beings contemplate which method they would employ if they were in such a situation. The majority dismiss the second method outright, recognizing their own limitations. Others ponder whether they might be able to achieve the second method. For instance, if wielding the Emperor's armor, could they destroy the moon? What about with the Azura armor? Or the Ataris? Li Xian Nan, Li Haoyan, and Duanmu Yin, all 3 who have donned the ultimate armor, are contemplating the same question. If they were to wear the ultimate armor, could they destroy the moon? Of course, even if they could, they would not opt for such a course of action. After all, the absence of the moon would have a profound impact on Earth. Some powerful beings are unconcerned by this dilemma. In the world of the culinary captives, the top-tier warriors, President Igo, Master Jiro, and President Sanhu, are not troubled by this question. Given their strength, obliterating the moon would be an effortless task. If they were in the mix, any of the 3 methods would suffice. However, Kame Sennin is not among them. While he might be capable of the first and third methods, can he truly manage the second? 3 methods stand before Kame Sennin, and his choice is, upon learning of Sun Wukong's situation from Yamcha and Bulma, he conceived a way to stop him. He sheds his clothing, revealing his frail physique. In the next moment, he transforms into a muscular, imposing figure. He then positions his hands in a flower petal shape beside his body. As a powerful energy coalesces between them, Kame, with a mighty roar, Kame Sennin thrusts his palms forward, sending a luminous sphere hurtling towards Sun Wukong. The blinding brilliance renders those nearby unable to open their eyes, and the violent tremors compel them to the ground. After a moment, the light fades and the tremors cease. Yamcha, Bulma, and the others gaze towards the arena, where Sun Wukong's transformed giant ape has vanished. To them, it appears that Sun Wukong has been slain by Kame Sennin. As a close friend of Sun Wukong, Krillin, Bulma, and Yamcha are deeply saddened. Bulma angrily chastises Kame Sennin for his cruelty, insisting that he could have simply cut off Sun Wukong's tail. Hey, I did not kill him. Kame Sennin quickly clarifies, seeing himself misunderstood. My target was not Wukong, but rather, he gestures towards the sky, prompting the others to look up. In the next moment, their astonishment is palpable as they witness the moon, once hanging in the sky, has utterly vanished. Kame Sennin's attack has obliterated the moon. How is this possible? The sight of Kame Sennin destroying the moon causes countless powerful beings across the realms to rise in disbelief. They had previously thought that Kame Sennin would either employ the first or the third method. As for the second method, that was unthinkable. Yet the reality has smacked them across the face. Kame Sennin has indeed utilized the second method. He has destroyed the moon. But how could this be? No matter how strong a person may be, it is unfathomable that one could possess such power. Moreover, Kame Sennin is an earthling. Can an earthling be so formidable? They too are earthlings. Yet, they cannot even fathom the destruction of a nation, let alone the moon. Why is there such a vast disparity among earthlings? Chapter 6. Their combat strength barely reaches 100. Uzumaki Naruto exclaims, "How is this possible? Did he truly destroy the moon?" In the world of Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto stands astonished. It is well known that the top-tier warriors in their world could not accomplish such a feat. At most, they could only split the moon in half. This is far from the complete destruction of the moon. With Kame Sennin's remarkable display, it becomes evident that no one in their world could rival him. Inaru laments, "So, my home is gone." Currently residing on the moon, he has established an Inaru army. He feels secure. As those pirates and navies on Earth cannot pose a threat to him, he can leisurely develop his plans on the moon. Yet now, he witnesses someone capable of obliterating the moon from Earth. In other words, Kame Sennin could easily obliterate both him and the moon. Fortunately, Kame Sennin is not from their world. Thankfully, in his realm, there are no formidable beings like Kame Sennin. Although he has never encountered the 4 emperors of the sea or the admirals of the navy, he is acutely aware that these supreme beings of the ocean could never hope to destroy the moon. Even combined, they would be incapable of such a feat. Is this what the pinnacle of strength looks like in other worlds? How absurd that he once proclaimed himself a god. In the presence of Kame Sennin, what does he amount to? Zhu Jing. But if the moon were destroyed, what would happen to Earth? Zhu Jing. The moon has a significant impact on Earth. Duan Mu Yin. Indeed, the absence of the moon would undoubtedly affect humanity living on Earth. Xiao Gang. Is there anyone from the Dragon Ball world who can share their experiences? Have you been affected? Krillin. Not really. The worst is just that we can't admire the moon at night. A silence fell over the group of powerful beings. What kind of world is the Dragon Ball realm? The absence of the moon seems to have no impact on humanity on Earth. The worst consequence is merely the inability to enjoy the moonlight. How is it that your Earth and my Earth seems so different? As for the humans on Earth in the Dragon Ball universe, especially those over the age of 15, they finally realized the truth. No wonder the moon had suddenly vanished before. It had caused the Mid-Autumn Festival to disappear for several years, depriving them of their holiday. Now they understand that it was the work of Kame Sennin who destroyed the moon. However, they recall that the moon seemed to have returned afterward, right? Wait a moment. It seems that the moon vanished again recently? Could it be that someone destroyed it once more? The moon in their world truly seems to be plagued by misfortune. On the Snake Way, it dawned on Sun Wukong that he himself was the monster. Thus, it was he who crushed his grandfather. Gazing at the heavens, he finally understood the truth. His grandfather had told him that monsters would appear during a full moon. He knew that this monster had manifested several times. When he and Bulma were captured by the Pilaf gang, it was that very monster that destroyed their prison, allowing them to escape. The monster also appeared at the World Martial Arts Tournament, creating chaos at the venue. Now he realizes that this monster has always been himself. He who crushed his grandfather was none other than him. Thus, it makes sense why Raditz would say that during a full moon, they Saiyans unleash their true power. At this moment, Sun Wukong finally comprehends the meaning behind Raditz's words. "I'm sorry, Grandpa, but I must go train with Lord Kai. I cannot seek you out now. If I perish at the hands of the Saiyans in a year, I will come to apologize then." Sun Wukong murmured with great regret. His grandfather is in the afterlife now, but he has no time to search for him. His foremost task is to find Kai and grow stronger. As for apologizing to his grandfather, if he were to die at the hands of the Saiyans, he would have ample time for that. It is noteworthy that this battle occurred 3 years prior to the emergence of Piccolo Daimaō. The Dragon Ball world has a power level system. Each individual possesses a combat power. In the later stages, the numerical display of combat power ceases, but in the early and middle stages, the power levels are quantified. At the time Kame Sennin destroyed the moon, his combat power was 139. During this period, Kame Sennin had already surpassed over 99% of the powerful beings across the myriad realms. The feat of Kame Sennin shattering the moon represents a pinnacle unattainable by over 99% of the strong. Yet, 3 years later, when faced with Piccolo Daimaō, he did not even attempt to engage in a direct confrontation. He immediately chose to sacrifice himself to unleash the Mafuba. The implications of this choice are abundantly clear. The vast majority of those observing the heavens are astute individuals. They have discerned the underlying meaning conveyed by the celestial display. Moreover, it had previously stated that Kame Sennin, who possesses the power to destroy the moon, does not even entertain the notion of defeating Piccolo Daimaō. He doesn't even attempt to try. He immediately opts for self-sacrifice to execute the Mafuba. This illustrates the immense gap he perceives between himself and Piccolo Daimaō. It is crucial to note that at this time, Piccolo Daimaō is in his elderly state. This further underscores the formidable strength of Piccolo Daimaō. While he previously showcased powerful abilities by defeating Sun Wukong and Kame Sennin, they still lacked a clear understanding of the extent of his power. Now, however, their understanding has sharpened considerably due to the spectacle of Kame Sennin obliterating the moon. Such a being of that caliber harbored no intention of battling Piccolo Daimaō, opting instead for self-sacrifice. This speaks volumes. 3 years later, when Sun Wukong first battles Piccolo Daimaō, his combat power even surpasses that of Kame Sennin. At this point, his combat power is 180, yet he is still effortlessly defeated by Piccolo Daimaō. This indicates that Piccolo Daimaō's power level exceeds 200. A 10% disparity in combat power is enough to secure a victory. A 20% difference can lead to a crushing defeat, and a 30% disparity can result in instant annihilation. In other words, Piccolo Daimaō, with a combat power exceeding 200, can easily obliterate Kame Sennin, whose power stands at only 139. Had Kame Sennin not immediately unleashed the Mafuba, he would not have even had a chance to strike. Furthermore, Kame Sennin, with a combat power of 139, is capable of destroying the moon with a single blow. This implies that over 99% of the formidable beings across the realms possess combat power below 100. Attaining a combat power of 50 or 60 would render one invincible in their own world. The corners of the mouths of countless powerful beings across the realms twitch uncontrollably. Who exactly is the celestial display referring to? Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that the celestial display is entirely accurate. Kame Sennin's combat power of 139 can indeed destroy the moon with a single strike. In contrast, should they attempt to do the same, they would be incapable of even reaching the moon, let alone obliterating it. After all, the distance between the moon and Earth is vast. Even if they could reach it, they would merely create a crater on the lunar surface. When calculated this way, their combat power appears to be below 100. Is the combat power in the Dragon Ball world truly so inflated? A power level above 100 is sufficient to annihilate the moon? Chapter 7. This is merely the weakest of calamities. Dragon Ball can indeed grant wishes. In the world of Wawa, if I were the Yatarisu, could my combat power exceed 100? Duan Mu Yin fell into contemplation. It should be possible. After all, the ultimate Buju worm he previously defeated was quite large. Wearing the Yatarisu should enable his combat power to surpass 100, right? However, Duan Mu Yin chuckled wryly. The Yatarisu is the ultimate armor, immensely powerful. Yet, based on the combat power scale of the Dragon Ball world, it would only barely exceed 100. Moreover, it likely wouldn't even match Kame Sennin's 139. If he were unaware of the actual value of combat power in the Dragon Ball realm, he might have assumed that the combat power of the Yatarisu would reach into the thousands. Now, well, if it's just over 100, then so be it. After all, Kame Sennin, who can obliterate the moon, only has a combat power of 139, right? The question of whether Yatails can obliterate the moon remains an intriguing one. In the world of Diga, Shinjo, with a curious expression, inquired of Daigu, "How formidable do you believe your power would be after transforming into Diga?" Daigu replied, "Without transformation, there is little to discuss. Having a single-digit combat power would be quite commendable. And what of your combat prowess post-transformation? How potent would Diga's power be?" Shinjo pressed further. Daigu sighed, casting a glance at Shinjo. "I, too, am uncertain. Much like I do not know whether Diga can indeed destroy the moon." It bemused Daigu that Shinjo continuously posed questions he could not answer. How would he ascertain Diga's combat strength? If it were capable of obliterating the moon, it would be at least 139. If not, then it must be below that threshold. As for the precise value, he was at a loss. Aware that he had posed an unanswerable question, Shinjo awkwardly changed the subject. The Earth of the Dragon Ball world is entirely different from ours. I refer to the advancement of technology and the presence of formidable beings. With the likes of Kame Sennin safeguarding Earth, it should be quite secure from monster invasions. Upon hearing this, the other members of the victory team regarded Shinjo with peculiar expressions. But isn't Piccolo Daimaō an extraterrestrial? Isn't he invading Earth? Jiuejing interjected. Oh, that's right, Shinjo realized. Piccolo Daimaō, with his appearance, could not possibly be anything but an alien. Thus, even if Earth has a protector like Kame Sennin, It remains vulnerable to alien incursions, specifically from beings even more powerful than came Sinin. By this reasoning, it appears that the Earth of the Dragon Ball world is far more perilous than their own. The calamities brought forth by Piccolo Daimaō are no less severe than those instigated by Gitanjir, both capable of threatening the very existence of humanity. Indeed, this is merely the weakest disaster in the Dragon Ball world. The members of the victory team could hardly fathom the terrifying calamities that the Dragon Ball world might encounter. It is essential to note that the disaster caused by Gitanjir plunged all of humanity into despair. Had it not been for Daigu's resurgence and ultimate victory over Gitanjir, humanity would have faced annihilation. To think that such a level of disaster is merely the weakest in the Dragon Ball universe is beyond their imagination. Kame Sinin's failure to seal Piccolo Daimaō allowed the latter to successfully gather the 7 Dragon Balls. He summoned Shinron to fulfill his wish, restoring his youth. In the ensuing scene, the aged Piccolo Daimaō vanished, replaced by a youthful version of himself. Upon regaining his youth, the first act of Piccolo Daimaō was to slay Shinron. Witnessing this spectacle, countless powerful beings across the cosmos stood in astonishment. Their shock did not stem from Piccolo Daimao's act of killing Shinron. Many of them would have made the same choice. Their astonishment lay in the realization that the Dragon Balls could indeed grant wishes. Kaido exclaimed, "The wish has been granted. It truly has been granted. The Dragon Balls can fulfill wishes." Whitebeard remarked, "Kaido, the Shinron that emerged from the Dragon Balls resembles your transformed Qinglong. Do you possess any ability to grant wishes?" Kaido retorted, "Of course not. If I did, the entire world would belong to me." On Onigashima, Kaido, downing his drink, wore a gloomy expression. Despite all being dragons, why could Shinron from the Dragon Balls grant wishes while his transformed Qinglong could not? Initially, he was quite satisfied with his devil fruit powers. Transforming into Qinglong was an immensely powerful ability. However, after witnessing the Shinron of the Dragon Ball world, he found his Qinglong transformation lacking, especially since it lacked the ability to grant wishes. Big Mom interjected, "If we could obtain the Dragon Balls, we could discover the whereabouts of Raftel, right?" Whitebeard replied, "Lin, your vision is limited. With the Dragon Balls, what value does the treasure of Raftel hold?" Indeed, countless pirates, including the Yonko, nodded in agreement. No matter how precious the great treasure, it pales in comparison to the power to grant wishes. They understood that if the Dragon Balls truly surfaced in the seas, chaos would ensue. It wouldn't just be the pirates. Even the Marines would be driven to madness. After all, they could grant any wish. Who could resist such an allure? Zhang Chulan pondered. If the Dragon Balls can truly grant wishes, could they also revive the deceased? This statement rendered the cosmos silent. Previously, they would have scoffed at the notion that the Dragon Balls possessed such power, that of resurrection. However, after witnessing Piccolo Daimao's actual wish being fulfilled, they began to waver. Could it be that the Dragon Balls truly have the capability to resurrect the dead? Sinan remarked, "The ability of the Dragon Balls to resurrect the dead is no longer relevant. Shinron has been killed by Piccolo Daimaō, rendering the Dragon Balls unusable and incapable of granting further wishes." Upon hearing Sinan's words, others began to comprehend. Indeed, whether the Dragon Balls could resurrect individuals was now moot, for they had become unusable. Shinron had been slain by Piccolo Daimaō. Meanwhile, Goku, Krillin, and Kame Sennin, aware of the truth, remained silent. There was no need for them to speak. Soon, others from different worlds would uncover the reality. If they revealed it prematurely, it would lose its significance. After regaining his youth, Piccolo Daimaō initiated his plan for world domination. Of course, there was no elaborate strategy. With his current might, he was already invincible. Simply bulldozing through opposition, he descended upon the capital city, and despite the military's mobilization and various weaponry, they were utterly ineffective against Piccolo Daimaō. He demanded the king relinquish his throne, and to instill despair, he demonstrated his might by effortlessly obliterating an entire city with a mere wave of his hand. The sheer power exhibited by Piccolo Daimaō left the king in utter hopelessness. He had no choice but to comply and cede his throne to Piccolo Daimaō. Chapter 8. Who does this Vegeta think he is, acting so arrogantly? Observing Piccolo Daimao's effortless conquest of Earth, those villains across the multiverse who aspired to similar feats could only envy him. They had devised countless schemes to dominate Earth, yet had consistently failed, thwarted by persistent adversaries. Yet Piccolo Daimaō accomplished it without any intricate plans, relying solely on brute strength. This underscores a profound truth. With absolute power, any strategy becomes redundant. Had they possessed Piccolo Daimaō's might, their unparalleled intellect would have revealed to them that they could easily use their extraordinary powers to dominate the earth. Having successfully claimed the throne, Piccolo Daimaō proclaimed to the world, releasing the imprisoned criminals and plunging the entire globe into chaos. Subsequently, he committed an act that would plunge the world into despair. He began to randomly select cities for annihilation. This was not mere city slaughter. It was the complete erasure of a city from existence. The city he has chosen is Shidu, the largest metropolis on Dragon Ball Earth. In an instant, Shidu is thrown into chaos as countless individuals flee, only to find themselves ensnared on the roads. The inhabitants of other cities are also gripped by fear, dreading the potential destruction of their own homes. The dilemma lies in their uncertainty about where to escape. With the formidable power of Piccolo Daimaō, there is no sanctuary on Earth. Vegeta states, Son Goku, Kakarot, a lowly warrior is merely a lowly warrior. He continues, a diminutive Namekian, with a combat power barely in the hundreds, and yet you are powerless against him. This is an utter disgrace to our Saiyan pride. The rampage of Piccolo Daimaō deeply irks Vegeta, who, as the prince of the Saiyans, harbors disdain for other races. To him, Namekians are nothing more than insignificant insects. Moreover, the combat power of Piccolo Daimaō is merely a few hundred, rendering him even less than an insect in Vegeta's eyes. Yet, Kakarot has been defeated by him. Such a loss is a profound embarrassment for the Saiyans. Despite his contempt for lower-class warriors, Kakarot remains a Saiyan, and in front of countless observers from various realms. He has tarnished their reputation. As the Saiyan prince, Vegeta vows to deliver punishment upon Kakarot. Upon his arrival on Earth, it will be Kakarot's demise. Son Goku responds, Vegeta, you are the Saiyan heading to Earth? Indeed. Prepare yourself, for you have brought great shame upon us Saiyans. As the Saiyan prince, I shall enact retribution upon you. Goku replies, I await your arrival. Vegeta's arrogance captures the attention of many. The Saiyans are also aliens, and it seems they are quite powerful. It is known that Piccolo Daimaō's strength has undoubtedly increased after his rejuvenation. A combat power in the hundreds may seem insignificant, yet it holds substantial weight. A power level of 139 can obliterate the moon. The rejuvenated Piccolo Daimaō could likely destroy several moons. However, to Vegeta, such strength is beneath his notice. Furthermore, he appears to be en route to Earth. If he indeed arrives, it would spell disaster. In that moment, countless beings across the realms are filled with curiosity about Vegeta. They yearn to understand just how powerful he is to exhibit such bravado. If he truly brings calamity, will he also be included in the reckoning? On an unknown planet, Frieza chuckles coldly while swirling a glass of red wine, observing the audacious messages about Vegeta. To him, Vegeta is merely one of his subordinates, and not even the strongest one at that. Nevertheless, Frieza refrains from undermining Vegeta's arrogance with his commentary, as he considers such actions beneath him. As the Emperor of the universe, he does not need to prove himself in such a manner. Merely relying on comments cannot encapsulate his might. If he were to be acknowledged in the reckoning, then the multitudes would truly comprehend the extent of his power. As for the possibility of his defeat, that question is laughable. As the Emperor of the universe, how could he ever be vanquished? The only beings capable of defeating him are the god of destruction Beerus and Majin Buu. Yet, Beerus has no interest in him, and he has not provoked Buu. Apart from these two, he regards all others in the universe with disdain. On Earth, Piccolo Daimaō is preparing to head to Shidu while the Z warriors are mobilizing. Tianjin Han entrusts the bodies of Master Roshi and Chaozu to Bulma and Yamcha, opting to seek a place to train alone. Having witnessed Master Roshi perform the Mafuba, he is determined to learn it as well, believing it to be the sole method to defeat Piccolo Daimaō. Meanwhile, Son Goku, having been defeated by Piccolo Daimaō, is not dead. His new friend, Yakilob, brings him to Karin Tower. Lured by the promise of delectable food at the tower's summit, Yakilob carries Goku up the tower. Among Earth's inhabitants, Yakilob possesses the greatest innate talent, surpassing even Krillin. On his first ascent, he manages to carry Goku and reach the top successfully, while others, including Goku, climb without any burden. If he devoted himself to training, he would undoubtedly surpass Krillin and become the strongest Earthling. Alas, he prefers indulging in culinary delights over rigorous training. At the tower's pinnacle, Goku once again encounters the Dragon Ball universe, discovering another extraordinary artifact besides the Dragon Balls, Senzu Beans. This is not Goku's first experience with Senzu Beans, having consumed one during his initial ascent. Back then, Karen informed him that the beans could stave off hunger for 10 days. However, this time, Goku learns the bean's most remarkable and game-changing property. Consuming a Senzu bean allows one to instantly recover to peak condition, regardless of the severity of their injuries, provided they are not dead. The potency of Senzu beans ranks among the top healing items across the multiverse, possibly even the most powerful, due to their effects being independent of one's strength. Chapter 9. Do they have the courage to drink the super divine water? After consuming a Senzu bean, the gravely injured Son Goku instantly regains his full strength. Learning from Karen that Piccolo Daimaō has regained his youth and significantly increased his power, Goku realizes he is no match for him. Witnessing Goku's fearless attitude, Karen leads him into an ice maze. Deep within the maze lies a substance known as the super divine water, which can unlock a person's potential. However, locating it is a challenge, as one could easily become lost in the labyrinth. Goku and Jackalope venture into the maze, and after a series of unexpected events, they reach its depths. Here, Goku faces a trial, and upon passing it, the super divine water appears before him. The guardian of the water informs him that several individuals have consumed the super divine water before him, but most perished, and the survivor was rendered incapacitated. Out of curiosity, Jackalope dips his finger into the super divine water and tastes it. Soon after, he clutches his neck, writhing in agony on the ground. Once he recovers, he advises Goku against drinking it, warning that one misstep could lead to death. Goku gazes at the super divine water in his hand, shouts to bolster his courage, and then downs it in one gulp. In the next moment, Goku too clutches his neck, rolling on the ground in torment. After a while, Sun Wukong's suffering gradually subsided, and he slowly began to recover. He successfully consumed the super divine water and consequently enhanced his strength. Earth. Now it makes sense. No wonder Wukong's power surged so dramatically. Tianjin Fan realized this, recalling the battle against Piccolo Daimaō, in which he was personally present. At that time, he was the first to confront Piccolo Daimaō, but could not even defeat the latter's subordinates. Just as he was about to be killed, Sun Wukong appeared and saved him. During that moment, Sun Wukong displayed immense strength, leaving him utterly curious as to how Wukong had suddenly grown so powerful. Now he understands. It was because Sun Wukong drank the super divine water. One could say that Sun Wukong was genuinely prepared to face death in order to become stronger and defeat Piccolo Daimaō. As for Sun Wukong's successful consumption of the super divine water without perishing and subsequently increasing his power, Tianjin Fan found it entirely unsurprising. It would be absurd if Sun Wukong could not achieve this. No one else in the world could accomplish it. So, this was why that young man suddenly became so formidable. On a desolate plain, Piccolo also comprehended the situation. With the memories of Piccolo Daimaō, he naturally recalled the battle between himself and Sun Wukong. He remarked that he had regained his youth and significantly increased his strength. How could Sun Wukong, whom he had previously defeated with ease, now stand on equal footing with him? It turns out he drank that super divine water. Unfortunately for them now, that super divine water was of no use. Otherwise, if they could drink several barrels of it to unleash their potential, perhaps they could surpass the two invading Saiyans. Shao Gang. Isn't it astonishing how many wonderful things exist in the Dragon Ball world? There are healing Senzu beans and the power-enhancing super divine water. In the world of Kaido and Ershing Tian, Shao Gang wore a shocked expression. He had dedicated a great deal of time and effort to enhance his own abilities. Yet, Sun Wukong merely drank a cup of super divine water and directly increased his power. It hardly seems fair. The Senzu beans can restore one to peak condition as long as they are not dead. If they had Senzu beans, perhaps Qing Zizai would not have perished. Shao Tian's focus was on the Senzu beans. Upon hearing his words, the others, including Xiao Fei and the previously boisterous Shao Gang, fell silent. The death of Qing Zizai was an eternal pain for them, especially for Xiao Fei. After all, Qing Zizai died protecting him. If only they had Senzu beans back then. If they had been able to give Qing Zizai one before his demise, he would not have perished. Moreover, what about the Dragon Balls? If they had the Dragon Balls, could they not bring Qing Zizai back to life? If the Dragon Balls truly had the power to resurrect, could they not also revive Qing Zizai and my parents? Shao Tian murmured to himself again. He had previously summoned the Shura armor to return to the past, hoping to save his parents, but failed. Even donning the Shura armor did not allow him to save them. Their demise seemed fated. But if the Dragon Balls existed, could they not allow him to resurrect his parents? It can be said that the world of Dragon Balls is truly filled with incredible treasures, all of which they could utilize and require. Kaido, if I could drink the super divine water, wouldn't I become the mightiest on the seas? Kapu, Kaido, dreaming in broad daylight. Kapu, as if you could drink the super divine water and gain power like Sun Wukong. Zhangguo, indeed. Sun Wukong's strength is due to his identity as the savior of the Dragon Ball world. Zhangguo, if anyone else attempted it, the outcome would likely mirror that of the previous individuals who drank the super divine water. Saitama, the probability of death after drinking the super divine water is over 95%, with only a 5% chance of power enhancement. Saitama, who would dare to gamble on such odds? In the world of One Punch Man, Saitama pondered whether he would possess the courage to drink the super divine water. He was uncertain. As an observer, he could defiantly claim he would dare. But if the super divine water truly appeared before him, would he have the bravery? Not only Saitama but also Kapu, Zhangguo, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Kurosaki Ichigo, along with Meliodas from the Seven Deadly Sins and Alu from the Gourmet Captor world, were all contemplating this question. If it were them, would they have the courage to drink the super divine water? Would they dare to gamble? Alu, I think if we truly faced a moment of crisis for the survival of the world, I would gamble. Alu, however, if it were a crisis that even the Dragon Father could not prevent, then even if I drank the super divine water and successfully enhanced my strength, it would be futile. After all, the power gap between him and the Dragon Father is vast, not something that can be bridged merely by consuming the super divine water. But speaking of which, what does the super divine water taste like? Is it delicious? As a food explorer, Alu was very curious about the flavors of unknown foods. After drinking the super divine water, Sun Wukong and Yakulobi returned to the top of Karen Tower. Subsequently, a well-prepared Sun Wukong set off on the flying Nimbus toward the royal capital, ready to confront Piccolo Daimaō. However, ahead of him, another individual had already faced Piccolo Daimaō first, and that person was Tianjin Fan. After several days of diligent training, Tianjin Fan finally succeeded in learning the Mafuba technique. Just before Piccolo Daimaō set off to destroy West City, he arrived in time to intervene and halt Piccolo Daimaō. Tianjin Fan's arrival also signified that he was prepared for sacrifice. Chapter 10. One should not easily raise a flag. Whitebeard, I have gained new insights. One can actually sit on a cloud and fly through the air. Kaido, haha. Newgate, are you envious? Too bad you cannot fly, but I can. Uzumaki Naruto. With Tianjin Fan's strength, he cannot possibly be a match for Piccolo Daimaō, especially since Piccolo Daimaō has regained his youth. Uzumaki Naruto, therefore, he likely shares the same intention as Master Roshi, wishing to use the Mafuba to seal Piccolo Daimaō. Kurosaki Ichigo, but the question remains, can he succeed? Zhang Chulan. If he can succeed, then there will be no need for Sun Wukong. Zhang Chulan. However, if he fails, he will share the same fate as Master Roshi. If Tianjin Fan succeeds, his sacrifice will be worthwhile. But if he fails, he will perish in vain. Many hoped for Tianjin Fan's success, yet they also understood that their hopes were futile. Outcomes would not shift based on their desires. If Tianjin Fan truly succeeded, it would not be due to their hopes. Conversely, if he failed, their hopes would be utterly meaningless. Due to Tianjin Fan's obstruction, Piccolo Daimaō delayed his advance toward West City, intending to deal with Tianjin Fan first. However, Piccolo Daimaō did not regard Tianjin Fan as a worthy opponent. He believed Tianjin Fan was unworthy of his direct intervention. So he spat out an egg to create a subordinate. Since Piccolo Daimaō had regained his youth, his strength had increased significantly. Thus, the subordinate he produced was naturally of a different caliber. In the scene, Tianjin Fan was utterly outmatched against Piccolo Daimaō's subordinate. In their battle, Tianjin Fan was completely suppressed by Piccolo Daimaō's minion. With no other option, Tianjin Fan could only resort to using the Mafuba technique. Of course, he could only execute the Morphing Wave once, so it was imperative not to squander it on a mere subordinate. Thus, Tianjin Fan prepared to bypass the minion and confront Bick the Great Demon King directly. His intention was commendable. He sought to avoid entangling himself with Bick's minions and aimed for a direct sealing of the Great Demon King. However, he overlooked a critical issue. The strength of Bick the Great Demon King surpassed his own, leading one to ponder how he could possibly bypass this minion to seal Bick directly. When Tianjin Fan retrieved the rice cooker, even the rejuvenated Bick the Great Demon King was taken aback, a hint of panic setting in. The psychological shadow cast by the moffing wave and the rice cooker loomed large over him. Without wasting a moment, Tianjin Fan unleashed the moffing wave towards Bick the Great Demon King. Yet, the overlooked subordinate stood resolutely before Bick, absorbing the attack meant for his master. Realizing that his strike had missed its mark, Tianjin Fan was left with no choice but to seal the subordinate instead. Unfortunately, Bick the Great Demon King anticipated his move and destroyed the rice cooker, resulting in Tianjin Fan's failure to seal even a single minion. Moreover, the exertion of the moffing wave had severely weakened Tianjin Fan, causing him to collapse and lose his combat effectiveness, rendering him vulnerable. Zhang Chulan remarked, "This is odd. I recall that Master Rashi perished immediately after executing the moffing wave. How is it that Tianjin Fan still lives?" Despite his dire condition, Tianjin Fan remained alive. Unlike Master Rashi, who had succumbed. In truth, the execution of the moffing wave was not synonymous with certain death. It was not an inherently fatal technique for the practitioner. As long as one's strength was sufficiently formidable, survival was attainable. The reason Master Rashi and Utada perished after employing the moffing wave was due to their insufficient energy, which led to their demise post-execution. At that moment, Tianjin Fan's combat power stood at 180, comparable to a pre-enhanced Sun Wukong, significantly surpassing both Master Rashi and Utada. Thus, he was able to survive after invoking the moffing wave. This revelation illuminated the understanding of countless spectators across countless realms. It became clear that as long as one's strength was sufficiently potent, even techniques with severe side effects could be employed without dire consequences. The side effects and potential for death stemmed entirely from a lack of power. It could be said that Tianjin Fan's attempt to obstruct Bick the Great Demon King was a grievous loss. He failed to seal Bick, nor did he even manage to eliminate a single subordinate, resulting in a sacrifice that appeared utterly futile. However, one must not forget that our savior was en route. Amidst the unfolding scene, just as Bick's minion was poised to eliminate Tianjin Fan, a figure suddenly appeared, delivering a swift kick that sent the minion flying. This figure was none other than Sun Wukong. Arriving in Tianjin Fan's moment of peril, Sun Wukong promptly rescued him. Yet, unaware of Sun Wukong's newfound strength from the divine water, Tianjin Fan urged him to flee. In Tianjin Fan's eyes, Sun Wukong's power seemed comparable to his own, insufficient to contend against Bick's minion, and staying would only lead to death. What he did not realize was that Sun Wukong had transformed entirely. It did not take long for Tianjin Fan to recognize his error. The minion, enraged by being dispatched by Sun Wukong, prepared to exact vengeance. However, Sun Wukong, with a mere kick, effortlessly eliminated the minion. The strength Sun Wukong exhibited left Tianjin Fan astounded. Not long ago, their strengths had been on par. Yet now Sun Wukong's prowess had surged tremendously. After dispatching Bick's minion, Sun Wukong faced the Great Demon King. Bick recognized Sun Wukong and boastfully declared that he could eliminate him in just 5 seconds. Alas, Bick was oblivious to the concept of setting a flag. Or else, he would have known that his declaration was tantamount to inviting misfortune. Generally, those who set such flags often find the outcome starkly opposite to their claims. Thus, it is wise not to casually declare intentions such as, "I only need a few moves to defeat you," or "After this battle, I shall return to wed." Those who make such statements often face humiliation or meet their end in battle, unable to return. However, if one is a protagonist, then such declarations may be made freely. Upon witnessing this subtitle in the heavenly realm, countless individuals across the realms reached a unanimous conclusion. They would refrain from setting flags, particularly those preparing to engage in battle. Initially, they had intended to promise their beloveds a return after the conflict to marry, but now they hesitated, unwilling to risk the fate of dying in battle and never returning. Bick the Great Demon King had set a flag, and he was not a protagonist. Therefore, the outcome was all but predictable. Originally, Bick intended to eliminate Sun Wukong in 5 seconds with a single move. Yet, the reality was that not only did Sun Wukong thwart Bick's attack, but he also executed a shoulder throw that sent Bick hurtling away. Chapter 11. This is the true catastrophe. Bick the Great Demon King was utterly astonished by being thrown. He could not fathom how Sun Wukong's strength had increased so dramatically. The two then officially commenced their battle. The clash between Sun Wukong and Bick the Great Demon King was fierce, with neither side willing to yield. As the battle progressed, Big's composure began to unravel. This was his first encounter with an adversary who could truly match him. Even the formidable Taidu had been no match for him. This marked the first time he had genuinely faced a worthy opponent. Having rejuvenated, Big's combat power was now 260, while Sun Wukong, after consuming the divine water, also boasted a power level of 260. In such a contest where their strengths were equal, the outcome hinged upon who could display fewer vulnerabilities and capitalize on the other's mistakes. At that moment, countless spectators across the realms were engrossed in the fierce battle between Sun Wukong and Big, the Great Demon King. They were witnessing an unprecedented level of intensity. The top-tier warriors from various worlds, such as Kaido, Whitebeard, Carp, and Zhang Zhuwei, were acutely aware that had they been in the fray, they would have been unable to withstand even a single blow from either combatant. After all, the combat power of both individuals had surpassed 200. It was nearly double that of Master Roshi. As elite warriors, they understood that while combat power may double, the actual strength does not merely increase linearly. It is not the case that two Master Roshis combined would pose a challenge to Sun Wukong or Big, the Great Demon King. It is akin to saying that combining two glasses of 25-degree water results in 50 degrees. Such notions are fundamentally flawed. Just as one cannot expect to find a 20-year-old girlfriend by settling for two 10-year-olds. In battles of equal strength, the victor is truly uncertain. As the heavens have proclaimed, the essence of the battle lies in who reveals their vulnerabilities more frequently and who can adeptly exploit the weaknesses of their opponent. During the clash, Sun Wukong inadvertently exposed a flaw, allowing Big, the Great Demon King, to unleash two laser beams that inflicted injury upon one of Sun Wukong's legs. With one leg wounded, Sun Wukong found himself unable to maneuver with agility, placing him in a precarious situation. Fortunately, he still possessed his Rui Bang, which he clutched to barely keep pace with Big, the Great Demon King. However, Big unleashed another laser beam from his fingertips, sending Sun Wukong's Rui Bang flying. Without his trusty weapon and with an injured leg, Sun Wukong's speed drastically diminished. Seizing the opportunity, Big concentrated all his energy and prepared to unleash a devastating attack on Sun Wukong. In the scene, Big extended his right hand, palm directed at Sun Wukong. A formidable energy coalesced in his palm, causing even the ground beneath to tremble. With a mighty roar, he released the amassed energy in the form of a luminous beam aimed at Sun Wukong. The explosion was colossal, engulfing Sun Wukong in Big's assault, while from a distance, a gigantic mushroom cloud ascended into the sky. When all commotion subsided, the city beneath Big had vanished entirely, not merely reduced to ruins, but utterly obliterated, leaving behind a barren wasteland. Witnessing this awe-inspiring spectacle, countless powerful beings across the realms fell into shocked silence. Destruction is a commonplace consequence of battle. However, their previous confrontations resulted in merely shattered stones or the demolition of a few buildings. The sheer scale of annihilation that led to the complete disappearance of a city had never before occurred, for they lacked the power to achieve such a feat. In the world of Diga, this truly epitomizes disaster. Compared to the catastrophe wrought by Big, the Great Demon King, the chaos previously inflicted by the monsters they encountered pales in comparison. New City expressed his astonishment, while other members of the victory team instinctively nodded in agreement. Indeed, although the monsters they had previously faced wreaked havoc in cities and battled Ultraman, resulting in the destruction of several buildings and significant losses, when juxtaposed with Big, the Great Demon King, such events seemed trivial. The monsters merely destroyed a few structures, whereas Big obliterated an entire city, leaving no trace behind, no ruins, only desolation. Even humanity's most potent weapons could not achieve such devastation. Even Gitanjir could only dispatch some Zogas to rampage through cities, resulting in the destruction of a handful of skyscrapers. Perhaps Gitanjir could indeed annihilate a city entirely, but it has not acted upon such a possibility. Big, the Great Demon King, however, has accomplished this feat. From this perspective, the disaster caused by Big, the Great Demon King surpasses that of Gitanjir. Gitanjir instilled despair in all humanity, yet the tangible losses amounted to merely a few buildings. In contrast, Big, the Great Demon King has plunged all of humanity on Dragon Ball Earth into despair, with losses that encompass an entire city. The two scenarios are simply incomparable. In the world of pirates, the cataclysmic power at play far exceeds even the might of my tremor fruit. The strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, marveled at the spectacle. His Tremor fruit possesses considerable destructive capability, yet it could never reach the level of devastation exhibited by Bick, the Great Demon King. He could shatter a small island, but he could not erase it from existence entirely, as remnants would undoubtedly remain. No one in their world possesses such power. As powerful beings across the realms reflected upon their past battles, they recognized that their experiences paled in comparison to the confrontation between Sun Wukong and Bick, the Great Demon King. If they were to face Bick's devastating attack, even 100 of them would be unable to withstand it. Duanmu Yin remarked that it was fortunate her battle with the ultimate violent insect occurred in space. Otherwise, Southbow City would likely have vanished as well, albeit not to the exaggerated extent caused by Bick, the Great Demon King. New City agreed, noting that the monsters they had previously encountered had only managed to destroy a few buildings. He once believed that was a monumental catastrophe, but when compared to the annihilation of an entire city, it was inconsequential. Zhang Chulan concurred, asserting that this represented true disaster. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that human-made calamities could be more terrifying than natural disasters. Sanhu questioned whether the strength of their world was indeed so feeble, suggesting they should be thankful he was not present among them. Otherwise, he would demonstrate what true disaster looks like. In the world of Gourmet Captor, Sanhu observed the comments with disdain. To him, Bick the Great Demon King was insignificant. If he so desired, he could obliterate the entire planet. Thus, the calamities that struck fear into others were trivial in his presence. Chapter 12. The target is Tianjin Fan. Why should Sun Wukong step aside? Sanhu's comments stirred a wave of reactions. Another formidable figure? Previously, Vegeta had looked down upon Bick the Great Demon King. And now Sanhu appeared with a similar attitude. The abundance of powerful beings across the realms was undeniable. Moreover, judging by Sanhu's demeanor, he seemed to embody the role of a grand villain, for it is not the altruistic who would wish for others to witness the true nature of disaster. From which world does he hail? The world of Gourmet Captor? It seems this realm is also exceedingly powerful. Bei Miao remarked that Sanhu appeared to be a significant antagonist, lamenting that he was not in her world. Otherwise, she would showcase the might of her black rhino armor. Bei Miao felt great displeasure towards Sanhu's arrogance. While Vegeta had also been boastful, he at least hailed from the Dragon Ball world and was indeed an extraterrestrial. His arrogance was somewhat justified. But what of Sanhu? What gives him the right to be so brazen? The prowess of Bick the Great Demon King had even left her, the summoner of the black rhino armor, astounded. Even they, the armor summoners, alongside those with supernatural abilities, could not unleash attacks of such formidable power. Only the Emperor armor could potentially achieve such feats. Sanhu's disdain for Bick the Great Demon King implies a lack of respect for the Emperor armor. Furthermore, who knows if Sanhu's claims hold any truth? Anyone can boast. He even claimed he could effortlessly destroy an entire solar system. But can he truly accomplish such a feat? In response to Bei Miao's provocation, Sanhu remained silent, not out of fear, but rather from a lack of interest in engaging. The disasters of the Dragon Ball world were noteworthy, as the strength of its champions surpassed that of over 99% of the powerful beings across the realms. Unfortunately, he was not among them. He regarded Bick the Great Demon King with disdain, let alone others. As for whether Bei Miao belonged to that less than 1% of powerful beings, her words revealed much. The black rhino armor was likely just a type of armor. Relying on external artifacts for strength denotes weakness. True power resides within oneself, and that is the mark of a genuine stronghold. He found it beneath his dignity to engage with the opponent. How absurd. Yet even the calamities wrought by Piccolo Daimaō Wang could be catalogued. Why was his own world excluded? I.e. Long and C.I. Lang. Each of us far surpasses Piccolo Daimaō Wang in strength. Sanhu felt a twinge of irritation. The champions of his realm were undeniably more formidable than Piccolo Daimaō Wang. Why, then, had they not made the list? Was it perhaps because their world had never experienced any significant disasters? It seemed that was indeed the case. Despite his immense power, he had never instigated any great catastrophe. This realization left Sanhu feeling regretful. Had he foreseen the emergence of Tianmu, he would have provoked several monumental disasters beforehand. The calamities he could unleash would certainly warrant inclusion on the list. In that case, Tianmu would have been chronicling the disasters of his world. Although the disasters caused by Piccolo Daimaō Wang were deemed the weakest in the Dragon Ball universe, Sanhu did not believe that the subsequent calamities in that realm could eclipse those he could unleash. After all, He could obliterate the Earth if he so wished. If he were to trigger a disaster capable of annihilating the entire planet, how could the disasters of the Dragon Ball world be compared? His world was the mightiest among all realms. He, Sanhu, was the most powerful existence across the myriad worlds, facing Piccolo Daimaō's ultimate attack head-on. Piccolo Daimaō believed that Sun Wukong was doomed, destined to be utterly annihilated. After all, how could a mere earthling withstand his might? Little did Piccolo Daimaō know, Sun Wukong was no ordinary earthling. In the unfolding scene, Piccolo Daimaō had already begun to display a victorious grin. But soon, this smile froze upon his face. He beheld that Sun Wukong had not perished. Sun Wukong had withstood his ultimate move, suffering only minor injuries. This revelation shattered Piccolo Daimaō's composure, as he exclaimed in disbelief that an earthling could not possibly endure such power. Yet Sun Wukong retorted that he possessed a tail, suggesting he might not be an earthling at all. Although this statement was merely a rebuttal, Sun Wukong himself did not believe it. Unbeknownst to him, however, his words would prove prophetic. He truly was not an earthling. Observing that Sun Wukong had survived, Piccolo Daimaō was not one to relent and unleashed his devastating attack once more. Another mushroom cloud erupted. Yet this time, its force was diminished. After enduring Piccolo Daimaō's second assault, Sun Wukong's figure vanished from sight. Upon witnessing this, Piccolo Daimaō erupted in laughter, convinced he had finally slain Sun Wukong. But in the next moment, a voice emerged from the deep crater he had created. Jin Do-yun. Then, Jin Do-yun soared into the chasm, with Sun Wukong clutching its tail as he ascended. Withstanding Piccolo Daimaō's second strike, Sun Wukong remained alive. This revelation shattered Piccolo Daimaō's mental state entirely. Although Sun Wukong was gravely injured, Piccolo Daimaō, after unleashing two devastating moves, was also in a precarious condition. Moreover, Sun Wukong's seemingly indestructible body and unwavering spirit further exacerbated Piccolo Daimaō's frustration. In a moment of desperation, Piccolo Daimaō resorted to a despicable yet characteristic tactic of a villain. He took Tianjin Fan hostage. Piccolo Daimaō threatened Sun Wukong, declaring that should he dare to move, he would crush Tianjin Fan's skull. With a hostage in his grasp, Sun Wukong found himself constrained. Witnessing this turn of events, countless onlookers could not suppress their sighs. Throughout history, how many heroic figures had been immobilized by the hostage gambit? Yet disregarding the hostage would weigh heavily on one's conscience. In the world of Kai Yi Guangying, to take a hostage? The solution was quite simple. Dianmin scoffed. He had encountered such situations before. How had he handled it? Ah yes, you have taken him hostage, so why should we allow you to dictate terms? He believed Sun Wukong could adopt a similar approach. Piccolo Daimaō held Tianjin Fan. Why should Sun Wukong yield? However, observing Sun Wukong's demeanor, he remained paralyzed by the situation. One could only conclude that despite his great strength, Sun Wukong was ultimately still a child. Being constrained by a hostage was a foolish predicament. Ignoring the hostage could lead to the defeat of the enemy while preserving one's own life. Yet being held hostage could result in greater casualties if the hostage remained unretrieved. Was this not a grievous loss? Seeing that Sun Wukong truly remained motionless, Piccolo Daimaō picked up a stone and with a forceful breath, rendered Sun Wukong's right arm useless. Although Sun Wukong asserted that even if Tianjin Fan perished, he could revive him, Piccolo Daimaō informed him that the Shenlong had already been slain, rendering the Dragon Balls unusable. This revelation left Sun Wukong momentarily paralyzed. Then, Piccolo Daimaō incapacitated Sun Wukong's other leg. With 3 of his 4 limbs rendered useless, Sun Wukong collapsed, effectively at the mercy of his opponent. Chapter 13. The birth of Sun's caretaker in the 7th universe, on Earth, in the desolate plains. Uncle Piccolo, the man who shares your name is truly despicable. How dare he threaten my father? Sun Wufan exclaimed indignantly to the nearby Piccolo as he gazed at Tianmu. Initially, he had thought that the Piccolo Daimaō on the screen was the same as his uncle Piccolo. However, he no longer held that belief. For his uncle Piccolo was not so wicked or vile. This Piccolo Daimaō must simply share a name with his uncle. Sun Wufan failed to notice the awkward expression on Piccolo's face. He was, after all, the reincarnation of Piccolo Daimaō. Thus, when Sun Wufan condemned Piccolo Daimaō, he was, in essence, condemning him. Yet strictly speaking, one could argue that he and Piccolo Daimaō were not the same individual. Indeed, He must not allow his impression in Sun Wu fans' mind to be tarnished. This Piccolo Daimaō was not him. They merely shared the same name. Somewhere in the universe, aboard a spaceship. TCH, that Kakarot is truly in a pitiful state. Reduced to this by a Namekian with a power level barely exceeding 200. Vegeta scoffed, his expression rife with disdain as he observed Sun Wukong on the screen. A Namekian with a power level of merely 200 had managed to corner Kakarot. It was a disgrace to their Saiyan heritage. A power level of 200 was hardly worthy of even being considered cannon fodder among the Saiyans. As the prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta's power level at birth was already 2,000. A Piccolo Daimaō with a power level of just over 200? He could have obliterated him with a mere breath upon his arrival. Yet Kakarot could not prevail. Lower-class warriors were indeed lower-class warriors. No, he was even inferior to a lower-class warrior. Even a Saiyan child of the lower class could effortlessly vanquish Piccolo Daimaō. What on earth had Kakarot been doing? With such lackluster power, he had the audacity to boast, claiming he would wait for Vegeta's arrival? Where did Kakarot find the courage to utter such words? Truly, ignorance breeds fearlessness. This Piccolo Daimaō was equally foolish. Having already incapacitated Kakarot's 2 legs and 1 arm, could he not finish the job and render the other arm useless too? He should not allow Kakarot the chance to turn the tables and strike back, for that would be a spectacle to behold. After mocking Sun Wukong, Vegeta turned his scorn towards Piccolo Daimaō. Had it been him, he would have surely incapacitated Kakarot's other hand as well, leaving him with no hope of a comeback. It must be said, an ant is merely an ant. Not only is it weak in strength, but it is also exceedingly foolish. The hostage that Piccolo Daimaō held was indeed effective, yet he was likely too exhilarated, believing that crippling Sun Wukong's legs and 1 hand was sufficient for victory. Thus, without neutralizing Sun Wukong's other hand, he ascended into the air, preparing to deliver the final blow to Sun Wukong. This provided Sun Wukong with a glimmer of hope for a resurgence. As Piccolo Daimaō soared high above and then dove towards Sun Wukong, intent on ending him, Sun Wukong declared, "You have miscalculated. I still have 1 hand to use." He raised his right hand and concentrated all his remaining energy into it, wagering everything on this singular punch. Sun Wukong unleashed a shockwave against the ground, propelling himself towards Piccolo Daimaō. Upon witnessing this, Piccolo Daimaō hastily halted his descent, positioning both palms towards Sun Wukong, seemingly preparing to execute a technique, yet also appearing to defend himself. Heaven and earth penetrating wave. Sun Wukong raised his right hand, and in Piccolo Daimaō's eyes, he beheld a colossal ape materializing behind Sun Wukong, roaring fiercely. A blinding light erupted, obscuring the scene between Sun Wukong and Piccolo Daimaō. When the brilliance dissipated, the silhouettes of both emerged. Sun Wukong had pierced through Piccolo Daimaō's body. In this climactic clash, Sun Wukong emerged victorious. He had triumphed. What splendid news! The victory of Sun Wukong sent ripples of jubilation across countless realms. Only the heavens know the tension they had felt moments before, fearing for Sun Wukong's life. To their astonishment, he had turned the tables dramatically. Such a heart-stopping moment. In the world of pirates, similarly relying on fists, how is it that Sun Wukong's punches are so formidable? Carp lowered his gaze to his own fists, a tone of envy coloring his words. He, known as the Iron Fist, had undoubtedly struck down many a powerful pirate. Yet, before Sun Wukong's fists, what did his iron fists amount to? Reflecting inwardly, he pondered whether he could have achieved a turnaround under such circumstances, with both legs and 1 hand incapacitated. The likelihood seemed slim. Yet, Sun Wukong had achieved it, and he was still but a child. Carp felt as though his decades of training had been wasted. Duanmu Yin inquired, by the way, "Does anyone know how old Sun Wukong is at this moment?" Krillin replied, "I know. He should be around 15. Duanmu Yin exclaimed, "At 15. Sun Wukong defeated Piccolo Daimaō and saved the earth." She lamented, "At 15, I was still a rebellious youth." Zhang Chulan added, "Who wasn't?" This is the true meaning of not underestimating the youth. Kaido interjected, "Do not impose your own experiences onto others." He continued, "I was already navigating the seas at 15. Zhang Chulan retorted, "Oh, did you, like Sun Wukong, resolve a calamity capable of annihilating humanity?" Kaido dismissed the remark, unwilling to engage in further conversation. Zhang Chulan's commentary plunged numerous powerful beings into contemplation. They had risen to the pinnacle of strength within their realms, yet when reflecting on their own experiences at 15, Many were merely ordinary individuals, while some were striving to become formidable. None, however, could compare to the extraordinary achievements of Sun Wukong. Even the three tigers fell into silence. Although he presently regarded Sun Wukong and Piccolo Daimaō as relatively equal in power, it was crucial to remember that Sun Wukong was merely 15. What had he been doing at that age? Likely, he was enjoying a blissful life with the gourmet god Acacia and the woman he cherished most, Flows, whom he regarded as a mother, alongside his two elder brothers, Elong and Tsilong. In that regard, he found himself lacking compared to Sun Wukong, who had already attained such formidable strength at just 15. It was conceivable that by the time he reached this age, his power would be at least on par with, if not surpassing, his own. He could dismiss Piccolo Daimaō, but it seemed he lacked the standing to belittle Sun Wukong. The calamity posed by Piccolo Daimaō, which threatened all of humanity, was successfully resolved by Sun Wukong. This marked Sun Wukong's inaugural step into the role of savior. However, unbeknownst to Sun Wukong, his entanglement with Piccolo Daimaō was far from over. Before his demise, Piccolo Daimaō left behind a contingency. In his final moments, utilizing his remaining strength, he expelled an egg, which encapsulated all of his power and memories. Piccolo Daimaō had intended for this egg to seek revenge on Sun Wukong. Unbeknownst to him, the egg he had high hopes for would ultimately become the caretaker of the Sun family. Chapter 14. Vegeta, I could never befriend Kakarot. What the hell? You need to clarify for me. What does it mean to be the caretaker of the Sun family? In the wasteland, Piccolo roared at the heavens. He was acutely aware of who resided within the egg that Piccolo Daimaō had expelled in his last moments. It was himself. Yet the heavens declared that he would become the caretaker of the Sun family? What did that imply? Piccolo uncle, what's wrong? Why are you so angry? Sun Wukong's son. Sun Wufan queried, observing Piccolo's agitation. Piccolo was about to explain, but upon gazing at Sun Wufan, he suddenly froze. Looking at Sun Wukong, the corners of Piccolo's mouth twitched involuntarily. He was currently training Sun Wukong's son. Wasn't that the very definition of a caretaker for the Sun family? Could it be that this was the implication of the heavens? Contemplating this notion, Piccolo's emotions became exceedingly intricate. Meanwhile, countless powerful beings across the realms were preoccupied with a different matter. Zhang Chulan exclaimed, "Wow! How did Piccolo Daimaō manage to expel the egg with such a gaping hole in his chest?" Ichigo Kurosaki added, "And what does this caretaker of the Sun family mean?" He continued, "Could it be that the creature within this egg will eventually serve as a caretaker for Sun Wukong's family?" Sasuke Uchiha opined, "That seems to be the case. The being within the egg is likely to be considered Piccolo Daimao's offspring." He mused. If Piccolo Daimaō were to discover that the child he held such high hopes for would grow up to be the caretaker of his enemy's family, I wonder how he would react. Sasuke envisioned a scenario where his own child became the caretaker for the family of his mortal enemy. He would undoubtedly be driven to madness. He might even prevent the child from being born altogether. Fortunately, Piccolo Daimaō had perished, so he would remain oblivious to this truth. Unbeknownst to Sasuke, Piccolo Daimaō had already come to this realization. In the world of pirates, Carp pondered aloud, "Isn't this somewhat akin to Ace becoming my grandson?" He stroked his chin thoughtfully. He and Roger were arch-rivals, yet in the end, Roger's son had become his grandson. This bore semblance to Piccolo Daimao's predicament, albeit only slightly. After all, Roger had entrusted him with Ace's upbringing. He was not merely a caretaker of the Roger family. Moreover, Roger did not perish at his hands. Nevertheless, if Ace, being Roger's son, became his grandson, did that not imply that Roger would have to address him as father? Alas, he would never have the pleasure of hearing Roger call him father. The warring states, "I am genuinely curious about how the creature inside that egg became a caretaker for the Sun family." Kaido, I am not curious. I only feel sympathy for the Demon King Piccolo. On Onigashima, Kaido is profoundly sympathetic towards the Demon King Piccolo, for their situations bear a striking resemblance. Kazuki Oden is his adversary, yet his daughter holds Kazuki Oden in high esteem. He firmly believes that, given the opportunity, his daughter would willingly become a caretaker for the Kazuki family. Moreover, the plight of the Demon King Piccolo is even more tragic. At least he survived, Kazuki Oden perished. The Demon King Piccolo, however, is truly dead. He considers himself luckier than the Demon King Piccolo. Nonetheless, Piccolo's demise could be seen as a blessing. Otherwise, he would be infuriated to learn that his child became a caretaker for the Sun family. Krillin, Piccolo, did you not take Gohan with you? Could that be the reason you became the caretaker for Goku's family? Krillin is well aware of the situation between Piccolo and Gohan, second only to Goku himself, having witnessed Piccolo taking Gohan away firsthand. Initially, he worried that Piccolo might have ill intentions towards Gohan. However, it appears that Piccolo's actions are quite different from his assumptions. Goku, Piccolo, you took Gohan away, you must nurture him well. On Snake Way, this is Goku's first realization that his son has been taken by Piccolo. Yet, he quickly comprehends Piccolo's intentions. After all, who knows you better than your enemy? Although Goku and Piccolo were once adversaries, they understand each other profoundly. It can be said that their relationship is quite amicable, at least until Vegeta arrives. Piccolo, Goku, I will certainly nurture Gohan well. However, I shall never become a caretaker for your family. The dialogue between Goku and Piccolo has piqued the curiosity of countless realms. In the novel world, is this Piccolo, who is sending out comments, the very creature from that egg? It feels as though his relationship with Goku is not that of enemies, but rather akin to rivals. Duanmu Yin observes their exchanges and speculates on their relationship. Duanmu, I sense that the connection between Piccolo and Goku resembles a blend of rivalry and friendship. Lingling nearby chimes in, you feel the same way? So, Goku's son is now in Piccolo's care, and Piccolo is nurturing him? Is this why Piccolo has become a caretaker for Goku's family? However, I believe it would be more fitting to refer to him as a postpartum caregiver for the Sun family. That makes sense. In the Kamen Rider Moon Knight world. So Goku has turned Piccolo into a friend? It seems that Goku and I share a similar philosophy, making friends with everyone, even those who were once enemies. Kisaragi Gentaro adjusts his hairstyle with a grin. Goku transforming Piccolo into a friend aligns perfectly with his character. Among his companions, many were once his adversaries, but have since become friends. He and Goku are kindred spirits, striving to forge more friendships and turn foes into allies. In the JoJo world, Goku can befriend Piccolo and even rely on him to train his child, but I will never become friends with Dio. Jotaro Kujo scoffs. He and Dio are mortal enemies, the kind that will never transition into friendship. Even Dio's offspring would never become his friend, let alone entrust care for his own child to him. He cannot fathom Goku's mindset in entrusting his child to an enemy. Isn't that akin to handing over a weapon to one's foe? In the 7th universe, aboard a spaceship, Kakarot's lack of strength is one thing, but his foolishness is another. Vegeta regards Goku with disdain. How could he be so carefree with an enemy, even placing his child in their care? Does he enjoy befriending foes? If he has the ability, why not turn me into his friend? However, is that even possible? Vegeta snorts derisively. As the proud prince of the Saiyans, how could he ever befriend a low-class warrior? Such a notion is utterly absurd. He, Vegeta, has no friends and does not need any. Kakarot may befriend Piccolo, but he will never befriend him. Upon arriving on Earth, it will be Kakarot's end. If he enjoys making friends so much, he should go to the afterlife to make friends there. Chapter 15. Is the God a father to the Demon King Piccolo? After the Demon King Piccolo leaves behind his final egg, he explodes. The shockwave impacts Goku, sending him plummeting from the sky. Under normal circumstances, Goku would be unharmed from such a fall. However, he is currently in a severely injured state, and a landing could very well be fatal. Tien, too weak to catch Goku, can only watch as Goku finds himself in peril once again. Remember when we spoke of Yajirobe being Goku's benefactor? Previously, when Goku was injured by the Demon King Piccolo, Yajirobe helped him ascend Korin Tower. That was his first rescue of Goku. And now, this marks the second time. Just as Goku is about to hit the ground, a figure suddenly appears, catching him in midair. It is Yajirobe. Once again, just as Goku faces danger, Yajirobe comes to his aid. Yajirobe, Goku, Goku, I have saved you twice now. Goku, thank you, Yajirobe. In Goku's heart, Yajirobe holds a significant place. He has saved him twice and stood by his side in search of the super divine water. Their bond is profound. Unfortunately, Yajirobe is too lazy, otherwise, his strength would surpass even Krillin and Tien. From Tien, Goku learns that the Eternal Dragon is truly dead, and Master Roshi and the others cannot be revived. Goku feels a deep sense of loss, yet there is nothing he can do. Subsequently, Yajirobe leads Goku back to Korin Tower once more. After Goku departs, Bulma, Yamcha, and others arrive and learn from Tien that Goku has defeated the Demon King Piccolo. They relay this news to the television station, and the entire world erupts in celebration. They may not know who the savior is, but their hearts brim with gratitude for him. In the Dragon Ball world, on Earth, Goku, Cheers resound across the globe. The calamity wrought by the Demon King Piccolo occurred only 8 years ago, so most have experienced this disaster firsthand. At that time, they were unaware of who their savior was or what his name was. Now they know. The savior is named Goku. They recall the last World Martial Arts Tournament, where the Demon King Piccolo reappeared only to be defeated once more. Could it be that Goku was the one to vanquish him again? Upon reaching the top of Korin Tower and consuming a Senzu bean, Goku recuperates from his injuries. However, the death of the Eternal Dragon and the inability to revive Master Roshi and the others continues to weigh heavily on his heart. However, the sage Ka Lin informed him that as long as he could locate the creator of the Dragon Balls and persuade him to revive Shenlong, it would be possible. The very creator of the Dragon Balls is the Heavenly God. The temple of the Heavenly God resides above Ka Lin Tower, accessible only by the Rui Bang. Heavenly God. The existence of deities within the Dragon Ball realm has stirred a frenzy among countless materialists. They had never believed in the existence of gods. Yet now they are told that the Dragon Ball world possesses such divine beings, even if they do not belong to their own realm. This revelation is enough to leave them utterly astounded. In the world of the wandering earth, they pondered, "O God, if our world had deities, could that not resolve the solar crisis?" Countless souls on earth fervently prayed within their hearts. As their world faced a calamity capable of obliterating all of human civilization and possibly the entire planet. Regrettably, without divine assistance, they could only rely on themselves. If only their world had deities, could they not lend a hand to alleviate the disaster caused by the sun, even in the absence of gods? If only their world had Dragon Balls, they could wish for a solution to the solar crisis. Alas, their world is devoid of everything. No gods, no Dragon Balls, nor any powerful beings like Sun Wukong or Master Roshi. Their technology pales in comparison to the Earth of the Dragon Ball universe. Unable to surmount the hurdles presented by universal capsules and space-folding technology. In the realm of Qin Shi Mingyu, divine beings, the Dragon Ball world possesses deities. Could this not grant me eternal life? Indeed, if the divine can create such wondrous artifacts as the Dragon Balls, bestowing upon me immortality would be but a trifling task. Furthermore, I could utilize the Dragon Balls to achieve eternal life myself. Alas, Ing Zheng's gaze grew somewhat forlorn. His world lacks both Dragon Balls and deities. Or is it truly devoid of them? Perhaps in his world, there exist artifacts akin to the Dragon Balls that can fulfill wishes. Are there deities as well? Summon someone. Seek out for me artifacts like the Dragon Balls. Seek out the divine beings of this world. Those who succeed in finding them shall be richly rewarded. Regardless of whether they exist, let us search first. Due to the loss of the Rui Bang during battle, Sun Wukong returned to search for it. Ultimately, with the assistance of the fortune-telling granny, he found the Rui Bang at Master Roshi's abode. He instructed Bulma and the others not to incinerate Master Roshi and the others' bodies, as he possessed a method to revive them. Upon returning to Ka Lin Tower, Ka Lin led Sun Wukong to the very pinnacle of the tower, where a small opening awaited, perfectly sized for the Rui Bang. Subsequently, guided by the extending Rui Bang, Sun Wukong set forth towards the temple that lay high in the heavens. After enduring numerous trials, Sun Wukong finally arrived at the temple, becoming the first human in history to reach this sacred place. Within the temple, he encountered a figure cloaked in darkness, known as Bobo, a servant of the Heavenly God. Upon learning of Sun Wukong's intentions, Bobo declared that to meet the Heavenly God, he must first defeat him. However, despite having triumphed over the Demon King Piccolo, Sun Wukong found himself no match for Bobo. He had no power to resist before Bobo's might. Nevertheless, in the end, Sun Wukong did meet the Heavenly God. Yet, at the moment of their encounter, he was rendered speechless. In a fit of rage, he lunged at the Heavenly God. It turned out that the Heavenly God bore an uncanny resemblance to the Demon King Piccolo. The appearance of the Heavenly God sent shockwaves through the realms. Sengoku exclaimed, "What is happening? Why does the Heavenly God look exactly like the Demon King Piccolo? What is their connection?" Duan Muyin remarked. To say they bear no relation would be utterly implausible. Xian speculated, could it be that the Heavenly God and the Demon King Piccolo are brothers? Zhu Wei questioned, brothers? One is a deity, the other a demon king. This seems rather abstract. Fei Niao suggested, perhaps they are father and son? The Heavenly God is the father of the Demon King Piccolo. In the world of Dana Ultraman, the mention of father plunged Fei Niao into reminiscence, yearning for his father, who had vanished in the cosmos many years ago, leaving his whereabouts a mystery. Dana, do you know? Piccolo retorted, Fei Niao, be gone. How could this old fellow possibly be my father? On the desolate plains of Dragon Ball Earth, Piccolo was seething with rage. He could tolerate being labeled as a brother to the heavenly god, as that could be argued from a certain perspective. However, to claim they were father and son, and that this old deity was the father, was intolerable. If a claim were to be made, it should be that he is the father, and the heavenly god is the son. Chapter 16. Grown-up Sun Wukong leaves women of all realms smitten. Fei Niao insisted, if it isn't true, then why the anger? He continued, now that the truth has been revealed, Piccolo, could you enlighten us about your relationship with the heavenly god? Piccolo huffed, enemies. His response only deepened the curiosity of countless onlookers. Although it was true that the heavenly god and the demon king were adversaries, the striking similarity in their appearances raised questions. What could have caused one to become a deity while the other descended into villainy? Surely, it could not be a matter of mere happenstance. Or perhaps, like Lucifer, one fell from grace? Originally, could the demon king Piccolo have also been a heavenly god who chose to become a demon king? And as the myriad realms buzzed with confusion, the celestial curtain provided an answer. With Bobo's explanation, Sun Wukong learned that this figure, resembling the demon king Piccolo, was indeed the heavenly god. The heavenly god further elucidated that the demon king Piccolo was originally a part of him, expelled as a dark thought from within. He also revealed a critical piece of information. The demon king Piccolo was not dead. Just before his demise, he had laid an egg, bequeathing all of his essence to it. The entity within the egg would be even stronger than the demon king Piccolo. If Sun Wukong wished to defeat him, he would need to train within the temple. Sun Wukong readily agreed. Subsequently, in gratitude for Sun Wukong's efforts against the demon king Piccolo, the heavenly god revived Shenlong. Meanwhile, within Master Roshi's abode, Bulma and the others noticed that the Dragon Balls had reverted to their original state. They hastily summoned Shenlong, and indeed, they succeeded. Shenlong informed them that it was Sun Wukong who had implored the heavenly god for their revival, prompting them to make their wishes. Then, Yamcha and the others wished for all those who had perished at the hands of the demon king Piccolo and his subordinates to be resurrected, while the evildoers were to remain in their graves. Soon, their wishes were granted, and those who had been slain by the demon king Piccolo and his minions across the globe were revived. Master Roshi, Krillin, and Chaozu also returned to life. Thus, it was revealed. Upon witnessing this scene, the people of Dragon Ball Earth displayed expressions of realization. They were either the deceased or connected to the departed. Initially, they had been perplexed by their inexplicable return to life despite having been dead. Now, they understood that someone had summoned Shenlong to grant them resurrection. Sun Wukong, Bulma, Yamcha, and their companions were their saviors. The spectacle of the dead returning to life left countless beings across the realms in stunned silence. Although they were already aware that the Dragon Balls could fulfill wishes, the notion of resurrecting the dead was still difficult to fathom. After all, restoring the youth of the demon king Piccolo and reviving the deceased were two realms of difficulty entirely apart. Achieving the former did not guarantee success in the latter. However, they have now witnessed the truth. It is indeed possible to make wishes to the Shenlong, allowing the dead to return to life. And not just one or two, but a multitude of fallen souls can be resurrected. What tremendous power this is! It can only be said that it truly deserves to be a divine artifact created by the gods. In the world of Guemia, if only we possessed the Dragon Balls, we could bring back our fallen comrades, sighed Himejima Gimei, the rock pillar at the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps. Over the years of battling demons, countless members of the Corps have perished. If we had the Dragon Balls, we could revive those fallen teammates. Indeed, if we had the Dragon Balls, we could even bring back my sister, Butterfly Kane, said Butterfly Shinobu with a face full of yearning. She longed to see her sister, Butterfly Kane, alive again. No, if we truly had the Dragon Balls, we should first eradicate all the demons, stated the leader, Obiyashiki Yoya. Although he too wished to resurrect the fallen comrades, eliminating all demons is of utmost importance. Moreover, the Dragon Balls should not be a one-time use. They can be utilized more than once. It is entirely feasible to first eliminate the demons and then revive the deceased comrades. That makes sense. Yet the issue remains that we do not possess the Dragon Balls, rendering any discussion futile. A heavy silence enveloped the room. Yes, they do not have the Dragon Balls. No matter how fervently they discuss here, it is of no use. In the world of Shokuchiki, within the Culinary Guild, if only I had the Dragon Balls. Then Frieza could be revived, said Sanhiko, gazing enviously at the resurrected Master Roshi and others. In the past, his beloved Frieza had perished while saving him. He frantically searched for a way to bring Frieza back to life, but to no avail. This remains a lifelong sorrow in his heart. If only he had the Dragon Balls, he could bring Frieza back. If he were in the Dragon Ball world, collecting the Dragon Balls would pose no challenge for him. Alas, what a pity. Why must he know of such a divine artifact? The feeling of knowing it exists yet being unable to attain it is truly unbearable. Countless individuals across the realms cast envious glances at the resurrected Master Roshi and others, who does not have someone they wish to revive. Regrettably, they cannot accomplish it. Meanwhile, some individuals became increasingly desperate. They transformed into malevolent beings, employing every conceivable means to resurrect their beloved, even if it meant annihilating the world. Yet they failed to achieve their aims. However, in the Dragon Ball world, a mere wish to the Shenlong could grant resurrection. This is profoundly unfair. Why is it that what they yearn for can be so effortlessly realized by others? To defeat Piccolo Jr., Son Goku remained at the temple, embarking on 3 years of rigorous training. Meanwhile, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and Yamcha also set out on their own training journeys to avoid falling too far behind Goku. Before long, 3 years had passed. The 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament commenced, with Bulma, Master Roshi, and others arriving first. While assisting a little girl in retrieving a balloon, Bulma found herself unable to reach it due to her height. At that moment, a figure approached her side, took the balloon, and handed it to Bulma. "Here you go." Bulma. Clearly, this figure was familiar with Bulma. Yet, Bulma and Master Roshi did not recognize him. "Grandpa, I'm so happy you're back. How is everyone? Are they well?" The figure lifted his head, revealing a handsome face, though his hair was concealed. Upon seeing this face, Bulma and Master Roshi recognized him. "Goku." Then, Son Goku removed the fabric wrapped around his head, revealing his iconic hairstyle. Bulma and Master Roshi stood in stunned silence. They never expected that the little boy from before had grown up. The grown-up Son Goku caused quite a stir among the myriad of realms, especially among the women. "Is that really Son Goku? The little child from before? He has grown up," exclaimed Ma Lingling. "He is truly handsome," remarked Mei Jun. "I never expected Son Goku would grow up to be so dashing," said Lina. Upon seeing the matured Son Goku, the women found themselves utterly captivated. Chapter 17. How did Son Goku manage to capture her heart? Lingling, while acknowledging Son Goku's charm, felt a hint of jealousy. "Son Goku is indeed remarkable, but I am no less impressive. I am handsome too." However, Ma Lingling paid him no heed, her eyes fixated on Son Goku on the screen, nearly sparkling with admiration. "In the world of Diga, Lina, calm down. You have Daegu." Nishikido and Jasuke advised Lina while glancing at Daegu, wary of his jealousy. Daegu felt no jealousy, as his thoughts mirrored Lina's. The grown-up Son Goku was indeed quite handsome. As a man, he could not deny this fact. "Captain, do you also think Son Goku is handsome?" asked Zhongfang, cautiously inquiring of Jiao Jianhui. "Indeed, I doubt any woman would say he is not handsome," replied Jiao Jianhui with a slight smile. However, she merely appreciated his looks and did not become infatuated, for she was of a certain age and thus would not swoon like a young girl. Nami remarked, "He is powerful and handsome. I wonder who will be fortunate enough to marry Son Goku." Xiaohe added, "Son Goku's innocent demeanor must be quite enticing." Huaning expressed, "I believe Son Goku and Bulma make quite a fitting pair." Hancock concurred, "I too think they are well matched, much like how I am with Luffy. One must wonder, who has not shipped Son Goku and Bulma?" Then, as the wife of Son Goku, Chi-Chi could no longer contain herself. "You women should stop swooning. Goku is mine. I am his wife," Chi-Chi declared. "Moreover, we even have children together." Proud of her husband's popularity, she felt elated. This only affirmed her discerning taste. She could not help but acknowledge that these women's judgment was quite sound. Yet, how could anyone assert that Son Goku and Bulma were a perfect match? That she could not abide. She was indeed Son Goku's wife, and they were the most compatible couple. Nami exclaimed, "What? So Son Goku is already taken?" Hancock said, "Chi-Chi, how did you win over Son Goku? Can you share your methods?" On the island of Nine Snake in the world of One Piece, Hancock eagerly hoped Chi-Chi would impart some wisdom. To her, Son Goku shared similarities with Luffy. Since Chi-Chi could win over Son Goku, perhaps her methods could help her capture Luffy's heart? Chi-Chi replied, "Curious, are you? You will soon find out, as one of the parties involved." Chi-Chi certainly remembered what transpired at the martial arts tournament. Soon, the entire myriad of realms would witness the romantic scene between her and Son Goku at the martial arts tournament. At the tournament venue, Son Goku encountered Piccolo. Piccolo appeared different from the former Demon King Piccolo, and only Son Goku recognized him. Tien Shinhan and Chaos, having seen the previous Demon King, assumed he was merely a subordinate. With the strength of Son Goku and his companions, they easily advanced through the preliminaries to the top 8 matches. The first match of the top 8 was Tien Shinhan versus Mecha Tao Pai Pai, which Tien Shinhan won effortlessly. The second match featured Son Goku against Chi-Chi. In the earlier assembly, Sun Wukong failed to recognize Chi-Chi, which incited her anger. Consequently, Chi-Chi launched a fierce assault on Sun Wukong, yet he effortlessly countered her attacks. Intrigued by her identity, Sun Wukong asked Chi-Chi to reveal it, to which she replied that he must first defeat her. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong unleashed a punch from a distance, the sheer force of his punch eliminating Chi-Chi from the contest. True to her word, Chi-Chi then disclosed her identity to Sun Wukong, revealing that she is the daughter of the Bull Demon King, Chi-Chi. Upon learning of her lineage, Sun Wukong, Yamcha, Bulma, and others who had previously encountered Chi-Chi were astonished, as they remembered her merely as a young girl. Chi-Chi further reminded Sun Wukong of his promise to marry her, a commitment dating back to when he and Bulma were in search of the Dragon Balls. They had ventured to the Fiery Mountain where they met the Bull Demon King and his daughter Chi-Chi. At that time, Sun Wukong, having just emerged from the Baozi Mountain, lacked the knowledge to distinguish between genders, resorting to contact with certain private areas to ascertain Chi-Chi's femininity. However, Chi-Chi misinterpreted his actions as an advance, leading her to believe that she was destined to marry him. Before Sun Wukong departed, Chi-Chi insisted that he would come back to wed her. Yet he was oblivious to her true meaning, mistakenly assuming she sought a gift, and thus agreed. As the events of Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi's past were projected onto the celestial screen, expressions of bewilderment spread across the countless spectators of various realms. Was this all merely a misunderstanding? Was the origin of it all Sun Wukong's innocent curiosity regarding Chi-Chi's gender? Sinan remarked on Chi-Chi's precociousness, questioning how a girl of her tender age could possess such mature thoughts. Xian Chung echoed this sentiment, noting that Chi-Chi was merely in elementary school yet appeared to have an understanding of these matters. He lamented his own lack of similar experiences, feeling dejected as he remained single while even Juejing had found a partner. Countless women lamented, questioning how Chi-Chi managed to secure Sun Wukong's affection. Was it truly that simple? A handsome and powerful man like him, so easily captivated? In the pirate world of Nine Snake Island, Hancock mused whether she should have similarly approached Luffy, perhaps by testing his boundaries and securing a promise of marriage. She had anticipated a more strategic method from Chi-Chi and felt cheated by the simplicity of her approach. In the Land of Light, Seven observed that this girl named Chi-Chi shared a resemblance with him in her youthful appearance, prompting a chuckle from his companions. He took pride in his own stylishness, knowing it had transcended into other worlds. Although Sun Wukong had matured, he remained oblivious to the concept of marriage. Yet, he declared that since he had made a promise, he would honor it. Thus, Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi became the first couple to wed at the martial arts tournament, leaving Piccolo to contemplate his own feelings as he prepared for the decisive battle that would determine the fate of Earth. Little did he know, Sun Wukong had taken a moment to marry amidst the chaos. Chapter 18. They are baffled by this battle. In truth, I had no particular thoughts back then. My sole focus was on defeating Sun Wukong. On the barren fields of Dragon Ball Earth, Piccolo reflected on the celestial screen's revelations. At that time, witnessing Sun Wukong's marriage had not elicited much thought from him, as his sole intent was to vanquish Sun Wukong. After all, whether or not Sun Wukong married was of no concern to him, as he had no plans for matrimony himself. The third battle featured Yamcha against an eccentric contender named Saiyan, whose apparent weakness belied a surprising resilience against Yamcha's attacks. Despite employing his signature technique, the Kikaho, Yamcha was ultimately defeated, marking his third consecutive elimination in the top 8 of the tournament. His misfortune was evident as he encountered formidable opponents each time, including the disguised Turtle Sage, Tien Shinhan, and now Saiyan. Nevertheless, he displayed considerable courage, being the first among all realms to attempt the Kikaho. In a secluded area of Dragon Ball Earth, Yamcha's lips twitched in exasperation. Initially, he had not perceived his string of bad luck, but upon reflection, He realized the truth. With his abilities, he could have easily advanced to the semifinals. Each time, he faced adversaries he could have bested, only to find himself up against Tien Shinhan or Saiyan. Participating in 3 tournaments, he was consistently halted in the top 8, not due to a lack of skill, but rather sheer misfortune. As for the notion that he was brave for being the first to wield the Kikaho, he remained a naive young man who could not grasp the implications. The battle between Yamcha and Saiyan garnered the attention of many powerful beings, as they recognized that Saiyan's seemingly chaotic defense was, in fact, a testament to his superior skill. Ultimately, Saiyan's victory over Yamcha showcased his prowess, concluding the fight with a swift and decisive blow that left Yamcha defeated. Who, then, was this Saiyan? Such strength could not belong to an ordinary individual. The 4th battle pitted Krillin against Piccolo. Despite Krillin's determined efforts, the disparity in their strengths proved insurmountable, leading to his eventual surrender. However, Krillin maintained his dignity in defeat. The first match of the semifinals saw Tien Shinhan face Sun Wukong. Their previous encounter had resulted in a closely contested battle, where Sun Wukong had lost due to a stroke of bad luck. This time, however, the matchup promised to reveal Tien Shinhan's admirable quality, the unwavering confidence of a martial artist. Having witnessed Sun Wukong's triumph over the Demon King Piccolo and knowing of his rigorous training under the guidance of the Divine, Tien Shinhan remained resolute in his belief that he could triumph over Sun Wukong. This confidence in one's own abilities is not something everyone possesses. In the world of pirates, on Oni Island, what confidence? I perceive it as mere arrogance. Kaido, sipping his drink, remarked disdainfully. In his view, Tianjin Fan was utterly conceited. He had witnessed the disparity in power between himself and Sun Wukong. How could he possibly believe he could defeat Sun Wukong? It was akin to demonstrating one's prowess before those insignificant pirates, only for them to foolishly believe they could vanquish him. Such ignorance was astounding. Although this battle was not yet over, he could guarantee that the ultimate victor would undoubtedly be Tianjin Fan. The two commenced an intense confrontation immediately. The battle was evenly matched, neither side yielding ground. During the skirmish, Tianjin Fan claimed he had discovered one of Sun Wukong's weaknesses, his speed. Subsequently, Tianjin Fan, utilizing his remarkable swiftness, gained the upper hand. Observing this, Sun Wukong paused the match to remove his clothing. Initially, Tianjin Fan paid it no mind. However, upon seeing Sun Wukong's garments fall to the ground, he sensed something amiss. When he picked up Sun Wukong's attire, he realized the source of his unease. Sun Wukong's clothing was exceedingly heavy. Not only his garments, but also his gauntlets and boots were burdensome. This indicated that Sun Wukong had been battling with added weight all along. After shedding this burden, Sun Wukong's speed significantly increased. Left with no choice, Tianjin Fan unveiled a new technique. He executed his novel move, the 4-body fist, creating 4 duplicates of himself. Subsequently, the 4 Tianjin Fans launched an assault that propelled Sun Wukong into the air. Seizing the opportunity, the 4 Tianjin Fans unleashed 4 beams of light, striking Sun Wukong midair and causing him to descend. However, despite enduring Tianjin Fan's attack, Sun Wukong felt no impact. He declared he had uncovered 4 of Tianjin Fan's weaknesses. He urged Tianjin Fan to repeat his earlier technique, while he himself leaped into the sky to employ the solar fist. Tianjin Fan's first weakness was his overly keen eyesight, causing him to rely solely on it to detect opponents during battle. Tianjin Fan remarked, "Isn't that natural? What else would one use?" Sun Wukong then demonstrated his prowess. Without turning around, he instinctively knew what the 2 Tianjin Fans behind him were planning. It was as if he possessed eyes in the back of his head. Sun Wukong then revealed Tianjin Fan's second weakness. After splitting into 4, each Tianjin Fan's strength diminished to a quarter of the original. Although their numbers increased, their power waned. Consequently, Sun Wukong systematically overpowered each of the 4 Tianjin Fans, knocking them off the stage and securing victory. The battle between Sun Wukong and Tianjin Fan concluded, and the entire multiverse fell into a profound silence. Countless spectators blinked in disbelief, struggling to comprehend what they had just witnessed. Even numerous top-tier warriors questioned whether they had misperceived the spectacle. The clash between Sun Wukong and Tianjin Fan was utterly incomprehensible to them. They could not fathom how one could multiply into 4 individuals or discern the actions of those behind him without the use of sight. Previously, Sun Wukong's battle with Piccolo was intense, yet at least they could grasp it. It was simply a straightforward exchange of blows and energy blasts. Their confrontation was quite similar, albeit lacking the same intensity. However, this recent battle was entirely beyond their understanding. Chapter 19. The deity increases the difficulty for Sun Wukong Zhang Chulan. Can someone explain how Tianjin Fan transformed into 4 individuals? Zhang Chulan. How did Sun Wukong discern the intentions of the 2 Tianjin fans behind him without the use of sight? Naruto Uzumaki. Tianjin Fan's technique bears some resemblance to the ninja art of shadow clone. Naruto Uzumaki. Moreover, shadow clones and multi-shadow clones can create more than just 4 clones. Sasuke Uchiha. However, those shadow clones are merely distractions for the enemy. They cannot engage in combat. Sasuke Uchiha. Tianjin Fan's clones can genuinely fight. Wang Ji. The ability to create clones is exceedingly rare, even in our vast seas, and often relies on devil fruits. Wang Ji. The fact that Tianjin Fan can achieve this through sheer effort is nothing short of astonishing. Kapu. I'm more intrigued by how Sun Wukong can anticipate his opponent's actions without relying on sight. Kapu. Using one's eyes to perceive adversaries is a fundamental aspect of combat, is it not? For the strong, while Tianjin Fan's technique is indeed remarkable, it does not pique their interest greatly. After all, once divided, each clone's strength is reduced to a mere quarter of the original. Increased quantity coupled with diminished quality renders this technique somewhat ineffective. Yet, the ability Sun Wukong exhibited is of significant value. It is crucial to note that within their fixed mindset, relying on sight for combat is entirely conventional. Thus, should their vision fail, their combat efficacy would drastically decline. But Sun Wukong was different. He astonishingly could discern the actions of those behind him without the aid of sight. This ability captured their attention far more. Duanmu Yin. Why not ask the person directly? Duanmu Yin. Sun Wukong. Mr. Sun Wukong. Could you enlighten us on how you accomplished this? Countless individuals awaited Sun Wukong's response. Sun Wukong, huh? It's quite simple. One merely needs to sense the qi. Sun Wukong. At that moment, I could feel the qi of the 2 Tianjin fans behind me preparing to attack, allowing me to deduce their intended moves through their energy. To Sun Wukong, this explanation seemed straightforward. However, to the myriad powerful beings across the multiverse, it was utterly confounding. They understood the concept of qi. Every individual possesses it. And when a person has no qi, it signifies their demise. The cessation of qi is precisely how one determines life from death. However, the means to perceive qi transcended their capabilities. This implies that if they too could master the ability to sense qi, they might replicate Sun Wukong's feats. As for how to achieve this, further study was required. They did not believe that learning from Sun Wukong's brief explanation would suffice. Xiaogang. Speaking of which, if the Tianjin fan from the martial arts tournament were to battle the Piccolo Daimaō from 3 years ago, would he prevail? Kuan-Zhong. I think he could. Tianjin Fan's strength has considerably improved compared to 3 years prior, even capable of exchanging blows with an adult Sun Wukong. Kuan-Zhong. I believe that with Sun Wukong's current strength, defeating Piccolo Daimaō should be quite effortless. Beimiao. What does defeating the former Piccolo Daimaō signify? The key is whether he can defeat the present Piccolo Daimaō. Beimiao. The current Piccolo Daimaō is significantly stronger. It seems only Sun Wukong could defeat him. Dagu. By the way, it seems the current Piccolo Daimaō has become quite low-key. Dagu. Previously, he instigated turmoil across the globe. Dagu. Yet now, he willingly participates in the martial arts tournament? Kurosaki Ichigo. He must be waiting to unleash his arrogance after defeating Sun Wukong. Kurosaki Ichigo. If he boasts prematurely and then is vanquished by Sun Wukong, that would be quite embarrassing. Dagu. That makes sense. On the Dragon Ball Earth, in the desolate plains, Piccolo undoubtedly harbored the answer to this dilemma. Why did he comply and attend the martial arts tournament? Indeed, the assertions made by these individuals are not without merit. He has previously suffered defeat at the hands of Sun Wukong. Hence, in his quest for world domination, it is imperative that he first vanquishes Sun Wukong. Should he proceed with his ambitions without first overcoming Sun Wukong, a potential resurgence of defeat looms ominously. The most prudent course of action is undoubtedly to subdue Sun Wukong first. Once he achieves victory over Sun Wukong, he may revel in his arrogance as he pleases. Alas, during the second match of the semifinals, Bika faced off against Xian. During their confrontation, Xian's true identity was revealed. It turned out that he is, in fact, a celestial deity. To address the situation with Bika, the deity possessed an ordinary human. However, Bika's current strength surpassed that of his former self, rendering the celestial deity no match for him. Consequently, the deity made a choice akin to that of the former Kame Sennin and Tianjin Fan. He employed the Mafengbo technique. Yet, after being threatened by the Mafengbo on numerous occasions, Bika was well prepared. He had long since devised a counterattack against the Mafengbo, successfully reflecting the deity's attack back at him. As a result, the deity was struck by his own Mafengbo and sealed within a small vial. Without the deity's possession, the ordinary human was oblivious to the events unfolding and leapt from the ring, granting Bika victory. As Bika approached the backstage area, Sun Wukong intercepted him, demanding the vial be surrendered. In a surprising turn of events, Bika swallowed the vial whole. Thus, to rescue the celestial deity, it would necessitate Bika's demise. Yet, since Bika and the deity are intertwined, Bika's death would also spell the end for the deity. This scenario presents a veritable impasse. Although the deity's intentions were noble, aiming to resolve the issue with Bika, his approach remains somewhat abstract. During the time when the former Bika wreaked havoc, he refrained from intervening. Now, with a more formidable Bika emerging, the deity has chosen to act. Had he opted to intervene during the era of the former Bika, the new Bika may never have come to fruition. Now, not only has he failed to resolve the issue with Bika, but he has also placed himself in a position of vulnerability. In essence, the deity's well-meaning actions inadvertently complicated matters for Sun Wukong. Initially, the challenge of Sun Wukong defeating Bika was already formidable. With the deity's involvement, it escalated to a near insurmountable level. This begs the question, is the celestial deity also partially accountable for the calamities ushered in by Bika the Demon King? However, it is precisely for this reason that the Saiyan family caretaker has emerged. Had the deity acted sooner to resolve the former Bika, the Saiyan family caretaker might not have appeared. On the Dragon Ball Earth, within the temple, a faint blush appeared on the green visage of the celestial deity, a manifestation of his shame. The words of the celestial being were indeed accurate. His previous actions had inadvertently increased Sun Wukong's challenges. Without his interference, Sun Wukong would have found it considerably easier to defeat Bika. The claim that the calamities wrought by Bika the Demon King bear his share of responsibility holds truth. Bika the Demon King is a manifestation of his malevolent thoughts. Were it not for him, Bika the Demon King would not have emerged, nor would the ensuing disasters have transpired. Thus, he bears a significant burden of responsibility for the calamities instigated by Bika the Demon King. Fortunately, Sun Wukong stands as a safeguard, providing him with some measure of reprieve. Chapter 20. Why does Sun Wukong deliberately provoke? Following the conclusion of the two semi-final battles, Sun Wukong and Bika, the age-old adversaries, finally arrived at their climactic confrontation. This battle would determine the fate of Earth itself. Should Sun Wukong emerge victorious, all would be well. However, should he falter, Bika would unleash a calamity far greater than that of 3 years prior. For at that juncture, there would be no one capable of thwarting him. A disaster threatening all of humanity loomed ominously over everyone. Unlike 3 years ago, when disaster had already erupted, this impending calamity's occurrence hinges solely on the outcome of this battle. As the final match commenced, Sun Wukong and Bika engaged in an intensely fierce skirmish. However, for them, this was merely a warm-up before the official commencement of battle. Once their warm-up concluded, both warriors elevated their auras. Bika enveloped himself in a blue sphere of energy, while Sun Wukong radiated a red sphere. Even before the formal clash began, their auras collided with formidable force. With a resounding crack, the battle officially commenced. Throughout the conflict, Bika unleashed his attacks without restraint. He even soared into the skies, using the spectators below as hostages. Should Sun Wukong refrain from countering his assault, the audience would perish. Conversely, should he retaliate, he would sustain injuries. Sun Wukong contemplated utilizing the Kamehameha wave for a counterstrike, but feared the repercussions it might have on Bika and the celestial deity. This predicament left Sun Wukong in a state of uncertainty. On one occasion, he leapt skyward, using himself as bait. Bika directed his attack towards Sun Wukong, who adeptly evaded it, yet the distant mountains fell victim to Bika's onslaught, vanishing in an instant. In another instance, Bika declared his intent to refrain from shifting his target. Even if Sun Wukong ascended once more, his attacks would still land on the ground below. This tactic forced Sun Wukong to endure Bika's onslaught. The inability to retaliate using the Kamehameha wave left Suin Wukong greatly troubled. A nearby Krillin reminded him that even if the celestial deity perished, he could be resurrected using the Dragon Balls. This alleviated Suin Wukong's concerns, allowing him to unleash the Kamehameha wave in retaliation. The energies of Bika and Suin Wukong's attacks clashed in midair, sending shockwaves through the atmosphere. During this exchange, Bika committed a grave error. In the realm of energy clashes, two laws prevail. The first states that historically, the left side in a clash tends to lose, except for Dana, the pig. The second asserts that one should never engage in clashes with members of the Suin family. Naturally, the first law may not be entirely accurate for those present, as their positions differ, altering the dynamics of the clash. From the audience's perspective, Bika occupied the left side, as they were situated to Suin Wukong's left. Conversely, for Krillin and his companions, Suin Wukong was on the left, given their position on his right. Thus, Bika did not merely violate the first law, he transgressed the second. He had engaged in a clash with a member of the Suin family, unless his power far exceeded that of the Suin family. Engaging in such a clash would only lead to one inevitable outcome. In the scene, Suin Wukong's attack began to suppress Bika's offensive maneuvers. Ultimately, Bika's assault was repelled, compelling him to adopt a defensive stance. In the world of Dana, the pig lamented, "Why must I be labeled a pig? I too wish to avoid losing in a clash." He felt quite aggrieved. Standing on the right, he had lost the clash, yet he could hardly be blamed. What could he do if he simply could not match the opposing force? Reflecting upon this, if he were to change his surname to Suin, would he then no longer suffer defeats in clashes? He contemplated adopting the name Suin Shin. Perhaps that would not be so bad after all. As a result of the clash's failure, Bika sustained injuries, igniting a fury within him. He removed his hat, revealing his true form in its entirety. This revelation allowed the surrounding spectators to recognize his striking resemblance to the former Bika the Demon King. Bika proclaimed to them that he was indeed the original Bika the Demon King. Once he had vanquished Suin Wukong, he would once again plunge the world into chaos. This discourse incited a tremendous panic, prompting the surrounding spectators to flee in haste. Soon, on the small island where the martial arts tournament was held, only Sun Wukong's companions and the referee remained. Piccolo began to enlarge, swiftly transforming into a towering giant, standing over 10 meters tall. However, this increase in size rendered Piccolo less agile. Sun Wukong first delivered a powerful kick to his knee, causing him to stumble and fall. Subsequently, he seized one of Piccolo's fingers and executed an over-the-shoulder throw, sending Piccolo sprawling. Sun Wukong continued to taunt Piccolo, questioning if that was the extent of his transformation, asserting it was futile against him. Provoked successfully, Piccolo grew even larger, escalating from his previous height to over 100 meters. One of his fingers was now considerably larger than Sun Wukong himself. In the world of Diga, the sight of the colossal Piccolo astonished Shinshiro, Jouei, and others. With Piccolo's current stature, even Diga would reach only his waist. Moreover, Piccolo's strength far surpassed that of the monsters they usually encountered. Should he appear in their realm, it was uncertain whether Dagu, transformed into Shining Diga, could contend with him. At present, Sun Wukong was dwarfed by Piccolo's finger, leading to the question of how he could possibly fight back. Even if Sun Wukong were exceptionally strong, it seemed implausible he could hurl Piccolo away again. Their previous astonishment at Sun Wukong throwing the 10-meter-tall Piccolo was now overshadowed by the sheer difference in their sizes. Standing before Piccolo, Sun Wukong appeared as insignificant as an insect. Thus, the question arose, why would Sun Wukong provoke him? This dilemma left the victory team in deep contemplation. In the world of pirates, the enormity of Piccolo left Sun Wukong in a precarious position. Why would he intentionally provoke Piccolo? Carp frowned, perplexed by Sun Wukong's deliberate taunting of Piccolo. Had it not been for his provocation, Piccolo would not have grown so immense. Was it a calculated provocation to induce such growth? Beside him, Sengoku gazed at the sky, his mind racing to decipher Sun Wukong's intentions. He was convinced that Sun Wukong's actions had a purpose beyond mere provocation. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. Could it be? Observing the gargantuan Piccolo, Sengoku grasped Sun Wukong's plan. So that was it. Sengoku, now you understand? Yes. Then why are you not sharing your thoughts? I simply choose not to. In the world of Conan, Mao Lilan inquired of Kaguro Mori, Dad, do you know why Sun Wukong is purposely provoking Piccolo? His immense size is a disadvantage to Sun Wukong. Kaguro shrugged. How would I know? Perhaps he thinks Piccolo is too weak and wishes to challenge himself. He was not Sun Wukong. He could not fathom his thoughts. I see. So that is how it is. Although Sun Wukong appeared rather naive and innocent, he was indeed quite astute. Conan too experienced a moment of clarity, discerning Sun Wukong's motives. Chapter 21. Sun Wukong. The combat genius and his flaws, perhaps believing his newfound size guaranteed victory, Piccolo burst into hearty laughter. Yet Sun Wukong had been awaiting this very moment. Piccolo, you fell for it. Sun Wukong leaped to the height of Piccolo's mouth. Then, utilizing the reverse thrust of the Kamehameha wave, propelled himself into Piccolo's mouth. Thus, Sun Wukong entered Piccolo's body, wreaking havoc within. This caused Piccolo considerable discomfort, as waves of pain surged through him, yet he found himself powerless to act. Ultimately, he managed to expel Sun Wukong from his body, who emerged clutching a small vial, the seal of the heavenly god. Sun Wukong tossed the vial to Tianjin Fan, instructing him to release the heavenly god. Through Sun Wukong's clever maneuvering, the heavenly god was finally freed. Therefore, Sun Wukong's provocation of Piccolo was a deliberate strategy to compel him to grow larger, allowing Sun Wukong entry into his body to rescue the heavenly god. Although Sun Wukong often appeared foolish and naive, in the heat of battle, he was undeniably a genius. It was not something just anyone could conceive during such a fierce confrontation. Indeed, countless observers from various realms nodded in agreement. Even they, as bystanders, had not immediately deduced Sun Wukong's intentions upon witnessing Piccolo's transformation. However, Sun Wukong, amidst the intense battle, had swiftly thought of this ingenious solution. From this alone, they could assert that while Sun Wukong might appear innocent and naive in his daily life, he was certainly not so in combat. His practical knowledge of life might be limited, and his street smarts may be lacking, but his combat intelligence was undoubtedly that of a super genius. In the realm of Dragon Ball, within the 7th universe, Vegeta scoffed at the notion of Sun Wukong being a combat genius. Compared to me, the Prince of Saiyans, he is utterly insignificant. He expressed his disdain for the accolades bestowed upon Sun Wukong. If anyone is a true combat genius, it is I, the Saiyan Prince. Kakarot is merely slightly clever. He found Piccolo's naivety appalling, as he was easily provoked. Indeed, lower-ranked warriors are simply lower-ranked warriors. Inferior races are just inferior races. Upon witnessing the heavenly goddess rescue, Piccolo's expression darkened considerably. He reverted to his original form, no longer wishing to grow large, fearing further havoc from Sun Wukong within him. The two engaged in a fierce duel, perfectly matched, with their abilities closely aligned. Eventually, Piccolo, losing patience, prepared to unleash his ultimate technique. He embraced himself, gathering his energy, causing his entire form to radiate light. This overwhelming energy seemed to scorch the very air around him. Piccolo's preparation time for this move was extensive, granting Sun Wukong ample opportunity to attack. However, despite being a combat genius, Sun Wukong possessed a significant flaw: his penchant for granting his opponents time to prepare. He often preferred to allow his adversaries the opportunity to unleash their powerful techniques or greater strength, even when he could have intervened to prevent it. Consequently, he had suffered numerous setbacks. In the realm of Nawa, the notion that Sun Wukong harbored such a flaw was perplexing. Should he not seize the opportunity to interrupt during the opponent's preparation? Danmu Yin could not comprehend this, knowing he could disrupt an opponent's transformation. Why not take advantage of the enemy's preparation time to thwart them? Sun Wukong's detrimental habit could indeed lead to misfortune. The heavenly realm had indicated that he had encountered many difficulties due to this trait. It was entirely unnecessary. He truly could not fathom why Sun Wukong chose to grant his enemies the chance. In the world of Cain Yiguangying, it was agreed that Sun Wukong's flaw was indeed foolish. One should eliminate enemies with swift, decisive actions and never grant them opportunities. Dian held Sun Wukong's flaw in utter disdain. To understand the prowess of the armor team too, one must reflect on their previous encounters with the Dark Five Protectors. They favored a strategy of overwhelming their adversaries collectively rather than engaging in one-on-one combat. Even during their ultimate confrontation, they meticulously prepared to ensure that no opportunities were afforded to their foes. Thus, they swiftly and decisively vanquished the Dark Five Protectors. Had they possessed the same reckless tendencies as Sun Wukong, they might have met the same fate as the ill-fated armor team one, facing complete annihilation. As Baiku amassed energy, Sun Wukong urged his companions, including Kuririn, to flee. However, under the constraints of time, their escape was limited. Tianjin Fan executed a kikaho, creating a pit for everyone to take refuge. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong resolved not to retreat, but to withstand Baiku's formidable attack. With a resounding cry, Baiku unleashed his energy, enveloping the surroundings in a vast, expanding hemisphere of destructive force. Everything in its path was obliterated. Once the energy dissipated, the original venue of the martial arts tournament had vanished, leaving behind only ashes where the island and surrounding waters had once been. This devastating technique effectively erased a portion of the Earth's surface. Fortunately, when Baiku revealed his true identity, the common folk had already fled. Otherwise, the loss of life would have been unimaginable. Kuririn and his companions, sheltered in the pit, narrowly escaped disaster. As they cautiously emerged, they were astonished to find both Baiku and Sun Wukong still standing on the stage. Sun Wukong had endured Baiku's overwhelming attack at close range, indicating that even nuclear weapons could not bring him down. This was beyond the capability of any carbon-based life form. Liu Peiqiang was taken aback, recalling that he too had withstood two of Baiku's mightiest strikes during their earlier confrontation. Those attacks had already surpassed the power of nuclear weaponry, suggesting that Sun Wukong had transcended the limitations of carbon-based life long before. Beside him, his master, Zhang Peng, shared his astonishment and felt immense relief that their world was devoid of such supernatural beings. In the face of the solar crisis, they could at least migrate to a new home for humanity through the method of wandering Earth. However, the emergence of a supernatural entity would render their escape futile, leaving them in a state of utter despair. Chapter 22, Victory. The mightiest man on Earth. Following Baiku's devastating move, he was significantly fatigued, and his state of being had diminished considerably. The fact that he had failed to eliminate Sun Wukong began to affect his mentality, leading to his subsequent defeat at the hands of Sun Wukong. After a flurry of strikes, Sun Wukong knocked Baiku to the ground and even took a moment to flash a victory sign to his friends. Yet, he committed a grave error. He underestimated his opponent. He failed to ascertain whether Baiku was truly incapacitated and relaxed his vigilance. This lapse allowed Baiku to seize the opportunity. Baiku unleashed a beam of energy from his mouth, penetrating Sun Wukong's body. Fortunately, it struck his right side rather than his heart. Had it been otherwise, Sun Wukong would have perished instantly. Though he survived, he was grievously wounded, and the tide of battle shifted dramatically. This time, Baiku had learned from his previous mistakes and incapacitated all of Sun Wukong's limbs, leaving him without any means of defense. Ascending into the sky, Baiku gathered his energy for another assault, striking from above. With Sun Wukong's limbs rendered immobile, he could only watch helplessly as Baiku's attack descended upon him. The impact was cataclysmic, consuming Sun Wukong and erasing his figure from the sight of Kuririn and the others. Baiku landed triumphantly, exulting in his victory. He had finally triumphed, poised to turn Earth into a hell once more, and this time, no one could stop him. In the world of Armor 1, it was clear that one must never afford the enemy an opening. Sun Wukong had ultimately committed a grave misstep. Dian Nan's expression was grim. As a fellow Earthling, he was disheartened by Baiku's victory. Yet, it was Sun Wukong's flaws that had granted Baiku the opportunity. Had Sun Wukong seized the moment during Baiku's energy accumulation to attack, Baiku would have been defeated long ago. Now, the once promising situation lay in ruins. In the world of Wonghua, one could only be grateful for not sharing Sun Wukong's faults. Otherwise, Earth might have long succumbed to the rule of Akis. Duan Mu Yin felt fortunate that he was not burdened with Sun Wukong's shortcomings. He would never grant Akis such an opportunity. He knew that failure was not an option. The fate of humanity rested upon his shoulders, leaving no room for complacency. At the Marine headquarters in the world of pirates, Fleet Admiral Sengoku issued a directive. All naval personnel must learn from this experience and never repeat Sun Wukong's mistakes. In the face of adversaries, they must not grant any chances, nor should they underestimate their foes until absolute victory was confirmed. Sengoku was determined to prevent the Navy from suffering losses due to errors akin to those made by Sun Wukong. Laughter erupted from Karp, who reassured Sengoku that as long as one possessed common sense, no one would replicate Sun Wukong's fate. Sengoku shot him a glare, particularly at the elderly man, knowing well how much leniency Karp had shown his grandson. While he could tolerate Karp's indulgence towards his own kin, he would not permit leniency towards others. The leaders of pirate factions also issued similar commands, instructing their subordinates to heed the lessons learned. This sentiment echoed across even more powerful realms, such as the Kingdom of Light and the culinary captivity world, where leaders conveyed identical messages. In essence, Sun Wukong's actions had become a cautionary tale. After issuing these orders, countless powerful beings pondered a pressing question. Had Sun Wukong truly perished? Had Earth irrevocably fallen into Baiku's grasp? Baiku's elation was understandable. He had absorbed the lessons from their previous encounter and had incapacitated all of Sun Wukong's limbs, ensuring he could not mount a comeback. In Baiku's eyes, Sun Wukong lay defeated, and thus he believed he had triumphed. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Sun Wukong had retained a hidden strength during their battle. As Baiku reveled in his victory, Kirurin and his companions were engulfed in despair. Suddenly, Kirurin spotted a small black that descending from the sky. As it drew nearer, he realized it was none other than Sun Wukong. He had survived. Sun Wukong was now soaring through the air, diving toward Baiku, intent on retribution. This was the technique of Wukong Shu. Kellen and Tianjin Fan both recognized the technique employed by Sun Wukong. It was none other than the wondrous Wukong art, which allowed one to soar freely through the skies. Piccolo turned his head to see Sun Wukong charging towards him. He wished to evade the attack, but it was too late. Sun Wukong's rocket head but collided with Piccolo, sending him flying away. Under the force of Sun Wukong's assault, Piccolo lost consciousness. Ultimately, it was Sun Wukong who emerged victorious. Having participated in 3 martial arts tournaments, he had secured second place in the first 2. But this time he finally claimed the championship title. He had triumphed over the strongest opponent in history, earning the most prestigious victory. After the battle concluded, Yakalob appeared and offered Sun Wukong a senzu bean. Upon consuming the bean, the severely injured Sun Wukong instantly regained his full strength. He leaped into the sky, jubilantly celebrating his victory. Suddenly, he noticed the Heavenly God and Tianjin Fan approaching Piccolo, with the Heavenly God preparing to deliver a fatal blow. He promptly flew down to shield Piccolo from the Heavenly God. The Heavenly God asserted that as long as Piccolo remained alive, the threat to Earth would not be resolved. Although he would perish alongside Piccolo, he believed he could simply resurrect him with the Dragon Balls. Yet, Sun Wukong countered that the Dragon Balls were creations of the Heavenly God. Thus, if the Heavenly God were to die, the Dragon Balls would vanish as well. The Heavenly God fell silent. Subsequently, Sun Wukong requested a senzu bean from Yakalob and administered it to Piccolo. Although Piccolo was unaware of the details, he recognized that Sun Wukong had saved him. After leaving a few parting words, he took his leave. Thereafter, the Heavenly God offered Sun Wukong the position of the new Heavenly God. However, Sun Wukong declined the offer and departed with his newlywed wife, Chi-Chi. The calamity instigated by the great demon King Piccolo, having spanned several centuries, was ultimately vanquished by Sun Wukong. Originally a mere boy living in Baozi Mountain, Sun Wukong was brought out of the mountains by Bulma, where he encountered numerous companions and gradually became the savior of Earth. After defeating the great demon King Piccolo, he emerged as the mightiest man on the planet. Yet, his tale remained largely unknown, save for his companions. The Earthlings in the Dragon Ball universe were unfamiliar with this savior. Nonetheless, this was precisely what Sun Wukong desired. He did not revel in the glory of being a savior. To him, he had merely vanquished a formidable adversary. The Dragon Ball calamity, the crisis of the great demon King Piccolo, concluded. Chapter 23. Unmatched and unyielding in the realm of Dragon Ball, amidst the desolate plains of Earth. Humph. Gohan, did you see that? Your father is not as honest as you think. This guy is quite the cunning one. Piccolo, visibly displeased by the image of his defeat, remarked to son Gohan. Initially, he had begun to celebrate his victory, only to be taken aback by Sun Wukong's hidden prowess. It was astonishing that throughout the battle, Sun Wukong had concealed his mastery of the Wukong art. Could it be that Sun Wukong had anticipated the turn of events and had held back this technique? He found it hard to believe. He was increasingly convinced that Sun Wukong was simply shrewd, lying in wait for an opportunity to strike. Indeed, the opportunity had presented itself. Had he known, he would not have engaged in aerial attacks, but would have chosen to fight at close range instead. Uncle Piccolo, what does cunning mean? Son Gohan asked, blinking his large eyes with curiosity. That is something you need not know. Just understand that your father is not straightforward. I, your Uncle Piccolo, am far more honest than he is. Oh, Duan Muyin exclaimed, wow. I can't believe there was such a twist. Sun Wukong had a hidden card up his sleeve. Zhang Chulan inquired, "By the way, what exactly is this Wukong art? From its name, it seems to allow one to fly." Kellen confirmed, "Indeed. This technique grants one the ability to soar freely through the skies." Haihaki Ichigo remarked, "No wonder Piccolo could fly. It turns out he also knows the Wukong art." Sinan mused, "To be able to fly, I wonder if we could learn this technique." Flying in the air. Humanity has an insatiable yearning for flight. Though one can ascend through the aid of tools, it pales in comparison to the exhilaration of flying unaided. The Wukong art, however, allows individuals to take to the skies on their own. At that moment, even the formidable trio of the three tigers and the dragon, beings capable of obliterating Earth, gazed upon the concept of flight with longing. Despite their immense strength, they too were unable to fly. Their only means of soaring through the air was by riding flying mounts. Yet, Piccolo and Sun Wukong, seemingly weaker than them, could glide freely through the heavens. It was indeed an unfair disparity. The summary of disasters in the Dragon Ball realm, the crisis of the great demon King Piccolo, concluded. Individuals who participated in resolving the crisis would receive rewards. Participants: Sun Wukong, Tianjin Fan. Reward: power doubled. At the moment the rewards were dispensed, both Sun Wukong and Tianjin Fan felt their strength magnify twofold. "I truly feel unworthy of this reward." It was Sun Wukong who resolved both crises. Tianjin Fan expressed with embarrassment. He had hardly contributed anything and had even been saved by Sun Wukong. To receive a reward under such circumstances felt undeserved. He would willingly relinquish the reward to Sun Wukong. The more powerful Sun Wukong became, the greater the likelihood of successfully confronting the impending Saiyan invasion a year later. Kaido interjected, "Wait, why does Tianjin Fan deserve a reward? What crisis did he resolve?" Naruto Uzumaki countered, "At the very least, he did prevent the great demon King Piccolo. Otherwise, the demon would have decimated Shido." Kellen asked, "Sun Wukong, is it true that your strength has indeed doubled?" Sun Wukong affirmed, "Yes, my power has indeed increased." "Wonderful. This means we have a better chance of stopping the Saiyan invasion." Vegeta scoffed, "Ha ha ha. You think you can stop me with such a trivial reward?" Vegeta dismissed Sun Wukong's newfound power. No matter how much Kakaroto's strength increased, he would still be no match for him. Even if it were to multiply tenfold, it would still not suffice. With a battle power of over 18,000, how could Kakaroto ever hope to contend with him? Yet, on another note, would the celestial screen truly bestow rewards? If only he could receive a reward as well. Then, he might stand a chance against Frieza. Why does the celestial screen only grant rewards to those who resolve disasters? Can't it reward those who create disasters as well? He had certainly caused his fair share. By only rewarding those who resolve crises, he would never have the opportunity to earn a reward. Vegeta possessed a keen self-awareness. He did not believe he would be eligible for a reward. After all, he was the prince of the Saiyans. He had brought devastation to countless planets. How could he possibly resolve disasters? It was not only Vegeta who felt envy. Countless beings across the myriad realms gazed upon Sun Wukong and Tianjin Fan's rewards with longing. Why had they not been included in the tally? They too had resolved numerous crises. Moreover, some of those crises were no less severe than those wrought by the great demon King Piccolo. Yet, why were they excluded from the reckoning? The calamity brought forth by the great demon King Piccolo was one capable of annihilating all of human civilization on Earth. This disaster surpassed over 99% of crises across the myriad realms. Certainly, there are numerous calamities that can be compared to the crisis of Piccolo Daimaō, and some even surpass it. For instance, the Gitanjie crisis occurring in the world of Dijia, and the crisis brought forth by the god of Gourmet, Acacia, in the realm of Gourmet captives. There are also the crisis of the extra-normal beasts from the Armor Trilogy, the Yomingma crisis, and the Okexer crisis. Additionally, the crisis of Belia in the world of the Land of Light, and the cataclysmic events instigated by the ultimate life form, Abusualite, among others. These crises possess the potential to alter the fate of all humanity and even the destiny of the cosmos. But why then do we recount the crisis of Piccolo Daimaō? Firstly, it is an integral part of the overall disasters faced in the Dragon Ball universe. Secondly, the crisis of Piccolo Daimaō is merely the weakest among the calamities within the Dragon Ball saga. It serves as a mere initial disaster, yet has become the terminus for countless worlds. The crisis of Piccolo Daimaō acts as a catalyst for further calamities. Following this event, the Dragon Ball world has witnessed an incessant emergence of disasters, each escalating in severity. The words of Tianmu rendered those who initially felt discontent into silence. They perceived that if the crisis of Baek Damaoang could be highlighted, then the crises they faced might also warrant attention. Yet, they overlooked the fact that the crisis of Baek Damaoang is simply the weakest among the Dragon Ball disasters. The calamities they contend with, comparable to that of Baek Damaoang, are indeed the most formidable they have ever encountered. It is hardly appropriate to juxtapose their gravest disaster with one that is deemed the weakest. Even the myriad warriors of the Land of Light found themselves at a loss for words. Could it be that the Dragon Ball world would encounter disasters even more potent than those instigated by Belia and Abusualite? Naturally, the foremost concerns regarding this matter lay with Suin Wukong, Kellen, and their fellow Z warriors. They are on the cusp of facing the Saiyan invasion. However, according to Tianmu's insinuations, beyond the Saiyan incursion, more formidable disasters await them. They are uncertain whether to rejoice at the prospect of possibly overcoming the Saiyan invasion or to lament the impending arrival of even greater calamities. After Suin Wukong vanquished Baek Damaoang, he ascended to the status of the mightiest man on earth, a veritable paragon of invincibility. There existed no one stronger than he upon this terrestrial sphere. So what is to be done? It is quite simple. Invincible as he may be, foes from the heavens shall come. Chapter 24. The great ones of every realm are bewildered. Are they merely weaklings? The second recounting of the Dragon Ball disasters, the Saiyan invasion source of disaster. Reitais, by Jita, Naba Kellen, the Saiyan invasion. Is this not the calamity we are to face in a year? Kellen, this implies that Tianmu's recounting can indeed foreshadow the future. The Z warriors were taken aback. They had previously speculated whether Tianmu's recounting would include the calamity of the Saiyan invasion, as it seemed implausible to only recount the crisis of Baek Damaoang. However, if the recounting included the Saiyan invasion, it would signify a glimpse into future events. Can Tianmu truly foresee what lies ahead? Now they are aware that it is indeed possible. This suggests they could ascertain whether they can thwart the Saiyan invasion. Kellen's commentary stirred a wave of astonishment across the myriad realms. Songhua, what does this mean? A preview of the future? Does this imply that the crisis of the Saiyan invasion has yet to occur? Tianjin Han. Indeed, the Saiyans will not arrive on Earth for another year. Elong. This Tianmu is truly remarkable, for not only does it confer rewards, but it can also unveil the future. In the world of gourmet captives, Elong fervently hoped his realm would feature in the recounting. Among the calamities previously mentioned by Tianmu, he noted the crisis instigated by the god of gourmet, Akasiya. It is worth noting that Akasiya is akin to a father figure in his life. The implication that the disaster is caused by Akasiya raises a troubling question. How could a calamity arise from someone who has long since passed? Is it possible that Akasiya has not perished? Elong was eager to uncover the truth. He pondered whether, after the recounting of the Dragon Ball disasters, there would be an exploration of calamities from other realms. He was not alone in his curiosity. In the world of the Land of Light, should this Tianmu genuinely possess the ability to unveil the future, might it also reveal the disasters that Belia and Tartaluos will unleash? If it can indeed foresee the future, then naturally it could. Yet the pressing question remains. Our realm's calamities have not been featured in the recounting. Now, all eyes are on whether Tianmu will delve into the disasters of other worlds after concluding the recounting of those in Dragon Ball. The Ultraman brothers engaged in fervent discussions. Belia and Tartaluos were a significant source of vexation for them. The propensity of these two to incite chaos was well understood, and they were acutely aware that the future would undoubtedly bring more turmoil. Thus, they hoped that Tianmu would shed light on forthcoming disasters, allowing them to prepare accordingly. Countless worlds and powerful beings yearned for Tianmu to recount the calamities that awaited their realms once the Dragon Ball disasters were fully explored. Although many of these powerful beings had already resolved their crises, who could guarantee that new disasters would not arise in the future? Foreknowledge would allow them to prepare in advance, ensuring they are not left in ignorance. In the universe of the seventh universe, within the expanse of cosmic space, I and Naba will undoubtedly instigate disasters upon Earth in a year. It goes without saying that this calamity will be insurmountable, even for Kakalut and his companions. Vegeta is brimming with confidence. With the combined might of himself and Naba, they are more than capable of unleashing an insolvable disaster upon Earth. What chance does Kakalut, this lower-tier warrior, and those insignificant Earthlings have against him and Naba? He need not even lift a finger. Naba alone suffices. As for whether Tianmu's early revelation of the disasters will allow Kakarot and his companions to prepare, Vegeta harbors no concerns. In the face of absolute power, any preparation is futile. Even should Kakarot and his comrades be thoroughly prepared, what of it? Before the might of himself and Naba, all preparations will be obliterated. He eagerly anticipates the moment when he will teach Kakarot a lesson in a year's time. Yet why is Reitai even mentioned in the same breath as him and Naba? What merit does Reitai possess to be deemed a source of calamity? This is a being vanquished by Kakarot and Bike. It is truly a disgrace. After Suin Wukong thwarted Bike's ambitions, 5 years elapsed. For other realms, 5 years of peace may seem trivial. However, in the context of the Earth within the Dragon Ball universe, prior to the emergence of Piccolo Daimaō, 5 years of peace held little significance. Yet, following the calamity brought by Piccolo Daimaō, 5 years of tranquility became a rare gem. As the 5 years of peace came to an end, new disasters descended upon the Earth. Unbeknownst to its inhabitants, a spacecraft was hurtling towards their world. At this moment, life on Earth continued in its ordinary rhythm. Suin Wukong and Chi-Chi had been married for 5 years and were blessed with a 4-year-old son named Suin Wufan. On this day, Suin Wukong took his son to visit the Kame house. Little did he know that a new disaster had already begun to unfold in some corner of the Earth. With a thunderous crash, the scene shifts. In a remote farm on the Earth, a spherical spacecraft descended, creating quite the commotion that caught the attention of a farmer, who approached the landing site with a shotgun in hand. In the next moment, he beheld a figure emerging from the craft. This figure, adorned with long hair and clad in a combat suit, wore a device on its face and had a tail wrapped around its waist. Upon noticing the farmer, it pressed a button on the device, which revealed the farmer's combat power to be a mere 5. Subsequently, it uttered a memorable phrase, a combat power of only 5. How pathetic! The farmer, bewildered by this strange being, instinctively fired his weapon, only to have the bullet caught by the entity named Raditz. With a flick of his finger, he returned the bullet, fatally wounding the farmer. Raditz, a Saiyan, heralded the beginning of a catastrophic invasion, birthing the term Wuzazen, denoting those with a combat power of merely 5. Initially, many assumed the farmer's combat power was 5 in conjunction with his firearm. However, it was indeed his inherent strength that was solely 5. To add further context, using Raditz as a benchmark, over 99% of beings across the myriad realms could be classified as Wuzazen. As numerous formidable entities from various worlds, including Carp, Whitebeard, Yamamoto Jinryusai, Uzumaki Naruto, and Zhang Jiwei, observed, their expressions twisted with incredulity. Could they truly be deemed Wuzazen? Had anyone suggested they were worthless prior, they would have undoubtedly demonstrated their prowess to refute such claims. Yet, with Raditz as the standard, they begrudgingly accepted that, despite their ignorance of his true strength, his cosmic origins and the initiation of the Saiyan invasion indicated his power surpassed that of the previous Piccolo. Compared to Piccolo, they found themselves undeniably in the realm of Wuzazen, especially when contrasted with Raditz. Indeed, they were Wuzazen. Chapter 25. The True Identity of Sun Wukong. The shock and helplessness of the strong across realms in the culinary captivation world, the device worn by Raditz was particularly intriguing. It could directly measure an individual's combat power, providing insights into the strengths of various beings, including the likes of Igo and that old fellow Elong. Sanhu, having tasted a delicacy, gazed at Raditz's device with keen interest. He couldn't help but acknowledge that, while the exhibited might in the Dragon Ball universe was inferior to that of his own, there were indeed many fascinating items of interest. Regrettably, each was unattainable for him. As for Raditz's assertion of Wuzazen, how did it pertain to him? Although unaware of Raditz's true strength, he felt confident that his own abilities could rival Raditz. After all, with his power, he could easily obliterate the Earth. Such strength hardly constituted Wuzazen, yet regrettably, he lacked a device for measurement. Otherwise, he would have been eager to ascertain his own combat power, as well as that of the old fellow Elong. Raditz had come to Earth in search of Sun Wukong, during which he revealed Wukong's true identity. As he flew through the skies, he surveyed the peaceful lives of the inhabitants below, feeling quite displeased. Kakarot, have you forgotten the pride of the Saiyan race, the universe's mightiest warriors? The Saiyans, the universe's most formidable race, were indeed the true identity of Sun Wukong. Through his device, Raditz detected a powerful combat force. However, its owner was not Wukong. On a desolate plain, a figure stood atop a cliff. Suddenly, his expression shifted as he gazed skyward. This figure was Piccolo. Initially, he had thought Wukong was approaching, but upon seeing Raditz, he realized otherwise. Raditz, in turn, recognized Piccolo and dismissed him as not the Kakarot he sought. Though initially uninterested in Piccolo, as the Earth's second strongest being next to Wukong, Piccolo would not allow Raditz to act with impunity before him and thus chose to provoke the Saiyan. Raditz assessed Piccolo's combat power, discovering it to be 322. However, such a power was hardly a match for him. Piccolo launched an attack, but Raditz deemed his efforts trivial, merely stirring up dust. Just as Raditz was poised to demonstrate his prowess, he detected an even greater combat strength, one surpassing Piccolo, and recognized it belonged to the Kakarot he sought. Thus, he disregarded Piccolo and soared towards Sun Wukong. In the Dragon Ball universe, on a planet under Frieza's command, Raditz appeared subservient before them. Yet, upon arriving at the diminutive Earth, he exhibited a surprising arrogance. One of the members of the Jinyu force, Riku, expressed intrigue at Raditz's audacity, noting his typically submissive demeanor. "It's only natural," Riku, another member, Buddha, interjected. "Before us, Raditz is merely a Wuzazan, and naturally, he would not dare to act boldly. However, he possesses a combat power of 1005. Piccolo is only 322. So he can indeed act with confidence on Earth. While Raditz's strength may be feeble, he is not to be trifled with. Just as our strength pales in comparison to Lord Frieza, it is not insignificant when juxtaposed with others. Yet, this planet called Earth appears quite appealing, with its splendid scenery. It should fetch a handsome price. Regrettably, its size and remoteness severely diminish its market value. To make a special trip for such a small planet seems hardly worthwhile. However, Earth possesses Dragon Balls. If we can present them to Lord Frieza, we would undoubtedly receive substantial rewards." This notion brightened the eyes of the Jinyu Force members as they contemplated approaching Frieza to obtain the Dragon Balls from Earth. With the combat prowess of those on Earth, how could they possibly withstand their might? Just then, they received a summons. Frieza had called for them. They hurriedly made their way to his location. At this moment, Sun Wukong remained unaware of the formidable adversary that had already set its sights upon him. He had brought his son, Sun Wufan, to Kame House, where they reunited with their long-lost master and dear friend. Upon witnessing the arrival of Sun Wukong's son, Kellen, both Buerma and the Turtle Hermit expressed their astonishment. As old friends reunited, they exchanged pleasantries for a brief moment. Suddenly, Sun Wukong sensed a formidable presence approaching, prompting him to become vigilant. Before long, Red Eyes materialized before them. Right from the outset, Red Eyes inquired about Kakalo's activities over the years, questioning why the inhabitants of Earth appeared so joyous. He uttered a series of incomprehensible statements to Sun Wukong. Upon realizing that Sun Wukong genuinely could not understand, he hastily asked if Sun Wukong had suffered a blow to the head. After receiving a confirming response, he finally grasped that Sun Wukong's memory of his mission had been impaired due to the injury. Red Eyes revealed to Sun Wukong that he hailed from planet Vegeta, belonging to the strongest warrior race in the universe, the Saiyan. The purpose of their kind was to invade habitable planets and sell them at a premium to aliens seeking new homes. Stronger planets were invaded by adult Saiyan, while weaker ones were entrusted to infants or children of their race. This was the reason Sun Wukong had been dispatched to Earth. Red Eye's account left countless powerful beings across the multiverse both shocked and helpless. They were astonished by the cruelty of the Saiyan, who profited from the invasion of planets, a practice far more outrageous than that of any superpower. Their helplessness stemmed from the fact that they were all Earthlings. Yet Earth was perceived by the Saiyan as merely a weak planet vulnerable to infant invasion. Was this truly the universe's mightiest race? Even the strength of their children was terrifically formidable. Many from the Ultraman universe gazed enviously at the spectacle above. Why did they wish to invade Earth? Was it not primarily because their planets were uninhabitable, prompting them to seek refuge elsewhere? Unfortunately, Earth was safeguarded by Ultramen. If the Saiyan existed in their realm, could they not commission them to help locate a suitable planet for habitation? In the sixth universe on planet Shalada, Kabi expressed his astonishment at how different the Saiyan of their universe were. The Saiyan of the sixth universe were righteous, tasked with protecting clients or goods, akin to bodyguards. They would never engage in the invasion and sale of other planets. Yet, the Saiyan from other universes were wicked, committing such heinous acts. Would this tarnish their reputation in the sixth universe? After all, the Saiyan of their universe were not of that ilk. If the actions of the Saiyan from the heavens impacted their standing, they would be sorely aggrieved. However, could the Saiyan from other universes truly claim the title of the universe's strongest warrior race? In the sixth universe, they lacked the authority to assert such a claim, as there were beings of greater strength. The strongest assassin, Shita, could annihilate the entire Saiyan race. On a certain planet in the seventh universe, Frieza scoffed at the audacity of these wild monkeys proclaiming themselves the universe's strongest warriors, questioning the source of their confidence. The notion of the universe's strongest warrior race was merely self-aggrandizement. Frieza summoned the Jinyu Force, instructing them to prepare for a mission to Earth to retrieve the Dragon Balls. Although he held little interest in Earth itself, the Dragon Balls piqued his curiosity, for they could grant him his desires. He was aware that Vegeta was currently en route to Earth, with the same goal of acquiring the Dragon Balls. He could not allow Vegeta to outpace him. The Jinyu Force departed to fulfill their task. Meanwhile, Frieza swirled his glass of red wine, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the Dragon Balls, content to pass the time by observing the spectacle above. However, Radai's statements were indeed erroneous. The Saiyan had certain traditions. Yet the reason Suin Wukong was sent to Earth was not as he described. The truth behind Suin Wukong's arrival on Earth would soon be revealed. On the Serpent Way, Suin Wukong was astonished to learn that he had not been sent to invade Earth. Ever since Radai's assertion, he had believed that was the case. He was grateful for his childhood accident and the benevolent grandfather he encountered, for otherwise, he might have become the harbinger of destruction for humanity. Now, with the revelation that his arrival was not for invasion, he was eager to uncover the truth behind his journey to Earth. Filled with anticipation for the moment the truth would be unveiled, Radai's informed Suin Wukong that planet Vegeta had been destroyed by a meteorite, leading to the near extinction of the Saiyan. Only the two brothers and two other Saiyan remained. Radai's had come to Earth to enlist Suin Wukong's aid in attacking a powerful planet, as they were insufficient in strength alone. Although Suin Wukong was merely a low-ranking warrior, he could still contribute to their cause. In the realm of the god of destruction, Bylus inquired of Whis. Recalling that it was Frieza who had been sent to destroy planet Vegeta, Whis confirmed this, clarifying that the surviving Saiyan believed the planet had been destroyed by a meteorite due to Frieza's deceit. As the angel of the seventh universe, Whis possessed omniscient knowledge of its affairs. Bylus mused that Frieza was truly vile and pondered if he should find an opportunity to eliminate him. Suin Wukong, however, would not acquiesce. He raised his thumb to indicate his identity as an Earthling. This gesture would be noted for future reference. Subsequently, Radai swiftly incapacitated Suin Wukong with a knee strike. To compel Suin Wukong's compliance, Radai abducted his nephew, Suin Wufan, demanding that Suin Wukong kill 100 individuals by the following day as a testament of loyalty. In a desperate bid to rescue his son, Suin Wukong sought out Boerma for a Dragon Ball radar, knowing that one of the Dragon Balls rested upon Suin Wufan's cap, which could lead him to Radai's whereabouts. Klin and Kame Sennin also wished to offer their assistance, despite the grave danger that awaited them, as they hoped that Bulma would utilize the Dragon Balls to resurrect them thereafter. However, Son Goku informed them that the dragon would not grant the same wish twice, implying that one could only have a singular opportunity for resurrection. This time, should they perish, it would be permanent. Though Klin and Kame Sennin felt a sense of trepidation, they resolutely chose to aid Son Goku. At that moment, a voice echoed through the air. The group looked up to see Piccolo standing atop the roof. He asserted that Raditz was a foe beyond their capabilities. Their only chance of success lay in the alliance between himself and Son Goku. From Piccolo's words, Son Goku deduced that Piccolo had indeed faced Raditz before and had suffered a crushing defeat. Otherwise, given Piccolo's disposition, he would never have considered joining forces. Consequently, Piccolo and Son Goku set forth towards Raditz's location, heralding the birth of the strongest duo on Earth. Kisaragi Gentaro exclaimed in astonishment at the unexpected alliance between former adversaries. He felt a surge of excitement, recognizing that this marked the beginning of Piccolo's friendship with Son Goku and his role as a caretaker to the Son family. Gentaro, who yearned to forge numerous friendships, even with former enemies, found exhilaration in witnessing the transformation of adversaries into comrades in battle. What could be more thrilling than this? Wojin Shinsuke reflected on the nostalgia of former foes uniting, reminiscent of his own experience collaborating with his erstwhile enemy, Heart, to confront a formidable adversary. Initially adversaries, They ultimately became allies, and in the end, he and Heart forged a bond of friendship, albeit fleeting, as Heart vanished before his eyes. Thus, he truly understood the sentiment of enemies becoming allies in battle. Chapter 27. The Enormous Power Disparity. How can victory be achieved? Sengoku remarked that even with the alliance of Son Goku and Piccolo, they might not necessarily stand a chance against Raditz. Duan Yen countered that at least there was a glimmer of hope, no matter how faint. The duo had already established themselves as Earth's mightiest warriors. Sinan concurred, stating that if their combined strength proved ineffective, all would indeed be lost. Zhang Chulan observed that since the Saiyan invasion stemmed from Raditz, the presence of two additional names indicated that Son Goku and Piccolo must have defeated Raditz. His assertion garnered unanimous agreement across realms. If Raditz had not been vanquished, only his name would have appeared. The existence of three names suggested Raditz had indeed been overcome. The question remained, how had Raditz been defeated? Although they were unaware of Raditz's true strength, Piccolo's previous encounter with him revealed that his attacks had barely inflicted any damage. Unless Son Goku had experienced significant growth in power over the past 5 years, it would be exceedingly challenging for the two to triumph over Raditz. Yet they had achieved it. How had they done so? At that moment, Raditz remained oblivious to the fact that two individuals were approaching for retribution. After a hearty meal, he suddenly detected an overwhelming power reading on his scouter, pinpointing the location of Son Gohan, who was imprisoned aboard his spaceship. It was inconceivable for him to believe that a mere child could possess such formidable strength, leading him to conclude that the scouter was malfunctioning. Shortly thereafter, the detected power dissipated. Moments later, he sensed two power signatures drawing near, one of which equaled Son Goku's. In Raditz's mind, Son Goku could not possibly know his whereabouts. Thus, he deemed the scouter utterly defective. It is worth defending the scouter, as whenever it registered an anomaly, such as Raditz's experience or an incredible power level, the user would assume it was broken. The scouter, innocent and wronged, merely sought to alert its user, who dismissed it as faulty. When Raditz finally laid eyes on Son Goku and Piccolo, he realized that the scouter was, in fact, operational. He then abruptly turned his attention to Son Gohan. If the scouter had not malfunctioned, then the previously detected formidable power was genuine. Nevertheless, his focus was not on Son Gohan at that moment. To Raditz, the arrival of Son Goku and Piccolo signified their impending demise. The two warriors, eschewing idle chatter, removed their weighted gear, enhancing their combat power. Piccolo's strength surged from 322 to 408, while Son Goku's increased from 334 to 416. This bewildered Raditz, as it was his first encounter with fluctuating combat power. Yet even with their powers elevated to 400, Raditz remained unfazed. Son Goku and Piccolo were unaware of their adversary's formidable strength of 1005, which was more than thrice their own. Upon the revelation of Raditz's power level, a wave of shock rippled through the myriad realms. Son Goku and Piccolo had only recently surpassed 400, whereas Raditz's power exceeded theirs by a staggering margin. What a colossal disparity in strength. Kurosaki Ichigo recalled that when Son Goku first battled Piccolo Daimaō, the difference in their power levels had not been so pronounced. Meliodas noted that Son Goku's initial strength was 180, while Piccolo Daimaō's exceeded 200. After regaining his youth, Piccolo Daimaō's power reached 260, indicating that prior to this transformation, his strength had not even reached that threshold. Zhang Jiwei remarked that during their first encounter, the power disparity between Son Goku and Piccolo Daimaō was less than 100, possibly even fewer than 50. Despite this, Son Goku had been utterly powerless against Piccolo Daimaō, who effortlessly dispatched him. It is essential to note that Piccolo Daimaō's power was significantly greater than Son Goku's, resulting in a crushing defeat. Now, with Raditz's power exceeding theirs by a margin of over 3 times, it was evident that they too would face annihilation. Yet, against all odds, these two might still emerge victorious. How could they achieve this? What strategies could bridge such an immense gap in power? Countless warriors prepared to glean wisdom from their endeavor, perhaps for their own future battles. The significant power disparity placed Son Goku and Piccolo at a disadvantage from the outset of their confrontation. Raditz's dominance was overwhelming. However, warriors born of Earth possessed a unique method to counter such challenges. They possessed the ability to alter their combat power amidst battle. When Suin Wukong unleashed the Kamehameha, Raditz discovered that his combat power surged from over 400 to more than 900. Thus, Suin Wukong's Kamehameha inflicted some damage upon Radai's. Upon witnessing Suin Wukong's display of the Kamehameha, Pika remarked that during the past 5 years, Suin Wukong had grown complacent and failed to develop any new techniques. In contrast, he had devised a new technique over the same period to defeat Suin Wukong, albeit one that required charging. Suin Wukong offered to buy time while Pika gathered his strength. Subsequently, Pika placed 2 fingers on his forehead, commencing the accumulation of power, which concurrently elevated his combat power. This peculiar phenomenon bewildered Radai's, as it was his first encounter with someone capable of altering their own combat power. Under Suin Wukong's desperate attempts to delay, Pika completed the charge of his ultimate technique. Suin Wukong grasped Radai's tail, rendering him powerless, a known weakness of the Saiyans. However, a complication arose. Radai's recognized that Pika's impending assault posed a lethal threat. Once Pika concluded his charging, his combat power exceeded 1400, a level capable of ending Radai's life. Thus, he could not afford to be struck. He incessantly deceived Suin Wukong, claiming he would mend his ways and become a better person, appealing to their fraternal bond. Suin Wukong unwittingly believed him. As Pika unleashed his ultimate attack, Suin Wukong released his grip on Radai's tail. Radai's regained his strength and swiftly evaded. Although he sustained a shoulder injury, he survived. Subsequently, Radai's retaliated with a kick, knocking Suin Wukong to the ground. Chapter 28. A Great Lesson. Villains should never speak excessively upon witnessing Suin Wukong's actions. Numerous powerful beings across the realms lamented in despair. Duan Muyin exclaimed, "Isn't Suin Wukong supposed to be quite clever in battle? How could he commit such a foolish error?" Beimiao scoffed, "Humph. If he hadn't been so gullible to Radai's lies, Radai's would have already been defeated." Majin interjected, "Beimiao, you lack the right to say that. It seems you two were deceived by Bing in the past." Beimiao coughed, "Ahem, that was an accident." Zhang Guo remarked, "I truly did not expect Suin Wukong to make such a grave mistake, thereby jeopardizing the situation. This was a source of regret for countless powerful beings." Previously, during the fight with Pika, Suin Wukong exhibited the prowess of a combat genius. However, on this occasion, he committed an egregious error that was simply unacceptable. Nazi opined, "I believe Suin Wukong is not at fault. After all, Radai's is his brother. It is natural for Suin Wukong to be swayed by Radai's claims." Within the Fairy Tale Guild, the members expressed their sorrow but did not hold Suin Wukong accountable. Radai's familial relationship with Suin Wukong provided him with a significant advantage in persuasion. As members of the Fairy Tale Guild, they placed great importance on camaraderie and family. They felt that if the roles were reversed, they too would likely be swayed. However, their lack of blame for Suin Wukong did not extend to Radai's. The primary issue lay with Radai's, who had audaciously exploited the sanctity of family to deceive Suin Wukong. For those who valued kinship and friendship profoundly, this was utterly intolerable. Regrettably, Radai's did not exist in their world, and they were powerless to confront him. Otherwise, they would have sought a reckoning. Xiao Fei observed, "But Radai's is not well acquainted with Suin Wukong. In fact, Suin Wukong was unaware of his existence until recently. Moreover, this brother even kidnapped his son as leverage. How could Suin Wukong still harbor affection for him?" Xiao Fei found this incomprehensible. He mused that while he was deceived by Yoming Ma, it was understandable given that Yoming Ma had abducted his parents, who had lovingly raised him. Such a bond naturally warranted deep affection. However, Radai's and Suin Wukong shared no such connection. Suin Wukong's gullibility in this regard was astonishing. Xiao Tian sighed. Perhaps Suin Wukong simply craved love. After all, he was sent to Earth at a young age and lacked familial companionship. He reflected on his own parents, having lost them and grown up as an orphan, devoid of familial affection. Colleen remarked, "Suin Wukong, despite our companionship, cannot replace the love you have missed." Suin Wukong replied, "Colleen, that is not true. I am very happy with your company." Colleen queried, "Then why were you deceived by Radai's?" Suin Wukong responded, "At that moment, I truly believed he could change for the better." Colleen conceded, "Very well." The explanations provided by Suin Wukong satisfied Colleen, came Sinin, and Yamucha. If it had been someone else, they would have undoubtedly doubted such a blatant lie from Radai's. Yet, with Suin Wukong, it was entirely plausible. They had known him since childhood and understood his character. It was entirely consistent with his nature to take Radai's words seriously. Yet, amidst this turmoil, how would Wukong and Pika turn the tide? They recognized that Wukong was prepared to sacrifice himself. However, even with such a sacrifice. It seemed implausible for him to drag Red Eyes down with him. Suin Wukong had been injured, leaving Piccolo without assistance to delay, rendering the situation precarious. At this critical moment, an unexpected event transpired. A figure emerged from the depths of the pit where the spaceship lay. This figure was none other than Suin Wukong. He had been trapped within the spacecraft, feeling immense fear and anger. Ultimately, this surge of rage empowered him to break free from the ship's restraints. Upon witnessing his father injured and lying on the ground, his fury intensified. "Do not bully my father." With a furious roar, Suin Wukong's combat power escalated rapidly, reaching 1,307. This level of combat power, if Red Eyes were in his prime, would be manageable. However, Red Eyes was already depleted and not at his peak. The rise in combat power posed a significant threat to him. Suin Wukong launched a rocket headbutt at Red Eyes, colliding with him and inflicting severe injury. However, after this attack, Suin Wukong's combat power plummeted. The fluctuating nature of Suin Wukong's combat power signaled to Red Eyes that he must eliminate him. In a desperate bid to protect his son, Suin Wukong summoned his last ounce of strength, employing a technique to restrain Red Eyes from behind. At that moment, Bika's second Kamehameha had also completed charging. Bika had not merely been an observer. He had seized the opportunity to gather strength while Red Eyes' focus was elsewhere. Thus, when Suin Wukong restrained Red Eyes, Bika was ready to strike. Due to Suin Wukong's earlier attack, Red Eyes lacked the strength to break free from Suin Wukong's grip. He once again began to deceive Suin Wukong. However, this time, Suin Wukong would not be fooled. Even when Ra-Tiz told Suin Wukong that he would die if he did not let go, Suin Wukong remained resolute. He had already prepared himself for the ultimate sacrifice. Then, Piccolo unleashed a devastating Makenka Sappo, piercing through both Suin Wukong and Ra-Tiz. In his final moments, Ra-Tiz expressed disbelief that he would perish at the hands of two mere ants, astonished that Suin Wukong was willing to sacrifice himself. Piccolo, however, reassured him that the Dragon Balls on Earth could bring him back to life. Hearing Piccolo's words, Ra-Tiz revealed a surprise of his own. He informed Piccolo that on the other side of the universe, he had two comrades, Saiyans even stronger than himself. His scouter possessed communication capabilities, and it had relayed everything that had transpired on Earth since his arrival. They would reach Earth in a year, and at that time, his companions would use the Dragon Balls to resurrect him. After uttering these words, Piccolo sent Ra-Tiz on his final journey. This incident imparts a profoundly significant lesson. Villains must refrain from excessive chatter. Had Ra-Tiz not disclosed this information to Piccolo in 1 year's time, Vegeta and Nappa would have caught them off guard. Instead, his loose tongue allowed Piccolo and the others to prepare. Of course, Piccolo should not have divulged the existence of the Dragon Balls to Ra-Tiz, although it may not have prevented Vegeta and Nappa from coming to Earth. It would have certainly reduced the likelihood of their arrival. In Chapter 29, the order is given across the realms. Villains must never speak excessively again. In the Dragon Ball world, on Earth, in the wilderness, Piccolo felt uneasy. Was the impending invasion of Earth by those two Saiyans a consequence of his earlier indiscretion? If he had not mentioned the Dragon Balls, would Ra-Tiz's stronger comrades have chosen not to come to Earth? Uncle Piccolo, you cannot blame yourself. You had no way of knowing that your words would reach those two Saiyans. The understanding Suin Gohan comforted him, noticing Piccolo's troubled expression. Upon hearing Suin Gohan's words, Piccolo turned to him. Gazing at the thoughtful and endearing Suin Gohan, he felt his heart soften. No wonder the heavens proclaimed that he would become the caretaker of the Suin family. With a son as considerate as Suin Wukong's, how could one not adore him? A caretaker for the Suin family? He would gladly accept that role. Meanwhile, in a spaceship somewhere in the cosmos, Vegeta expressed his irritation at Ra-Tiz's incessant chatter. While he believed Ra-Tiz's words would not alter the outcome, even with a year for Kakarot and the others to prepare, they would still be no match for him and Nappa. Yet, had Ra-Tiz not spoken, Kakarot and his companions would have lacked the opportunity to prepare. The futility of preparation is one thing, but granting them the chance to prepare is another entirely. If Ra-Tiz were not already dead, he certainly would not have been so forgiving. Furthermore, Ra-Tiz naively believed that he would be resurrected, dying at the hands of two weaklings with combat powers barely in the hundreds. What significance would his revival hold? In the world of One Piece, Kaido promptly issued a command. Relay this order. Never speak excessively in the face of an enemy. If we can eliminate them, we shall do so without hesitation. On Onigashima, he recognized the profound truth spoken by the heavens. He had witnessed the consequences of Ra's loose tongue, which had afforded Piccolo and Sun Wukong a year to prepare. He did not wish for his subordinates to encounter any mishaps due to excessive talk. In the world of food wars, Sanji also commanded, "Transmit my order. In the face of an enemy, strike directly without wasting words. It is best if you do not speak at all." He, too, wished to prevent any adverse outcomes stemming from excessive chatter among his subordinates. Not only Kaido and Sanji, but every villainous leader issued similar commands. They had witnessed the fate that befell those who spoke too much. Ra's words had granted Sun Wukong and Piccolo a year to prepare. Piccolo's own excessive chatter had revealed the existence of the Dragon Balls to the Saiyans. Speaking less could avert numerous troubles. Therefore, it was imperative that their subordinates remain silent, as well as themselves. As Sun Wukong faced his demise, Master Roshi, Bulma, and Krillin arrived. All three had known him since his childhood, occupying a place among the top three in Sun Wukong's heart. Krillin assured Sun Wukong that he would ensure his revival. In the presence of his closest companions, Sun Wukong met his end. After his passing, his body vanished, leaving Krillin and the others bewildered. Piccolo remarked that only the old Kaioshin could accomplish such a feat subsequently. Piccolo took Sun Gohan under his wing, recognizing his potential. With proper training, he would undoubtedly become a formidable asset during the Saiyan invasion a year later. Ra's arrival had initially threatened to unleash a catastrophe greater than that wrought by Demon King Piccolo. Yet, thanks to the intervention of Sun Wukong and Piccolo, and at the cost of Sun Wukong's life, this disaster was averted. Nevertheless, Ra's arrival merely marked the beginning of the impending Saiyan invasion. The true calamity would arrive in a year's time. Due to Ra's indiscretion, Sun Wukong and Piccolo would utilize this year to prepare. Piccolo trained Sun Gohan, while Krillin, Yamcha, and Tenshinhan were invited by the Kaioshin to train at the temple. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, upon being taken to the afterlife, requested King Enma to arrange a meeting with the KO. If granted an audience with the KO, he would receive training to enhance his strength. However, before meeting the KO, he must traverse the Snake Way, which spanned 100,000 kilometers. This meant Sun Wukong had 1 year to complete the journey and still reserve time for training under the KO. On Snake Way, Sun Wukong pondered how long it would take him to traverse this seemingly endless path. Although he possessed confidence in his abilities, he was uncertain of the duration required to complete the journey. With only 1 year at his disposal, he needed to finish the Snake Way and still have time to train under the KO. The time available for his journey was limited. Fortunately, the rewards from previous assessments had doubled his strength, which would shorten the time required to run the length of the Snake Way. Still, he was curious as to how long it would normally take to traverse it. Incidentally, Piccolo's earlier desire had been to eliminate Sun Wukong. That wish had now been fulfilled, as he had killed both Sun Wukong and Ra's. Although killing Sun Wukong was not his original intention, he had indeed completed his wish. Sun Wukong's first completion of the Snake Way had taken approximately half a year, leaving him with roughly 6 months remaining for training. From the onset of the Saiyan invasion, the strength of the Dragon Ball Z warriors experienced a meteoric rise. After traversing the Snake Way, Sun Wukong arrived at the end, where he encountered the Kai residing on the Kaioshin planet. Upon meeting the Kai, and after enduring the Kai's whimsical humor as a test, Sun Wukong decided to remain and train on the Kaioshin planet. The gravitational force there was 10 times that of Earth, making it an exceptional training ground. Simultaneously, the Kai imparted his most powerful techniques to Sun Wukong, the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb. Before long, a year had passed since the demise of Raditz and Sun Wukong. Throughout this year, both Sun Wukong and Piccolo diligently honed their abilities, achieving significant advancements in their power. However, a complication arose. The Kai miscalculated the time, leaving Sun Wukong still unreturned to Earth when the Saiyans arrived. Originally, Sun Wukong was meant to resurrect and await the Saiyans' arrival. The Kai overlooked the time it would take for Sun Wukong to traverse Snake Way back. Consequently, when the Saiyans reached Earth, Sun Wukong remained in the afterlife. This predicament left Sun Wukong in a state of urgency, as he had previously taken 6 months to run the Snake Way. The Kai, however, assured him that he could now complete the journey in just 2 days. Chapter 30. The Nappa's Finger, merely a greeting. Subsequently, the Kai hastily instructed Sun Wukong to communicate with the Turtle Hermit on Earth, urging him to gather the Dragon Balls for Sun Wukong's revival. Fortunately, the Dragon Balls had already been collected. The Turtle Hermit summoned Shinron, who granted Sun Wukong his resurrection. Upon returning to life, Sun Wukong promptly set off. The commotion caused by the turtle hermit's summoning of Shenron also drew the attention of Piccolo and others, who realized that Sun Wukong had returned. However, Sun Wukong's revival signified another crucial point. The Saiyans had arrived ahead of schedule. Zhang Chulan remarked that this meant Sun Wukong was still racing along Snake Way as the Saiyans reached Earth. Without Sun Wukong, it would fall to Piccolo and the others to confront the Saiyans. Zhu Ejing noted that completing the Snake Way, spanning 1 million kilometers, in just 2 days seemed implausible. Even with 24 hours of nonstop running, Sun Wukong's speed would exceed 20,000 kilometers per hour. Witnessing such terrifying velocity, countless powerful beings across the realms fell silent. Their own speeds paled in comparison, barely registering as tortoise-like. Even certain Ultraman with speed forms, such as Digga's aerial form, could only reach a few Mach. Yet, regardless of this astounding speed, it was still insufficient to arrive on Earth in time. Until Sun Wukong's arrival, the responsibility of detaining the Saiyans lay solely with Piccolo and Krillin. The pressing question arose, could they withstand the Saiyans? Despite a year of training and noticeable improvement, it seemed improbable that they could hold their ground. Naturally, the most eager to ascertain the answer were Piccolo and Krillin themselves. On the Earth of the Dragon Ball world, within the temple, Krillin and Tien Shinhan continued their training. They were desperate to know if they could fend off the Saiyans in Sun Wukong's absence. They understood that failure would lead to a singular fate, death. Yet deep down, they harbored a faint glimmer of hope. What if they could hold out? They did not need to defeat the Saiyans. They merely had to delay them until Sun Wukong arrived. After a year of interstellar travel, Vegeta and Nappa finally reached Earth. Upon arrival, Nappa declared he would greet the Earthlings. He raised 2 fingers, and in the next moment, a formidable energy radiated outward from him and Vegeta. From the cosmos, one could see a brilliant light emanating from a certain part of Earth, leading the uninformed to believe a monumental firework had been set off. Once the light faded, the city where Vegeta and Nappa stood had vanished, utterly reduced to rubble. Nappa merely flicked his fingers, uprooting a portion of the Earth's surface. Although Nappa's overall strength may not have been impressive, the sheer display of this technique was undeniably breathtaking. Such casual finger movements capable of obliterating the ground were nothing short of astonishing. It could be said that Nappa's gesture was indeed formidable. At this moment, countless beings across the realms were struck with awe. A simple flick of his fingers had leveled an entire city, leaving no remnants behind. Previously, Piccolo the Demon King had exhibited similar destructive prowess, but that was with all his might. Nappa, on the other hand, had merely gestured, stating it was simply a greeting. Yet even this casual display surpassed the capabilities of over 99% of the strongest beings. Zhang Chulan reflected on how he once envied the Earthlings of the Dragon Ball world for their advanced technology and convenience. However, it now seemed there was little to envy. Life on Earth within the Dragon Ball universe was perilously dangerous. Countless individuals who once shared Zhang Chulan's sentiment now wholeheartedly agreed with his assessment. Living on Earth in the Dragon Ball world was fraught with peril, where annihilating attacks could strike at any moment. Piccolo the Demon King had shown this, and now Nappa, the Saiyan, did likewise, effortlessly destroying a city. The inhabitants of those cities would have little understanding of how their demise occurred. It was indeed a treacherous existence, one they could scarcely withstand. In the world of Digga, they felt fortunate that the monsters they encountered did not possess the destructive capability of Nappa, who could obliterate a city with a mere greeting. Daegu and other members of the victory team were relieved that the monsters they faced had only managed to level a few skyscrapers. If battles occurred in the wilderness, damage would be limited to flora. However, Nappa had arrived on Earth, greeting with a gesture that laid waste to an entire city. Had they encountered such a monster previously, countless cities would have vanished and untold numbers of lives would have been lost. Thankfully, they had not crossed paths with such a beast. Of course, those monsters lacked the power to annihilate an entire city in an instant. Even Gitangia could only cast the world into darkness, with its minions merely toppling a few buildings without reducing entire cities to ruin. Previously, they had lamented their world for its frequent monster attacks. But in comparison to the Earth of the Dragon Ball universe, their world seemed blessed. The catastrophes faced there could genuinely lead to utter devastation. In the 7th universe of the Dragon Ball world, aboard a spaceship, Nappa looked back at his impressive display, satisfied with his performance, yet dissatisfied with the assessment from above. What does it mean that his strength is not impressive? Is he not significantly stronger than the waste known as late eyes? Regrettably, he cannot do anything about Tianmu. Otherwise, he would certainly make Tianmu aware of the true extent of his capabilities. After exchanging greetings, Vegeta and Nappa, equipped with their scouters, detected several formidable power levels. They soared toward the strongest among them, which, naturally, was Bike. Bike, having concluded a year of training with Suan Wufan, awaited the arrival of the Saiyans. However, prior to their arrival, a few others had already made their way there: Colleen, Yamcha, Tianjin Fan, and Jiaozi. They did not shy away, having completed their year of training. They too had come to engage in battle. In fact, Akilio Obai was also supposed to have arrived, as he had undergone training under the guidance of Tianjin. Unfortunately, this individual, out of fear of the Saiyans, had chosen to retreat. However, let us not be too hasty in our mockery. Chapter 31. Explosive Growth and Strength, Yamcha's Masterpiece. In the Dragon Ball world, at the temple, Akilio Obai, how dare you back down? Colleen expressed his discontent as he observed Akilio Obai idly lounging nearby. While the others had gone to confront the Saiyans, this fellow had indeed chosen to withdraw. Yamcha and Tianjin Fan regarded him with equal displeasure. Even Tianjin cast a glance at Akilio Obai, imbued with a sense of exasperation. Through their time training with Akilio Obai, they had discovered that his talent was exceptionally high. Among them, Akilio Obai possessed the greatest potential. If he were to train diligently, he would undoubtedly surpass them all and become a formidable force. Yet, he preferred laziness, neglecting his training, which left them feeling helpless. Now, they were acutely aware that Akilio Obai would retreat again. As warriors, how could one even consider retreat? Humph. Did you fellows not hear what was said earlier? Tianmu instructed you not to be too quick to mock me, Akilio Obai remarked while savoring his delectable food. Upon hearing this, Colleen and the others realized that Tianmu had indeed made such a statement. What could this mean? Although Akilio Obai had chosen to withdraw, why should he be exempt from ridicule? Was it because he would eventually join the battle, or had something else transpired? However, since it was Tianmu who spoke, there must be no error in his words. Colleen and the others suppressed their urge to chastise Akilio Obai. They were keen to observe what he would do that warranted protection from mockery. Faced with Bike and Colleen, Vegeta and Nappa had no intention of engaging directly. Nappa produced a bottle containing 6 seeds. After planting them, 6 diminutive green creatures known as Ren emerged from the ground. Vegeta and Nappa intended for the Ren to confront Bike and the others, essentially looking down upon them. Their disdain for Bike and his companions was not without justification. After scanning Bike and his allies' power levels, Nappa learned of their current strengths. Suan Wufan's power level was 981, Bike's was 1,222, and Colleen's was 1,083. With such meager power levels, it was only natural that they would not be taken seriously. Nevertheless, Vegeta instructed Nappa to remove the scouter, indicating that the power levels of these individuals would fluctuate. Given that there were 6 warriors and 6 Ren, Vegeta proposed a game, a one-on-one battle between the warriors and the Ren. For Vegeta, it was merely a game, but for Colleen and the others, it represented a valuable opportunity. They could use this method to buy time while awaiting Suan Wukon's arrival. The first to enter the fray was Tianjin Fan, who effortlessly defeated a Ren. This astonished Nappa. Although the Ren possessed a power level of 1,002, it was easily vanquished. Subsequently, Vegeta swiftly eliminated the defeated Ren, asserting that it lost solely due to underestimating its opponent. He commanded the remaining Ren to fight with all their might. With a power level of 1,002, these creatures surpassed 99% of the strongest beings across the multiverse. It could only be said that Late Eyes would weep, for his power level was merely 1,005. Countless powerful beings from across the multiverse expressed a desire to cry as well. Their strength was inferior even to that of the Ren. In fact, their power levels did not even constitute a fraction of the Ren's. They were quite self-aware, fully cognizant that their power levels would not reach 200. After all, a power level of 200 could already obliterate the moon. Of course, for some top-tier warriors, such as those from the world of gourmet captives, including San Hu and Elong, such matters were of little concern. Their strength undoubtedly eclipsed that of the Ren. Perhaps they even matched the 2 Saiyans, Vegeta and Nappa. Do you recall the earlier mention? Since the Saiyan invasion began, Colleen, Bike, and the other Z fighters have experienced an explosive surge in their power levels. It is important to note that when Suin Wukong trained at the temple for 3 years, his power level increased from a mere 260 to just over 300. Yet, in the span of 1 year, Colleen and Tianjin Fan had risen from being weaker than Suin Wukong to exceeding 1,000. This rate of growth far surpassed that of Suin Wukong's earlier training. Upon hearing Tianmu's words, countless individuals began to comprehend. Indeed, Naba had scanned the power levels of Suin Wufan, Colleen, and Baik. Even the weakest, Suin Wufan, was nearing 1,000. Although the power levels of Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, and Jiaozi were unknown, they were certainly not far behind Colleen. Baik was the strongest among them. When Suin Wukong trained at the temple for 3 years, his power level barely exceeded 300. Now, after only 1 year of training, their levels had soared to over 1,000. Suin Wukong could only lament his predicament. They too desired such rapid growth and strength. However, soon after, they began to worry about the Z fighters. While the Z fighters' power levels were indeed rising swiftly, capable of defeating even the 1,002 power level Zaipei-Ren, that was merely a stepping stone. The Zaipei-Ren were but subordinates of the Saiyans. They could defeat the Zaipei-Ren, but could they triumph over the Saiyans? After Tianjin Fan's victory, Colleen was next to take the stage. However, Yamcha intervened, insisting on stepping up instead. Once on the battlefield, Yamcha also effortlessly vanquished the Zaipei-Ren. Yet, to his astonishment, the defeated Zaipei-Ren suddenly embraced him and, without hesitation, chose to self-destruct. Caught at point-blank range, Yamcha had but one fate awaiting him. He collapsed into the pit created by the Zaipei-Ren, assuming an unusual position, devoid of life. While Yamcha's sacrifice was indeed a tragic event, the pose he struck became an iconic masterpiece. This also imparted a vital lesson. One must never underestimate an opponent until one is certain they have lost their combat capability. Suin Wukong had previously suffered a similar fate, falling victim to a surprise attack from Baik, resulting in grave injury. However, while Suin Wukong survived, Yamcha did not. Poor Yamcha, having been eliminated in the top 8 for 3 consecutive martial arts tournaments, made no contribution during the battle against the great demon Bick. Now, in the face of the catastrophe brought by the invasion of the Saiyans, he perished at the hands of a cultivator without even facing a Saiyan. In the world of Dragon Ball, at the temple, Yamcha gazed at the heavens, utterly stunned. He had died. Truth be told, he had already prepared himself for sacrifice. Yet, he could not accept that he did not fall to the Saiyans, but rather succumb to his own arrogance against a cultivator. Therefore, his contribution during the Saiyan invasion amounted to merely perishing with a cultivator? No, he could not accept this. Yamcha, do not be disheartened. Krillin comforted him with a pat on the shoulder. Now that you are aware, just avoid underestimating your foes in the future. Chapter 32, Leaving the Dragon Ball World. Call him Chashin. Indeed, Krillin, you are correct. Krillin's words brought a slight improvement to Yamcha's spirits. Since he now understood the manner of his demise, he could prevent it in the future. He could accept dying at the hands of the Saiyans, but he could not accept dying without any contribution to the fight. What? Did he not take down a cultivator? What kind of contribution was that? The cultivator had chosen self-destruction without hesitation because of the fate of the previous cultivator who had been defeated by Vegeta. This cultivator, aware of its impending demise, decided it was better to take one down with it. Moreover, many might perceive Yamcha's death as a sign of his weakness. It is true that among the powerful in the Dragon Ball world, Yamcha appears relatively weak. However, what should he be called in other realms? Chashin. This statement silenced those who initially sought to mock Yamcha. The heavens were right. What right did they have to deride Yamcha? He may be weak before the Saiyans, even meeting his end by a cultivator's self-detonation, but if he were to enter their world, he would undoubtedly wreak havoc upon them. Together, they would not stand a chance against him. If faced with a cultivator, they would only fare worse than Yamcha. At least Yamcha had defeated a cultivator. It was merely his overconfidence that led to his downfall. Were they in his place, they would not have been able to defeat a cultivator even at death. That said, this seemingly diminutive and unattractive cultivator possessed a battle power of 1,200. Truly, a product of the cosmos. In fact, it was said that the second to battle should have been Krillin, but Yamcha took his place. Why did Yamcha do this? Some speculate it was because he knew Krillin had already perished once and could not be revived. Thus, he stepped in for Krillin. If he were to defeat the cultivator, it would be splendid. However, if anything were to happen, he could take Krillin's place in death, as he had not yet been revived and was still eligible for resurrection. This notion also speaks to Yamcha's deep camaraderie with Krillin. At the temple, Krillin gazed at Yamcha, deeply moved. He had volunteered to fight second. Why did Yamcha choose to take his place? Was it truly for this reason? Krillin, this is what I ought to do, Yamcha replied with a smile. Despite his flirtatious nature, his loyalty to his comrades was unquestionable. He would indeed make such sacrifices, and the truth proved his decision to be correct. Had Krillin fought instead and underestimated their foe, it would have been Krillin lying on the ground now, with Yamcha's fate serving as a cautionary tale. Krillin and the others would likely avoid such errors of underestimation. Yamcha's death, one could argue, was as if he had taken Krillin's place in demise, which filled Krillin with wrath. He ceased to ponder the issue of delaying time. Krillin swiftly struck, eliminating the remaining 4 cultivators in a single move. This led to the Saiyans finally entering the fray, with Nappa stepping forward. Despite Vegeta's small stature, he was far superior in strength to Nappa. Once one's power reaches a certain level, size becomes irrelevant. Nappa, while towering and robust, possessed a mere battle power of 4,000. The mention of 4,000 left many powerful beings astounded. In the eyes of the heavens, 4,000 was insignificant. Yet to them, it represented an invincible presence. In the previous encounter, Son Goku faced the demon Bick, whose battle power was under 400. Now, he was to confront a creature with battle power in the thousands. Moreover, Nappa was not even the strongest among the Saiyans. The diminutive Vegeta surpassed him. The disparity in strength was staggering. Moreover, Bick and Krillin possessed battle powers of merely over 1,000. To them, Nappa represented a dimensional assault. Nevertheless, Bick and his companions could improve their strength during battle. Previously, when Son Goku and Bick fought Raditz, their battle power disparity was over threefold. The difference in power between Nappa and Bick was also substantial, exceeding 3 times. Thus, Bick and his allies held a glimmer of hope for victory. However, aside from Yamcha, others would inevitably fall. The realms stood in silence, contemplating the vast gap in strength. Even if Bick and his companions triumphed, sacrifices were certain. Son Goku had sacrificed himself in his battle against Raditz. Moreover, let us not forget that this was merely Nappa. There was still Vegeta lurking nearby. But we have Son Goku, who is on his way. If they manage to defeat Nappa, then Vegeta will be left for Son Goku to confront. Now, it remains to be seen how strong Son Goku has become after training under King Kai. In the eyes of countless powerful beings across the realms, the best they could hope for was to collectively defeat Nappa, but facing Vegeta was an impossible feat. Vegeta must be left to Son Goku. Not only them, but Bick and the others also shared this belief. Their utmost capability lay in taking down Nappa. Goku, you must confront Vegeta. You need to become incredibly strong while training with King Kai. Krillin and the others placed their hopes firmly on Son Goku. With Goku present, they felt a sense of relief. In the cosmos, aboard the spaceship, Nappa scoffed. These fools think they can replace me? I am not some waste like Raditz. Just these weaklings think they can take my place. And then Kakarot will battle Vegeta? How naive. The truth is, I alone can eliminate everyone, including Kakarot. There is no need for Vegeta to intervene. Nappa, you lot have some grand ideas. Nah, yet events will undoubtedly unfold in a manner contrary to your expectations. Nah, even if this bunch of worthless beings perishes, I shall not be defeated. Despite Naba's arrogant declarations, many were displeased, yet none dared to counter his words. The previous speculations were indeed mere conjectures and fantasies. The truth, however, would be revealed through the performance of Baiku and his companions. Countless hearts silently prayed for Baiku and Klin to muster their strength and ensure Naba's downfall, to bring this arrogant individual to his knees. Chapter 33. The Skill of Exceeding Levels. Namek, do not approach us. Upon Naba's entrance, he demonstrated the terrifying might of a Saiyan. Naba confronted 5 adversaries yet remained unscathed, dominating Baiku and his allies. The assaults from Baiku's group proved futile against Naba, while his own strikes inflicted substantial damage upon them. For instance, Tianjin Fan lost a hand to Naba's blade. Faced with this immense disparity, Jiaozi chose to detonate himself upon Naba's back, intending to inflict some injury. Alas, he failed. His self-detonation succeeded only in creating a hole in Naba's battle attire, causing negligible harm. As a steadfast companion of Jiaozi, Tianjin Fan had long considered him family. Jiaozi's demise drove Tianjin Fan to desperation. Summoning his final reserves of strength, he unleashed a single-handed Qigong cannon. Regrettably, This final strike failed to inflict any significant damage upon Naba. Instead, Tianjin Fan, having expended all his energy, succumbed alongside Jiaozi. With their deaths, only Baiku, Klin, and Sun Wu Fan remained. At that moment, Vegeta inquired about the whereabouts of Kakarot. Baiku and the others replied that he was en route. Subsequently, Vegeta made a remarkable decision. He resolved to wait 3 hours for Kakarot's arrival. During this interval, the human fleet and air force also arrived. To pass the time, Naba annihilated the entire human army. The disparity between the human forces and the formidable adversaries was glaringly evident. Witnessing this scene, those without extraordinary powers, relying solely on technology, fell into silence. Their once proud military and arsenal were rendered utterly ineffective, reduced to mere scrap metal before these monsters. This had been the case with Baiku the Demon King, who single-handedly subdued the world. Now, Naba's might was even more exaggerated. The pinnacle of human military strength and weaponry appeared as fragile as paper before him. To combat monsters, one must rely on other monsters. As the 3 hours elapsed, Sun Wukong had yet to arrive. Naba struck again. After 3 hours of respite, Baiku and his companions had regained a measure of their strength. As Naba launched another assault, Klin unveiled a newly devised technique. He raised his right hand to gather energy, and soon a disk of energy materialized, spinning at high velocity. This was Klin's invention, the Chiyuan Slash, a technique that could indeed be deemed a skill of exceeding levels. Klin hurled the Chiyuan Slash towards Naba, who initially dismissed it. However, Vegeta discerned the danger and urged Naba to evade. Naba obeyed Vegeta's command and dodged the attack just as it was about to strike him. Nevertheless, his face was grazed, leaving a wound. This is precisely why the Chiyuan Slash is hailed as a technique capable of breaching defenses. Had it not been for Vegeta's warning, Klin could have felled Naba with this move. Countless powerful beings nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Chiyuan Slash had marked Naba's visage, confirming its potential to breach his defenses. If not for Vegeta's alert, Naba's head would have been severed by the Chiyuan Slash. Moreover, it is worth noting the significant disparity in combat strength between Klin and Naba. This technique was undeniably formidable. In the Dragon Ball world, within the temple, Klin pondered. The Chiyuan Slash? Is this technique truly my invention? Since it proves so powerful, I must create it. Klin resolved to master this technique, believing that if his future self could achieve it, so too could he in the present. Due to his injuries, Naba intensified his assaults on Klin. Meanwhile, in another location, Sun Wukong exerted himself to hasten his journey, employing the Kaioken. What would typically take 2 days to traverse, he accomplished in a single day. Upon arriving at King Enma's domain, the Kaioshin awaited him. The Kaioshin escorted Sun Wukong back to Earth, where he swiftly mounted the Nimbus cloud and sped towards the battlefield. Passing by Karen Tower, Master Karen bestowed the last 2 Senzu beans upon him. Sun Wukong consumed one to restore his strength, reserving the other for emergencies. Upon his return to Earth, Baiku, Sun Wu Fan, and Klin sensed his presence. Vegeta and Naba, unfamiliar with this technique, remained oblivious. Baiku and the others indicated that Sun Wukong was approaching. Vegeta donned his scouter, confirming that indeed someone was on their way, with a battle power of 5,000. This revelation left Naba incredulous. A power level of 5,000 surpassed his usual capabilities. To prevent Sun Wukong from joining forces with the others upon arrival, Vegeta instructed Naba to eliminate Baiku and his companions swiftly. Previously, Naba had refrained from using his full strength against them, seeking information about the Dragon Balls. Naba inquired of Vegeta regarding the Dragon Balls should he kill them. Vegeta replied that Baiku, being a Namekian, could lead them to Namek, where they could find even more potent Dragon Balls. Remembering Vegeta's words, the Namekians residing on Namek could no longer endure. They could not tolerate the devastation of Earth and feared for their own home. They reminded each other of Vegeta's warning, recognizing that their planet would undoubtedly face peril. However, they took solace in the presence of Nail, their strongest warrior, believing he would protect Namek from the Saiyans. Yet, they still wished to implore, "Saiyans, please do not come." On the planet where Frieza resided, he pondered, "Oh, Namek possesses even more powerful Dragon Balls." He ordered the Jinyu force to divert their course from Earth to Namek. Frieza decreed that since Namek held the promise of superior Dragon Balls, the ones on Earth were no longer worth pursuing. He was determined to acquire the more powerful Dragon Balls. However, if they did not go to Earth, would the Dragon Balls there not fall into Vegeta's hands? He commanded that they split into two teams, one to Earth to deal with Vegeta, and the other to Namek to gather the Dragon Balls. The Dragon Balls on Earth could be disregarded. However, it cannot be obtained by Vegeta. Xuanhua Mingren. Sun Wukong is finally on his way. Once he arrives, Piccolo, Krillin, and Son Gohan will no longer face death. Uchiha Zusu. His combat power is 5,000, although I am uncertain whether he can defeat Vegeta. Uchiha Zusu, nonetheless. Taking on a combat power of 4,000, Naba should pose no challenge. Heizi. Although Piccolo and the others have significantly improved their strength, it is undeniable that Sun Wukong has experienced the greatest enhancement. Naba. No, it's impossible. Naba. How could a lower-class warrior possess such formidable combat power? Inside the spaceship, Naba is utterly incredulous. Chapter 34. The Demon King Weeps. Sun Wukong has finally arrived. Kakaluota, a lower-class warrior. How could he possibly have combat power of 5,000? Naba refuses to believe this. His own combat power is only 4,000, and while he could surpass that if he unleashed his full potential, who knows if Kakaluota's 5,000 is indeed his maximum? After all, these Earth warriors can enhance their combat power during battle. Not only Naba, but Vegeta is also greatly astonished. A combat power of 5,000 surpasses the vast majority of Saiyans. It is crucial to remember that Kakaluota is merely a lower-class warrior. Although he does not regard 5,000 as a threat, these warriors from Earth possess means to elevate their strength. Kakaluota surely has his own methods. If Kakaluota arrives and joins forces with Piccolo, Son Gohan, and Krillin, it might pose some trouble for him. Therefore, the best course of action is to eliminate the other three before Kakaluota arrives. Even if Kakaluota can defeat Naba, he could never triumph over himself. One can only wonder if his future self on the celestial screen has taken such actions. Vegeta gazes at the screen, silently praying that his future self must do so. Having received Vegeta's command, Naba no longer holds back. His first target is Son Gohan. Naba gathers a powerful attack aimed at Son Gohan. Given Son Gohan's strength, being hit would mean certain death. At this critical moment, a figure stands in front of Son Gohan. It is none other than Piccolo. This former Demon King, Piccolo, is willing to take a fatal blow to protect a child. Piccolo is struck by Naba's attack, collapsing to the ground, barely clinging to life. Gohan, you are the first to truly look at me and speak to me. This past year with you has been quite pleasant. Gohan, you must survive. After delivering this heartfelt farewell, the once feared Demon King Piccolo sacrifices himself, tears streaming down his face. The Demon King weeping. Who could remain unmoved by such a sight? Throughout the years spent with Son Gohan, he completely transformed Piccolo, leading him to embrace righteousness. Of course, this reborn Piccolo, while inheriting the memories of the former Demon King, is ultimately not the same being. Thus, he was never truly malevolent. Many met their end at the hands of the former Demon King, but no Earthling has ever fallen to Piccolo. Those he killed, such as Sun Wukong and Radizi, were not Earthlings. Across the myriad realms, countless powerful beings listened to the narrative unfolding on the celestial screen, nodding in agreement with expressions of deep emotion. Indeed, the sight of a Demon King shedding tears is profoundly moving. If a virtuous person were to weep, it would not evoke such strong sentiments. Yet Piccolo, who was never truly a good person, has completed his redemption, sacrificing his life to save Son Gohan. From this moment onward, no one has the right to label him a villain. In the Dragon Ball world, on Earth, in the wasteland. Uncle Piccolo, I don't want you to die? Son Gohan cries out, throwing his arms around Piccolo. Though their time together has been brief, Piccolo's actions have forged a profound bond in the young boy's heart. Thus, when he witnesses his uncle Piccolo sacrificing himself to save him, he cannot contain his tears. Is this how I am destined to perish? Piccolo gazes at the screen, momentarily lost in thought. He had prepared himself for the possibility of sacrifice, so he is not particularly shocked at his own demise. Yet he never anticipated that he would die to save Son Gohan. Lowering his head to look at Son Gohan, a tender smile graces his face. He reaches out to ruffle Son Gohan's hair. If you want me to survive, then you must train hard and grow stronger. Yes, I will definitely train hard. Son Gohan nods, his small face reflecting determination and resolve. Before the celestial screen appeared, he had no desire to live in the wasteland, nor to train. He longed to return home. But now, he is resolute in his commitment to train, ensuring that Uncle Piccolo does not die for his sake. On the snake path, Sun Wukong is deeply moved. This former adversary, Piccolo, has finally transformed into a righteous warrior willing to sacrifice himself for Gohan. However, knowing what will transpire in the future, he vows that a year from now, he will not allow a similar tragedy to occur. He will arrive in time, never to be late. On the spaceship, indeed, I am who I am. The me on the celestial screen has also realized this. Observing the screen, he sees that Nappa should eliminate the other three first. Vegeta nods in satisfaction. Now the strongest Namekian is dead, leaving only the small bald head and Kakaroto's son. These two are no easy opponents either. If he can dispose of them, Kakaroto will be left to fight alone. Yet, while this Piccolo may be weak, he was once the Demon King. To weep in front of countless beings across the realms is indeed shameful. He, Vegeta, would never engage in such disgraceful behavior. As Son Gohan witnesses his uncle Piccolo perish before his eyes, he is consumed by rage. In his fury, his combat power begins to soar. He assumes the stance of Magic Flash and begins to accumulate energy. The scanner reveals Son Gohan's combat power has reached a staggering 2,800. This strike, fueled by Gohan's anger, is sent flying by Nabi's palm. Yet it is not without effect, for it at least leaves Nabi's hand numb. Just as Nappa prepares to deliver another lethal blow, Son Gohan's figure suddenly vanishes from his sight. Nappa looks around, only to find Son Gohan seated atop a cloud, the flying Nimbus. At that moment, alongside Vegeta, Nappa, Son Gohan, and Krillin, another figure appears. It is Sun Wukong. He has finally arrived. With his dear friends and son on the verge of being killed, Sun Wukong has made it just in time. Though many have perished, the two most important individuals in his life remain unharmed. Were he just a moment later, he would have been forced to watch Krillin and Son Gohan perish before his very eyes. Perhaps then, Vegeta and Nappa would witness the legendary tale of the Saiyans. The legendary tale of the Saiyans? What does that mean? On the spaceship, Vegeta furrows his brow. There appears to be only one legendary tale among the Saiyans, the Super Saiyan. The meaning of the Celestial Dome is that Kakaroto can become a Super Saiyan? Impossible. How could Kakaroto, a mere low-class warrior, ever achieve the status of a Super Saiyan? Only he, the Saiyan Prince, is destined to become the legendary Super Saiyan. Shaking his head, he dismissed the notion of Super Saiyan transformation and continued to observe the Celestial Dome. Now that Kakaroto had arrived, his son and that little bald-headed one were still alive. Although this would not significantly alter the outcome, it introduced additional variables. The version of himself on the dome should have dispatched Nappa sooner. Chapter 35, Sun Wukong and Vegeta, a peculiar camaraderie. Now that I have come to understand these matters, that fellow Kakaroto is also aware. Therefore, when Nappa and I reach Earth, Kakaroto will not be tardy. However, this is of little concern, as Kakaroto and his companions will still not be a match for Nappa and me. Nevertheless, I must take the initiative this time. I cannot afford to let the cultivator and the others strike first as they did in the Celestial Dome. That would be tantamount to delivering vegetables. I must act swiftly to prevent any unforeseen incidents. After Sun Wukong's arrival, he split the last remaining Senzu bean in half and shared it with Krillin and Sun Wufan. After consuming the Senzu beans, both recovered their injuries and stamina. It is worth mentioning that when Sun Wukong first ascended Karin Tower, there were so many Senzu beans that they were stored in several jars. Yet, by the time of the Saiyan invasion, only a handful remained. There is a rumor that due to Yajirobe residing at Karin Tower, he consumed all the Senzu beans. Defamation. This is slander. In the temple, Yajirobe shouted at the Celestial Dome. He indeed consumed numerous Senzu beans, but the sudden depletion to just a few is not his fault. Neither he nor Karin knew the reason. It seems as though a mysterious force has diminished the quantity of Senzu beans. Nearby, Krillin and the others gazed at Yajirobe with bewildered expressions. They were aware of the Senzu beans' effects, which not only heal injuries, but also stave off hunger for 10 days. Yet, Yajirobe managed to consume them to the point of rarity. His appetite is truly more fearsome than Wukong's. As Krillin and Sun Wufan regained their strength, Vegeta and Nappa were left utterly bewildered. They had no idea what was happening and did not inquire further. Subsequently, Sun Wukong approached Nappa. He had already learned from Krillin and Sun Wufan what had transpired. The deceased had all been slain by this Saiyan before him, including Piccolo. With Piccolo's death, the Dragon Balls were lost. This grim reality darkened Sun Wukong's expression. Without the Dragon Balls, the deceased could not be resurrected. However, The immediate concern was to defeat the two Saiyans before him. It was the first time Vegeta and Nappa encountered Sun Wukong. "Kakarot, what brings you here? Come to meet your demise?" Vegeta remarked with a cold smirk. This marked the first occasion Vegeta addressed Sun Wukong as Kakarot in his presence. Henceforth, only Vegeta would refer to Sun Wukong by this name, and Sun Wukong would only accept it from Vegeta. The underlying implications of this exchange were immensely significant. Wait. So, from now on, Vegeta and Sun Wukong will frequently interact? Inmian queried. It seems so, which suggests that Sun Wukong has triumphed in this battle, said Zhonghua. Only Vegeta will call Sun Wukong Kakarot, and Sun Wukong will only accept that name from Vegeta, Nami remarked. Why does it feel like there is some kind of connection between these two? Robin added. Indeed, according to the Celestial Dome, it appears there is a budding camaraderie. Zhang Chulan observed. Could it be that Vegeta might also become friends with Sun Wukong? Impossible. Vegeta immediately retorted. As the proud Saiyan prince, how could he ever befriend Kakarot? Furthermore, how could he possibly lose to Kakarot in battle? The Celestial Dome must be spouting nonsense. He refused to believe it. While it may not be impossible, it is merely speculation, Sinan interjected. What unfolds between Vegeta and Sun Wukong can only be revealed by the Celestial Dome. Nonetheless, Sinan was inclined to believe it. Transforming foes into friends is not an unusual occurrence. Once, Shi Zhao was their enemy, yet he ultimately became a comrade in arms. The armored team and Zhang Jian were not their friends either, yet they ended up sharing dumplings together. Thus, it is not out of the realm of possibility for Vegeta to become friends with Sun Wukong. Regardless, the notion of me becoming friends with Kakarot is utterly impossible, Vegeta declared resolutely. The outcome of this battle will solely result in my extermination of Kakarot. Vegeta spoke with unwavering certainty, leaving no room for doubt and failing to consider the possibility of being proven wrong later. Facing Nappa, Sun Wukong began to elevate his energy. His combat power surged as well. Vegeta observed through his scouter that Sun Wukong's power had escalated from 5,000 to 8,000. 8,000. Nappa could hardly contain himself. A power level of 8,000 ranks among the elite of the Saiyans. Nappa found it difficult to believe. However, Sun Wukong did not relent simply because Nappa doubted him. With incredible speed, Sun Wukong dashed towards Nappa and began to unleash a flurry of blows. This punch is for Yamcha. This kick is for Tianjinan. This move is for Piccolo. And this is for Jiaozi. Sun Wukong relentlessly attacked, avenging his fallen comrades. It must be noted that while the others were no issue, striking Nappa for Yamcha's sake was somewhat inappropriate, as Nappa was not the one who killed Yamcha. In the temple, Yamcha's lips twitched in frustration. He was not slain by Nappa, but rather by the cultivator. Does that mean Wukong cannot avenge him by pummeling Nappa? How pitiful. He absolutely cannot die at the hands of the cultivator again. If he must perish, let it be at the hands of the cultivator. Krillin and Tianjin Han, observing Yamcha's expression, were at a loss for words and could only offer a comforting pat on his shoulder. After a brutal onslaught, Nappa was finally overwhelmed. How could he be bested by a low-class warrior? Nappa, calm yourself. Yet, Vegeta's words managed to bring him back to his senses. Thank you, Vegeta. I was indeed blinded by rage. Nappa steadied himself, adopting a serious demeanor to confront Sun Wukong. Although he was still at a disadvantage against Sun Wukong, at least he was faring better than before. Yet, he remained unable to contend with Sun Wukong. Then, he devised a plan targeting Krillin and Sun Wufan. Nappa feinted and charged towards Krillin and Sun Wufan. Sun Wukong was a moment too late. He could not match Nappa's speed at that moment. With no other option, he resorted to a technique he had learned from King Kai. Kaioken activate. A layer of crimson energy enveloped Sun Wukong, and his speed surged dramatically. Quickly closing the gap to Nappa, he launched a surprise attack from behind, incapacitating Nappa with a single blow. He subsequently cast Nappa before Vegeta, urging him to take Nappa away. Nappa extended his hand, pleading for Vegeta's rescue. Yet, in the next moment, Vegeta executed an unforeseen action that astonished both Nappa and Sun Wukong. Chapter 36. The commotion caused by the Kaioken. The longing of the multiverse's warriors. Vegeta grasped Nappa's hand, displaying a smile. Nappa, too, smiled, believing Vegeta would save him. However, in the next instant, Vegeta hurled Nappa into the sky. I have no need for worthless trash, Vegeta proclaimed while launching an attack on Nappa. Nappa did not perish at the hands of Sun Wukong, but met his end at the hands of the very Vegeta to whom he had been unwaveringly loyal. Vegeta, I can't believe this. Naba exclaimed aboard the spaceship, unable to contain his outrage. He never anticipated that he would die at Vegeta's hands. No, he should have foreseen it. Both he and Vegeta held disdain for Raditz, considering themselves superior in power. Yet, he had overlooked one crucial point. The disparity in strength between himself and Vegeta was far greater than that between himself and Raditz. If he could scorn Raditz, then Vegeta could just as easily scorn him. But why? He had always been loyally by Vegeta's side. Why would Vegeta choose to kill him? Was it merely because he lost? And how did he lose? How did Kakarot suddenly increase his strength so dramatically? Meanwhile, aboard the spaceship, Vegeta remained unfazed by his own actions on the screen. Naba, like Raditz, was nothing but useless trash. Even if Naba witnessed this, what of it? Did Naba dare to defy him? Did he possess the strength to do so? Thus, Vegeta harbored no concern regarding Naba's thoughts upon witnessing this scene. His only interest lay in one matter. How had Kakarot suddenly unleashed such formidable power? Had he been concealing his strength all along? Was Kakarot's battle power now above 8,000? In the new city, can anyone explain how Sun Wukong suddenly became stronger? In the new city, wasn't he unable to catch up to Naba? How did he manage to overtake him and eliminate Naba in a single move? KO, let me clarify. Sun Wukong utilized the Kaioken. KO, indeed, it is Sun Wukong. He has mastered my Kaioken. On KOS planet, he expressed profound emotion. Initially, he believed that no one could master the Kaioken technique, not even the former king of hell. Yet, finally, a man had emerged who could master it, Sun Wukong. However, considering Sun Wukong's performance, it was hardly surprising that he could learn this technique. He was now waiting for Sun Wukong's arrival on KOS planet. Huolin Fei, excuse my ignorance, but what exactly is the Kaioken? KO, this technique enhances the user's power, at a minimum doubling their strength. A minimum doubling of strength. The breaths of countless powerful beings across the multiverse quickened. Even the three tigers were no exception. Initially, he regarded the warriors of the Dragon Ball world as insignificant. Even Naba he dismissed as beneath him. After all, he was stronger. As for their techniques, he found them unimpressive. The only technique he valued was the Wukong technique, as he lacked the ability to fly and could only ride flying mounts. Now, however, another technique had piqued his interest, the Kaioken, a technique that could at least double one's strength. He was unaware of the current gap between his power and that of the old dragon, but he was certain that if his strength could double, he would not regard the old dragon with any respect. He could easily obliterate the old dragon. However, did this technique have any limitations? For instance, would the effect diminish as one's strength increased? Zhang Chulan. KO, what is the maximum power increase this technique can achieve? KO, as long as the body can withstand it. Theoretically, there is no upper limit. KO, however, this technique places a significant burden on the body. If one attempts to increase their strength excessively, their body will not be able to endure it. KO, but if one can master this technique, a doubling of strength should be quite manageable. In the pirate world, on Ghost Island, as long as the body can endure it, can one achieve limitless strength enhancement? Kaido's mouth watered at the thought. He had immense confidence in his body. Furthermore, he could transform into a dragon. If he could master the Kaioken, achieving 2 or 3 times his strength should be feasible. At that point, who in the vast sea would stand against him? Even if Roger were to return, he would merely be a minor nuisance in his eyes. The issue remained, how could he learn it? Kaido, KO, since you taught Sun Wukong this technique, could you also teach it to me? Kaido's comment sparked a wave of excitement. The three tigers, I could learn it as well. Kurosaki Ichigo, teach me too. Aizen, a minimum doubling of strength? How intriguing, I could also learn. Zhang Jiwei, I, too, have an interest in this technique. The first generation, it would be wonderful if our light kingdom could learn this technique. Tartarus, this technique is perfect for us absurds. Belial, this technique should be mine to learn. Countless powerful beings expressed an insatiable desire for the Kaioken. This was entirely understandable. A minimum doubling of strength. Among these powerful beings, while some possessed techniques to enhance their strength, none compared to the Kaioken's exaggeration. The Kaioken guaranteed a minimum doubling of strength. The secret techniques they mastered, at best, could only double their strength, and they were already grateful for that. Moreover, if their bodies could endure it, they could even achieve 2 or 3 times their strength, or continue to enhance it indefinitely. What an enticing technique this was. As beings of their respective worlds, how could they possibly resist such temptation? Witnessing so many individuals yearning to learn the Kaioken, Ko felt immense pride. His creation had become a sensation across the multiverse. This truly elevated his status. However, this technique was not something just anyone could master. He had previously attempted to teach it to other powerful beings, yet none succeeded. Those beings were all stronger than Piccolo, and even they could not learn it. Among the countless powerful beings in the multiverse, how many could truly master it? Moreover, he and these beings were not from the same world. He had no idea how to teach them. Should he teach through the comments? The chances of them learning through direct instruction were already slim. Teaching through comments would be even less effective. Ko, those weaker than Piccolo need not consider it. You cannot learn it. Ko, as for those stronger than Piccolo, even if I attempted to teach through comments, you would still be unable to grasp it. Ko's two statements extinguished all hope among the gathered beings. Most of the powerful beings were indeed weaker than Piccolo. Those stronger than Piccolo lamented their separation from Ko's world. When would their worlds be able to connect? Since the screen allowed the multiverse to view it, could it also bridge their worlds? In stark contrast to the overwhelming desire of many to learn the Kaioken, one individual was struggling to contain himself. Vegeta. Chapter 37. Vegeta's pride is the mistake of the screen. A minimum doubling of strength? As long as the body can endure, can one elevate their strength without limits? If we consider the allure of the Kaioken technique for Vegeta, it is undoubtedly enticing. Should he master this technique? Could it not signify a glimmer of hope in resisting Frieza? However, his current preoccupation lies with another matter. During Kakarot's battle with Nappa, he refrained from employing the Kaioken technique, yet his battle power had already surged to 8,000. This implies that should Kakarot utilize the Kaioken, even with a minimum enhancement of double his strength, his battle power would reach 16,000. Such a power level would be alarmingly close to his own. It is important to note that Vegeta's battle power is merely 18,000. If Kakarot were to amplify his strength yet again, say, double it once more, that would yield a staggering 24,000. This power would far surpass his own, potentially rivaling that of Zabu. Does this not suggest that Kakarot could indeed vanquish him? No, he cannot accept such a reality. Vegeta's inner turmoil erupts in a frantic scream. His only hope now is that Kakarot's body cannot withstand the higher multipliers of the Kaioken. Perhaps he could endure a single doubling of strength at most. In Universe 11, at the headquarters of the Pride Troopers, Jiren gazed at the skies, a flicker of desire in his eyes. He possesses no flamboyant techniques, only sheer brute strength. If he were to also learn the Kaioken, his power could ascend even further. Even a mere doubling of strength would suffice. Given his physical prowess, it seems implausible that he could only achieve a twofold increase. After all, if Son Goku, despite his weakness, can double his strength, surely he can manage an increase by several hundred times. Once he reaches that level of power, he could effortlessly defeat his adversaries. And what of the Dragon Balls? If he were to wish upon the Eternal Dragon, could he not discover the identities of those responsible for the deaths of his parents and master? It appears I must make a journey to the Earth of Universe 7. Jiren contemplated, resolute in his decision. As for Vegeta, he coldly dispatched his subordinates without a flicker of remorse. This ruthless demeanor made it clear to Goku that a grueling battle lay ahead. He instructed Gohan and Krillin to retreat, choosing to confront Vegeta alone. Despite Gohan's reluctance, Krillin understood that their presence would be a burden, thus he led Gohan away. Vegeta paid no heed to their departure. His focus was solely on Goku, regarding the others as insignificant insects. Once Krillin and Gohan had distanced themselves, Goku and Vegeta stood atop a precipice, locking eyes. Kakarot, do you truly believe you can defeat me? You are merely a low-class warrior, while I am the Prince of Science, a superior warrior. In response to Vegeta's disdain, Goku proclaimed that with hard work, even a low-class warrior could surpass a higher-class warrior. Of course, Vegeta dismissed Goku's words, asserting that he would demonstrate the insurmountable chasm between them. Given the presence of Yamcha, Piccolo, and others' corpses nearby, Goku suggested they battle elsewhere to avoid desecrating their remains. Vegeta did not object. They proceeded to another desolate expanse. Faced with Vegeta, Goku did not underestimate him. He unleashed his full power immediately, employing his ultimate technique, the double Kaioken. Upon witnessing Goku's power surge, Vegeta too began to elevate his strength. Although he verbally belittled Goku, he could not afford to underestimate him, thus revealing his true capabilities. Vegeta's battle power stood at 18,000, while Goku, utilizing the double Kaioken, reached 16,000. The gap between them was 2,000. In the realm of Dragon Ball, a law dictates that should the power discrepancy be within 10%, the stronger can easily defeat the weaker. A 20% disparity results in overwhelming dominance, while a 30% difference can lead to instant annihilation. Previously, Goku's use of the Kaioken had allowed him to exceed a 30% gap with Nappa, leading to a swift defeat. Yet now, the 2,000 difference between Goku and Vegeta surpassed 10%. This indicates that despite Goku's double Kaioken, he remains at a disadvantage against Vegeta. Goku comprehended this clearly. Despite Vegeta's seemingly diminutive stature, his strength was extraordinarily formidable. Haha, Kakarot, even if you can enhance your power, what does it matter? You remain no match for me. Within the spacecraft, Vegeta laughed heartily, filled with exhilaration. He had previously feared that should Kakarot utilize the Kaioken, his strength would eclipse his own. Now he felt reassured. Even if Kakarot employed the double Kaioken, he would still be inferior. As for whether Kakarot could utilize the triple Kaioken, impossible. If he could, why would he not have done so from the outset? It is evident that the most potent Kaioken Kakarot can wield is the double Kaioken. Should he attempt the triple Kaioken, his body would surely crumble under the strain. At that point, he wouldn't even need to intervene. Kakarot would be his own downfall. In this moment, Vegeta felt entirely at ease. The outcome of this battle was already crystal clear. Goku, what a pity, Kakarot. If you could wield the triple Kaioken, I would truly be in peril. Vegeta declared, this battle shall be mine. I shall no longer have the opportunity to refer to you as Kakarot. He mused. The earlier proclamation from the skies must have been erroneous. It was surely a mistake from the heavens. The outcome of this battle would only culminate in his triumph over Kakarot. Once Kakarot is vanquished, how could he ever call him Kakarot again? Surely, he would not be dead as well. After he dealt with Kakarot, he would journey to Namek to seek the Dragon Balls and make his wish. At that juncture, not even Frieza could pose a threat to him. Vegeta envisioned himself triumphantly defeating Frieza and reigning supreme over the universe. Realizing he was no match for Vegeta, Goku understood he must further augment his strength. Although the Kaioshin advised against it, warning that his body may not withstand the strain, Goku found himself with no other recourse. Thus, he augmented his power beyond the double Kaioken. Triple Kaioken. Chapter 38. Where is the promised body breakdown? Vegeta never anticipated he would accompany him to the grave. Upon harnessing the triple Kaioken, Goku's battle power soared to 24,000. Far away at Kame House, Bulma utilized the scouter obtained from Raditz to measure battle powers. She observed Goku's strength continually rising, surpassing 20,000. In fact, due to the outdated model of Raditz's scouter, it was unable to register such high levels, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. The astonishing surge in Goku's power left Vegeta utterly astounded. He watched Goku's power escalate wildly, his mindset fracturing under the pressure. The fracture in composure was not limited to Vegeta within the heavenly realm. The Vegeta outside was equally distraught. It is impossible. It cannot be happening. Has Kakarot lost his sanity? Is he truly intent on causing his own body to collapse? Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief. The crucial question remains, how has Kakarot's body not yet succumbed? Did not the KO proclaim that exceeding the limits of the Kaioken would lead to bodily ruin? Kakarot appears utterly unfazed by the prospect of collapse. That wretched KO has lied. Moreover, without this KO, Kakarot would never have mastered the Kaioken. This KO deserves to be punished. Where might this KO be found? I must eliminate him first to prevent him from teaching Kakarot the Kaioken. Vegeta's expression turned grim. He had already witnessed the formidable power of the Kaioken. The critical point is that Kakarot is now on his way to meet the KO. This implies that Kakarot, beyond the heavens, will also master the Kaioken. The only way to thwart this is to eliminate the KO. But the issue lies in his ignorance of the KO's whereabouts. Must he helplessly watch as Kakarot learns the Kaioken? How infuriating. On the planet where Frieza resides, oh, this Son Goku is quite impressive. With his threefold Kaioken, his battle power has reached 24,000, surpassing even Vegeta and even rivaling Dodoria. He could match an untransformed Zarbon. Frieza felt a surge of admiration. So what if Son Goku is a Saiyan? Vegeta and Nappa are also Saiyans under his command. Furthermore, Son Goku is significantly superior to Vegeta. Vegeta is a rebellious one, while Son Goku embodies loyalty and righteousness. If he could recruit Son Goku as his subordinate, he would become an invaluable asset. He ordered the Jinyu force to proceed to Earth and capture Son Goku. Soon, Berta and Guys, tasked with the mission to Earth, received their orders. As for how to subdue Son Goku, they had already devised a plan. First, they would defeat him. Though Son Goku's battle power has exceeded Vegeta's after employing the Kaioken, he remains no match for them. Each of them possesses a battle power exceeding 40,000. Unless Son Goku can unleash a five-fold Kaioken, they would have no trouble dealing with him. But can Son Goku actually utilize a Kaioken beyond 5 times? After employing the threefold Kaioken, Son Goku's strength surpassed Vegeta's. His previous disadvantage was instantly overturned, leaving Vegeta's spirit shattered, his mentality in ruins. Vegeta soared into the sky, positioning his hands to the left to execute his technique. Gallic Gun, Kakarado. You shall be reduced to dust along with the earth. This attack from Vegeta is sufficient to obliterate the planet. With a battle power of 18,000, this is classified as a standard planet-destroying capability. In other words, a single strike could annihilate the Earth. However, it must be noted that Vegeta, having been thoroughly defeated by Son Goku, was no longer thinking rationally. Should this technique be unleashed, even if Son Goku cannot withstand it, the Earth would meet its demise alongside him. But what of Vegeta? Has he contemplated his own fate? If Son Goku perishes, he too would accompany him to the grave. Gasp. Inside the spaceship, Vegeta inhaled sharply. Initially, upon witnessing his own image in the heavens preparing to destroy the Earth, he found the technique impressive. After all, should Kakarado fail to withstand it, both he and the Earth would vanish. However, after the revelation from the heavens, he came to a realization. Indeed, even if he could eliminate both the Earth and Kakarado, what of himself? With the Earth gone, he too would die. They Saiyans cannot survive in the vacuum of space. Therefore, the self in the heavens intends to perish alongside Kakarado? That seems unlikely. So, it truly is as the heavens have stated. The self depicted in the heavens has been so thoroughly defeated by Kakarado that he failed to consider his own survival. Meanwhile, the powerful beings across the myriad realms were focused on another matter. Duan Mu Yin, can Vegeta truly destroy the Earth? Can his strength even accomplish such a feat? Xian Nan, the destruction of the Earth, as stated by the heavens, signifies its absolute obliteration, causing it to vanish from the cosmos. Xian Chung, terrifying. Even Digga could not achieve such a thing. Lu Peiqiang. Thankfully, our world is devoid of such monstrosities. Otherwise, the Earth would not need to wander. The powerful beings from other worlds may not comprehend the enormity of the Earth, hence their lack of shock. Yet, those living in the modern era are utterly astounded. The destruction of the moon and the destruction of the Earth are entirely different magnitudes. With their current technological prowess, they cannot even destroy the moon, let alone the Earth. Many often claim that humanity possesses the power to obliterate the Earth multiple times, but in reality, it merely signifies the destruction of human civilization on Earth several times. To destroy the Earth? Nonsense. Given their current technological level, even if all nuclear weapons were detonated, it would merely amount to a superficial scratch on the planet. The destruction of the Earth, as described by the heavens, signifies a true obliteration, causing the Earth to vanish from the universe. And Vegeta can accomplish this. A monster. This is nothing short of monstrous. Previously, Piccolo Daimaō could only annihilate human civilization and possibly destroy the moon. Yet now, Vegeta can annihilate the Earth itself. The leap in power is staggering. No wonder the heavens deemed the calamity of Piccolo Daimaō as merely the weakest disaster in the Dragon Ball world, while being the pinnacle of countless disasters in other realms. The second-to-last calamity, the Saiyan invasion, is already capable of obliterating the Earth. To make the Earth vanish from the cosmos, how could one compare the disasters of other worlds? In the world of One Punch Man, to destroy the Earth, previously Boros, with all his might, could only devastate a portion of the surface. Yet, according to him, this was already sufficient to establish himself as the cosmic overlord. Indeed, the warriors of the Dragon Ball world are far superior to those of my own world. Saitama clenched his fist, filled with longing. In his own world, he could not find a worthy opponent, as most enemies were defeated with a single punch. Only Boros had managed to elicit a few more strikes from him. He yearns to battle a powerful adversary. Unfortunately, it seems his world cannot fulfill this desire. However, he knows that the Dragon Ball world undoubtedly harbors opponents capable of meeting his expectations. In fact, there exist foes whose strength far exceeds his own. To engage in combat with such adversaries, even in defeat, would be a monumental blessing. Alas, he cannot traverse to the Dragon Ball world. In the world of Food Wars, can a battle power of 18,000 truly destroy the Earth? Then surely my battle power exceeds 18,000. Within the culinary competition, Sanhua calculated his own battle power. He believed he could also obliterate the Earth. Therefore, his strength is at least comparable to Vegeta's, likely even greater. And the powers of Ichiro and Jiro are estimated to be similar. Unbeknownst to Sanhua, his strength surpasses that of Vegeta when he first arrived on Earth, by a considerable margin. This is because the Earth in the world of Food Wars is several times larger than that of other worlds. It is likely that his strength does not fall short of that of the Ginyu Force. Of course, should he venture into the Dragon Ball world, it would merely mean serving as Frieza's subordinate. Sanhua remains oblivious to these realities. He only recognizes that he previously underestimated the Dragon Ball world. The calamity brought forth by Vegeta and the Saiyan invasion is merely the second disaster chronicled within the Dragon Ball realm. The chronicles are arranged in order of strength, from the weakest to the mightiest. Thus, the Saiyan invasion stands as the penultimate catastrophe in the Dragon Ball universe. The fact that a formidable warrior like Vegeta emerged from such a disaster indicates that even greater threats loom on the horizon. Therefore, should I find myself in the Dragon Ball world, I would hardly stir any significant upheaval. Sanhua, for the first time, began to harbor thoughts of inadequacy regarding his once prided strength. But is Sanhua truly weak? Certainly not. The combat prowess of the gourmet captive world is not insignificant when placed among the myriad realms. As one of the top 3 warriors, his might is sufficient to sweep through the majority of worlds and their champions. However, in comparison to the titans of Dragon Ball, his strength appears somewhat diminished. In response to Vegeta's assault, Suin Wukong naturally adopted the stance for the Kamehameha wave. With a fierce declaration, he countered with a Kamehameha wave of his own. The 2 warriors unleashed their attacks, which clashed mid-air. Recall the 2 fundamental laws of such confrontations. The specifics of who occupies the left side can be set aside, as their perspectives allow each to claim that position. The crux lies in Vegeta breaching the second law. He engaged in a clash with the descendants of the Suin clan. Initially, Suin Wukong could withstand Vegeta's onslaught, but gradually, he found himself at a disadvantage. He recognized that maintaining his current state would not lead to victory. To triumph in this confrontation, he had but one recourse. With fervor, he invoked the Kaioken, amplifying it to 4 times its normal strength. Suin Wukong, putting everything on the line, escalated his power, and upon reaching this new pinnacle, his assault swiftly overwhelmed Vegeta's, sending him hurtling into the skies. In this desperate gamble, Suin Wukong emerged victorious in their clash, albeit at a significant cost. He felt as if his body were on the verge of being torn asunder. Merely standing brought him immense agony. At that moment, a figure appeared before him, Yakalubei. He had indeed arrived on the battlefield, albeit merely to observe from the sidelines. Upon witnessing Suin Wukong's triumph, he assumed victory was assured and thus revealed himself. However, Suin Wukong urged him to seek cover, cautioning that Vegeta would not be so easily vanquished. Indeed, while Vegeta may have lost this clash, he had not been defeated. His pride, however, had taken a devastating blow. As the proud prince of the Saiyans, the thought of being bested by a lower-class warrior shattered his psyche. He was left with no choice but to unveil his final trump card. To prevent unforeseen circumstances, he had deliberately chosen to arrive on Earth during a full moon. Yet, after searching high and low, he could not find it. This led Vegeta to suspect that Suin Wukong had preemptively destroyed the moon to thwart his transformation. In truth, the moon had not been obliterated by Suin Wukong, but by Bika. During the year of the Saiyans' arrival, a full moon had indeed appeared, resulting in Suin Guofan's transformation. With no alternatives, Bika had to eliminate the moon. The scene shifts to Suin Guofan, who, for the first time in the wilderness, gazes upon the full moon. Subsequently, he transforms into a colossal ape, wreaking havoc in his wake. There was no other option. Bika had to destroy the moon. Zhu Jing interjected, recalling that the moon had originally been destroyed by the turtle sage. How then could it be that Bika had also destroyed it? Suin Wukong explained that the heavenly god had previously informed him that the moon had been restored, hence its return. Zhang Chulin remarked on the heavenly god's extraordinary powers, capable of achieving feats beyond mortal reach. Restoring a shattered moon demonstrates profound strength indeed. In the world of the wandering earth, countless individuals yearned for the heavenly god's assistance. If the heavenly god could restore the moon, surely he could mend the sun as well? As a deity, such a task should be within his capabilities. If he could repair the sun, their crisis would be averted. Alas, the heavenly god could not traverse to their realm. On Earth within the Dragon Ball universe, amid the wilderness, the little one may soon witness the full moon transformation. Should I preemptively destroy the moon? Or perhaps remove his tail? Bika pondered as he observed Suin Guofan, ultimately deciding to destroy the moon. It was imperative that the moon be obliterated, lest Vegeta achieve his transformation. Early in the morning, he was uncertain of the moon's position. Once night fell and the moon appeared, he would obliterate it. In doing so, when Vegeta arrived on Earth, he would be unable to transform into a colossal ape. Upon returning to the ground, Vegeta confronted Suin Wukong, asserting that the destruction of the moon would not spell his downfall. Naturally, Suin Wukong was entirely oblivious to his words. Vegeta continued, stating that a rare few Saiyans possessed the ability to fabricate an artificial moon. Subsequently, he expended considerable energy to create a small moon. Vegeta cast this artificial moon into the sky, his gaze fixated upon it. In the next moment, an unexpected transformation occurred. Chapter 40. Vegeta's transformation into a giant ape. Power amplified tenfold. As Vegeta beheld the artificial moon he had conjured, he transformed before Suin Wukong's astonished eyes into a colossal ape. Remarkably, his battle attire remained unscathed, expanding alongside him. It is worth noting that Vegeta's uniform was custom-made by the Frieza Force, possessing considerable defensive capabilities and remarkable elasticity. Even during his transformation, the uniform endured without tearing. Moreover, it is exceedingly challenging for those with combat power below 1000 to damage this protective gear. Thus, should this battle attire be introduced in other realms, merely wearing it would elevate one to the pinnacle of defensive strength. In the Avengers world, Dr. Banner gazed at Vegeta's battle uniform with a longing expression. Each time he transformed into the Hulk, his clothing sustained damage. If only he could acquire such a uniform, he would no longer fear the consequences of transformation. Perhaps he should consult Tony about developing this remarkably elastic battle attire. After all, if Tony could create Iron Man armor, crafting a suit capable of withstanding his transformations should be feasible. At the moment Vegeta transformed into a giant ape, Suin Wukong finally grasped the reality of the situation. The creature that had crushed his grandfather and wreaked havoc at the martial arts tournament was none other than himself. Furthermore, Suin Wukong observed that Vegeta retained his sanity even in his ape form. Immediately thereafter, Vegeta revealed a horrifying truth to Suin Wukong. When a Saiyan transforms into a giant ape, their combat power amplifies tenfold. The declaration of a tenfold increase in power sent tremors throughout the multiverse. In the world of One Piece, on Onigashima, the notion of a tenfold power increase upon transformation elicited a profound sense of envy. Why, oh why, does my Azure Dragon Fruit not grant such an enhancement? Initially, Kaido had held a favorable view of his Azure Dragon Fruit. He has the potential to become one of the four emperors, to stand as the mightiest being in the world. The Qinglong Fruit plays an instrumental role in this. However, when compared to the transformations of the Saiyans, the Qinglong Fruit is rendered utterly insignificant. As Raditz would put it, the Qinglong Fruit is merely a low-tier fighter. After transforming into Qinglong, his strength may see some enhancement, but it is inconceivable that it could increase tenfold to such a terrifying extent. If his power could indeed amplify 10 times upon transformation, he would have already swept across the entire ocean. Not just Kaido, but all Zoan fruit users on the sea would gaze at Vegeta with envy. Vegeta, along with Son Goku and Son Gohan, upon witnessing the full moon, transforms into a great ape, which bears a striking resemblance to their Zoan fruit abilities. Yet, the two are entirely worlds apart. A tenfold increase in combat power is an unfathomable prospect. Uzumaki Naruto exclaims that a tenfold power increase is ludicrous. His Sage Mode does not grant such a monumental enhancement. Uzumaki Naruto questions why Son Goku, also a Saiyan, does not transform. Uchiha Sasuke retorts, pointing out that Son Goku lacks a tail, rendering the transformation impossible. Kurosaki Ichigo adds that Vegeta retains his sanity post-transformation, unlike Son Goku and his son, who lose control and wreak havoc. Vegeta scoffs, asserting that a mere low-class warrior could never match him. As the prince of the Saiyans, he will not lose his wits upon transformation. Inside the spaceship, Vegeta is filled with pride. Despite having been soundly defeated by Kakarot and losing to Buu previously, He has now successfully transformed, amplifying his power tenfold. How could Kakarot possibly contend with him now? With a single step, he could crush Kakarot. Indeed, despite the unexpected turns in this battle, the final outcome remains in his favor. On Frieza's planet, Frieza disdainfully observes Vegeta on the screen, referring to the Saiyans as stinky monkeys due to their ability to transform into massive apes. Although a tenfold increase in power is commendable, even Vegeta's enhanced strength surpassing the Ginyu Force is insufficient in Frieza's eyes, as his own battle power stands at a staggering 530,000. The Ginyu Force, aware of Vegeta's transformation and its accompanying power boost, still regards him with contempt. Even if Vegeta is stronger post-transformation, he must be given the opportunity to transform, which they would never allow. The Ginyu Force remains the strongest under Frieza's command. Huo Linfei remarks that Vegeta's previous battle power was 18,000, and now, after the tenfold increase, it stands at 180,000. How can Son Goku compete with that? Zhang Jiwei asserts that Son Goku must unleash at least a 22 times Kaioken to match Vegeta. However, he can only perform the 4 times Kaioken once, having reached his limit. The disparity in their powers leaves him utterly helpless against the transformed Vegeta. Sinan questions if there are alternative methods, such as destroying the artificial moon or severing Vegeta's tail. Xiao Tian notes that regardless of the approach, Vegeta will undoubtedly intervene. Duan Muyin wonders if this means Son Goku is destined to lose. Countless individuals fall silent, unable to conceive of any strategy that could turn the tide in Son Goku's favor. While there are ways to revert Vegeta to his original state, it would be a monumental challenge for Son Goku, who would need to employ a 3 times Kaioken to surpass Vegeta. Yet, given Son Goku's current condition, he might struggle to even execute a 2 times Kaioken. Is it truly possible that Son Goku is on the brink of defeat? However, the screen had previously hinted that Vegeta would always refer to Son Goku as Kakarot, suggesting that Son Goku is unlikely to perish. Could a miracle occur? Across countless realms and among powerful beings, anticipation for a miracle runs high. Even those from the world of Diga, including the Victory Team, seem to hear a melody titled The Arrival of a Miracle, akin to sunlight piercing through the night. Chapter 41. The terrifying Yasuo in meat armor faced with the transformed Vegeta, Son Goku can only evade and dodge his attacks. At this moment, he realizes there is but one path to victory: to unleash the ultimate technique taught by King Kai, the Spirit Bomb. This technique gathers the life energy of all living things to launch an attack, but it requires time to accumulate energy. The Solar Flare. Son Goku casts the Solar Flare, temporarily blinding Vegeta. Seizing the opportunity, he retreats to a distance, raising his hands to absorb the energy of the earth. After a while, Vegeta regains his sight and locates Son Goku, who has nearly gathered the necessary energy. However, before Son Goku can attack, Vegeta strikes him down with a single blow, exacerbating his injuries and leaving him too weak to launch the Spirit Bomb. In a final desperate attempt, Son Goku directs his remaining strength towards Vegeta's right eye, inflicting some damage. This enrages Vegeta, who then crushes Son Goku's legs underfoot. Son Goku's anguished screams echo through the air, prompting Achi-Robe, who is hiding nearby, to cover his ears. He wishes to help Son Goku, but knows his efforts would be futile. Vegeta then seizes Son Goku, squeezing him mercilessly. The spaceship is filled with Vegeta's triumphant laughter. This is how it should be. He gazes at the screen with elation, proud of his future self. This is how he can wash away the humiliation he has endured. Being repeatedly suppressed by Kakarot, a low-class warrior, is an unbearable disgrace for the Prince of Saiyans. To redeem himself, he must mercilessly torment Kakarot. While Vegeta revels in his actions, others can only describe his methods with one word: cruel. In the world of One Punch Man, Saitama clenches his fists, wishing he could dive into the screen to save Son Goku. He has always dispatched his enemies with a single punch, never resorting to torment. Now, witnessing Son Goku suffer at Vegeta's hands is a sight he cannot bear. His heart was ablaze with fury. For the first time, he harbored thoughts of inflicting severe torment upon another, rather than simply dispatching them with a single blow. Whether he could best his opponent was one matter. It did not deter his thoughts. In the realm of Kai Guanging Shijia, this Vegeta was exceedingly cruel. The Yining Shou, before him appeared remarkably gentle in comparison. Shinan, Bei Miao, and the others were expressions of anger. Although the Yining Sug had once pursued the descendants of Wuxing village, resulting in numerous casualties. At least their deaths had been swift and devoid of torment. In contrast, the Yin and So seemed far more merciful. Even when I was tormented under the hands of the king of the world, I did not suffer as acutely as Sun Wukong. Shi Zhao recalled his own time under the king of the world, where he often endured electric shocks. Though painful, it was nothing compared to the agony Wukong experienced, having all his bones brutally crushed. However, it must be noted that the king of the world in the Dragon Ball realm was infinitely more benevolent than the one he once served. The most intolerable observers of this torment were, of course, Krillin, Tianjin Fan, and Wukong's loyal brothers. In the Temple of Earth, they were exasperated. How dare this Vegeta torment Wukong so? What is my future self doing? Hurry and save Wukong. Krillin clenched his fists, filled with rage towards Vegeta. Wukong and he had grown up together as brothers. Now, he stood powerless, witnessing Wukong's suffering. What about his future self? What was he doing? Hurry and rescue Wukong. Tianjin Fan and Yamcha, although equally enraged, could not help but wear bittersweet smiles. They were already deceased in the sky above and could do nothing to assist. Thankfully, these events had not yet transpired. Krillin, all we can do is strive to cultivate and grow stronger. In a year, we shall help Wukong defeat the Saiyans. You are right. We must become stronger. And Yachi Luobe, you must join us in training. Krillin and the others urged Yachi Luobe to train alongside them. Yachi Luobe was present but chose to remain a passive observer. They understood that they could not blame him for this, yet they pondered whether a little more effort from him might have saved Wukong. Thus, they resolved to not allow him to slack off any longer. Meanwhile, on another front, the departing Son Gohan and Krillin sensed the intense battle between Son Wukong and Vegeta. They detected Wukong's energy suddenly faltering, as if it were about to vanish. This prompted Son Gohan to return to the battlefield, with Krillin closely following. Upon their arrival, they witnessed Vegeta preparing to crush Wukong's skull. They devised a plan. Son Gohan would distract Vegeta while Krillin attempted to sever his tail. However, they faltered. Just as Krillin launched an energy sphere at Vegeta, the latter leaped aside, evading the attack, having already discerned Krillin's presence. He compelled them to watch as he crushed Son Wukong's head. At that moment, a figure appeared behind Vegeta, and a flash of steel severed his robust tail. It was Yachi Luobe. Just when Son Gohan and Krillin found themselves at a standstill, the hidden Yachi Luobe took action. With his blade, he cut off Vegeta's tail. Once the tail was severed, Vegeta returned to his original state, and Son Wukong was saved. This was reminiscent of the time when Piccolo Daimaō had saved Wukong. Remember when Yachi Luobe had hesitated to join the fray out of fear? But do not rush to mock him, for he had indeed rendered an invaluable service in this battle. In the temple, Yachi Luobe triumphantly declared, "Did you see that? I have achieved a monumental feat. I am more useful than any of you." He shouted at Krillin and the others, who were pulling him into training against his will. In critical moments, it was I who made the difference. Yachi Luobe reveled in his glory, while Krillin and the others exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. Indeed, Yachi Luobe had made a significant contribution. Without him, Vegeta would have slain Wukong. Who would have thought that this previously timid individual would accomplish such a feat? However, this does not excuse your laziness. Your talent surpasses ours. If you train diligently, Wukong might not have suffered so severely. Therefore, you must continue to train. Although Yachi Luobe had made a great contribution, Krillin and the others would not allow him to become complacent. If Yachi Luobe could achieve such results while slacking off, imagine the magnitude of his contributions if he applied himself. After returning to his original form, Vegeta found himself restrained by Son Gohan. While Krillin rushed to Son Wukong's side to assess his condition, Wukong urged Krillin to grasp his hand, transferring the energy he had gathered. However, due to his exacerbated injuries, the energy had diminished by half. Wukong instructed Krillin on how to condense the energy into a sphere. As Krillin positioned himself behind Vegeta, he attempted to mold the energy into a ball. Yet, with Vegeta and Son Gohan engaged in battle, Krillin struggled to aim properly. "What are you doing? Hurry and attack," Yachi Luobe urged, his frustration evident. His shout drew Vegeta's attention, forcing Krillin to throw the energy sphere without proper aim. Consequently, it was evaded by Vegeta. The energy sphere soared towards Son Gohan, who, receiving Wukong's telepathic message, understood that a kind-hearted person could handle the energy sphere. He deflected it, sending it on a collision course with Vegeta. The sphere struck Vegeta, launching him into the sky with a pained howl. Goodness, just moments ago. Yachi Loabe was a stellar ally, and now he has turned into a liability, remarked Don Muyen. Indeed, if not for Son Gohan's ability to rebound the energy sphere, it would have struck him instead, added Shinon. Do you think Vegeta will be defeated by this energy sphere? Inquired Warring States. It's hard to say, since the energy was halved. The impact on Vegeta will be considerably reduced, he replied. Had it maintained its full potency, I believe it could have defeated him. But now it's uncertain. By the way, this energy sphere resembles my Rasen Shuriken, noted Naruto. It merely bears a superficial resemblance. Can your Rasen Shuriken truly compare to an energy sphere? Retorted Suzo. That is true. Naruto conceded. Inside the spaceship, Vegeta exclaimed, No, this cannot be. I shall not be defeated like this. He gazed at the sky, his voice laden with defiance. Though it trembled, revealing the cracks in his unwavering spirit. Naba clasped his hands in front of him, murmuring softly, Kakarot, you must channel more energy into this spirit bomb. Bring that fellow Vegeta down here to accompany me. Upon realizing that his future was to be slain by Vegeta, Naba's respect for him diminished considerably. In fact, he secretly wished for Vegeta's defeat. He understood his own powerlessness. Despite knowing how Vegeta treated him, he could not resist. He lacked the strength. Thus, he could only place his hopes in Kakarot, this lower-class warrior. He could perish, but Vegeta must descend to join him. Vegeta was struck by the spirit bomb and plummeted from the sky. He lay with closed eyes, gravely injured, appearing lifeless. However, when Jackalope went to assess the situation, Vegeta suddenly opened his eyes. Vegeta was still alive. Moreover, he still had the strength to fight. Yet, in the current scenario, Sun Wukong was unable to battle. Klin and Sun Wufan, along with Jackalope, would not stand a chance against Vegeta. At that moment, Sun Wukong suddenly noticed something. His son, Sun Wufan, had sprouted a tail behind him. Wufan, look at the ball of light in the sky. Sun Wukong communicated with Sun Wufan, directing him to gaze upon the artificial moon. The sole method to defeat Vegeta now was to transform Sun Wufan into a great ape. In a daze, Wufan heard his father's voice, opened his eyes, and began to observe the artificial moon above. Vegeta, noticing Wufan's actions, spotted his tail. This alarmed him greatly. In his current state, if Wufan successfully transformed, it would pose a tremendous threat to him. Vegeta rushed towards Sun Wufan, relentlessly attacking in an attempt to eliminate him before the transformation could occur. Neither Sun Wukong nor Klin could obstruct Vegeta. At this crucial moment, that man stepped forward once again. Huh! Jackalope shouted, raising his sword and striking Vegeta's back. The blow tore through Vegeta's battle attire, leaving a mark upon his back. It was Jackalope's strike that diverted Vegeta's attention. Vegeta abandoned his assault on Sun Wufan and turned to confront Jackalope. Meanwhile, Sun Wufan seized the opportunity to gaze at the artificial moon, commencing his transformation. By the time Vegeta realized what was happening, it was too late. With no other option, Vegeta attempted to sever Sun Wufan's tail. However, by that point, Sun Wufan had already completed his transformation, gazing down at Vegeta as he raised his fist and struck him. This marked yet another highlight for Jackalope in this battle. Do you understand what it means to be in a desperate situation, Jackalope? Hualin Fei, well done, Jackalope. You've become a stellar ally once again. Zhang Chulan, the heavenly dome speaks true, Jackalope in dire straits. Zhang Chulan. Each time Sun Wukong faced imminent peril, it was Jackalope who rose to the occasion. Daegu, if victory is attained in this battle, Jackalope's contributions would rank just below Sun Wukong. Chapter 43. It was Na Ba who killed him. What concern is it of Vegeta? Jackalope's performance captivated countless powerful beings across the realms. Initially, they had looked down upon Jackalope for his fear-induced absence from the battle, eager to mock him. However, the heavenly dome urged them not to be hasty in their derision. Thus, they suppressed their dissatisfaction and awaited the reason behind the heavenly dome's caution. They witnessed Jackalope stepping forth as Sun Wukong faced imminent death at the hands of Vegeta. And as Sun Wufan and Klin found themselves helpless, Jackalope intervened, severing Vegeta's tail. His contribution alone was second only to Sun Wukong's. Without him, they would have perished. Yet soon after, Jackalope made a blunder that allowed Klin to miss his opportunity against Vegeta. Although the spirit bomb ultimately struck Vegeta, had it not been for Jackalope's shout, the unexpected turn would not have occurred. In the end, Jackalope once again stepped up, buying time for Sun Wufan to transform into a great ape. Thus, Yakalob's performance in this battle could be summarized as stellar ally, blundering ally, stellar ally. If performance points were out of 100, Yakalob's 2 instances of being a stellar ally would score 200. His blunder, while notable, did not incur severe consequences, warranting only a minor deduction of 10 points. Consequently, Yakalob's performance score in this battle would amount to 190. It could be said that his performance was second only to Sun Wukong's. In the celestial realm, Yakalob proclaimed, "Behold, you witnessed the power of desperation." He basked in his moment of triumph, relishing his numerous highlights. Indeed, to create even more highlights, you must strive to cultivate even harder. Klin and the others exchanged glances, intensifying their training alongside Yakalob. Partly out of envy, they labored diligently. Yet their results paled in comparison to this seemingly lazy individual. Partly, they genuinely hoped Yakalob would grow stronger, creating even more moments of brilliance. Aboard the spaceship, Vegeta seethed. "What? That accursed fatso has thwarted me twice." He glared at Yakalob in the heavenly dome, his eyes brimming with malice. He never anticipated being hindered by such a lowly creature. Had it not been for this fool, he would have already slain Kakarot. This fatso had sealed his own fate. Upon reaching Earth, the first order of business would be to eliminate this nuisance. Yakalob in the celestial realm shivered involuntarily, as if a foul presence had set its sights upon him. After Sun Wufan transformed into a great ape, he lost his sanity and began to attack indiscriminately. "Wufan, attack that Saiyan!" Klin shouted at him. It was this very shout that restored a semblance of reason to Sun Wufan, prompting him to truly engage Vegeta. Sun Wufan, being a hybrid with half-earthling blood, regained his senses more readily than Sun Wukong. Faced with Sun Wufan's assault, Vegeta could only evade. Previously, it was Vegeta as the great ape evading Sun Wukong. Now, it was Sun Wufan as the great ape evading Vegeta. The situations bore striking similarities. However, Sun Wufan did not manage to defeat Vegeta. Seizing an opportunity, Vegeta severed Sun Wufan's tail, reverting him to his original form. Yet, this very act became the final straw that broke Vegeta's back. As Sun Wufan returned to his original state, his massive frame collapsed onto Vegeta. Vegeta was crushed beneath the weight, rendering him utterly devoid of combat capability. He was compelled to painstakingly retrieve a remote control to summon his spaceship. Upon witnessing Vegeta's attempt to escape, Klin sought to intervene. Yakalob advised him to use his own sword. Klin approached Vegeta from behind, intending to slay him. At that moment, however, Sun Wukong intervened. Sun Wukong urged Klin to spare Vegeta. This time, he faced defeat, having encountered an opponent of formidable strength for the first time. He did not wish to see such a powerful adversary perish. Perhaps it was their shared heritage as Saiyans that influenced his decision. After all, he too bore the blood of a Saiyan. Ultimately, Klin relinquished his intent to eliminate Sun Wukong, recognizing that without Wukong's valiant struggle, the Earth would have been obliterated long ago. Thus, Sun Wukong certainly possessed the right to act with impunity. Nevertheless, Klin insisted that Wukong must train harder to ensure he does not fall to Vegeta in their next encounter. Subsequently, Vegeta departed Earth in a state of disarray, having arrived with great arrogance, yet leaving in humiliation. Earth became the site of Vegeta's most profound defeat. Naturally, many might perceive Wukong's leniency towards Vegeta as a grave error, especially given the loss of numerous comrades due to his actions. However, it should be noted that Yamcha was slain by the hands of an enemy, and Tien, Kaiatsu, and Piccolo fell victim to Nappa. The deaths were orchestrated by Nappa, not Vegeta. Upon arriving on Earth, Vegeta had not taken a single human life. In fact, he had avenged the fallen by eliminating Nappa. Therefore, allowing Vegeta to leave was not without merit, as he bore no blood of Earthlings on his hands. Ironically, those who perished at Nappa's hands might even owe him gratitude for their vengeance. "Vegeta, I'm on early shift." On the ship, Nappa could not contain his frustration. It was absurd. All the deaths on Earth were due to him, while Vegeta had not lifted a finger. Yet, Vegeta had avenged the fallen Earthlings by slaying Nappa. The fault lay solely with him. Vegeta bore no blame. In the end, he survived and left Earth. How wonderful! He resolved that although he could not resist Vegeta and could only accompany him to Earth, upon arrival, he would not harm a single Earthling. With no blood on his hands, he could surely survive. Perhaps he could even defect and join Kakarot and the others to confront Vegeta, avenging his own future self in the process. Meanwhile, aboard the ship, Vegeta seethed with rage. Damn it! Damn it! I have lost. How could I lose? He could not accept his defeat as the proud prince of Saiyans, humiliated by a lowly warrior and a few earthlings. He could not fathom such disgrace. This visit to Earth had begun with such confidence, completely dismissing Kakarot and the Earth fighters. Yet, he had suffered a humiliating defeat on this obscure little planet. Kakarot, Klin, Sun Wukong, and Yachirobe. These names echoed in Vegeta's mind, the sources of his humiliation. Now that he was aware, he would not repeat the same mistakes. In the Nappa world, Sun Wukong actually let Vegeta go? He should have killed him. Duanmu Yin was utterly perplexed by Wukong's actions. As for the murderous Akis, he would not spare an evil one. However, recalling the earlier words of Tianmu, Duanmu Yin began to understand. Tianmu had foretold that Vegeta would continue to refer to Sun Wukong as Kakarot, indicating that both had survived the battle. Initially, it seemed that Vegeta had spared Wukong. But in truth, Wukong had chosen not to kill Vegeta. Alas, how envious Duanmu Yin felt for Sun Wukong, blessed with such formidable allies. Although he had vanquished Akis, reflecting on past experiences made him lament his lack of strong companions. Had he allies like Klin and Yachirobe, he would not have had to struggle as he did. In the Diga world, the victory in this battle was not solely attributable to Sun Wukong. His companions had made significant contributions. Just as Diga Ultraman could defeat countless monsters, including Gitangier, it was not solely his prowess. Dagu reflected on the shadows of himself and the victory team within this battle. Though he was Diga Ultraman, the monsters he had faced, including Gitangier, were not defeated by him alone. His comrades in the victory team had also played crucial roles. Having such allies was his fortune, just as Sun Wukong was fortunate to have Klin and Yachirobe. Dagu, the primary credit belongs to you. We merely provided support, Nishikawa interjected. In this battle, the lion's share of the credit indeed belonged to Sun Wukong, with Klin and the others serving as support. Indeed, Juejin concurred. This is why Klin said Sun Wukong has the right to act with impunity. He could let Vegeta go. Without him, no one could have stopped Vegeta. Dagu and his companions exchanged smiles, recognizing that it was due to such capable allies that peace could ultimately be restored to Earth. On Frieza's planet, he scoffed at Vegeta's incompetence. In light of such a vast disparity in strength, it was laughable that he had still lost. Frieza swirled his wine glass. Disdain etched across his face. While Sun Wukong could wield the Kaioken, the gap between him and Vegeta remained substantial. That Vegeta could falter in such a manner was indicative of his inadequacy. Were Frieza in his place, Sun Wukong and his companions would not have stood a chance. However, it appeared that he would not have the opportunity to demonstrate how he could easily crush Sun Wukong and his allies. This battle was indeed devastating, with the Z-fighters suffering significant casualties. In terms of outcome, Sun Wukong's group emerged victorious. However, from a personal standpoint, Sun Wukong had lost. Having not bested Vegeta in a one-on-one confrontation, but rather defeating him alongside his companions. Of course, Vegeta's defeat was a result of his own recklessness. Had he not deliberately waited 3 hours for Sun Wukong, he might not have lost. Upon learning of Wukong's combat power reaching 5,000, he ordered Nappa to eliminate Piccolo and the others. Had he not waited those 3 hours, but instead commanded Nappa to strike decisively, Sun Wukong would not have had the chance to ally with Klin and Sun Wufan. One could argue that his loss stemmed entirely from his own hubris. Vegeta's arrogance had been evident since his first appearance. His being spared by Sun Wukong marked the beginning of their intertwined fates. The disaster assessment of the Dragon Ball world, the Saiyan invasion crisis, concludes. Those who participated in resolving the crisis may receive rewards. Participants: Sun Wukong, Bike, Colleen. Sun Wufan, Yakalubii, Tianjin Fan, Yamucha, Jiaozi. Rewards: synchronization of all their powers during this calamity. Warriors with altered personalities will also have their personalities synchronized. After the rewards were distributed, all Z warriors realized a significant enhancement in their abilities. Furthermore, Colleen discovered he had learned the Qi Yuanzhan technique. Undoubtedly, the one who experienced the greatest increase was Sun Wukong. On the Snake Way, Sun Wukong not only felt a tremendous transformation in his strength, but he also discovered that he had acquired the techniques of the Kaioken and the Jinkidama in his mind. He inherited all his powers from the Tianmu. Nevertheless, such strength remained insufficient. Having observed the entire process, Sun Wukong was acutely aware that his current power was still no match for Vegeta. In a one-on-one confrontation, The best he could achieve would be a standoff akin to that seen in the Tianmu. However, he was fortunate to have a year ahead of him. He could become even stronger. Thus, he resolved to seek out the KO once more. During this year, he planned to train diligently under the KO's guidance, albeit for a longer duration. According to the revelations in the Tianmu, he initially would have taken half a year to locate the KO, but now, with his greatly enhanced strength, he could traverse the Snake Way in merely 2 days. This meant he could train for nearly a year under the KO's tutelage. To say more would be unnecessary. Within this year, he aimed to reach a level where he could contend with Vegeta without relying on the Kaioken. Heichi-Ihu, synchronizing all powers directly? This is far superior to the previous doubling of strength. Xinghua, indeed. Their original powers are undoubtedly more than just double when compared to their counterparts in the Tianmu. Kapu, during the last calamity with Piccolo Daimaō, Tianjin fan benefited from Suin Wukong. Kapu. This time, it seems Yamcha has taken the spotlight. Xuanhua Miran. Indeed, Yamcha made little contribution during this calamity, yet still received a reward. Xuanhua Miran. He has truly benefited from the situation. Chapter 45. The heart of the Namekian finally at rest. In the temple, Yamcha gazed at the comments suggesting he had benefited from others, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He refrained from rebutting in the comments, as he too believed he had indeed gained from the circumstances. After all, he was the first warrior to sacrifice himself, even perishing alongside the Zai Peiren. Following that, he played no part in the battle against the Saiyans. Yet, he still received a reward. What else could this be but a fortunate circumstance? However, when Vegeta and Nappa arrive on Earth, he vowed he would not be without contribution. In the wasteland, Bike also sensed an enhancement in his abilities. Yet this was not the crux of the matter. The essence was how fondly he regarded Suin Wufan. After witnessing the Tianmu, he had developed a deep affection for Suin Wufan. Now, having synchronized his personality from the Tianmu, it was important to note that the version of himself there had spent a year in companionship with Suin Wufan. He would willingly lay down his life for him. Combined with this, Bike expressed that he would gladly sacrifice himself for Suin Wufan. He truly envied Suin Wukong for having such a wonderful son. Bike felt a surge of envy towards Suin Wukong, wishing he could kick him aside and become Suin Wufan's true father. Inside the spaceship, damn it, Vegeta glared at the Tianmu, wishing he could obliterate it. Alas, he could not. Having learned about the original plot, he had already devised a plan for when he arrived on Earth a year later. He would not allow Nappa to strike first, but rather, he would confront Kakaluot alongside Nappa, dealing with Kakaluot's companions before anything else. However, now his plans lay in disarray due to the rewards of the Tianmu. It had enabled Kakaluot and the others to synchronize their powers directly from the Tianmu. While this may not matter for others, Kakaluot was a different story. He had synchronized his strength from the Tianmu, meaning Kakaluot's combat power had already reached 8,000. Additionally, he had learned the Kaioken and the Genkidama. Yet, Vegeta still required a year to reach Earth. If Kakaluot were to train for another year, how powerful would he become? The critical issue was that he had no place to train in the cosmos. By the time he arrived on Earth, Kakaluot might be able to match him alone. How could this not incite his fury? What should he do now? Should he still go to Earth? Vegeta felt lost. Frieza had undoubtedly witnessed the Tianmu and learned of his betrayal. Thus, he could not return to the Frieza force. Going to Earth? Upon his arrival, he would confront a Kakaluot whose strength surpassed that seen in the Tianmu. Going to Earth no longer seemed a wise decision. So where else could he go? After much contemplation, Vegeta recalled a place. Namekian. That Bike was a Namekian, and the Dragon Balls were related to the Namekians. If he traveled to Namekian, he would surely discover more powerful Dragon Balls. Conveniently, he knew the location of Namekian, yet he had to be swift. Frieza might have caught wind of this matter. He needed to locate the Dragon Balls and make his wish before Frieza could reach Namekian. Vegeta hastily commanded Nappa to change course from Earth to Namekian. Though Nappa was reluctant, he could not defy Vegeta. Disobeying Vegeta's orders? That would mean the ship he rode would turn to cosmic dust. If it were possible, he would have liked to send a message to Suin Wukong, urging him to come to Namekian to rescue him. Unfortunately, the moment he sent such a message, Vegeta's attack would follow. Was he destined to remain forever within Vegeta's grasp? Nappa felt deeply wronged. Zhang Chulin. The next catastrophe involving the Dragon Balls must originate from an existence stronger than Vegeta. Zhang Chulin. If Vegeta can already destroy Earth, one can only imagine how formidable a being even stronger than him must be. Shinon. Who knows? Regardless, it is certainly a power beyond our imagination. Hey Chi-Hu. In fact, Vegeta is already a being beyond our comprehension. Countless powerful beings nodded in agreement. Indeed, prior to this, they had never fathomed that an individual's strength could be so immense as to obliterate an entire planet, erasing it from existence. As for a being stronger than Vegeta, that concept exceeded their comprehension entirely. In the world of Shiwu de Fulu, the source of the next calamity will be even stronger than I. Within the Shiwu Hui, Sanhu gazed at the Tianmu with a hint of anticipation. He eagerly awaited to witness the prowess of otherworldly beings stronger than himself. In the Dragon Ball universe, aboard the spaceship, stronger than me, the only candidates would be Frieza and his subordinates. Vegeta was equally curious. In the entirety of the universe, those stronger than him were indeed Frieza, his Jinyu force, along with Dodalia and Sabo. Therefore, would the next catastrophe originate from one of them? The very individuals Vegeta contemplated now felt both anticipation and unease. Anticipation stemmed from the realization that they too had considered this notion. Who else could be stronger than Vegeta, if not them? Hence, would the next catastrophe be instigated by their actions? This would provide them the opportunity to showcase their might to all realms. Vegeta had already left the multiverse in awe. If they took the stage, how much more astonishment would they evoke? The unease, however, arose from the calamity originating from the inventory has been revealed. Regardless of whether it is Piccolo Daimaō or Vegeta, both have faced defeat. If they were also included in the inventory, would they have emerged victorious? Undoubtedly. Frieza remains the most composed among them. Even if I were to be included in the inventory, I am confident of my victory. Within the vast expanse of the universe, only the destroyer god Bylus and Majin Buu are beyond my reach. I have not provoked them, so why would they choose to confront me? As for everyone else, I regard them with disdain. Frieza possesses unwavering confidence in his strength. Even if he were truly included in the inventory, as long as his opponents are not Bylus or Majin Buu, he would not face defeat. Should it be like the previous two inventories, featuring Suin Wukong and his companions, he would undoubtedly crush them. Of course, Frieza does not wish to be included in the inventory. He fears that Bylus might take notice. What if Bylus sees his performance in the inventory and becomes displeased, leading to his annihilation? Under the watchful eyes of countless powerful beings across the multiverse, the third inventory has emerged. Dragon Ball World Calamity Inventory 3, the destruction of Namek, source of calamity. The Cosmic Emperor Frieza, upon witnessing the third calamity in the inventory, the Namekians' anxious hearts were finally laid to rest. Previously, Tianmu instructed them to remember Vegeta's words regarding Namek, which had stirred their unease. Now, their apprehension has crystallized into reality. In the future, their beloved Namek will indeed suffer calamity. Moreover, it will be a calamity that leads to the destruction of Namek. Chapter 46. Forces gather on Namek amidst rising tensions. Dagu Namek? If my memory serves me correctly, is that not the homeland of Baek? Duanmu Yen. I recall Tianmu instructing us to remember Vegeta's words. Duanmu Yen. Vegeta mentioned that there are Dragon Balls on Namek. Zhanghua. It seems this is the reason calamity has befallen Namek. Huolin Fei. Furthermore, this calamity will result in the destruction of Namek. Countless powerful beings fell silent. They do not believe that the destruction mentioned by Tianmu merely refers to the annihilation of the Namekians inhabiting Namek. The destruction spoken of by Tianmu undoubtedly signifies the entire planet of Namek turning to cosmic dust. Zhang Chulin. Is it because Namek lacks Suin Wukong that it faces destruction? Hey Chi-Hu. Speaking of which, the source of this calamity exudes an impressive aura, the Cosmic Emperor. Hey Chi-Hu. Could it be that the one who destroyed Namek is indeed the ruler of the entire universe? Duanmu Yen, ruler of the universe? In my world, the vastness of the universe remains unknown. Shinan, who can say otherwise? My Dong, the Cosmic Emperor is indeed far superior to the Galaxy I. The upper echelons of the Galaxy I fell silent at the mention of the Cosmic Emperor. In their world, they do not even know the true extent of the universe. The so-called diameter of 930 billion light-years is merely what is observable. Yet, in the Dragon Ball world, the Cosmic Emperor has already emerged. Even in the interstellar era of the Shinyoji world, their reach is limited to the Milky Way at best. They have yet to traverse the entirety of the universe. Otherwise, the Galaxy I would have long since rebranded itself as the Universe I. Thus, when Mai Dong asserts that the Cosmic Emperor surpasses the Galaxy I, the high-ranking members of the Galaxy I, including Wu Yen, find themselves unable to counter such claims. In the world of Kai or Xingtian, the Cosmic Emperor is not on the same level as a Risi. Xiao Tian and others compared a Risi and Lu Fa, as well as the Cosmic Emperor Frieza, discovering that they are not even comparable. A Risi merely rules over the Milky Way, while the Cosmic Emperor reigns over the entirety of the universe, rendering any comparison utterly futile. Therefore, do the Dragon Balls on Namek tempt even the Cosmic Emperor? In the world of One Punch Man, the Cosmic Emperor Frieza is a being far more terrifying than Vegeta. He possesses a grandeur and strength that far surpasses that of the so-called Cosmic Overlord Bolus. Chi-Yu thought of Bolus, who is hailed as the Cosmic Overlord, seemingly on par with the Cosmic Emperor. However, in reality, the disparity is immense. Bolus's power is even inferior to that of Vegeta, let alone the stronger Cosmic Emperor Frieza. Thus, how formidable is the Cosmic Emperor Frieza? Chi-Yu is filled with anticipation. In his world, he is unaware of how many powerful beings exist, nor how many surpass him. However, he does know the number of strong individuals within the Dragon Ball world. Among these powerful beings, how many are stronger than he? Observing these formidable entities fuels his motivation. In the Dragon Ball world, is it I? As the party involved, Frieza does not find his current mood particularly delightful. He has been included in the inventory, and if it attracts Bylus's attention, he will be in peril. He can only pray that Bylus is not watching Tianmo. Should Bylus choose to act against him, he would be utterly powerless. The gap between Bylus and himself is far greater than that between him and Vegeta. Frieza's hopes are, of course, futile. In the realm of the Destroyer Gods, oh, is it that fellow Frieza? Previously, that Radai's mentioned the destruction of Vegeta's planet. So this must have occurred while I was sleeping. I wonder what Frieza has been up to during my slumber. Bylus gazes at Tianmo, a flicker of cold light flashing in his eyes. If Frieza's performance does not meet his expectations, then Frieza will no longer have any reason to exist. In the earlier calamity of the Saiyan invasion, Vegeta recognized Bike's identity as a Namekian. Thus, he instructed Naba to strike with lethal force, as he could go to Namek to seek more powerful Dragon Balls. This statement caught the attention of two individuals. One was Kellen, the other, the Cosmic Emperor Frieza. Just as Radai's and Bike's conversation was overheard by Vegeta through his scouter, Vegeta's words were also heard by Frieza through his scouter. Villains should refrain from excessive chatter. The weight of this statement continues to rise. Upon learning of the wish-granting Dragon Balls on Namek, Frieza set forth with a portion of his subordinates. Inside the spaceship, Vegeta felt utterly overwhelmed. He was monitoring Radai's situation, which was also being intercepted by Frieza. This meant that everything he had spoken from earlier until now had been heard by Frieza. Vegeta hastily removed his scouter and crushed it in his hand. Damn it. So Frieza already knows I am heading to Namek. Now, it has become a race against time. His only hope lies in reaching Namek first and locating the Dragon Balls to make a wish. Should any errors arise, his fate would be sealed. After departing from Earth, Vegeta, upon returning to one of Frieza's planets, entered a healing chamber for treatment. Once he had recovered from his injuries, he seized a spaceship and set off for Namek. While on Earth, although Suin Wukong and the others drove Vegeta away, the death of Bike also led to the demise of the Supreme Kai, resulting in the disappearance of the Dragon Balls. The fallen companions cannot be revived. At this moment, Kellen proposed a plan. He is one of the few, besides Frieza, who remembers Vegeta's words. Thus, he suggests that if they can go to Namek, they may find the Dragon Balls to resurrect Bike and the others. The distance from the planet Namek to Earth is exceedingly vast. Even aboard the most advanced spacecraft invented by Bulma's father, it would take over 4,000 years to reach. Fortunately, the attendant of the Supreme Kai, Bobo, sought out Bulma and helped her locate a spacecraft. This vessel, which the Supreme Kai had used in his youth, possesses remarkable speed, capable of traversing from Earth to Mars in mere seconds. With some modifications, they could embark on their journey to Namek. The crew consisted of Sun Wukong's son, Sun Wufan, Krillin, and Bulma. The choice of Sun Wufan and Krillin was due to the unfortunate fate of the other fighters, many of whom had perished or were gravely injured. Their wounds were the least severe among the remaining warriors. Bulma was included for her unique understanding of how to operate the spacecraft. Thus, the trio set forth towards Namek. Meanwhile, Frieza's faction, along with Vegeta's group, converged on Namek for the same purpose. The atmosphere on Namek was tumultuous. Bulma, overwhelmed, pondered her fate. Am I truly to join Wufan and Krillin in search of the Dragon Balls? To contend with that Vegeta and the cosmic tyrant Frieza? I am merely an ordinary, beautiful, intelligent, and naive girl. How could I possibly compete with such monsters? Despite the presence of Krillin and Wufan, their strength could scarcely match Vegeta's, let alone Frieza's. To Bulma, accompanying them to Namek felt akin to courting death. Had Sun Wukong been by her side, she might have felt safer. Krillin remarked, Bulma, I never imagined you would join Wufan and me in the quest for the Dragon Balls on Namek. Sun Wufan assured her, Bulma, Aunt Bulma, I will protect you. Yet, Bulma remained silent. Although Wufan's promise touched her heart, it seemed futile. They were barely able to safeguard themselves. How could they protect her? She was uncertain of her own survival. In the world of the wandering Earth, the speed of the spacecraft was undoubtedly faster than light, exceeding even that by several magnitudes. The high-ranking officials of the United Government gazed in awe at the vessels displayed in the sky, nearly drooling. Whether it was the ship occupied by Frieza and Vegeta or the one piloted by Bulma and her companions, both exceeded light speed by a considerable margin. Should they acquire this technology, they could abandon Earth and transport humanity to a new home within mere years, if not months. Alas, the matters of the Dragon Ball world were entirely disconnected from their own, leaving them to merely watch in envy. Huolin Fei commented, 3 factions are heading to Namek? That planet is in dire straits. Tian Yu added, moreover, apart from Krillin and his companions, the other 2 groups are far from virtuous. Tuapa lamented, it seems that without Sun Wukong's presence on Namek this time, the planet will face devastation. At the headquarters of the Pride Troopers in Universe 11, Tuapa sighed. As the leader of the Pride Troopers, a champion of justice, he felt a deep sorrow for a world that would fall to evil. While Earth had Sun Wukong's protection, Namek lacked such guardianship. With Sun Wukong gravely injured and unable to assist, only Krillin and Sun Wufan remained, their strength insufficient to defend Namek. Frieza and Vegeta, once they obtained the Dragon Balls, would care little for the fate of Namek. Among the 3 factions, the righteous warriors were the weakest, and it was a lamentable situation. Even if Namek did not belong to Universe 11, he could not help but mourn its impending doom. It merely highlighted the inadequacy of the warriors from Universe 7 in preserving peace. Even Sun Wukong's might paled in comparison to the Pride Troopers. By the way, Jiren, did you not mention your intention to visit Universe 7? How did that go? Did the Grand Minister grant permission? Tuapa inquired of Jiren. Yes. The Grand Minister has agreed to take me to Universe 7 shortly. If time permits, I hope you can lend your protection to Namek. I believe Frieza has set his sights on the planet as well. Jiren nodded. For him, it was a simple task. He was unaware of Frieza's true strength. Nor did he need to be. It was certain that Frieza could not surpass him. Within the 3 factions, Krillin and his companions, alongside Vegeta, had become aware of Frieza's identity. He was the cosmic tyrant, a subordinate of the god of destruction Beerus, and the perpetrator responsible for the destruction of planet Vegeta. His motivation for annihilating planet Vegeta stemmed from the Saiyan's desire to rebel, and there were further reasons to be revealed later. Although it was said that Frieza feared the emergence of a Super Saiyan among the Saiyans, this concern was likely minimal. Despite the notion that Frieza was intimidated by the idea of a Super Saiyan, his actions on Namek suggested otherwise. Even when confronted by Sun Wukong, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan, Frieza did not exhibit the anticipated trepidation. This may have been a factor, but it was certainly not the primary one. In the realm of the gods of destruction, Beerus remarked, another reason is likely due to my directive. Although the heavens hinted at a reason to be revealed later, Beerus, as the one who issued the command, was fully aware of the underlying rationale. It was his order. Yet, how did this Super Saiyan relate to the Super Saiyan god he had envisioned? In the cosmos, Frieza stationed himself and his forces outside a particular planet, where a group of individuals, clad in identical attire and possessing tails, stood before his army. The leader bore an uncanny resemblance to Sun Wukong. Frieza raised a finger, concentrating energy into a sphere resembling a miniature sun, which he hurled towards planet Vegeta. Despite Bardock's desperate attempts to intervene, his efforts were rendered futile by the immense disparity in power. The Saiyans on planet Vegeta, along with the planet itself, were obliterated in a single strike from Frieza. This was the true account of the planet's destruction, contrasting starkly with Raditz' claims of a meteor impact. As a side note, the Saiyan warrior who valiantly resisted Frieza until the end, resembling Sun Wukong, was indeed Bardock, Sun Wukong's father. On Snake Way, Sun Wukong pondered, is that my father? No wonder he looks just like me. He gazed at the heavens, feeling neither anger nor sorrow, despite the visage of his father displayed before him. However, he has never even met his father, thus lacking any emotional connection. Consequently, he would not harbor any feelings upon the death of the other party. Duan Yin exclaimed, "Look, can you see? Planet Vegeta appears much larger than Earth from the cosmos." Duan Yin continued, "Yet it was obliterated effortlessly by Frieza with a mere flick of his finger." Xuanwen Naruto remarked, "This Frieza is diminutive in stature and rides in a baby carriage, yet his power is utterly terrifying." In Chapter 48, Frieza is depicted as an exemplary boss. With a single finger, Frieza annihilated planet Vegeta, a planet substantially larger than Earth, sending shockwaves through countless powerful beings across the realms. Previously, it took all of Vegeta's strength to threaten Earth, but Frieza could destroy planet Vegeta with such ease, exemplifying the true essence of a cosmic emperor. It is fair to state that Frieza deserves the title of the Cosmic Emperor. In the world of culinary captives, the destruction of planet Vegeta was astonishingly effortless. Saiyan, whose expression grew grave. While he understood that there existed beings stronger than Vegeta, he never anticipated their power would be so immense. Considering the size of planet Vegeta, he might have been capable of destruction with great effort, but certainly not with the ease exhibited by Frieza. He would have to risk everything, and even then, it would only be a possibility. The outcome was uncertain as he had never attempted it. Regardless of possibility, he knew he could never replicate Frieza's effortless annihilation. The vast disparity in strength between him and Frieza was glaringly evident. Reflecting on his previous underestimation of the Dragon Ball world, Senju felt as though he had been smacked in the face. The warriors of the Dragon Ball universe were far more fearsome than he had imagined. Aboard the spaceship in the Dragon Ball world, Vegeta gazed at the screen, his fists clenched. As the prince of the Saiyans, although their emotions were typically subdued, he was not devoid of feelings. His desire to resist Frieza stemmed not only from a wish to become the new Cosmic Emperor, but also from a yearning for vengeance against Frieza for the destruction of planet Vegeta. He refused to believe Frieza's narrative regarding the demise of his planet, steadfast in his conviction that it was Frieza who had wrought its ruin. The scenes displayed on the screen confirmed his suspicions were indeed correct. "One day, I shall vanquish Frieza." Vegeta's fists tightened further. The enmity between him and Frieza was irreconcilable. Only one of them could survive. Frieza, as the Cosmic Emperor, is not truly the ruler of the universe. His true role is that of a cosmic real estate mogul. The Saiyans' task is to invade habitable planets and subsequently sell them to those seeking residence. Thus, Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz are merely subordinates to Frieza. Frieza has numerous subordinates, and as a boss, he treats his employees quite well. As long as one possesses strength, even if not overwhelmingly so, one can enjoy a comfortable existence under Frieza's command. Individuals of Vegeta's caliber already hold a high position among Frieza's ranks. Moreover, Frieza is notably courteous to his formidable subordinates, addressing them with respect. Even those lacking strength can join Frieza's army and at least receive free battle suits and medical care. The battle suits of Frieza's army are the same as those worn by Vegeta, and the medical care consists of the healing pods utilized by Vegeta. While not as effective as the Senzu beans, they nonetheless provide swift treatment for injuries. These benefits are accessible even to those of lesser strength. Such seemingly promotional remarks left countless individuals intrigued. Joining Frieza's ranks comes with such generous perks, free battle suits, and complimentary medical care. Not to mention, Frieza treats his subordinates with politeness. Is this not better than their current employers? Furthermore, Frieza's power far surpasses that of their bosses. If given the chance, they too would desire to serve under Frieza. On Frieza's planet, he chuckled upon hearing the praise from the screen. He was pleased, yet puzzled by the commendation. What is there to commend? Such benefits are merely standard fare. Surely, no one would deny their subordinates even these modest perks. Certainly, serving under Frieza carries certain risks, particularly for the less powerful. Should one fail to complete Frieza's tasks, the mightier subordinates may still have a chance, but the weaker ones could easily be discarded. Nonetheless, overall, Frieza is considered a rather commendable boss, albeit an unequivocal villain. In the 6th universe, Frieza bears a striking resemblance to Lord Frost. Indeed, but the screen has declared him a villain. Lord Frost, on the other hand, is a paragon of virtue. Absolutely, Lord Frost is infinitely more benevolent than this Frieza. As a benefactor of the 6th universe, few are unfamiliar with him. Thus, upon encountering Frieza, They recognized the similarity in appearance, but noted the stark contrast in character. Frieza is a notorious villain, while their Lord Frost is a benevolent figure. On a planet under Lord Frost's dominion in the 6th universe, he observed the screen with disdain. Is this Frieza engaged in the same line of work as I? He smirked, dismissing the notion. This fool is so brazen in his malevolence. Unlike me, who cultivates a persona of benevolence before those foolish enough to be deceived. This builds a reputation, making it easier to orchestrate schemes. Lord Frost scorned Frieza, deeming him foolish for lacking any semblance of a facade. At least he could establish a facade of virtue to manipulate the gullible. Aboard the spaceship, Vegeta scoffed at the notion of Frieza being a good boss. He found the assertion laughable. To him, Frieza was nothing more than a despicable wretch. What kind of a good boss would obliterate the planets of their own employees? Frieza is a contemptible being, plain and simple. In truth, from an observer's perspective, Frieza is a rather commendable employer. He is a connoisseur of talent and has afforded Vegeta numerous opportunities. However, from Vegeta's viewpoint, Frieza is irredeemably vile for annihilating planet Vegeta. Thus, whether Frieza is a good boss is a matter of personal interpretation. In Chapter 49, it is noted that among the 3 factions searching for Dragon Balls on Namek, Frieza's faction possesses the greatest strength, followed by Vegeta, while Krillin and his companions are the weakest. Therefore, they must not rely solely on brute force, but also on wisdom. Upon arriving at Namek, Kellen and Sun Wukong led Bulma to a secluded valley for her safety. Should they locate the Dragon Balls, they would bring them to this very spot. Although Kellen and his companions possessed the weakest strength, they actually held a significant advantage in their quest for the Dragon Balls due to their Dragon Ball radar. The Dragon Balls of Namek are somewhat akin to those on Earth. Thus, Bulma's invention could also be utilized to locate the Dragon Balls of Namek. During Kellen and Sun Wukong's search, they befriended a young Namekian named Dandy, forging a profound friendship. Dandy introduced them to the Grand Elder of Namek, the creator of the Dragon Balls and the progenitor of all Namekians. From Kellen and Sun Wukong, the Grand Elder learned about Piccolo. He revealed that Piccolo was once the most talented and formidable warrior of Namek. After discovering Piccolo's separation from Kami, he informed Kellen and Sun Wukong that if Piccolo and Kami could reunite, they would revert to their original Namekian form, resulting in a tremendous power enhancement. Subsequently, in order to empower Kellen and Sun Wukong for their quest, the Grand Elder utilized his abilities to unlock their potential, significantly boosting their strengths. This enhancement elevated Kellen's combat power to an impressive 13,000, while Sun Wukong's surged to 14,000. It was from this moment that Kellen earned the title of the strongest Earthling. Regrettably, this opportunity did not extend to Yamcha and Tianjin Fan, as they had perished. Alas, only those who survive are entitled to seize such fortuitous chances. In the temple, Yamcha and Tianjin Fan gazed at Kellen with envious eyes. They had met their demise during the Saiyan invasion, while Kellen had acquired such immense fortune on Namek. A combat power of 13,000. They recalled that during the Saiyan crisis, their own power barely surpassed 1,000. This meant Kellen's strength had augmented by several folds. Yet, despite their envy, they bore no resentment, for Kellen had risked his life in pursuit of the Dragon Balls, with the aim of resurrecting them. A power of 13,000 is indeed formidable, but he still remained the weakest among the 3 factions. Kellen was elated by his newfound strength, yet unease lingered in his heart. Although 13,000 was impressive, it did not alter the fact that he and Wukong were still the weakest among the factions. After all, even Vegeta boasted a power level of 18,000. Not to mention Frieza. Is there a possibility that before Vegeta arrives on Earth, we could journey to Namek, seek out the Grand Elder, and request him to enhance our potential? Yamcha pondered aloud, curious to experience such a dramatic increase in power. Could it be that Vegeta may not come to Earth at all? He is aware of his defeat here, and now we have gained insight into our strengths, especially Wukong, who already possesses a combat power of 8,000. With another year of training, he might even be able to challenge Vegeta. Do you think Vegeta will still come to Earth? Yaakalob interjected. He was correct, Kellen remarked. If Vegeta does not come to Earth, his best course would be to travel to Namek. His purpose for coming to Earth was to seek the Dragon Balls, yet he could also search for them on Namek. Thus, it was too late for them to venture to Namek now. What a pity, Yamcha sighed, realizing he would miss this opportunity. In the spacecraft, Vegeta expressed excitement at the prospect of the Grand Elder's capabilities. Once I reach Namek, I shall have this Grand Elder enhance my strength before I search for the Dragon Balls. Namek is indeed a splendid place, not only for locating the Dragon Balls, but also for significantly augmenting one's power. What if the Grand Elder refuses? Does he even possess the authority to decline? With the aid of the Dragon Ball radar, Kellen and Sun Wukong discovered several Dragon Balls. Meanwhile, Vegeta, through intimidation and slaughter of the Namekians, also acquired a few. Similarly, Frieza's faction unearthed several Dragon Balls. The 7 Dragon Balls were scattered among the 3 factions. During Vegeta's search, he encountered Frieza's subordinates, such as Chui, Dodoria, and Zarbon. Vegeta encountered the 3 strongest of Frieza's minions. His first encounter was with Chui, who underestimated Vegeta as their strengths were comparable, both possessing a combat power of 18,000. Indeed, this proud Saiyan prince, who had brought immense calamity to Sun Wukong and the others, ranked merely in the upper mid-tier within Frieza's ranks. Several of Frieza's subordinates were equally powerful. This revelation granted the multiverse a deeper understanding of the weight behind the title of Frieza, the Cosmic Emperor. Vegeta, the source of the previous disaster, was merely one of Frieza's subordinates, and not even the strongest. Yet, this subordinate alone was capable of annihilating Earth. Countless powerful beings felt helpless, as their strength fell short of even qualifying them as Frieza's subordinates. In the realm of culinary captives, so, with my strength, I can only serve as one of Frieza's minions? In the culinary realm, Sanhu's lips twitched uncontrollably. He knew his strength paled in comparison to Frieza's. Yet he never anticipated that he would merely be a subordinate, and not even the strongest one at that. However, Sanhu soon came to terms with this reality. Frieza and his subordinates were indeed powerful beings within the cosmos. Given the vastness of the universe, it was not surprising to encounter such strength. Just as in his own world, the ingredients on Acacia's life menu were among the rarest on Earth, especially the staple ingredient, God. Yet, when viewed from the perspective of the universe, these earthly ingredients might not hold much significance. Chapter 50. How the Saiyans, with their extraordinary abilities, can transform foes into allies. On the planet where Frieza resides, Vegeta was so arrogant during the previous assessment. Now that he has encountered me, the entire multiverse will witness his arrogance fade before me. Chui was filled with excitement, eager to showcase his strength in front of the multiverse. However, Chui, your strength is on par with Vegeta's. You can at most achieve a stalemate with him, Dodoria remarked from the side. But that will still allow me to display my strength. At this moment, Chui was lost in the fantasy of exhibiting his prowess. Initially, Chui dismissed Vegeta, but then Vegeta revealed something to him. The Saiyans possess a remarkable ability. When they are on the brink of death, their wounds heal and their strength increases. Previously, one such Saiyan suffered grave injuries on Earth, but upon recovery, his power had significantly escalated. Subsequently, Vegeta began to unleash his energy, while Chou-E, observing the readings on his scouter, exclaimed in disbelief, suspecting the device was malfunctioning. At that moment, Dodoria and Zarbon, stationed near Frieza, also detected Vegeta's battle power through their scouters, which had soared to an astonishing 24,000. In contrast, Chou-E, with a mere 18,000, stood no chance against Vegeta. The once evenly matched adversaries had their fates altered by Vegeta's considerable power boost, resulting in a one-sided confrontation where he easily overwhelmed Chou-E. Ultimately, Chou-E perished in an explosive attack from Vegeta, who mockingly referred to the resulting sparks as filthy fireworks. This is impossible. How could this happen? On Frieza's planet, the sight of Chou-E being dispatched so effortlessly by Vegeta left disbelief etched on his face. Meanwhile, Dodoria and Zarbon wore expressions of incredulity, for a battle power of 24,000 surpassed their own. Except for the transformed Zarbon and the Ginyu Force, Vegeta's current strength positioned him as Frieza's most formidable subordinate. The existence of such a passive ability among the Saiyans explained Frieza's intent to annihilate them. Initially, the trio looked down upon the Saiyans, regarding them as mere monkeys, much like Frieza. However, they now recognized the terrifying potential of the Saiyans, who could transform under the full moon and possessed such a formidable passive ability. This revelation stirred significant ripples across the myriad realms. Naruto exclaimed, "So, if they sustain severe injuries, their strength will enhance upon recovery? That passive ability is quite extraordinary." Whitebeard remarked, Why do I not have such an ability? If I did, my current strength would be unimaginable. Kaido concurred, indeed. Poor Lin Fei expressed his desire for such an ability, lamenting his own injuries. MacDon added, if I possessed such a passive trait, finding the rainbow sea would be a breeze. Countless powerful beings across the realms yearned for the Saiyan's passive ability, nearly drooling at the prospect. Climbing to the pinnacle of strength requires overcoming injuries, and many had endured their share of severe wounds. If they could wield the Saiyan's passive ability, the heights of their power would be unfathomable. Yet, one question lingered in their minds. Duan Muyin pondered, since the Saiyans have such a passive ability, could they not deliberately injure themselves to enhance their strength? She continued, why then are Raditz and Nappa still so weak? Xiao Tian observed, moreover. Vegeta's battle power does not appear particularly impressive at present. He elaborated, after his injuries, he only gained 6,000 in power. Xian added, indeed. It seems that Vegeta's 18,000 battle power is not particularly high. This left many perplexed. If the Saiyan's passive was so potent, why was their overall battle power still lacking? The strongest among them, Vegeta, had previously only reached 18,000. After his defeat on Earth, he recovered to gain 6,000. Had he not been injured before? Zhangguo queried, is there a limit to this Saiyan passive, or can it be infinitely enhanced? He speculated, even if there are limits, it remains formidable. But if there are none, the implications of such power were daunting. At that moment, countless individuals finally grasped why Frieza sought to obliterate planet Vegeta. The existence of such an extraordinary race among his subordinates was indeed unsettling. Aboard the spaceship, Vegeta mused, so, losing on Earth has paradoxically made me stronger? If I refrain from returning to Earth, I won't sustain injuries, and thus my power won't increase. However, he found solace in the thought that he could seek the Grand Elder on Namek to bolster his strength, believing it would rival that of his Saiyan passive. Yet, if the Saiyans harbored such a potent ability, why not utilize it? Few in the universe could inflict severe injuries upon him, aside from Kakarot and his companions on Earth. Did he have to intentionally allow those foes to wound him? Such an act would surely raise their suspicions. Moreover, recovery required time, which was cumbersome. Nevertheless, if combined with the magical beans from Earth, he would become invincible. The beans could restore injuries instantaneously, allowing for a swift enhancement of strength through self-inflicted wounds. As for the limitations of the Saiyan passive, even as the Prince of Saiyans, he was uncertain. After dispatching Chiu-E, Vegeta encountered Sun Wukong and Klin on his journey. However, he refrained from killing them, keeping a strategic advantage. Having fought Klin and Sun Wukong on Earth, Vegeta understood their combat potential and noted that both had significantly improved. When facing Frieza, their assistance would increase his chances of victory. Thus, for the time being, he formed an alliance with Klin and Sun Wukong. How does one transform former foes into allies? The answer is simple. Introduce a common enemy, one that poses a greater threat than either side. In this way, to defeat this shared adversary, former enemies must unite. This process echoed the past alliance between Piccolo and Sun Wukong, and now mirrored the current situation of Vegeta, Klin, and Sun Wukong. As the myriad powerful beings across realms observed the alliance between Klin and Sun Wukong with Vegeta, they felt a profound sense of contemplation. In their previous encounters, the two sides had battled fiercely. Yet now, they had united against Frieza, their common foe. What would happen next was a matter for another day. First, they had to confront Frieza. Just as Piccolo and Sun Wukong had once been enemies, the emergence of a stronger foe in the Saiyans compelled them to join forces and become comrades. Eventually, this bond even led to friendship, as evidenced by Piccolo's sacrifice for Sun Wukong's son. The powerful beings pondered if they, too, would ally with their current foes should a greater threat arise. In the world of pirates, if a formidable enemy emerged, one intent on dominating the seas and hailing from the cosmos, it was likely that the Marines and pirates would unite. The thoughts of Sengoku, Garp, Kaido, and Whitebeard converged on the same notion. Should a powerful enemy from beyond the cosmos appear upon the seas, as formidable pirates and naval officers, they should unite to vanquish this adversary. After all, their battles on the high seas are matters confined to their own realm, impervious to outside interference. In the realm of culinary captives, would I ally with that old rascal, Elong? Sanhu too fell into contemplation. If indeed an enemy emerged that they could not confront alone, and one with conflicting interests, then an alliance would be a prudent strategy. Yet, could such an enemy truly exist? one capable of compelling him to join forces with Elong? Zhang Chulan remarked that after Piccolo allied with Sun Wukong, he joined Sun Wukong's faction and became a caretaker for the Sun family. Zhang Chulan pondered whether now, with Vegeta, Krillin, and Son Gohan united, Vegeta might also align himself with Sun Wukong and become his ally. Kurosaki Ichigo interjected, "Surely not. They are sworn enemies." Vegeta, even Ichigo, suddenly paused. He initially intended to state that Vegeta had slain Sun Wukong's companions, but he realized that it was not Vegeta who had committed those acts. It was the cultivator and Nappa who had done so. Vegeta had avenged those companions by killing Nappa. With that thought, it seemed plausible that Vegeta might indeed join Sun Wukong's side. Vegeta scoffed, "What absurd thoughts are you entertaining? How could I possibly become friends with Kakarot? I have merely formed a temporary alliance with these two brats. Once Frieza is dealt with, I shall eliminate them." Frieza laughed. "Ah, Vegeta, you can no longer suppress your true feelings, can you?" Vegeta retorted, "Frieza, mark my words, I shall end your existence." Knowing that Frieza was already aware of his intentions, Vegeta dropped the pretense. Frieza taunted, "Let me witness how you and your ragtag band plan to kill me. Trash is merely trash. Even united, you remain insignificant." Frieza dismissed the potential alliance of Vegeta, Krillin, and Son Gohan, perceiving their collaboration as utterly meaningless against his unmatched power. Vegeta chose to ally with Krillin and Son Gohan, despite harboring his own ulterior motives of eliminating them after dealing with Frieza. However, until Frieza was vanquished, he proved to be a competent ally. During the quest for the Dragon Balls, Dodoria encountered Krillin and Son Gohan. Although their powers had significantly increased, they remained no match for Dodoria. Krillin used the solar flare to momentarily incapacitate Dodoria, allowing him and Son Gohan to escape. In their pursuit, Vegeta appeared and dispatched Dodoria. Before his demise, Dodoria revealed the truth behind the destruction of planet Vegeta and expressed a desire to betray Frieza alongside Vegeta in order to save himself. Yet, how could Vegeta trust him? He swiftly ended Dodoria's life instead. Regarding the truth of planet Vegeta's destruction, Vegeta had already harbored suspicions. Subsequently, he encountered Sabo, who possessed transformation abilities. Prior to transforming, he was no match for Vegeta, but once he did, he overwhelmed him. Sabo took Vegeta captive, and Frieza instructed him to heal Vegeta in exchange for information regarding the Dragon Balls. Once Vegeta recovered, he stealthily stole 5 Dragon Balls acquired by Frieza. Frieza ordered Sabo to recapture Vegeta within an hour. However, a rejuvenated Vegeta proved too formidable, even for the transformed Sabo. Like Dodoria, Sabo too uttered that he wished to join forces with Vegeta against Frieza just before meeting his end. In Frieza's domain, Dodoria and Sabo were drenched in cold sweat. They had perished, yet their words about allying with Vegeta and betraying Frieza sealed their fates. Frieza summoned them, and panic gripped Dodoria and Sabo. Escape was futile. Vegeta laughed. "Frieza, it appears your subordinates are just like me. I wonder how you intend to deal with them?" Frieza replied, "Take a guess." He observed the lifeless bodies with a cold smirk. Though he was labeled a benevolent master, no good master would tolerate betrayal from their subordinates. Even if Dodoria and Sabo had not yet betrayed him, he could not afford to keep them around, as the thought of their disloyalty repulsed him. Thus, in their final moments, individuals often utter words of desperation for survival. Regardless of whether these two were sincere, their declaration of treachery had already sealed their doom. Although Dodoria and Sabo were valuable assets, they were not irreplaceable. Vegeta mused, "I knew it. They must have met their end at your hands." He scoffed. "Is this what you call a good master? Killing subordinates at will?" Vegeta's remarks drew dissent from many. Chapter 52. As a master, one must act when necessary. Aizen stated. Vegeta, I cannot concur with that notion. Even a good master cannot tolerate betrayal from their subordinates. Kaido added, "Indeed, as the leader of a faction, one cannot allow betrayal from their followers." However, Kaido's words lacked conviction, for his daughter Yamato greatly admired Kazuki Oden and even opposed him for Oden's sake, making her a traitor in his eyes. Yet he did not execute her, as she was not his subordinate, and he had not explicitly stated that he could not tolerate betrayal from his daughter. Had Kaido's subordinates known his true feelings, they might have shouted double standards. Marco remarked, "To save their lives, they would utter such disgraceful words against their own captain. It is a disgrace." Ace asserted, "Indeed, if I discover who would betray our father, I would not need him to intervene. I would deal with the traitor myself." Belial queried, Frieza, you wouldn't simply execute those two traitors, would you? Belial continued. If it were me, I would surely torture them first. Frieza replied, I have no interest in torturing them. They have contributed enough. I shall grant them a swift death as my gratitude. Within the spaceship, Vegeta's expression darkened upon witnessing the surprising support for Frieza. His earlier intention was to reveal Frieza's cruelty to the myriad realms, inciting discord and alienation among Frieza's followers. Yet, he was taken aback by the number of individuals who endorsed Frieza. Unbeknownst to Vegeta, many deemed him inferior to Frieza. Frieza's actions were justified as a response to Dodoria and Sabo's betrayal, while Vegeta had executed Nappa merely for losing. In that light, he appeared even more ruthless than Frieza. In the quest for the Dragon Balls, Kellen and Sun Wukong shared the events transpiring on Namek with Bulma, advising her to take refuge. Upon establishing communication with Earth, Bulma relayed the happenings on Namek to the inhabitants of Earth. Consequently, Sun Wukong became aware of the situation. After consuming some new senzu beans, he regained his strength. Subsequently, he embarked on a spaceship crafted by Bulma's father, setting course for Namek. Sun Wukong anticipated his arrival on Namek in 6 days. Aware of an adversary even more formidable than Vegeta, he requested Bulma's father to construct a gravity chamber aboard the ship, set to 100 times the normal gravity. He intended to undergo rigorous training during these 6 days. This meant that Kellen and Wukong would have to endure for 6 days on Namek. In the temple, Kellen felt a tinge of apprehension. Given the chaotic circumstances on Namek, he and Wukong faced a daunting challenge to survive those 6 days. It was conceivable that by the end of this period, either Vegeta or Frieza would have acquired the Dragon Balls and made their wish, sealing Kellen and Wukong's fate before they could wait for Sun Wukong's arrival. In the wasteland, Piccolo observed Sun Wukong with a glimmer of compassion in his eyes. At such a tender age, Wukong was thrust into the perilous realm of Namek, forced to contend with monstrous foes. Moreover, he would have to wait 6 days for his father's arrival. Even with Kellen by his side, how could a child endure such a trial? Although they had allied with Vegeta, this alliance was fragile. Should Vegeta succeed in his wish to eliminate Frieza, the next targets would be Kellen and Wukong. The situation was decidedly unfavorable for them. The only hope lay in the possibility that both Vegeta and Frieza could exert themselves, prolonging the conflict and buying time. Due to the loss of his subordinates, Frieza found himself devoid of capable aides. Thus, he summoned his most trusted team, the Ginyu Force. The time before their arrival granted Kellen and his companions a brief respite. While it was customary for a leader not to engage in every matter personally, it was imperative that Frieza took action when his initial cadre had been vanquished. Should he intervene personally, he could gather the Dragon Balls before the Ginyu Force's arrival. When something of great significance was at stake, the leader should not delegate responsibility to others after previous failures. They must take charge themselves. Even if subordinates were more competent, the leader's involvement was paramount. If not, it would be an utter waste of resources and effort. Naturally, if the matter were inconsequential, the leader could allow subordinates to handle it. These insights resonated with many, who nodded in agreement. It is common for a leader to delegate tasks to subordinates. However, if every task were to fall upon the leader, what purpose would the subordinates serve? This was indeed a matter of circumstance. Frieza's initial subordinates had failed, prompting him to enlist the Ginyu Force. As his strongest team, he deemed their quest for the Dragon Balls to be nearly foolproof. Nevertheless, as articulated by Tianmu, the importance of the Dragon Balls warranted the leader's direct involvement, particularly after the previous failure of his subordinates. The leader's stature would not diminish by taking action. The sole focus should be on acquiring the Dragon Balls swiftly, as everything else was secondary. In the realm of culinary captivation, Sanhu pondered whether he, too, should take decisive action. As the president of the Culinary Society, he typically entrusted matters to his subordinates, such as the acquisition of new delicacies. Yet, the Culinary Society faced competition from Igo, founded by the old scoundrel Elong. Consequently, encounters with Igo often arose during expeditions for gourmet treasures. Sometimes, his subordinates succeeded, returning with delectable finds, but at times, they would falter. Notably, the significance lay not in the trivial delicacies, but in the 8 essential ingredients listed on Akashia's menu. If he were to delegate the search for these ingredients to his subordinates, and they failed, he would be unable to procure them. Thus, as a leader, he recognized that some tasks necessitated his personal involvement. Chapter 53. A stand-in with similar abilities? On the island of Onigashima, in the pirate world, Tianmu's reasoning struck a chord with Kaido, who wholeheartedly agreed. He learned that certain matters indeed warranted the leader's direct intervention. Typically, he preferred to assign tasks to his subordinates. But when it came to the matters of Laugh Tale and the ultimate treasure, he resolved to take charge himself. As Tianmu articulated, such critical affairs demanded the leader's personal touch, as reliance on subordinates could prove unreliable. In the Dragon Ball universe, on Frieza's planet, he contemplated whether he should personally venture to Namek in search of the Dragon Balls. Initially, he believed that the Ginyu Force could handle the task. However, after hearing Tianmu's perspective, he began to harbor doubts. What if the Ginyu Force were to fail? In that case, he would be unable to secure the Dragon Balls and fulfill his wishes. The Ginyu Force, being his strongest subordinates, had always managed their responsibilities effectively. Yet, the Dragon Balls held immense importance for him. Was it truly wise to entrust such a crucial endeavor to them? Moreover, Tianmu's words prompted him to reflect on whether the future version of himself and Tianmu had successfully obtained the Dragon Balls and made his wish. As Vegeta had secured the Dragon Balls from Frieza, only Kellen and Sun Wukong's Dragon Balls remained in play. Vegeta confronted the two, demanding they surrender their Dragon Balls or face death. With no other recourse, Kellen and Sun Wukong reluctantly relinquished their Dragon Balls to Vegeta. Elated by acquiring all the Dragon Balls, Vegeta was finally poised to make his wish. However, at that moment, he sensed several powerful presences arriving on Namek. After his journey to Earth, Vegeta had not returned empty-handed. He had learned how Earth warriors sensed energy and how to conceal his own combat power. Upon learning of the Ginyu Force's impending arrival, Vegeta's expression darkened. As Frieza's most formidable subordinates, the Ginyu Force cast a significant psychological shadow over him. Meanwhile, the 5 members of the Ginyu Force appeared before Frieza, performing a captivating dance that left onlookers spellbound. Frieza issued them commands to retrieve the Dragon Balls and Vegeta. Following his orders, the 5 executed another dance, striking peculiar poses before departing. As the 5 departed, Frieza displayed an unusual blush of embarrassment, and a bead of cold sweat trickled down his brow. Observing their retreating figures, he mused on what constitutes a commendable employer. Frieza, in his capacity as a leader, was remarkably tolerant of the eccentricities of his capable subordinates. One must ponder how many would feel compelled to strike the members of the Ginyu Force upon witnessing their flamboyant dance moves and postures. Yet, Frieza managed to restrain himself. Thus, it is evident that possessing capability makes one a desirable subordinate to Frieza. The mighty Frieza was en route to Earth alongside the Ginyu Force. Gazing at the vast sky, they were on the verge of tears, overwhelmed by the kindness bestowed upon them by their lord. How could anyone dare to betray such a benevolent king? The likes of Vegeta, alongside Dodoria and Zarbon, truly deserved their fates. How could they remain dissatisfied with such a gracious employer, harboring thoughts of treachery? If not for Frieza eliminating Dodoria and Zarbon, they would have certainly sought retribution upon their return. And let us not forget Vegeta. They were determined to bring back his head. However, why did the sky refer to this as an eccentricity? What constitutes an eccentricity? This was clearly a display of magnificent dance and poses. As Jinyu expressed his discontent at having his passion ridiculed, Zhang Chulan remarked on how many would wish to strike those 5 while they danced. Duan Mu Yin confessed that had she been in their presence and possessed the strength, she would undoubtedly have done so. Nami, embarrassed, noted that she had nearly excavated a castle with her toes while observing the spectacle. Joseph Joestar quipped about Nami's nimble toes, suggesting that anyone who marries her would be truly fortunate. Ichigo Kurosaki expressed an increasing admiration for Frieza as a commendable employer. Even those absent from the scene, lacking strength, felt compelled to confront the Ginyu Force. It was remarkable that Frieza, a powerful presence, could maintain his composure. Huolin Fei concurred that some employers go so far as to suppress capable employees rather than tolerate them. Frieza himself was astonished that his entirely normal behavior led others to perceive him as a good employer. He pondered the nature of bosses in other realms, incredulous at the notion that some would deliberately undermine capable subordinates. It was utterly astounding. After the Ginyu Force's deployment, the first to confront Vegeta and his allies was Guldo, the weakest among them with a combat power of merely 10,000. Yet, he was part of the Ginyu Force due to his extraordinary ability, the power to halt time. By holding his breath, he could freeze time around him. The longer he held his breath, the longer he could maintain this effect. Countless powerful beings across various realms gazed at the diminutive figure displayed in the sky, all astonished by his formidable ability to stop time. a legendary skill only attainable by those who mastered the laws of time in high martial and fantastical worlds. It was no wonder that Guldo, despite his low combat power, was a member of the Jinyu Force. His supernatural prowess compensated for his lack of strength. In the JoJo universe, the ability to stop time, contingent upon the duration of breath holding, was a topic of contemplation for Jotaro Kujo. Both he and Dio possessed time-stopping abilities, albeit for mere seconds. His stand, Star Platinum, could pause time for 5 seconds, while Dio's The World could do so for approximately 9 seconds. Yet, in the face of Guldo's talent, their combined abilities paled. Even a human could hold their breath for tens of seconds, if not over a minute, and Guldo, as an alien, could likely halt time for several minutes. Were Guldo to exist in my world, would I not be compelled to inquire if he possessed a stand with similar abilities? In Chapter 54, the narrative emphasizes that possessing extraordinary powers without corresponding strength is ultimately futile. On an unknown planet in the 6th universe, the assassin Hit pondered whether his time-skip technique surpassed the ability to halt time. This was the first instance since the recounting of 3 calamities that he found himself intrigued by something. The battles he had witnessed seemed trivial to him. Both Sun Wukong and Vegeta appeared weak. However, he found Guldo's time-stopping ability quite fascinating. Given his own skill to skip brief intervals of time, he wondered if he could still do so while Guldo had halted time. In terms of strength, it was evident that Guldo's weakness rendered him incomparable. He speculated that if someone of equal or slightly lesser strength than himself wielded Guldo's ability, could they counter his time skip? Alas, Guldo's weakness was a hindrance. Otherwise, he would have ventured to the 7th universe to experiment with it. He pondered whether anyone else, apart from Guldo, possessed similar capabilities, ideally with comparable strength. Despite Guldo's formidable supernatural ability, an unyielding law prevailed in the Dragon Ball universe. When the disparity in strength is too great, the abilities of the weaker party become ineffective against the stronger. Although the difference in power between Guldo and Vegeta, Krillin, and Gohan had not yet reached that extreme, Guldo was ultimately defeated by their combined efforts. Vegeta severed Guldo's head with a swift strike, marking his first kill among the Jinyu Force. Thus, it was proven that merely possessing great supernatural abilities without substantial strength is ineffectual. Guldo, witnessing his demise at the hands of Vegeta, was consumed by rage. His expression contorted in fury. He harbored a personal vendetta against Vegeta, who had previously mocked his worthiness to join the Jinyu Force, belittling him for his weakness, height, appearance, and girth. The fact that he would perish at Vegeta's hands only fueled his anger. He would have preferred to meet his end at the hands of Krillin or Gohan than face Vegeta. Acknowledging his own lack of strength, he resolved to join forces with his comrades against Vegeta, even though they could easily handle him without his aid. Yet, he yearned to partake in the act of vanquishing Vegeta. Anything less would leave him unsatisfied. Inside Vegeta's spacecraft, he found delight in the fact that Guldo had ultimately succumbed to him. Unlike the others in the Jinyu Force, Guldo was the one he found most intolerable. The other 4 possessed formidable strength, making them genuine threats. But why had Guldo been allowed to join the Jinyu Force? Simply because he could halt time? Yet, as the sky had indicated, possessing extraordinary supernatural abilities without corresponding strength is indeed futile. He was truly unable to contend with the other 4. However, when faced with Guldo, what did it matter if he could pause time? This ability could provide him with the opportunity for a counterattack. Within the celestial realm, my strength has been enhanced twice. Once after returning from Earth, while recovering, and once after sustaining injuries from Sabo. Following these 2 enhancements, my combat power should have risen to around 30,000. I wonder if such power could match the might of the other members of the Jinyu Force. For Vegeta, eliminating Guldo is no great feat, considering Guldo is the weakest among the Jinyu Force. Killing the other 4 is a different story, yet even so, a bit of mockery is still warranted. Vegeta, Guldo, you fat fool, do you see? Ultimately, you met your end at my hands. Vegeta, with your level of strength, joining the Jinyu Force is truly a testament to Frieza's blindness. Guldo, Vegeta, just you wait. I will never let this go. Vegeta, sure, I'll be waiting for you. It's just another occasion for me to eliminate you. Rikumu, Vegeta-chan, it seems your arrogance has grown since betraying Lord Frieza. Vada, you can bully Guldo, but what about us? Can you defeat us? Jeez, Vegeta, do you really think your power increase makes you our equal? Jinyu, Vegeta, do not let us find you. Jinyu, Otherwise, you will face dire consequences. Seeing Guldo being bullied, the other four rallied to his defense. On one hand, Vegeta insulted Guldo, who was their comrade. On the other hand, he also insulted Lord Frieza. In the eyes of the Ginyu Force, Vegeta had sealed his fate. Vegeta, I look forward to you finding me. Vegeta has completely liberated himself. He dares to confront Frieza. Why fear these individuals? After all, he is undoubtedly already on Frieza's death list. Why shouldn't he indulge in a bit of banter? Observing Vegeta's arrogance, the Ginyu Force seethed with anger, wishing for Vegeta to appear before them instantly. Should they find him, they would ensure Vegeta's suffering would be beyond imagination. After dealing with Guldo, Vegeta and his companions confronted the other four. Ginyu snatched the 7 Dragon Balls from Vegeta and instructed the others to handle him while he returned to see Lord Frieza. Meanwhile, Frieza finally decided to take action. He had learned that summoning the dragon required a specific incantation, known only to the Grand Elder of Namek. With his other subordinates occupied, Frieza had no choice but to seek the Grand Elder himself for the incantation. At this moment, Suin Wukong was unaware that his son and good friend were mingling with Vegeta. He was also oblivious to the great calamity they were currently facing. After 6 days of arduous training, Suin Wukong completed his training under 100 times gravity, greatly increasing his strength. Furthermore, he learned from the King Kai that the deceased Piccolo, Yamcha, Tianjin Fan, and Jiaozi had arrived at the King Kai's planet. This motivated Suin Wukong immensely as he gazed at the nearby Namek, ready to make his move. Chapter 55. Hurry, Wukong. Your son is in grave danger. As Suin Wukong approached Namek, countless beings across the multiverse were filled with anticipation. Zhonghua. Suin Wukong is finally nearing Namek. Zhonghua. Now we can only hope that Krillin and Suin-Go can hold on and avoid being killed. Kapu. By the way, why is Suin Wukong late again? It happened before. Xuanwen Naren. But this time, it's not his fault. Previously, he miscalculated the time with the King Kai. Xuanwen Naren. This time, he is arriving on schedule. Uchiha Sasuke. Oh dear, I didn't expect your thoughts to align with mine. Duan Muyen. However, witnessing Vegeta, Krillin, and Suin-Go fighting together is rather poignant. It's hard to forget that in the last recount, these three were enemies, even to the point of wanting to eliminate each other. Yet now, they are fighting side by side. It's akin to them previously battling fiercely against the god of Oshi, only to find themselves allied with him in an instant. One can only say that the celestial realm is indeed remarkable. What it states is true. The best way to turn foes into friends is to present a common enemy. Thus, both parties are compelled to unite. Duan Muyen's words resonated with many. Indeed, such scenes of former mortal enemies joining forces evoke a sense of nostalgia. Just like their armored squad teaming up with the Dark Five Guardians, or their Xingtian squad allying with Lufa, or their victory team joining hands with Jiatanjia. However, the pressing issue now is whether Suin Wukong can rescue Krillin and Suin-Go in time. As for Vegeta, if Suin Wukong manages to save him, it will be sheer luck. If not, it will be his own misfortune. As Suin Wukong neared Namek, Vegeta and his companions were already engaged in battle with Rikumu. Rikumu, a towering figure, belongs to the same category of warriors as Nappa, but his strength far surpasses that of Nappa. In Rikumu's presence, Nappa is merely trash. Confronting Rikumu, Vegeta exhibited no hesitation and launched his full power. He unleashed the strength he had acquired through the 2 prior enhancements under the Saiyan's passive abilities. G's and Badass scouters detected his current combat power, 30,000. Following the 2 boosts from the Saiyan's latent power, Vegeta's combat strength escalated from 18,000 to 30,000. However, the knowledge of Vegeta's power did not faze Rikumu in the slightest. He seemed to dismiss Vegeta entirely. And in truth, even with Vegeta's power at 30,000, it was insufficient against Rikumu. Rikumu even intentionally endured Vegeta's attacks as a form of warm-up. Even with the combined efforts of Krillin and Suin-Go, they could only inflict minor injuries on Rikumu, who remained utterly unconcerned. Under Rikumu's overwhelming strength, Vegeta and Krillin were severely injured, while Suin-Go had his neck broken, barely clinging to life. Go. At Baozi Mountain, in Suin Wukong's home, seeing his son in such a dire state, on the verge of death, Chi-Chi fainted. Chi-Chi. Nearby, Nioma Wang was deeply worried for his daughter and hurriedly placed her on the bed to ensure her comfort. He too felt a profound distress. For Suin-Go is his grandson. Chi-Chi, Wukong has arrived at Namek. He will definitely save Go. Niu Wang comforted his daughter while caring for her. Hearing this, Chi-Chi regained consciousness. Yes, Wukong. Hurry. Chi-Chi wished fervently for Suin Wukong to appear at Suin Goa's side immediately. In the wasteland, Piccolo's expression was equally grim. At such a critical moment, he was not by Goa's side. If he were to perish, he would be unaware of what was happening to Go. His frustration was palpable. Had he not perished at the hands of that fiend, the Dragon Balls on Earth would still exist. Wufan would not have needed to venture to the perilous planet of Namek. He loathed his own frailty. He resolutely could not allow such a calamity to transpire again. Wukong, hurry. Your son is on the brink of death. Please, expedite your arrival. Piccolo prayed fervently for Suin Wukong to arrive just in time to save Suin Wufan. Not only Piccolo and Chi-Chi, but countless beings across the myriad realms. Even those of villainous ilk, provided they were not utterly deranged, harbored hopes for Suin Wukong's timely intervention to rescue Suin Wufan. They could not bear the thought of witnessing Suin Wufan's demise. After all, he was but a child. Even the most nefarious of villains would not unleash their malevolence upon an innocent youth. Vegeta and Krillin were of no consequence. They were adults. Yet Suin Wufan was merely a small child, only 4 or 5 years of age. Such a tender age evoked compassion, even from those who were otherwise villainous. Just as Vegeta and his companions were on the brink of being slain by Rikumu, a spacecraft descended upon Namek. The hatch opened, and a figure emerged, Suin Wukong. At long last, Suin Wukong had arrived on Namek. Upon his arrival, he immediately sensed several formidable energies on the planet. Simultaneously, he discerned that Krillin and Suin Wufan's energies had waned significantly. They were on the verge of death. Without hesitation, Suin Wukong raced towards them at full speed. In the blink of an eye, he stood beside Suin Wufan and Krillin. Wukong, Kakarado, you've finally made it. The relief was palpable not only for Krillin, but even for Vegeta upon seeing Suin Wukong. He swiftly administered a Senzu Bean to Suin Wufan, then approached Krillin to do the same. The final Senzu Bean was tossed to Vegeta, who, without question, consumed it. Once ingested, his injuries healed completely. And under the influence of the Saiyan trait, Vegeta's strength surged anew. This marked the first occasion Vegeta experienced the miraculous effects of the Senzu Bean. Krillin yearned to relay the events that had transpired during Suin Wukong's absence. However, Suin Wukong placed his hand upon Krillin's bald head, preventing him from speaking. Soon, through this means, Suin Wukong acquired knowledge of the occurrences on Namek. It could be regarded as a form of superpower. Suin Wukong had not possessed this ability before. It likely emerged after he grew stronger. Nonetheless, this technique had only been employed by him this once. Chapter 56, The Legend of the Super Saiyan. Upon grasping the situation, Suin Wukong turned his gaze towards Rikumu. He declined the assistance of Krillin and Suin Wufan, opting instead to confront Rikumu alone. Rikumu, intrigued by the sudden appearance of Suin Wukong, instructed Berta and Jeez to assess Suin Wukong's battle power. The results revealed a mere 5,000, which Rikumu and Berta deemed as pitifully low, labeling it as trash. In their eyes, even those with a battle power below 5,000, like Raditz and Nappa, were deemed inferior to refuse. As Raditz once articulated, they lacked even the qualification to be called weaklings. Such words elicited involuntary twitches from the lips of many powerful beings. Those like Raditz and Nappa, with battle powers below 5,000, were not even worthy of the term weaklings. What, then, were they? Those with battle powers under 500. Mere pawn scum? In the realm of culinary magnificence, my strength should not be considered trash before the Jinyu force, mused Sanhu. He was uncertain of his exact battle power, but estimated it to be slightly superior to Vegeta's 30,000. Whether he could compare to Rikumu remained uncertain. Yet the gap should not be insurmountable. Hence, even if he fell short of the Jinyu force, he did not consider himself trash, merely weak. Reflecting upon this, Sanhu couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. It had been a long time since he felt such emotions. He never anticipated he would one day regard himself as a weakling. Another question arose. Given the Jinyu force's formidable prowess, how formidable must their leader, the Cosmic Emperor Frieza, be? While Earth may pale in comparison to alien civilizations in many aspects, it can proudly claim supremacy in a select few areas across the universe. Firstly, its cuisine. Secondly, its technology. Thirdly, its diverse martial arts techniques. Perhaps the strength of Earth's warriors does not rival that of cosmic titans. Yet their martial arts techniques are enough to elicit exclamations of awe from even the mightiest. For instance, the Z fighters possessed the ability to sense energy, enabling them to identify individuals, ascertain their locations, and gauge their overall strength. Moreover, Earth's warriors can manipulate their battle powers at will, lowering them as they see fit. This would prove to be a significant disadvantage for Frieza's army, who heavily rely on scouters. Raditz made such an error, and now the Jinyu Force was poised to repeat it. Earth's cuisine reigns supreme across the universe? In the realm of destruction, upon hearing this, Beerus abruptly rose to his feet. He indulges in few pleasures, with cuisine being his greatest passion. He has sampled numerous delicacies throughout the cosmos, yet most have failed to satisfy him. Yet, the heavens claim that Earth's cuisine is unparalleled. Naturally, he trusts the words of the heavens. Whis. How long will it take to reach Earth? Approximately 20 minutes. 20 minutes? That's enough time to watch an episode of an anime. Never mind. For the sake of gastronomy, let us journey to Earth. Very well, Lord Beerus. Whis, equally exhilarated, shared Beerus' enthusiasm for Earth's culinary delights. For others from different realms, their curiosity lies elsewhere. The heavens assert that Earth's technology is unmatched throughout the universe. But how can that be? How could Earth's technology possibly compare to alien civilizations? Even the technology of Dragon Ball Earth pales in comparison to that of extraterrestrial cultures. The spacecraft utilized by Suin Wukong and Bulma was, after all, a modified alien vessel. Yet, the heavens do not err. Thus, what does it mean that Earth's technology is supreme across the cosmos? Upon discovering Suin Wukong's battle power was a mere 5,000, Rikumu felt profound disappointment. Subsequently, Rikumu prepared to unleash his ultimate move, intending to eliminate Suin Wukong, Vegeta, and the others in one fell swoop. However, Rikumu's grand move suffered from a significant flaw, its lengthy charge time. While he posed dramatically to gather his energy, his expression abruptly shifted to one of agony. Suin Wukong had vanished from his previous location, now standing before Rikumu. Moreover, he delivered a powerful elbow strike. With that blow, Rikumu was eradicated in an instant. Suin Wukong had triumphed over Rikumu in a single decisive blow. This spectacle left Krillin, Suin Wufan, and even Vegeta in stunned disbelief. In the eyes of Ba Te and GC, Sun Wukong's recent maneuver appeared rather ordinary, leaving them perplexed as to how it could have incapacitated Li Ku Mu. However, from the vantage point of the now more powerful Vegeta, the truth was unmistakable. Sun Wukong's action was far from mundane. It was a formidable elbow strike, transcending the limits of Saiyan strength. How had Kakarot achieved such a feat? Vegeta found it difficult to fathom, but soon contemplated a possibility. Could it be that he had attained the status of a Super Saiyan? This notion harked back to the legendary tales of the Saiyans, which spoke of a mythical warrior known as the Super Saiyan. Such a being was said to emerge only once in a millennium, capable of surpassing any limitations that warriors faced. Yet, Vegeta mused, if the legend were true, then it would be he, the Saiyan Prince, who would be destined to become the Super Saiyan, as he was the mightiest and most gifted warrior among the Saiyans. Nevertheless, Kakarot's display suggested otherwise. He seemed more akin to a Super Saiyan than Vegeta himself. In truth, Sun Wukong's remarkable strength had little to do with the Super Saiyan transformation. It was solely a result of his training under 100-fold gravity. Originally, his battle power was a mere 8,000, but after enduring the rigorous training, it soared to an astounding 90,000. Such power placed him just below Frieza and the leader of the Jinyu Force, Jinyu. Among the Jinyu Force, aside from Jinyu and Goldo, the other three members possessed battle powers around 40 to 50,000. Thus, Sun Wukong's strength was double that of his foes, making the defeat of Li Ku Mu a straightforward affair. It is worth noting that, while the effects of high-gravity training seem impressive, not everyone can undertake such challenges. In the world of Dragon Ball, what proves effective may not yield the same results elsewhere. For instance, during Sun Wukong's and Krillin's training under Master Roshi, they were merely tasked with wearing heavy turtle shells and performing daily runs to deliver milk, swimming with sharks, and engaging in manual labor. This simple regimen elevated their battle powers from nearly 10 to the level of dozens. Do not underestimate this increase. Many powerful beings across various realms possess battle powers that do not even reach these numbers. The words of Tian Mu left countless formidable beings across the multiverse both astonished and envious. They were astonished at the rapid escalation of Sun Wukong's power. Within just 6 days of training under 100-fold gravity, his battle power leapt from 8,000 to 90,000, an increase of more than tenfold. Such a velocity was indeed terrifying. They were equally astonished by the might of the Frieza force. As two members surpassed Sun Wukong's 90,000 battle power, Frieza and Jinyu. As the Cosmic Emperor, Frieza's superiority was to be expected. Yet even Jinyu's prowess eclipsed that of Sun Wukong. This merely reaffirmed the terrifying strength of the Frieza force. The envy stemmed from the revelation that in the Dragon Ball world, the path to power could be so straightforward. Was it truly possible to enhance one's strength through such ordinary training? While it is true that not everyone can endure 100-fold gravity, the training methods discussed by Tianmu, such as running with added weight, swimming with sharks, and manual farming, were accessible to many. Yet, despite their efforts, most would not see significant gains. In contrast, Sun Wukong and Krillin managed to amplify their battle powers by dozens. Had they been unaware of the intrinsic value behind battle power in the Dragon Ball universe, they might have dismissed a mere increase of dozens as insignificant. However, they now understood that even a modest increase could render one nearly invincible in their own realm, given that a battle power of 139 could obliterate the moon. Thus, a few dozen points of battle power were indeed formidable. Sun Wukong and Krillin had attained such extraordinary strength through simple training, prompting admiration from others. The training environment in the Dragon Ball world seemed exceptionally favorable, and they too yearned to cultivate their abilities there. In the world of One Punch Man, could one acquire such formidable strength through similar training? This notion struck a chord with Chi Yu, who reflected upon his own training methods, which had also been straightforward, push-ups and running, after which he became One Punch Man. His experience bore a resemblance to Sun Wukong's and Krillin's rapid advancements in strength. However, the price he paid was his baldness, while Sun Wukong and Krillin merely endured a bit more hardship without suffering the same fate. Chi Yu pondered the possibility of training in a high-gravity environment, though he found it challenging to replicate such conditions. Within Vegeta's spaceship, the notion of a battle power of 90,000 was unfathomable for a mere low-level warrior. Vegeta struggled to contain his disbelief. As the Saiyan Prince, he had only managed to elevate his power from 18,000 to 30,000 after enduring 2 severe injuries. Yet Kakarot had achieved an ascent from 8,000 to 90,000 under 100-fold gravity. Was the effectiveness of high-gravity training truly that remarkable? Vegeta felt an urgent desire to experience it himself, yet he lacked access to such an environment. Once he could acquire the Dragon Balls on Namek, he would return to Earth and have the Earthlings construct a gravity chamber for him. If Kakarot completed his training under 100-fold gravity, then Vegeta would endeavor to surpass him with 200, 300, or even 1,000 times the gravity. He could not accept that as the Saiyan Prince. He would be inferior to a lowly warrior. However, he remained curious about the authenticity of the Super Saiyan legend. If Tianmu claimed that Kakarot's strength was unrelated to the Super Saiyan myth, then was the Super Saiyan real? On Frieza's planet, the Emperor mused, this Sun Wukong truly possesses remarkable potential. My admiration for him grows. As a leader who deeply valued talent, Frieza increasingly desired to recruit Sun Wukong. In comparison to Sun Wukong, he found the members of the Jinyu force, aside from Jinyu, rather underwhelming. As for whether Sun Wukong posed any threat, a mere battle power of 90,000 could hardly stir the cosmos. After swiftly dispatching Li Ku-mu, Sun Wukong turned his attention to GC and Bate. At that moment, the two were still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, believing Li Ku-mu's defeat stemmed from his overconfidence. Bate even proclaimed that his speed was the fastest in the universe, wondering if Sun Wukong could keep pace with him. Subsequently, the two suffered a thorough beating. Even their combined techniques proved futile against the vast disparity in strength. The so-called speed of Bate, claimed to be the fastest in the entire universe, is merely a figment of his self-aggrandizement. Let us not even delve into other matters. Where does he place Frieza? Can it be that the speed of Frieza, the Emperor of the universe, pales in comparison to his? The enhancement of one's abilities should encompass a comprehensive improvement. In other words, if one individual's combat prowess surpasses that of another, it signifies superiority across all dimensions, be it speed, strength, or defense. In situations where combat power is lacking, even a speed aficionado would find their velocity insufficient against someone who, despite not excelling in speed, possesses greater overall strength. At the headquarters of the Proud Warriors in the 11th universe, Tianmu's assertions ring true. The third strongest member of the Proud Warriors, Tc, who bears a resemblance to the god of destruction Beerus, nodded in agreement. While he excels in speed, it is merely in comparison to his own other attributes. He does not delude himself into thinking that his speed exceeds that of Tpu or Jiren, for their prowess far surpasses his own. To excel in a particular domain does not entail comparison with others, but rather with one's own other capabilities. Thus, as Tianmu has stated, Bate's self-proclaimed title of fastest in the universe is nothing short of a farce. Not only Frieza, but even the speed of Jinyu would undoubtedly surpass his own, given Jinyu's superior strength. From this perspective, it is evident that Frieza is indeed a commendable leader. After all, Bate constantly boasts of his speed being the universe's best. Yet Frieza does not express anger, allowing him to continue with such declarations. Had it been a person of narrow-mindedness, Bate would have already faced dire consequences. On the Jinyu Force's specialized spacecraft, Bate's face was awash with emotion. Previously, he had not perceived the significance of Frieza's benevolence towards them. Now, upon Tianmu's remarks, he realized just how fortunate they were under Frieza's leadership. Indeed, he frequently proclaims his speed as the best in the universe. Where does he place Frieza in this equation? How could his speed possibly rival that of Frieza? Yet, not only does Frieza not hold it against him, but he also continues to place great trust in him. Tianmu's words resonate deeply. Frieza is truly a commendable leader. However, despite teaming up with JIS, they found themselves utterly outmatched by Kakarot, whose battle power reached an astounding 90,000, completely overwhelming them. JIS, should we still head to Earth? Bate inquired through the communicator to JIS aboard the spacecraft. Frieza had instructed the Jinyu Force to split into two groups, one heading to Earth and the other to Namek. He and JIS were to go to Earth while the other three ventured to Namek. Previously, this was not a concern, but now he understood that Tianmu's future depiction of Sun Wukong would render him incredibly formidable. Sun Wukong was on Earth. Wasn't this akin to courting death? Proceed, came Jesus' response. It was only the Sun Wukong from Tianmu's narrative who was truly powerful. The current Sun Wukong, however, had not yet reached such heights of strength. Bate realized that the formidable Sun Wukong depicted in Tianmu's vision was not the same as the present Sun Wukong, who possessed at most a few thousand in battle power. At worst, even with the Kaioken, he could only achieve a maximum of 4 times his power, which would be unsustainable. A peak power of over 30,000 was hardly a cause for concern. As for whether the impending calamity could be thwarted by Sun Wukong, thus allowing Bate to reap rewards, he held little faith in that notion. After all, the source of this calamity was none other than Frieza himself. How could Sun Wukong possibly stand against Frieza? There was no reason for him to fear the current Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong defeated JIS and Bate, with JIS fleeing and Bate losing consciousness. However, neither Riku nor Bate faced lethal force from Sun Wukong. Subsequently, Vegeta intervened, dealing with the unconscious duo. Vegeta remarked that Sun Wukong was too naive. In such situations, one should strike to kill. Although Riku and Bate were not vanquished by Vegeta, he nonetheless claimed their lives, effectively stealing their glory, alongside the earlier defeat of Guldo. Vegeta thus achieved a triple kill against the Jinyu Force. JIS, having escaped, went to inform Jinyu of Sun Wukong's appearance. Jinyu then sought revenge alongside JIS. Sun Wukong instructed Krillin and Son Gohan to use the Dragon Radar to locate the Dragon Balls, requesting Vegeta's assistance in a 2-on-2 match. Vegeta, however, took his leave. Son Gohan and Krillin also departed, leaving Sun Wukong to face 2 opponents alone. Upon encountering Sun Wukong, Jinyu expressed delight, eager for an intense battle. This indicates that Jinyu is indeed someone who relishes combat. However, he finds it challenging to satisfy his thirst for battle, as his strength vastly exceeds that of others, yet falls short of Frieza's. Thus, finding a worthy opponent is quite a daunting task. Sun Wukong's arrival was serendipitous for him. Within Jinyu's spacecraft, Jinyu echoed Tianmu's sentiments, acknowledging the difficulty in finding a suitable opponent. Even among his fellow special forces, the disparity in strength is considerable. Engaging with them does not satiate his desires for battle. The gap between himself and Frieza is even greater. To challenge Frieza is beyond his capabilities and courage. A power level of 90,000 may not match his own, yet it offers a chance to stretch his limbs. The emergence of such an adversary exhilarated Jinyu. While he may not find fulfillment in reality, Witnessing the future version of himself from Tianmu's vision, achieving satisfaction would suffice. The battle between Sun Wukong and Jinyu diverged from Sun Wukong's previous encounters with other members of the Special Forces. As the captain, Jinyu was far superior to the rest. Sun Wukong could not suppress Jinyu, and instead found himself overwhelmed by him. Jinyu asserted that Sun Wukong had yet to reveal his hidden strength. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong decided to no longer hold back and began to employ the Kaioken. Meanwhile, Frieza arrived at the residence of the Grand Elder, seeking the means to make wishes. Prior to Frieza's arrival, the Grand Elder had awakened Dandy's potential and shared the method of wishing with him, instructing Dandy to assist Krillin and Son Gohan. Dandy passed by Frieza, who paid him no mind. As Frieza threatened the Grand Elder for information, a Namekian named No Lu stepped forward, identified as the strongest combat-oriented Namekian, boasting a battle power of 42,000. This raises questions about the Saiyans' claims of being the universe's mightiest warrior race. While their martial fervor may be commendable, their actual strength is questionable. Vegeta and Nappa initially looked down upon the Namekians. However, the strongest among them possesses a battle power of 42,000, comparable to that of the Jinyu Force. In contrast, Vegeta's original battle power was merely 18,000, and even after several enhancements, he barely reached 30,000. What grounds does he have to look down upon the Namekians? In the spacecraft of Vegeta, his countenance was exceedingly grim. A battle power of 42,000. How could the Namekian be so formidable? Wasn't this utterly embarrassing? Should he still venture to Namek to seek the Dragon Balls? With his current strength, he would be no match for that Nihilo. How could he possibly acquire the Dragon Balls? Should a conflict arise, it would spell doom for him. Before the imposing Nihilo, with his battle power of 42,000, Frieza remained unperturbed. Let me provide you with a reference, so you may comprehend the strength of your adversary. Frieza stated in a calm tone. My battle power is 530,000. Chapter 59. Vegeta's anticipation. Perhaps he could truly defeat Frieza, although Frieza's tone was composed. His declaration sent a chill through the hearts of countless beings across the cosmos. Did I mishear? Did Frieza just claim his battle power is 530,000? Asked Duan Muyan. You heard correctly. I also heard it, replied Shinon. So did I, added Daegu. If none of us misheard, then that must be the case. Remarked Xiao Tian. Can it be any more absurd? 530,000 battle power. Son Goku's power is merely 90,000, interjected Haizaihu. How is this even possible? Questioned Zhang Chulin. Even if Son Goku has the Kaioken, to match Frieza's power, he would need to utilize at least 6 times the Kaioken. Speaking of Son Goku's power, has it increased enough for him to wield a stronger Kaioken? Inquired Huolin Fei. When Son Goku had a battle power of 8,000. He could only manage a 4-fold Kaioken before his body began to break down, Huolin Fei explained. This means, at 8,000, his limit was 4-fold. Now that his power is 90,000, his limit must be over 40 times the Kaioken. The Kaioken does not scale in such a linear manner. Each increment increases the physical strain exponentially, the KO stated. With a battle power of 90,000, he could likely manage 6 or 7 times the Kaioken at most. That would still be sufficient. If Son Goku employs a 6-fold Kaioken, his power would reach 540,000, surpassing Frieza, Daegu asserted. If he manages 7 times, that would be 630,000, easily defeating Frieza. You are all too naive, Vegeta retorted. As far as I know, Frieza can transform, and upon transforming, he becomes even stronger. Kakarot would at best be able to fight him to a standstill. Despite his words, a sense of anticipation blossomed within Vegeta. If Kakarot could hold his own against Frieza, with his assistance, there might be a genuine hope of slaying Frieza. However, given Kakarot's formidable strength, the prospect of securing the Dragon Balls for himself appeared daunting. Nevertheless, if they could indeed eradicate Frieza, it would bring him immense satisfaction. Vegeta-san. You are equally naive, Frieza remarked. Son Goku wishes to fight me to a standstill? That is impossible. Frieza swirled a glass of wine, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. Vegeta was aware of Frieza's capacity to transform, but regrettably, he did not know how much stronger Frieza became thereafter. After transforming, even if Son Goku were to utilize a 10-fold Kaioken, he would still fall short against him. Nevertheless, Son Goku was impressive. If the adversary employed the Kaioken, he could not suppress him without transforming himself. The desire to recruit Son Goku as a subordinate grew stronger. After all, The only beings in the universe who could compel him to transform were the god of destruction Bylus and Majin Buu. Son Goku had achieved that, and he was worthy of boasting about it for a lifetime. In truth, with a battle power of 90,000, Son Goku could indeed withstand a tenfold Kaioken. However, against Frieza after his transformation, he would still be insufficient. Under the absolute suppression of strength, Nailu was no match and was effortlessly defeated by Frieza. Thereafter, Frieza approached the Elder, inquiring about the method of wishing. The Elder informed him that it was too late. He had already revealed the method to Dondi, who had gone to seek out those Earthlings. Frieza recalled the small Namekian he had brushed past, and his expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly pursued. Meanwhile, on Son Goku's side, after employing the Kaioken, his battle power began to surge rapidly. Initially, Jinyo was quite composed. However, when he detected Son Goku's power exceeding 100,000 through his scouter, his demeanor shifted. When it surpassed 120,000, his expression changed drastically. Finally, when Son Goku's battle power settled at 180,000, Jinyo was left utterly dumbfounded. After all, his own battle power was only 120,000. An output of 180,000 was beyond him. At this moment, Son Goku activated a twofold Kaioken, elevating his power to 180,000. In terms of battle power, Son Goku overwhelmed Jinyo and could easily annihilate him. However, Jinyo possessed a unique ability, regaining his composure. He looked at Son Goku and began to smile. Body exchange, he exclaimed, as a beam of light shot from him, striking Son Goku. In an instant, their bodies exchanged. Son Goku's form became that of Jinyo, and vice versa. Jinyo could swap bodies with others, thereby acquiring their strength. This was the method by which he had continually exchanged bodies to become Frieza's foremost subordinate. His original body was also obtained through such exchanges. However, as previously stated, when the disparity in power is too great, all flashy techniques become futile. Otherwise, why would he not attempt to exchange bodies with Frieza? What are you saying, Tianmu? How could I possibly exchange bodies with King Frieza? Upon hearing Tianmu's implication, Jinyo became anxious. He certainly did not wish for Frieza to misunderstand. Frieza-sama, please do not heed Tianmu's nonsense. I would never exchange your body. Jinyo, rest assured, I trust you, Frieza replied, confident in Jinyo's loyalty. Yet, as Tianmu had indicated, when the power gap is too vast, any ostentatious ability is rendered ineffective. Even if Jinyo truly desired to exchange bodies with him, it would be impossible. The moment Jinyo made his move, Frieza swiftly struck him down. Duan Muyin exclaimed, exchanging bodies with others? This Jinyo possesses such an ability. She felt an immense relief that those Okis and Bao Zuchong did not possess similar powers. Otherwise, if he were to exchange bodies with Okis, it would be utterly revolting. If he could not revert to his original form, he would prefer to take his own life. Indeed, and for him to exchange bodies with Son Goku is utterly despicable. Remarked Zhanghua. This complicates matters. If they cannot revert to their original bodies, it would essentially signify Son Goku's failure. Chapter 60. Regrettably, Vegeta was unable to secure a quintuple kill if they could revert to their original bodies. Son Goku, with the Kaioken, would still have a fighting chance against Frieza. However, if they could not return, surrender would be the only option. Although Son Goku had acquired Jinyo's body, his strength had diminished considerably, relying on Sun Wukong and Vegeta, along with Krillin and Son Gohan. How can they contend against Frieza and the formidable Jinyu, who has assumed Sun Wukong's body? The mention of Jinyu's body swap with Sun Wukong piqued the curiosity of many. Why did the heavens urge them to remember this? As Jinyu and Jeez returned to their ship, Krillin and Son Gohan had already discovered the 7 Dragon Balls hidden nearby Frieza's spacecraft. Vegeta lurked in the shadows, ready to seize an opportunity. When Jinyu and Jeez arrived, Krillin and Son Gohan were perplexed by the sight of Sun Wukong mingling with Jeez. Then, Sun Wukong, now in Jinyu's body, revealed the truth to Krillin and Son Gohan. Initially, despair consumed them. After all, Jinyu had swapped bodies with Sun Wukong, effectively obtaining his strength. How could they possibly stand a chance against him? However, they soon realized that Jinyu was not as powerful as they had imagined. To instill hopelessness in Krillin and Son Gohan, Jinyu instructed Jeez to measure his current battle power with a scouter. To their astonishment, Jinyu's battle power was merely a little over 20,000. Jinyu was taken aback by this revelation. How could his strength, which once reached 180,000, have dwindled to just over 20,000? Unbeknownst to him, The 180,000 was achieved by Sun Wukong utilizing the Kaioken technique, while Sun Wukong's original power was 90,000, a result of his diligent training. Only he understood how to harness the full potential of his body. Those who had previously exchanged bodies with Jinyu either possessed inherent strength or had enhanced their power through natural growth, seldom through arduous training. Thus, Jinyu could effortlessly take control of their bodies. The individuals who exchanged bodies with him were fundamentally different from someone like Sun Wukong, who had honed his strength through relentless effort. In Jinyu's ship, listening to the heavens' words, Jinyu had an epiphany. He understood why his power had drastically diminished after swapping bodies with Sun Wukong. Even without the Kaioken, Sun Wukong's base power of 90,000 was formidable. Now he realized that this strength stemmed from Sun Wukong's relentless training. No one could comprehend how to utilize the strength of their own body better than the individual who had cultivated it. Jinyu had observed Sun Wukong's relentless training over the past 6 days on Namek, where he had trained in a high-gravity environment. The powerful beings whose bodies he had previously swapped had rarely relied on personal training to enhance their strength. They were either genetically modified super warriors or innately powerful. Consequently, their mastery of their own bodies could not compare to that of someone like Sun Wukong, who had diligently trained. Realizing this, Jinyu concluded that there was no longer any need for him to exchange bodies with Sun Wukong. Not only would he be incapable of fully exploiting Sun Wukong's power, but even if he could, it would only amount to 90,000, which was inferior to his original 120,000. Sun Wukong's battle power had only reached 180,000 due to the Kaioken technique, a skill Jinyu lacked. Therefore, his body swap with Sun Wukong was utterly meaningless. Upon realizing Jinyu's inability to wield Sun Wukong's strength, Krillin and Son Gohan gained newfound confidence. However, with G's still present, the two alone were insufficient to contend with him. Thus, Vegeta emerged from his concealment to lend assistance. Having been injured by Raikou and subsequently healed by a Senzu Bean, Vegeta's power had seen a considerable increase, surpassing his previous 30,000. Initially, G's had underestimated Vegeta, but after witnessing his strength, he was left in shock. Ultimately, G's perished at Vegeta's hands, marking Vegeta's 4th kill against the Jinyu force. If only he could defeat Jinyu, he would achieve a 5-kill streak. However, that would also mean the destruction of Kakarot's body. With Kakarot weakened in Jinyu's form, how could he assist in facing Frieza? Vegeta fell into deep contemplation. He yearned to eliminate Jinyu for the sake of his 5-kill accomplishment. Yet this would come at the cost of Kakarot's body. He was acutely aware that, in the future, he would require Kakarot's aid against Frieza. Relying solely on himself was not an option. Yet, if he destroyed Kakarot's body, the latter's assistance would be rendered futile. However, without defeating Jinyu, Kakarot's body would remain inaccessible. Was he to compel Jinyu to revert the body swap? Would Jinyu comply? After defeating G's, Vegeta aided Krillin and Son Gohan in severely injuring Jinyu, albeit at the cost of Sun Wukong's body. Witnessing Vegeta's newfound strength and his own body's grievous state, Jinyu decided to swap bodies with Vegeta. He once again executed the body swap technique, sending a beam of light toward Vegeta. Unfamiliar with the situation, Vegeta attempted to withstand Jinyu's attack. Yet, Sun Wukong seized the opportunity and leaped forward, allowing Jinyu's beam to strike him instead. At last, Sun Wukong and Jinyu's bodies were exchanged once more. After failing once, Jinyu prepared to attempt the swap again. This time, Sun Wukong could not intervene due to his severely injured body. Fortunately, a frog hopped into his hand. With his last ounce of strength, Sun Wukong hurled the frog toward Jinyu. Jinyu's beam struck the frog, resulting in a swap between Jinyu and the amphibian. Vegeta, bewildered, could not comprehend what had transpired. It was only after Sun Wukong's explanation that he realized Jinyu had transformed into a frog. Although he initially contemplated squashing the frog that was Jinyu, he ultimately refrained, persuaded by Sun Wukong. Alas, Vegeta was unable to secure his 5-kill achievement. Chapter 61, Wukong. Why are you always absent at the crucial moments? That Kakarot, he prevented me from achieving my 5 kills. Vegeta remarked with dissatisfaction as he gazed at the heavens. Had it not been for Kakarot's interference, he would have crushed Jinyu and secured his 5 kills. Nevertheless, it was amusing to think of Frieza as a frog. The mere thought brought a smile to Vegeta's face. Regrettably, it was a mere fantasy. However, with Kakarot's body restored, he could now serve as a powerful ally. With Kakarot's strength, he would undoubtedly become a formidable force against Frieza. Frieza was on his way, and when he arrived, the final battle would commence. Inside Jinyu's spacecraft, he was stunned to find himself transformed into a frog. He is the illustrious captain of the Jinyu force, the most formidable and capable subordinate of King Frieza. Astonishingly, he has transformed into a frog. The crux of the matter is that once he metamorphoses into a frog, he loses the ability to speak. To execute the body swap technique, one must vocalize the command. Either he must shout it, or the target of the swap must do so. In other words, he cannot revert to his original form. He is destined to remain a frog for eternity. It appears that he must exercise caution in employing this technique in the future. Jinyu has resolved that even upon encountering a desirable body, he cannot carelessly invoke this ability. Firstly, he is uncertain whether he can fully control the body of the other party. He does not wish to find himself in a predicament akin to swapping bodies with Sun Wukong, where he is unable to harness the power of that body. Secondly, he wishes to avoid any unforeseen circumstances that may lead to him becoming a frog or another creature. Henceforth, he must approach body swapping with utmost diligence. Shunghua, thankfully, Sun Wukong's body has been restored. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous. Duanmu Yan. However, Sun Wukong's body has suffered significant injuries, and recovery will not be a simple task. Xian Nan. Indeed, without the Xiando, it will take a long time to heal such wounds. Zhang Chulan. I recall that previously, Tianmu mentioned that the several large jars of Xiando would soon become scarce. Zhang Chulan. Now it is evident. Hisaki Ichigo. In fact, it was apparent earlier. Had the Xiando not become scarce, Sun Wukong would not have had to lie in bed for several days. Hisaki Ichigo. He could have set out with Krillin and the others. Huolin Fei. Doesn't the Frieza force have healing pods? The kind Vegeta uses? Huolin Fei. I wonder if Frieza's spaceship is equipped with them. Dia. Frieza is currently en route. Even if there is a healing pod, it remains uncertain whether Sun Wukong can be treated in time. Alu. Speaking of which, Sun Wukong is also a Saiyan, so he possesses the Saiyan's innate abilities, right? Alu. If he completes his treatment, will his strength not increase? Meliodas. Precisely. When he utilizes the King Kai fist again, he will become even stronger. Wu Zhao. Therefore, if Sun Wukong can conclude his treatment in a timely manner, confronting Frieza should pose no problem. Wu Zhao. However, if he cannot heal quickly, it is possible that Krillin and Sun Wufan may be injured again, or worse, perish. Piccolo. By the way, Sun Wukong, why is it that you are never present at critical moments? We always have to wait for you. Piccolo. You continuously place your son and your dear friend in peril. This occurred during the Saiyan invasion, when Krillin and Wufan faced the Jinyu force's onslaught, and now again. Each time an enemy appears, Sun Wukong is absent, either traveling or requiring treatment. Time after time, Krillin and Wufan must confront foes far beyond their capabilities. One can only feel profound sympathy for Wufan. What? Why not feel sorry for Krillin? What is there to lament about that little bald head? Sun Wukong, I cannot fathom. On the Snake Way, Sun Wukong feels somewhat wronged. He does not wish for this. He cannot comprehend why this keeps happening. He desires to be by Krillin and Wufan's side at the earliest opportunity. Subsequently, Sun Wukong becomes a cautionary example, utilized by countless beings across the realms to instruct their companions and subordinates, as well as to remind themselves. In the future, when faced with significant matters, if there are other issues, they should be resolved beforehand. One must not allow such matters to interfere with oneself. After dealing with the Jinyu force, Vegeta brought Sun Wukong aboard Frieza's spaceship. Within the vessel, there exists a healing pod, where Sun Wukong can recuperate his injuries. Initially, Sun Wukong feared he would have to receive an injection, which terrifies him greatly. Vegeta dismisses such primitive practices and places Sun Wukong inside the pod. While Sun Wukong is receiving treatment, Vegeta procures 2 sets of battle attire for Krillin and Wufan. After all, they must be adequately prepared to confront Frieza. Vegeta then intends to take a brief rest to regain his strength. During Vegeta's slumber, Dandy arrives. Subsequently, Krillin, Sun Wufan, and Dandy venture to a distant location with the Dragon Balls. With Dandy's assistance, they summon the Shenron. Much like summoning the Earth's Shenron, invoking the Namekian Shenron also brings darkness. The commotion of summoning the dragon awakens Vegeta, observing the darkened sky and the immense dragon in the distance. Vegeta immediately grasps the situation. These 2 damned individuals. They dare to make wishes behind my back. Vegeta's expression darkens as he flies towards the direction of the dragon. Meanwhile, Krillin and Sun Wukong are grappling with a dilemma. The Namekian Shenron is quite generous, allowing 3 wishes per summoning. However, it can only resurrect one person at a time, unlike the Earth's Shenron, which can revive multiple individuals simultaneously. Hence, deciding which 3 individuals to resurrect becomes a pressing issue. Piccolo, Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, and Chaozu total 4 individuals. One must inevitably remain behind. While Yamcha and Tien argue over who should be revived first, Piccolo interjects, insisting on being resurrected first. Initially, Yamcha and Tien are displeased, but after hearing Piccolo's reasoning, they recognize his wisdom. Piccolo explains that once he is revived, the Supreme Kai will also return, and the Earth's Shenron will be able to resurrect Yamcha and Tien subsequently. Upon receiving their agreement, Piccolo articulates his second wish. He desires to travel to Namek, wishing to battle in his homeland. Chapter 62, Hattori Heiji. I despise Vegeta, who sounds just like me. Piccolo's 2 wishes are fulfilled. He is revived and arrives on Namek. However, because Piccolo merely stated his intention to come to Namek without mentioning he wished to be near Sun Wukong and the others, he is separated from them and must hurry to join them. Just as Krillin and Sun Wukong are deliberating the third wish, Dandy suddenly freezes. The 2 realize something and quickly turn around, only to see Vegeta glaring at them with a furious expression. Duanmu Yin. Wait, are we still deliberating the third wish? Duanmu Yin. Why not simply wish for Frieza's demise? In the Nawa world, Duanmu Yin appears perplexed. He cannot understand why there is any hesitation. Simply wishing for Frieza's elimination would resolve everything. If it were him, he would undoubtedly wish for Akisi and the Bazucho to vanish. Krillin, Duanmu Yin. That is not possible. Krillin, wishes made to the dragon cannot exceed the capabilities of the one who created the dragon. Krillin, otherwise, why do you think we cannot wish for the extermination of the Saiyans? Upon hearing Krillin's explanation, Duanmu Yin comes to a realization. Indeed, if it were that simple. During the Saiyan invasion, the Z warriors could have wished to eliminate Vegeta and Nappa. Since the Earth Dragon cannot kill Saiyans, the Namekian Dragon cannot possibly eliminate Frieza either. In the 7th universe, in the realm of the Destroyer, the Earth Dragon Balls and the Namekian Dragon Balls have evolved from the same wish orbs. If one were to make a wish upon the Dragon Balls, whether it be to vanquish the Saiyans or Frieza, it would be an effortless endeavor. Bills remarked. For the Dragon Balls he referred to were crafted by the dragon god, Salama. While it is true that the dragon cannot fulfill wishes beyond the capabilities of its creator, given Salama's prowess, unless the wish pertains to the Omni King or the Grand Priest, there are few desires that the dragon cannot manifest. Even a wish to obliterate the gods of destruction is within its reach. Zhang Chulan inquired, so, does this mean the third wish is to be for Vegeta? He pondered aloud. I have always been curious about what wish Vegeta intends to make. Naruto Uzumaki replied, he has always sought to overthrow Frieza, so his wish must surely relate to dealing with him. Sasuke Uchiha interjected, yet, that wish is beyond the dragon's power. If Vegeta were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly seek to amend his wish. Ichigo Kurosaki suggested, perhaps he desires the strength to defeat Frieza? Jing Tian commented, that bears resemblance to my own wish for the power to vanquish the evil sword immortal. Heiji Hattori remarked, if it were possible, I would prefer Vegeta's wish not to come to fruition. In the world of Conan, Heiji Hattori glared at Vegeta on the screen with evident displeasure. This Vegeta had caused him to be mocked by Kudo. After all, their voices were strikingly similar. When Vegeta spoke, his family and friends reached out to him, and he, a noble and righteous detective, found it disconcerting. Vegeta, in contrast, was a notorious villain. He feared that the similarity in their voices might tarnish his reputation in the eyes of others. Thus, his disdain for Vegeta was palpable, and he naturally wished for Vegeta's wish to remain unfulfilled. Vegeta retorted, who are you, Hattori? Do we have a vendetta? By what right do you wish for my desire to be thwarted? Shinichi Kudo chimed in. He feels your existence tarnishes his image. Ace chuckled at the reasoning presented by Kudo, recognizing its validity. The similarity in voices indeed had the potential to influence perceptions. Piccolo's voice was akin to his. Yet due to Piccolo's commendable actions during the Saiyan invasion, particularly his self-sacrifice to protect Gohan, he garnered affection from Ace's father and brothers, almost being mistaken for Piccolo himself. The thought of what would transpire if Piccolo had not reformed and remained the malevolent demon king sent shivers down Ace's spine. pondering how his own image would have suffered. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for Hattori, sharing a voice with Vegeta, to feel that his image had been compromised due to Vegeta's influence, leading to their enmity. It is worth noting that Krillin's voice is similar to Luffy's and Yamcha's to Sabo's, which produces an odd sensation for Ace. Each time he hears Krillin and Yamcha converse, it feels peculiar, as if Luffy and Sabo were engaged in dialogue. Vegeta declared, "No matter how you wish for it, it is futile. This final wish will undoubtedly be mine." His excitement was palpable, rendering him indifferent to Hattori's insolence. After all, once his wish was granted, and Kakarot healed from his injuries, they would likely triumph over Frieza. Should they indeed defeat Frieza, the figure on the screen would become the harbinger of salvation. When the screen dispensed rewards, synchronizing with him, he would attain immortality. The mere thought thrilled him, and he could hardly wait to witness the moment when his wish would manifest. Originally, Vegeta intended to eliminate Krillin, Gohan, and Dandy. However, Gohan insisted that one final wish remained ungranted. Upon hearing this, Vegeta sighed with relief, pressing Dandy to fulfill his desire. His wish was for immortality. Initially, Krillin opposed this. Yet, Vegeta contended that only by fulfilling his wish could they hope to confront Frieza. He also assured them that upon defeating Frieza, he would spare them. Of course, Krillin found it hard to believe his words. Nevertheless, he ultimately allowed Dandy to grant Vegeta's wish. Vegeta was right in one regard. Without him, they could not contend with Frieza. Only by realizing Vegeta's wish could they even hope to face him. One option was to resist Vegeta and face certain death, while the other was to grant his wish and first deal with Frieza, addressing subsequent matters later. The choice was exceedingly clear, as Dandy prepared to make the wish. Anticipation surged within Vegeta. However, in the next instant, the dragon abruptly vanished. This left Vegeta bewildered, unsure of what had transpired, while Dandy bowed his head. Sorrow etched across his face. The elder who had created the Dragon Balls had passed away. Chapter 63. Where does Vegeta's mysterious confidence stem from? The dragon's sudden disappearance could only signify one thing: the elder's demise. The elder was not only the creator of the Dragon Balls, but also the progenitor of the Namekians. For all Namekians, including Dandy, the elder was akin to a father. With the passing of their father, they were overwhelmed with grief. On Namek, the cry of elder erupted from the Namekians, tears streaming down their faces. The elder was indeed their father. His death brought profound sorrow to them all. Meanwhile, the elder found the situation both touching and amusing. The one who had perished was merely the future version of himself. He still remained alive in the present. Yet, the elder felt deeply moved by the significance of his role in the hearts of his children. "I still have a year left to live," the elder mused while gazing at the screen. The Saiyans had yet to invade Earth. That would occur in a year. After they were defeated, Krillin and Gohan would eventually come to Namek. Thus, he had a year to spare. Aware of his impending death, the elder felt no sorrow. He had long since prepared himself for the eventuality. However, witnessing his children suffer at the hands of Frieza and his minions filled him with anguish. Moreover, with Frieza now aware of the screen, he pondered whether he might arrive at Namek prematurely. He resolved that should Frieza indeed come, he would choose to depart early. Thus, the Dragon Balls would no longer be able to grant wishes. While he could end his life at that moment, he wished to take a gamble. He hoped that Frieza would refrain from coming. If he won his wager, he could spend another year with his children. If he lost, he would then take his leave. Within Vegeta's spaceship, frustration welled within him. Damn it, could that old fool not have held on for just a minute longer? The scowl on Vegeta's face was unmistakable. His wish was on the brink of realization, yet the elder had chosen this moment to depart. He could have died at any other time, yet he had to pass away just as Vegeta's desire was within reach. Damn it, truly damned. Frieza, Vegeta, oh ho ho ho, Vegeta-san. It seems your aspirations have come to naught. On the planet where Frieza resides, he swiftly unleashed a barrage of mockery. Initially, he was quite displeased when he witnessed Vegeta's wish nearing fruition, especially since it mirrored his own unfulfilled desire. Why should that scoundrel Vegeta be able to realize what Frieza himself could not? However, fate has taken a turn. The Grand Elder of Namek has perished. The dragon has vanished, and Vegeta's wish shall remain eternally unfulfilled. Naturally, Frieza's mood remained sour. After all, the one who should be granted the wish is undoubtedly him. What right do those two from Earth have to fulfill their wishes? Moreover, they are two utterly trivial aspirations. These wishes concocted by Krillin, Son Gohan. and Vegeta could have easily allowed Frieza to achieve his own desires long ago. Presently, he is en route, and once he arrives, it shall be the demise of these three fools. Vegeta, Frieza, do not rejoice too soon. Even if my wish is unfulfilled, as long as I join forces with Kakarot, we shall still triumph over you. Frieza, is that so? I shall await the outcome with bated breath. Frieza, disinterested in refuting Vegeta's confidence, knows that actions speak louder than words. When Vegeta finally comprehends his true capabilities, he will realize how foolish his current bravado is. The unfulfilled wish ignites a fierce rage within Vegeta, compelling him to consider eliminating Krillin, Son Gohan, and Dent. Just as he is about to act, he gazes behind Krillin and the others, his expression shifting to one of terror. Turning around, they behold a figure standing atop a massive rock. Frieza has arrived. Furthermore, at this moment, Frieza's countenance is far from pleasant. It is evident that he is aware of the Dragon Balls being used. In light of this situation, Frieza has but one intention: to eradicate all those before him. After a moment of initial fear, Vegeta steadies himself, no longer afraid as he regards Frieza. Frieza notices this change in Vegeta and finds it curious. Vegeta, you cannot possibly believe you can defeat me. Frieza, I can, especially with those two. Vegeta is cognizant of Krillin and Son Gohan's strengths. Though inferior to his own, they are still formidable. His power has increased significantly after numerous confrontations with the Saiyans. Thus, he possesses an inexplicable confidence, believing that their combined strength could vanquish Frieza. However, what Vegeta is unaware of is the extent of Frieza's combat prowess. Had he known that Frieza's power level was 530,000, his confidence would surely wane. Indeed, countless formidable beings across the realms nod in agreement. If they were unaware of Frieza's strength, they might have believed in Vegeta's confidence alongside Krillin and Son Gohan's potential to defeat Frieza. However, they are all too aware. They vividly recall the chilling moment when Frieza declared his power level of 530,000 in a calm tone that belied the terror it instilled. A power level of 530,000. Even Son Goku, with a power level of 90,000, would require a six-fold Kaioken to contend with him. And what of Vegeta, Krillin, and Son Gohan? Despite their recent enhancements, the combined total of their powers may still not reach 90,000. Such a vast disparity begs the question, how could they prevail? If Frieza so desired, he could eliminate the three of them in an instant. Frieza, Vegeta, have you always been this confident? How is it that I never noticed this when you were under my command? Vegeta refrains from countering, as he realizes he has overlooked a crucial factor. He had long believed that joining forces with Kakarot would suffice to defeat Frieza. However, this belief hinges on Kakarot's presence, which is currently absent as he recuperates. Without Kakarot, can he, alongside Kakarot's son and the diminutive bald Krillin, truly stand against Frieza? As the central figure in this drama, Vegeta possesses a peculiar confidence. Yet, as an observer, he understands full well that the three of them combined would not be Frieza's match. This exemplifies the folly of those embroiled in a situation, as opposed to the clarity of those who watch from the sidelines. For not only do the beings across the realms recognize Frieza's strength, but Vegeta himself has also heard Frieza articulate his power level. Chapter 64. Why does Vegeta insist on courting death? Vegeta is oblivious to the extent of Frieza's power, which fuels his misplaced confidence. Furthermore, there is another significant issue: his penchant for arrogance. Had he engaged Frieza directly, there might have been a glimmer of hope for victory. Yet, he chooses to indulge himself. Vegeta observes Frieza and asserts that there are races in the universe capable of transformation, enhancing their strength. Frieza belongs to such a race. Vegeta, finding the current challenge too facile, seeks to elevate the stakes. He requests Frieza to transform, eager to witness the manifestation of Frieza's enhanced form and power. Vegeta's audacious move leaves many powerful beings aghast, wishing they could peer into his mind to fathom his reasoning. Duan Mu Yen, it is already a formidable challenge, and yet he wishes to complicate matters further? Duan Mu Yen cannot comprehend this. During his confrontation with Aux, he approached matters with simplicity, even interrupting his opponent's transformation to lower the difficulty. Why not seize the opportunity to make things easier? Is it necessary to challenge oneself? Should he fail, the consequences would be unbearable. Thus, he finds it utterly confounding to understand Vegeta's behavior. What do the heavens call such behavior? Arrogance, perhaps? Indeed, Vegeta is remarkably audacious. Daegu, Who could argue otherwise? What is Vegeta truly contemplating? In the world of Tiga, the members of the victory team share expressions of sheer bewilderment. Previously, when dealing with Gitanch, they endeavored to revive the petrified Tiga by having Masaki Kigo sit within the light genetic factor converter, directing it at Tiga's statue. However, Gitanch thwarted their plan by agitating the waters. Even this monstrous foe understood the necessity of obstructing the enemy's schemes. Despite Tiga being rendered a mere statue, which should have posed no threat, Gitanch nonetheless intervened. How cautious this creature is. A truth so evident that even a monster comprehends it, yet Vegeta remains oblivious? No, perhaps he is not unaware. Rather, he has become inflated with pride following his power increase, convinced that he is the strongest in the universe. Yet the crux of the matter is that his strength is not as formidable as he believes. If it were Son Goku, one might find it more plausible, given that his Kaioken technique allows him to surpass Frieza. Nonetheless, should Son Goku intentionally allow Frieza to transform, it would still baffle them why they would not capitalize on Frieza's untransformed state, when his strength remains unenhanced, to defeat him instead of confronting a more powerful adversary. They are incapable of comprehending such thoughts. As the principal party involved, Vegeta also finds himself in ignorance of what his future self, residing within the Celestial Dome, is contemplating. Within the dome, he is indeed the subject, yet, outside of it, he stands as a mere spectator. From the perspective of the observer, he too cannot fathom the thoughts of his own self within the dome. What are you truly doing, future me? If Kakarot were present, your actions might be justifiable. However, Kakarot is absent. Is this not a path towards self-destruction? Vegeta is nearly overwhelmed with frustration. Little does he know, this feeling of vexation is not a singular occurrence. Frieza, Vegeta, are you so eager to witness my transformation? Frieza, do you suppose that the self within the dome will fulfill your wish? In Frieza's perspective, he is indeed inclined to grant Vegeta's desire. After all, he prides himself on being a benevolent master. The wishes of his subordinates must certainly be indulged, even if that subordinate has betrayed him. At this moment, Frieza's subordinates, including the Jinyu Special Forces, are brimming with excitement. Can they truly witness the transformation of King Frieza? What an extraordinary honor it would be. As a good master, how would Frieza respond to the wishes of his former employee? Upon hearing Vegeta's request, Frieza smirks, indicating that he shall comply. He then shatters the battle suit he is wearing. Frieza declares that his form post-transformation is one that even Vegeta's father, the former King Vegeta, has never beheld. It is indeed a privilege for a son to witness this. Vegeta, still mocking, wonders if the so-called transformation is merely the act of shedding his battle attire. Yet soon enough, he finds no humor in the situation. Frieza begins to gather energy, his aura expanding at an alarming rate. The ground quakes violently, fissures sprawling beneath his feet. His physique gradually grows larger, with his small horns thickening and curling, resembling the horns of a demon. Upon the completion of Frieza's transformation, he has undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. From his previous diminutive stature of less than 1.5 meters, he now towers over 2 meters in height. His two horns curve at a 90-degree angle, standing tall like demonic appendages. Of course, the change in size is not the most significant aspect. How fortunate you are. This is the form I take post-transformation. Allow me to share some splendid news. My current combat power exceeds 1 million. Upon hearing this astonishing figure from Frieza, a wave of exhaustion sweeps across all realms. Initially, they believed that Frieza's power would increase modestly from 530,000 to perhaps 600,000 or 700,000. To their astonishment, it has doubled. A combat power exceeding 1 million. Vegeta and the others may not even possess a fraction of Frieza's strength. Fubu Pingxi, why does this fellow Vegeta insist on courting death? Moreover, he uses my voice to utter such excruciatingly embarrassing words. In the world of Kenan, within the Fubu residence, Fubu Pingxi sits in a chair, faintly observing the marks beneath his feet. Those are the imprints created by his own toes. Heaven knows the embarrassment he felt upon hearing Vegeta provoke Frieza with words that are identical to his own. If only he possessed the technique, he could have carved a villa from the ground beneath him. The crux of the matter is that after provoking and mocking, if Vegeta had the strength to resolve the situation, it would have been acceptable. At most, one could say he was merely boastful. However, the issue lies in the fact that he lacks such power. Thus, all of his prior provocations and taunts become slaps to his own face, leaving Vegeta's visage bruised. Ironically, Vegeta's voice mirrors his own perfectly. Fubu Pingxi cannot bear to imagine the peculiar glances he will receive when he steps outside in the future. He also cannot fathom how Kudo will ridicule him. Heaven forbid there are recordings of this episode. Chapter 65. Vegeta wishes to curse his mother. Zhang Chulin. How can we contend with a combat power exceeding 1 million? Zhang Chulin. If Frieza desires, he could easily annihilate Vegeta and the others before Suin Wukong completes his recovery. Hizaki Ihu. The pivotal moment lies in how much strength Suin Wukong can gain from the Saiyan's passive ability upon healing. Hizaki Ihu. If he can augment his power to over 200,000 and then employ the fivefold Kaioken, he could potentially reach a combat power exceeding 1 million. Hulin Fei. The question remains, can Suin Wukong truly elevate his power to over 200,000? The myriad realms fall into a hushed silence. It is noteworthy that Vegeta previously relied on the Saiyan's passive ability twice, only managing to elevate his power from 18,000 to 30,000. How much could Suin Wukong enhance his strength with a single boost? It is likely that reaching 100,000 would be a commendable feat even then. He would require the tenfold Kaioken to stand a chance against Frieza. The real concern is whether Suin Wukong's body can endure the strain of the tenfold Kaioken. Thus, in summation, it is all Vegeta's fault. Duan Muyan. It is entirely Vegeta's fault. Had he not provoked Frieza into transforming, the situation would not have escalated thus. Hulin Fei. Precisely. Were it not for Frieza's transformation, there would still be hope for Suin Wukong to defeat him upon recovery. Because that is not so. Frieza will undoubtedly succeed in transforming. Hulin Fei. Why do you assert that? Others regard Bika's conviction with curiosity. They believe that as long as Suin Wukong recovers and unleashes the Kaioken, he can defeat Frieza before his transformation completes. Bika. Have you all forgotten Suin Wukong's unfortunate tendencies? Bika. He has an affinity for battling formidable opponents. If he learns that Frieza can transform, what do you think he will do? The myriad realms once again fall silent. They had overlooked this crucial detail. Indeed, from their perspective, Suin Wukong possesses a genuine opportunity to defeat Frieza before he transforms. However, this is merely their perspective. Suin Wukong's mindset differs from theirs. His penchant for challenging powerful foes has been previously established. This individual relishes a contest only after his opponent has unleashed their full potential. He will not strike when the adversary has yet to reveal their true strength. He enjoys battling strong opponents, but in another sense. He also likes to impose difficulty upon himself. If he discovers that Frieza is capable of transforming, he will undoubtedly allow Frieza to do so. Subsequently, he will find himself unable to contend with him. Kellen, Suin Wukong, look at this. Kellen, the beings from the myriad realms are now aware of your unfortunate tendencies. You must amend them. Suin Wukong, huh? How am I supposed to change? Upon uttering this, Kellen and Yamcha, who are familiar with Suin Wukong, recognize that he is beyond reform. Even if he attempts to change now, he will inevitably revert to his old ways in the future. Sigh. The group exhales in resignation. There is nothing to be done. It is simply the nature of Wukong. In all other aspects, he is commendable, but his flaws remain a significant hindrance. Frieza, Vegeta-san. How long do you think the three of you can withstand my might? Vegeta is tempted to retort with a crude insult, but after a moment's reflection, he decides against it. For now, what he most desires is, facing the vast expanse of the heavens, he could not help but curse his future self. He had to concede that the assertions made by those beings from other worlds held a kernel of truth. The current dire situation was indeed a consequence of his own future actions. He resolved to learn from this experience, vowing not to emulate the person he would become in the celestial realm. Yamcha. Piccolo. Speaking of which, haven't you been resurrected? Alas, it seems you are destined to perish once more. Piccolo. I have no words left. The version of himself in the heavens yearned to assist in the battle. Yet, with his current abilities, could he truly make a difference? His future self-strength was inadequate even to defeat the Jinyu force. It appeared that he was merely going to be a sacrifice. Thus, the newly resurrected Piccolo faced the grim prospect of demise once again. Uncle Piccolo, I cannot bear the thought of losing you, lamented son Wukong, clutching Piccolo's leg with palpable sorrow. Piccolo gently stroked son Wukong's head, unable to voice the reassurance that he would not perish. Given the strength of his future self, entering the battlefield against Frieza would surely seal his fate. Frieza's transformation had plunged Vegeta into despair. It was his own taunts that had provoked Frieza's transformation. Now, confronted with Frieza's overwhelming might, he too found himself in a state of hopelessness. With a mere flick of his hand, Frieza unleashed a torrent of energy, sending Vegeta and his companions hurtling away. In a flash, Frieza appeared before Krillin, moving with such swiftness that the trio could scarcely react. The unfortunate Krillin became Frieza's first target. The villain's horn pierced Krillin's body, mercilessly thrusting him about, exacerbating his injuries. Witnessing this, Sun Wukong was consumed by fury, determined to thwart Frieza. However, Frieza effortlessly repelled Sun Wukong's assault, casting Krillin into the sea, where he sank beneath the waves. Uncle Krillin. The sight of Krillin submerged ignited an inferno of rage within Sun Wukong. Fueled by his wrath, his power surged to unprecedented heights, even causing Frieza to take notice. With a fierce determination, Sun Wukong unleashed a relentless barrage upon Frieza, striking him down from the air. Observing Sun Wukong's ferocity, Vegeta found himself questioning his own existence. Could it be that this young warrior was the true Super Saiyan? Previously, he had doubted Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan status, and now he was left wondering if Sun Wukong's son possessed the same power. Naruto Uzumaki. What exactly is this Super Saiyan? Why is Vegeta only now questioning if Sun Wukong is one? Sasuke Uchiha. Didn't Vegeta on the celestial screen mention that a Super Saiyan is a legendary warrior who appears once every 1,000 years? Naruto Uzumaki. So, if a Super Saiyan emerges, can they defeat Frieza? Sasuke Uchiha. How would I know? Ichigo Kurosaki. Nevertheless, one must admit, Sun Wukong is truly formidable. In his rage, he managed to land blows on Frieza. Xiangnan. I recall that in a previous fit of rage, he rendered that Nappa's hand numb. Daiguso. The angrier Sun Wukong becomes, the stronger he grows. Hualin Fei. That's not surprising. Anger can indeed unlock extraordinary strength. Chapter 66. The Ascendant Skill of Exceeding Limits. Desired by all-powerful beings, the notion that Sun Wukong's fury could amplify his strength elicited little astonishment among the myriad realms. After all, anger is known to bestow greater power, which is quite natural. However, the extent to which Sun Wukong could pummel Frieza in his wrath was indeed remarkable. In moments of rage, Sun Wukong's augmented prowess was evidently greater. However, the strength garnered from fury is ephemeral. Once the anger dissipates, so too does the power. Unless he could vanquish Frieza while his strength was still at its peak, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta would find themselves embroiled in a protracted struggle. Sustaining such intense anger is an arduous task. Despite Sun Wukong's fierce onslaught, he failed to inflict any significant harm upon Frieza, though fueled by rage. The disparity in their strengths remained vast. Subsequently, Vegeta joined the fray, realizing that he had no other recourse but to fight. Escape was not an option. Frieza would not grant him that chance, and his own power was insufficient to flee. Thus, the only path left was to engage in a desperate struggle. Even with Vegeta's assistance, Sun Wukong and Vegeta together were no match for Frieza. Their combined might was but a fraction of Frieza's total power. Just then, Frieza sensed something amiss and leapt into the air. Yet, his tail remained vulnerable, and he could not evade in time, resulting in a severing blow that sliced through the end of his tail. This sudden turn of events astonished Frieza, Vegeta, and Sun Wukong alike. They turned to see Krillin, grievously wounded and submerged in the sea, launching a surprise attack from behind Frieza. The strike that had severed Frieza's tail was none other than his signature move, the Chiyuan Slash. Regrettably, Krillin lamented that his attack had only succeeded in severing Frieza's tail. He attempted the Chiyuan Slash once more, but now forewarned. Frieza was no longer within Krillin's reach. Recall that Krillin's Chiyuan Slash is a technique capable of exceeding limits. Previously, he had nearly defeated Nappa with this very move, and now, he had come perilously close to doing the same to Frieza. It can be said that, before encountering an enemy with regenerative abilities, this technique's deterrent power far surpassed that of the Kamehameha and Spirit Bomb. After all, being struck by a Kamehameha or Spirit Bomb does not guarantee death, but a hit from the Chiyuan Slash certainly does. At this moment, many powerful beings were left in awe by the sight of Krillin nearly defeating Frieza. The chasm between Krillin and Frieza's strength was as vast as the heavens and the earth, an insurmountable divide. Yet, against such overwhelming odds, Krillin had almost managed to slay Frieza. His creation, the Chiyuan Slash, was truly terrifying. No wonder it was hailed as the skill of exceeding limits. Initially, They believed that Krillin's near victory over Nappa was impressive, but this was an even greater feat. Many powerful beings were stirred by the thought. If they too could master this technique, they might ascend to the ranks of the elite. As for how to master this move, it appeared to involve condensing one's internal energy into rapidly spinning blades. Could they achieve that as well? Thus, the powerful beings began to experiment. While it was possible that others could also learn this technique, it was precisely this possibility that heightened the urgency to acquire it. After all, if others could learn it and they could not, they would surely be in peril. In the Kingdom of Light, the Chiyuan / bore a striking resemblance to the Hashiban Kirin, as well as to another of my techniques. Ace remarked while observing the celestial screen. In his previous battles against monsters on Earth, he had a penchant for utilizing the Hashiban Kirin and another blade technique to cleave his foes asunder. He was often referred to as the Butcher of the Slaughterhouse. However, whether he could emulate Krillin's mastery remained to be seen. In the face of adversaries whose strength vastly surpasses his own, the prospect of achieving a solo kill through mere tricks seems implausible. He is likely unaware, otherwise, he would have already dispatched Belia and the small golden figure. Regrettably, he narrowly escaped Frieza. Had it not been for that, the battle would have reached its conclusion. The Ultraman felt a profound sense of regret. If Frieza had not evaded, he would have undoubtedly fallen to Krillin's hand. But the sentiment of regret was not confined to the Ultramen alone. Anyone wishing for Frieza's downfall shared this sentiment, particularly Vegeta. He incessantly criticized, questioning why this little bald head couldn't execute his skills with more precision. In previous encounters, this little bald head had also failed to ambush him, and not just once, but twice. It seems this little bald head is truly ill-suited for stealth attacks. Speaking of which, should he consider mastering the technique of Chiyuan / himself? His strength far exceeds that of the small bald Krillin. Since his opponent could nearly claim Frieza's life with this technique, surely he could achieve the same. Vegeta's mind was racing with possibilities. Sadly, he found himself in the cosmos, unable to practice this technique, and would have to wait until he reached Namek to learn it. Once he masters this technique, even if Frieza were to arrive on Namek, he could pose a significant threat to him, potentially even slaying Frieza. On Frieza's planet, he was incensed at being disarmed by this little bald head. Frieza flicked his tail, his expression one of displeasure. To him, Krillin was merely an insignificant insect. Yet this insect had severed his tail. Had he not dodged in time, he would have faced a solo demise. This only deepened his irritation. However, given that this little bald head had failed in his ambush, he would not be afforded a second opportunity. Ultimately, this little bald head would meet his end at Frieza's hands. Yet, Frieza was more puzzled by another matter. How could this little bald head, Krillin, who was previously pierced through and on the brink of death, suddenly recover? Hadn't he exhausted all his senzu beans? How had he achieved such a feat? In the temple, Krillin, congratulations are in order. You have made quite a splash. Yamcha and Tenshinhan gazed at Krillin with envy. To nearly slay Frieza and sever his tail, all witnessed by the entire multiverse, Krillin had indeed made a significant impression. Meanwhile, they remained in the underworld, powerless to act. Regrettably, I still failed to kill Frieza. Yet, despite this, the upward curve of Krillin's lips revealed his buoyant spirits. After all, he had shown before the eyes of the entire multiverse. The exhilaration of such recognition was unmatched. Chapter 67. I still have 2 transformations left, however. Krillin, weren't you gravely injured? How have you suddenly recovered? Haven't you consumed all your senzu beans? This is something I cannot explain. Krillin himself was perplexed as to how he had regained his strength. Frieza, irked by the loss of his tail, was also bewildered by how Krillin had managed to recover. Meanwhile, Krillin's revival brought great joy to Son Gohan, who saw hope in Krillin's near-solo kill of Frieza. However, upon witnessing Vegeta's hopeful expression, Frieza resolved to instill a modicum of despair within him. Vegeta, allow me to share another piece of information. I still have 2 transformations left. Frieza raised 2 fingers, uttering words that sent chills down the spines of Vegeta, Krillin, and Son Gohan. As Frieza's words hung in the air, countless beings across the multiverse felt a shiver run down their spines. Those practicing the Chiyuan / ceased their efforts. Did they just hear that Frieza could transform 2 more times? His first transformation had already elevated his combat power to over 1 million. What heights would he reach with 2 additional transformations? Duanmu Yen, this is utterly absurd. 1 transformation is already terrifying enough, yet he can transform twice more. Xian Nan, assuming each transformation doubles his power, Then after one more, his combat power would exceed 2 million. Saiyan. With 2 transformations, his power could surpass 4 million. 4 million combat power. As they absorbed Saiyan's commentary, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. Even if Son Goku were to recover and enhance his strength, employing the Kaioken to its utmost, he would be unable to triumph. Assuming Goku's power could rise to 200,000 after recovery, he would need to utilize a Kaioken of 20 times or more. The question remained, could Son Goku withstand a Kaioken of 20 times? Furthermore, whether Goku could even reach 200,000 in power remained uncertain. Given Vegeta's previous performance, it seemed unlikely. Vegeta had only managed a meager increase of a little over 10,000 in combat power through 2 transformations. Additionally, if Frieza's power surged beyond merely doubling after each transformation, then after 2 transformations, his combat strength would likely exceed 4 million, potentially reaching 6 or 7 million, or even 10 million. Initially, they believed Frieza's transformations to be sufficiently despairing. Little did they know, a deeper level of despair awaited them. Frieza could transform 2 more times. They did not believe that Frieza's subsequent transformations would yield only slight increases in strength. Thus, Krillin's near-solo kill of Frieza had brought them closer to defeating him than ever before. No, that was inconceivable. Frieza could not possibly be this formidable. Inside the spaceship, Vegeta was engulfed in despair. He recognized Frieza's strength, but had never anticipated it would be so overwhelming. Even without transformation, Frieza's combat power was already daunting. To discover that his power had doubled post-transformation was shocking. What was even more astonishing was that Frieza could transform 2 additional times. At that moment, Vegeta felt lost. Even if his wish were to be granted, could he truly defeat Frieza? Previously, Vegeta had been confident in his abilities. He believed that once he achieved immortality, he would undoubtedly overcome Frieza. However, this confidence now wavered severely. The chasm between him and Frieza was simply too vast. If the legend of the Super Saiyan were true, then to defeat Frieza, he would have to become a Super Saiyan. Vegeta shook his head, casting aside the seeds of despair within. There was still hope. As long as he could transform into the legendary Super Saiyan, he would certainly triumph over Frieza. How to become a Super Saiyan, however, posed a significant challenge. Yet, regardless of the means, success would guarantee victory over Frieza. Frieza, Vegeta-san, how are you feeling? What is your current state of mind? Frieza, do you still believe you can defeat me? Frieza had not anticipated that the secret of his triple transformation would be exposed. Yet, he deemed it inconsequential. Let the entire multiverse witness his might. Vegeta, Frieza humph. Do not grow too complacent. Vegeta, once I become a Super Saiyan, I will undoubtedly defeat you. Frieza, oh ho ho ho. Cling to the delusions of your Super Saiyan legend, dear Saiyan monkey. While he harbored some apprehension regarding the Super Saiyan, he remained unfazed. However, he does not believe that the legend is true. After all, legends are merely tales. Furthermore, even if it were true, what difference would it make? How long has this legend endured? The Super Saiyan has yet to manifest. He cannot fathom that the remaining few Saiyans could ever become Super Saiyans. One might wonder, if a Super Saiyan truly appeared and subsequently defeated him, would Vegeta succumb to utter despair? Contemplating this, Frieza finds himself hoping for the emergence of a Super Saiyan. What if he were not a match for the Super Saiyan? That scenario is unimaginable. Such a thing could never occur. Even a Super Saiyan would not stand a chance against him, the Emperor of the Universe, Frieza. As Frieza engages in play with Vegeta and the others on another front, Piccolo is hastening towards them. Suddenly, he is called to a halt by a voice. Lowering his head, he sees a Namekian, remarkably similar in appearance to himself, lying severely injured on the ground. This Namekian is none other than Nail. Frieza did not kill him. He merely inflicted grave injuries upon him. Piccolo approaches, expressing that he currently lacks the time to save him. Upon seeing Piccolo, Nail recognizes his identity. Previously, Krillin and Son Gohan had informed him of a Namekian residing on Earth. Nail asserts that Frieza is beyond Piccolo's capabilities. Yet, he offers to assist Piccolo in enhancing his strength. This would be achieved through assimilation. Namekians possess the unique ability to assimilate their kin, thereby augmenting their power. However, Piccolo declines. He fears that after assimilating Nail, he would no longer be himself. He is unwilling to harbor another's thoughts within him. Nail reassures him that assimilation will only enhance his power and will not alter Piccolo. After reflecting on Nail's words for a moment, Piccolo consents. However, he stipulates that if he senses anything amiss, he will expel Nail from his body. Then, Piccolo places his hand upon Nail. In the next instant, Nail transforms into a radiant light, merging with Piccolo. Chapter 68. Piccolo becomes overconfident. Once Piccolo has assimilated Nail, he realizes that the effects of assimilation were understated. The true enhancement surpasses Nail's claims. Such an immense power. I can win. Regardless of the opponent, victory is assured. Piccolo exclaims, his tremendous increase in strength inflating his confidence. Gohan, wait for me. Subsequently, Piccolo accelerates towards the battlefield. On planet Namek, Nail muses to himself, pondering if he will eventually assimilate with this Piccolo. He feels little concern, as the Piccolo within the sky is grievously injured and on the brink of death. If he can contribute to Piccolo's strength before his demise, he is more than willing. He recalls the Grand Elder mentioning that this Namekian who ventured to Earth, Piccolo, is the mightiest among their kind. Yet, based on Piccolo's previous performance, he does not perceive him as particularly formidable. So why did the Grand Elder make such a proclamation? Let me witness just how powerful you become after our assimilation. Nail eagerly observes the celestial scene. The Piccolo within the sky fights with his newfound strength. He is eager to see just how powerful he becomes post-assimilation. On Earth, in the wilderness, assimilation? Although Piccolo is a Namekian, he is not well versed in the intricacies of his race. This is his first encounter with the concept of becoming stronger through assimilation. Speaking of which, he was originally one with the Guardian. If he were to reunite with the Guardian, would that count as assimilation? Similarly, Piccolo shares Nail's curiosity. After their fusion, how powerful would he become? What level of strength would enable him to proclaim that he could win against any opponent? Zhang Chulan, by the way, do you all think Piccolo is becoming overly arrogant? Zhang Chulan. He speaks of such grandiosity without truly grasping Frieza's strength, suggesting he lacks worldly experience. Uzumaki Naruto. Frieza's current combat power exceeds 1 million, and he has 2 transformations remaining. Uzumaki Naruto. However, even the current Frieza is not an adversary Piccolo can contend with. Huolin Fei. I recall that when Piccolo was slain by Nappa, his combat power was only a little over 1,000, peaking at just above 3,000. Huolin Fei. He died and went to King Kai's realm, but did not train there for long before being revived. Huolin Fei. Therefore, his strength would not have increased significantly. Kurosaki Ichigo. With a combat power of a few thousand, if he assimilates Nail, let us say his power increases tenfold. Kurosaki Ichigo. That would only amount to several tens of thousands, which may not even suffice against the Ginyu Force, let alone face Frieza. A multitude of powerful beings doubt Piccolo's ability to confront Frieza. Piccolo's inflated confidence likely stems from never having possessed great power, leading him to believe himself invincible. Indeed, for someone with a combat power of just a few thousand to suddenly gain over 10,000, it is easy to understand how he could feel invincible. This is a delusion brought about by a substantial increase in power. However, the preceding comments elicited grimaces from several powerful warriors, especially those acquainted with Kurosaki Ichigo and Huolin Fei. Their remarks exuded excessive bravado. With only 1,000 combat power, claiming to reach tens of thousands made it seem as if they all possessed combat powers in the hundreds of thousands. Yet, in reality, having a combat power above 100 is already commendable. It can only be said that the warriors in the Dragon Ball realm have become desensitized, leading them to underestimate those with combat powers in the thousands or tens of thousands. However, if such beings were to enter their world, they would be classified as world-ending threats. Certainly, while everyone's claims may have been a bit exaggerated, the powerful beings cannot deny that they are correct. They are unaware of how much Piccolo's combat power will be after assimilating Nail, but they are certain that Piccolo will not be a match for Frieza. In fact, he likely would not even be able to contend with the Ginyu Force. After all, before assimilating Nail, Piccolo's combat power was merely a few thousand. Even if assimilating Nail were to amplify his power tenfold, it would only reach several tens of thousands. To even challenge Frieza, whose power exceeds 100 million, Piccolo's strength would need to increase by several hundred times. But is that a possibility? A Piccolo with a combat power of a few thousand assimilating a Namekian with a power of over 40,000, would his strength truly skyrocket by several hundred times? That is preposterous. Thus, in conclusion, even if Piccolo arrives on the battlefield, it would merely be a sacrifice. As for his claim that he could defeat any opponent, It merely reflects his lack of experience with formidable adversaries. He likely believes his strength surpasses that of Vegeta, who possesses 18,000 combat power, thus thinking he could stand against even stronger foes. Alas, he remains oblivious to the true nature of the monster that is Frieza. As Piccolo approaches the battlefield, under Frieza's pressure, Vegeta, Krillin, and Son Gohan have all sustained injuries. This is merely the result of Frieza not taking them seriously, toying with them instead. If Frieza so desired, he could annihilate them in an instant. Frieza refrained from swiftly eliminating them, as he sought to instill despair in the trio. If he were to obliterate them instantly, would it not be too merciful? Just as the three found themselves in a state of helplessness, a figure appeared before them, Piccolo. With a significant enhancement in his power, Piccolo's speed had also escalated, allowing him to reach the battlefield in no time. Upon his arrival, Sun Wukong and Klin experienced a mixture of joy and sorrow. Their joy stemmed from Piccolo's resurrection, while their sorrow was rooted in the unfortunate reality that, despite his hard-won revival, he was once again faced with the specter of death. Given the current circumstances, what difference could Piccolo make? Vegeta, ever the skeptic, openly mocked him, recalling how Piccolo had previously struggled against Nappa on Earth. However, Piccolo asserted that, although he was perplexed as to why Klin and Sun Wukong would associate with Vegeta, the paramount objective was to defeat Frieza. He intended to confront Frieza alone. Naturally, Klin and the others were skeptical. No one understood Frieza's terrifying nature better than they did. And it was only natural for Piccolo, newly resurrected, to be unaware of Frieza's true menace. Nevertheless, Piccolo did not indulge in unnecessary dialogue. He approached Frieza, standing alone to face him. Frieza, dismissive of Piccolo, prepared to annihilate him, but soon everyone sensed something amiss. To their astonishment, Piccolo was able to hold his own against Frieza in a one-on-one confrontation. As Piccolo engaged Frieza, not only was he able to trade blows, but remarkably, he managed to do so without falling behind. This left Vegeta and the others utterly dumbfounded. They had just been toyed with by Frieza, even when united in their efforts. Yet here was Piccolo, daring to challenge Frieza without faltering. What could possibly explain this? Vegeta, unable to contain his disbelief, had initially regarded Piccolo as nothing more than a mere insect, someone who could not even defeat Nappa. Yet now, this very insect was boldly facing off against a formidable mountain in his eyes, indicating that Piccolo's abilities had surpassed his own. How could Vegeta maintain his composure in light of this revelation? Moreover, after exchanging a few blows with Frieza, Piccolo removed his weighted clothing, signaling that he was prepared to engage in earnest. What had seemed like mere warm-up exercises was now giving way to a serious battle. With the removal of his weights, Piccolo's speed and strength matched Frieza's, leading to astonishment not only among Vegeta and his companions, but also among numerous powerful entities across the multiverse. They were baffled as to how Piccolo had become so formidable. Was it merely a matter of assimilation? How had his combat prowess increased by several hundred times? The warriors speculated that Piccolo's ability to contend with Frieza implied that his power had exceeded 1 million. Yet questions lingered. Why had his strength surged so dramatically after assimilating with Nail? The enormity of his enhancement raised eyebrows. How could a being with a few thousand in power suddenly ascend to over 1 million? Kaido expressed envy, wishing for such effortless power increases for himself, pondering how invincible he would be if he possessed the ability to assimilate other Zoan-type fruits. Daigo noted that if Piccolo's assimilation with Nail resulted in such a monumental boost, what if he were to assimilate additional Namekians? Would he then surpass Frieza? Yet, Fireland pointed out that most Namekians had been eliminated by Frieza and his minions. Ichigo added that while some Namekians had survived, Nail's status as the strongest might explain the remarkable results of the assimilation. The discourse shifted to Frieza's impending transformation, while others, like Kashan, were more concerned about when Sun Wukong would complete his healing. The journey to Namek had proven advantageous for all who opposed Frieza, including Vegeta, Klin, Sun Wukong, and the newly arrived Piccolo, all experiencing significant power boosts, particularly for Piccolo, whose original combat strength had been in the thousands. His assimilation with Nail had catapulted him to an astonishing 1,500,000. This unprecedented leap in power allowed him to stand against Frieza after his first transformation. In terms of the numerical increase in combat power, Piccolo ranked third, but in terms of the multiplicative enhancement, his several hundred-fold increase placed him second in this grand expedition to Namek. 1,500,000 in combat power. The collective might of the strong could only exclaim that Piccolo had surpassed even Frieza in sheer absurdity. Frieza had merely climbed from 530,000 to over 1 million, while Piccolo had surged from a mere few thousand to 1,500,000. Through a single act of assimilation, Piccolo had transformed from the bottom of the barrel to the pinnacle of strength. It was evident that his journey to Namek had been profoundly worthwhile. Zhang Chulan interjected with a playful thought. The Z warriors tasked with protecting Earth had all experienced substantial enhancements upon their arrival on Namek. He then posed a question. Who among them had not seen an increase in strength? Xiao Fei jokingly suggested that it would be better for Yamcha and Tian Xinhan to provide their identification numbers directly. The two named individuals exchanged glances, rendered speechless. In the previous assessment, their power disparities had been negligible, but in this latest evaluation, all who had ventured to Namek had significantly elevated their abilities. In contrast, they remained at the Kai's realm. They lamented that had they been the first to resurrect, it would have made no difference, as they lacked the capacity for assimilation like Piccolo. With the Grand Elder deceased, even a journey to Namek would yield no benefits for them. Thus, it was indeed fitting that Piccolo was the one to venture to Namek. Meliodas expressed disbelief that Piccolo's power had increased several hundred times, yet he was not the highest. He inquired who held that honor. Geno speculated whether it was Klin, Sun Wukong, or Vegeta, or perhaps it was Sun Wukong. Wuju wondered if Sun Wukong's power had increased even more than Piccolo's, potentially enabling him to defeat Frieza. But was that truly feasible? Ichigo queried who else, apart from Sun Wukong, could achieve such a dramatic enhancement. Naruto proposed that it might be Sun Wufan, whose power had been weaker than Piccolo's, yet in his fury, he had managed to deliver a thrashing to Frieza, a feat even Piccolo had not accomplished. Daigo mused that he hoped Sun Wukong's power had indeed multiplied several hundred times, allowing him to triumph over Frieza. Shin Chung echoed the question, when would Sun Wukong's healing come to an end? At that moment, Sun Wukong remained on the path to recovery. Yet his consciousness was lucid, enabling him to sense certain occurrences on the battlefield, including the notable increase in Piccolo's energy. But what specifically happened, he did not know. He could only wait for his treatment to conclude. Sun Wukong was also anxious, yet there was nothing he could do but await the end of the healing process. On the battlefield, as the fight persisted, Baiku and Fu Lisha both sustained injuries. The confidence Baiku once possessed had vanished, and his countenance gradually darkened. He had underestimated Fu Lisha, believing that after a significant enhancement of his own power, he would no longer fear any adversary. It turned out he was overly naive. Meanwhile, Fu Lisha maintained a calm demeanor. With each transformation, my strength multiplies several times. Furthermore, I still have 2 transformations left. Fu Lisha conveyed this cruel and despairing revelation to Baiku. The words of Fu Lisha rendered Baiku's expression even more grim. You are the first to witness my second transformation. As he spoke, Fu Lisha initiated his transformation once more. In his second transformation, Fu Lisha's previously towering form shrank, his back sprouting 2 thick horns, his skull elongating outward, and his visage becoming exceedingly grotesque. Following this second metamorphosis, Fu Lisha bore a striking resemblance to an alien creature. Although his size was less imposing than during his first transformation, his combat prowess had vastly increased. At this moment, Fu Lisha's battle power exceeded 3 million, an increase of 3 times in battle power with a single transformation. In that instant, countless beings across the realms further grasped the terror of Fu Lisha. Moreover, Fu Lisha still had 1 more transformation left. Should he transform again, his battle power would similarly triple. Thus, his strength could escalate to approximately 10 million. Again, I reiterate, 10 million in battle power. Even if Sun Wukong's treatment concludes and his powers augment, he would still be unable to contend with Fu Lisha, even if he utilized the Kaioken to its utmost limit. Unless, of course, Sun Wukong could achieve a power elevation akin to Baiku, soaring hundreds of times in strength. According to Tian Mu, Baiku's power increment ranks second. Unless Sun Wukong is first, they genuinely have no idea how to confront Fu Lisha. Simultaneously, they deeply understood a principle: never judge by appearances. If one merely considers outward appearances, anyone would perceive that Fu Lisha's first transformation was the more formidable. After all, the disparity in size between the first and second transformations is considerable. Yet, in truth, it is the diminutive form of the second transformation that possesses greater strength. Fu Lisha, Vegeta, consider it an honor, Vegeta-san, to witness my second transformation. Foolish-sha, perhaps you may even behold my third transformation. Foolish-sha, that will be the moment you truly plunge into despair. Vegeta found himself at a loss for words. The might of Foolish-sha far exceeded his expectations. However, a glimmer of hope remained within him. Super Saiyan. If he could transform into a Super Saiyan, he would undoubtedly be able to defeat Foolish-sha. And the only one capable of becoming a Super Saiyan was he, the Prince of Saiyans. After Foolish-sha transformed once more, his power completely overwhelmed Piccolo. Even with Sun Wufan's assistance, he was treated as merely an obstruction and was grievously injured. Upon witnessing Sun Wufan's injury, Dondi hastily rushed over to provide treatment. This scene did not escape Vegeta's notice. He finally understood why Krillin had been able to recover despite being on the brink of death. It turned out that this little Namekian possessed the ability to heal others, earning him the title of a super healer. Observing Dandy's capabilities, Vegeta conceived a plan. Once Sun Wufan recovered from his wounds, he immediately rejoined the fray. Due to his Saiyan heritage, he experienced a significant power boost upon recovery. He could even deflect Fu Lisha's energy attacks. This left Fu Lisha somewhat perplexed. However, he quickly deduced that Sun Wufan was a Saiyan. Yet, he did not resemble Vegeta or Nappa. He bore a slight resemblance to Raditz. Could he be Raditz's offspring? Fu Lisha's speculation was reasonable, as Raditz was Sun Wufan's biological uncle, and their likeness was not surprising. Witnessing Sun Wufan's power surge, Vegeta's expression darkened considerably. He believed that Sun Wufan was nearing the threshold of Super Saiyan. Therefore, he instructed Krillin to inflict severe injuries upon him, which Dondi could then heal. Naturally, Krillin was reluctant. On one hand, he lacked the strength to do so, and on the other, Sun Wukong was on the verge of recovery and did not require Vegeta's injury. However, Vegeta insisted that Sun Wukong was merely a lower-class warrior and would not significantly enhance his strength. To defeat Fu Lisha, it would entirely depend on him. He would lower his own combat power to allow Krillin to injure him severely. While the two were in conflict, Fu Lisha had already made a decision. He resolved to allow everyone to experience despair more terrifying than death itself. That was his third transformation. Next, I shall let you witness a power more horrifying than death itself. It is my true form. With that, Fu Lisha began his third transformation. Piccolo and the others watched Fu Lisha transform, with no one attempting to intervene. They understood that it was futile to stop him. Krillin's expression was grim. He did not wish to harm Vegeta, but given the circumstances, he had no choice. However, his initial attack was effortlessly blocked by Vegeta. Vegeta remarked that was all Krillin was capable of, berating him as a dim-witted fool. He prepared to retaliate against Krillin. Upon hearing these words and witnessing Vegeta's actions, Krillin decided to go all out, unleashing an energy blast that pierced through Vegeta's body. Vegeta was, as he desired, injured. Now the question arose, had Krillin not utilized such a mundane attack, but instead executed the Kienzan, what would have transpired? Would Vegeta evade it or not? Inside the spaceship, upon hearing this, Vegeta's eyes twitched uncontrollably. How foolish he was. He merely intended for Krillin to injure him so that Dondi could heal him. Yet, had Krillin unleashed the Kienzan, he would have been directly severed. How could he possibly not evade it? Fortunately, Krillin was clever enough not to use the Kienzan. Otherwise, it would have been truly embarrassing. It remained uncertain to what extent his strength would elevate upon recovery. Would he be capable of contending with Fu Lisha after his third transformation? Zhang Chulan. By the way, after Fu Lisha's third transformation, his battle power will reach 10 million, right? Yin Nan. It may even exceed that. It could rise above 10 million. Duan Mu Yin. Vegeta is quite astute, knowing how to leverage the Saiyant's innate ability. Duan Mu Yin. Yet the problem remains. No matter how much he enhances, he cannot hope to surpass Fu Lisha. Zhanghua. Although we are unaware of Vegeta's current battle power, Zhanghua, it likely does not exceed 100,000. Zhanghua. To elevate his strength to contend with Fu Lisha, he would need to amplify it by at least 100-fold. Jian Nua Si. Piccolo can achieve several hundred times his strength through assimilation. Jian Nua Si. However, for Vegeta to enhance his power by over 100 times through the Saiyant's innate ability is nearly impossible. The others concurred with Jian Nua Si's assessment. No one believes that Vegeta can significantly enhance his strength solely by relying on the Saiyan race's passive abilities. After all, the effects of these passive abilities are well known to all. In Chapter 71, his ultimate form is merely a return to his initial state. Through 2 activations of the Saiyan passive, Vegeta has only managed to elevate his combat power from 18,000 to 30,000. With such limited results, how could he possibly hope to reach a level capable of contending with Frieza? It would require him to be injured hundreds of times, and the Saiyan passive would need to be infinitely potent. Should there be any limitations, his aspirations would be futile. Thus, the consensus among most is that Vegeta's ambition to enhance his power to the point of defeating Frieza is unattainable. While his intentions are commendable, he has evidently overestimated the capabilities of the Saiyan passive. The likely outcome is singular. Vegeta will indeed rely on being injured by Kellen, subsequently receiving treatment from Dandi to augment his strength. However, even after this enhancement, he will still fall short against Frieza, a belief shared by the majority. Yet, it is clear that one individual remains hopeful, namely, Vegeta himself. Inside the spaceship, he murmurs to himself, perhaps after this boost, I might actually defeat Frieza. Although deep down he senses the improbability of this notion, he wonders, but what if it truly is possible? After being injured by Kellen, Vegeta approaches Dandi, requesting his assistance in healing. Dandi, initially reluctant due to Vegeta's previous actions against the Namekians, ultimately agrees to assist after persuasion from Kellen and Sun Wukong. The priority now is to confront Frieza, with Vegeta being a formidable asset. As Dandi aids Vegeta in his recovery, Kellen, Sun Wukong, and Biko observe Frieza from a distance. At this moment, Frieza has completed his transformation. His final form is diminutive in stature, characterized by a white body with purple shoulders, chest, and head. A robust white tail sways behind him. Visually, his ultimate form lacks the imposing presence of his first transformation and does not possess the grotesque ferocity of his second. He scans the surroundings with a detached demeanor, his cold gaze seemingly dismissive of all existence, as if every life form before him is no more significant than an ant. This marks Frieza's third and final transformation. Yet in truth, it reveals his original visage. The initial form he exhibited, that of a seated infant, was the product of compressing his true nature 3 times. His original appearance is so overwhelmingly powerful that merely maintaining it would deplete his stamina. Thus, to avoid unnecessary exhaustion, Frieza intentionally compressed himself thrice, effectively placing 3 seals upon his own power. Each transformation represents a gradual unsealing of these restraints. Regardless, even in his weakest form, he embodies the title of the Cosmic Emperor. This revelation leaves many powerful beings across the multiverse in silent contemplation. The sheer strength of Frieza is unfathomable, leading him to deliberately regress 3 times, a concept beyond their comprehension, as they have yet to attain a level of power that necessitates self-imposed seals to mitigate energy expenditure. In the realm of Kamen Rider, this bears resemblance to Kiva. Kiva's ultimate Demon King form is, in fact, his true appearance. However, unlike Frieza, Kiva, upon being sealed, does not remain invincible. Even when unsealed and restored to his original form, he does not reach the heights of invulnerability. In the world of pirates, the situation contrasts starkly. While they strive to unlock the potential of their devil fruit abilities or strengthen their haki, Frieza essentially reverses this paradigm. In their context, it would be akin to an invincible powerhouse imposing seals upon their own abilities to diminish their strength. The irony is that even after sealing his power, he remains the strongest. The warriors of the ocean find themselves bewildered, yearning to experience the sensation of self-sealing due to overwhelming strength, a privilege reserved for those with extraordinary might, a status they have yet to achieve. Zhang Chulin muses on the extent of Frieza's original power that necessitated such self-imposed seals. Meanwhile, Xuanhua Miran estimates that after Frieza's third transformation, his combat power might approximate 10 million, if not more. Heizi, who questions when Sun Wukong will arrive to heal, expressing urgency for the safety of his son and brother. Xinshin counters, asserting that even if Sun Wukong arrives, it may prove futile, given Frieza's current strength. Unless Vegeta and Sun Wukong experience a significant boost post-recovery, they would struggle to match Frieza's overwhelming power. However, if the Saiyan passive abilities were indeed as potent as speculated, Vegeta's enhancements through multiple activations would not merely amount to a few tens of thousands. Frieza taunts Vegeta. Vegeta, you must feel incredibly honored. To witness my true form, even in death, would be worth it. Not everyone is privileged to behold their original visage. Not even those who qualify for the first transformation. Your chance to behold my glory is a blessing few Saiyans would ever receive. Vegeta retorts defiantly, Frieza, don't get too cocky. As long as I can become a Super Saiyan, I will undoubtedly slay you. Despite his reluctance to engage with Frieza, the latter's provocations irk him deeply. Yet, a flicker of hope remains in his heart. If only he could transform into a Super Saiyan. Then Frieza would be nothing to fear. Frieza inquires, oh, is that truly within your reach? Vegeta asserts confidently, I can, I will. He gazes at his healing form on the screen, fervently wishing for his future self to exhibit strength, to become a Super Saiyan and deliver a resounding blow to Frieza. As his treatment concludes, Vegeta faces the transformed Frieza without fear. His combat power has surged once more. What does Frieza truly represent? I have already become a Super Saiyan, Vegeta declares with unwavering confidence. In Chapter 72, Vegeta's circumstances mirror those of Bika after his fusion with Nailu, believing himself to be invincible against any adversary. Vegeta too feels empowered, convinced of his ability to defeat Frieza, dismissing even the latter's ultimate form. Thus, one cannot help but ponder, can Vegeta truly overcome Frieza? Upon hearing the screen's proclamation, countless beings across the multiverse cannot suppress their eye rolls. Is there truly any need for speculation? Once, Vegeta held an unwavering confidence. Yet what was the outcome? At best, he achieved a stalemate with the initial transformation of Frieza. Although he indeed did not suffer defeat, he was subsequently overwhelmed by Frieza's second transformation. Now, Vegeta exudes the same robust confidence. However, what will be the result? It is, in fact, quite predictable. Setting aside whether he can conquer Frieza, the question remains. Can he even manage to equal Frieza? Duan Mu Yin inquired. So, has Vegeta truly become a Super Saiyan? To which she noted, it feels like there hasn't been any change. Warring States responded, he probably has not. He merely believes he has become a Super Saiyan. He continued, this might be an illusion birthed from a significant boost in his power. Vortex Naren commented, nonetheless, Vegeta's newfound strength does have its advantages. At the very least, it can buy some time for Suin Wukong to finish his healing. Kurosaki Ichigo remarked, yet, even if Suin Wukong arrives, he will be unable to defeat Frieza. Sinan added, at the very least, the odds might be slightly improved, albeit still minuscule. Witnessing so many belittle him, with some even viewing him merely as a tool to delay until Kakalot's arrival, Vegeta felt considerable irritation. Was he truly so unworthy of trust? Why did everyone assume his inevitable defeat before a single blow was struck? Furthermore, he was not entirely devoid of the potential to become a Super Saiyan. Vegeta declared, humph. Since you all doubt me, allow me to showcase my true power. He proclaimed, prepare to be proven wrong. Ultimately, Vegeta chose to believe in himself. If he did not have faith in his own abilities, who else would? These individuals consider him incapable, do they? Very well. He would demonstrate, through tangible results, just what he was capable of. As Vegeta approached Frieza, he gazed at him fearlessly. He declared that he no longer feared him, for he had transformed into the very Super Saiyan Frieza dreaded. While stating this, Vegeta gestured to himself with his right thumb. Do you remember this gesture? It had been performed before. Countless individuals began to reminisce, indeed finding the action somewhat familiar, yet failing to pinpoint where they had encountered it. However, it was not long before someone recollected. Kodo Shini exclaimed, I remember. Suin Wukong made this gesture before, right in front of his brother Rades. Hattori Heiji affirmed, indeed, and I recall that after Suin Wukong performed this gesture, Tianmu instructed us to remember it. As renowned detectives, Kodo Shin-e and Hattori Heiji possessed remarkable memories. Following their reminders, others gradually recalled as well. Duan Mu Yin wondered, so, the reason Tianmu wanted us to remember this gesture is because Vegeta would perform it too? Xiao Tian speculated, it must be more than that. Since Tianmu emphasized this gesture, there must be a reason. Xiao Tian questioned, is there something wrong with this gesture? Countless individuals were perplexed. They scrutinized it from every angle, unable to discern any flaws. After all, it was merely a gesture. How could it pose any issues? Many even attempted to replicate it, yet nothing transpired. Thus, why did Tianmu insist they remember this gesture? The entire multiverse found itself in a state of confusion. In response to Vegeta's provocation, Frieza was distinctly displeased. All else aside, how dare Vegeta claim to be the Super Saiyan he feared? He harbored no fear of Super Saiyans. Vegeta had stated he had become one, had he not? Now, he would witness just how powerful a Super Saiyan truly was. And so, Vegeta was met with a brutal beating. Frieza toyed with him effortlessly, rendering Vegeta's claim of becoming a Super Saiyan nothing more than a farce. Moreover, Frieza's demeanor indicated he was not even using his full strength. Impossible. How could this be? Inside the spaceship, Vegeta could not contain his outcry. Although deep down, he knew he was no match for Frieza, he had already boasted. Yet, a flicker of hope lingered in his heart. However, the events unfolding on the screen had left his pride bruised. It was one thing not to defeat Frieza, but to be utterly outmatched. He was completely overpowered by Frieza, and Frieza had not even taken him seriously. The evidence was clear, he was indeed inadequate. He lacked even the qualification to engage Frieza. Why? Why was Frieza so strong? Meanwhile, within the spaceship, Naba was thoroughly exhilarated. Witnessing Vegeta's downfall and his pummeling brought him joy. After all, Vegeta had been responsible for his demise. Frieza Dawang was indeed Frieza Dawang. He was not someone as insignificant as Vegeta could ever compare to. The arrogant Vegeta dared to defy Frieza Dawang. It was akin to courting death. Go for it, Frieza Dawang. Eliminate Vegeta and avenge me, Naba exclaimed. Frieza taunted. Vegeta, what was it you just said? Repeat your words. Vegeta was left speechless. He felt like a mere jester. Ultimately, he had placed too much trust in himself. The future version of himself had betrayed that trust. However, the others in the multiverse were not surprised. They offered no ridicule towards Vegeta. They had anticipated such an outcome. Mocking Vegeta served no purpose. He simply refused to accept reality. Kellen remarked, I now hope Vegeta can endure a little longer. He added, long enough for Wukong to arrive. If previously, Kellen had fervently wished for Vegeta's demise, now he was the most opposed to it. After all, this was a matter of his own life. With Vegeta present, he could aid in buying time. But without him, relying solely on himself, Wufan, and Beak, it was uncertain how long they could last. They might be swiftly annihilated by Frieza. Thus, he wished for Vegeta to survive. At the very least, not to perish now. It could wait until Saiyan Wukong's arrival. Chapter 73. On this day, Vegeta shed tears for the first time. In the face of Frieza's formidable strength, Vegeta's claim of becoming a Super Saiyan was merely a jest. Before long, Vegeta was knocked to the ground, gravely injured. Nearby, Kellen, Saiyan Wufan, and Beak wore grim expressions, preparing for battle. They understood that their turn was approaching. Meanwhile, aboard Frieza's spaceship, Saiyan Wukong's healing had finally concluded. He emerged from the spacecraft, sensing the situation on the battlefield. In Saiyan Wukong's perception, Frieza's energy had surged dramatically. Conversely, Vegeta's energy had diminished significantly. Though the energy of Kellen and the others appeared normal, it was only temporarily so. Saiyan Wukong wasted no time and immediately rushed towards the battlefield. On the battlefield, Frieza gazed at Kellen and the others. To him, these three were mere insects. He had indulged them long enough. Soon, it would be time to bring despair upon these insignificant creatures. Just as Frieza was about to strike, a figure arrived at the battlefield with remarkable speed. As this figure became visible, Kellen and the others displayed expressions of joy. It was none other than Saiyan Wukong. Yet, after the initial joy, despair followed. They had witnessed Frieza's formidable power, and thus, in their eyes, even if Sun Wukong were to arrive, he would not stand a chance against Frieza. Sun Wukong would be killed alongside them by Frieza. It was Frieza's first encounter with Sun Wukong, and upon seeing him, he momentarily froze. Memories of the Saiyan who resisted him until the very end during the destruction of planet Vegeta flooded back to him. That Saiyan bore an uncanny resemblance to the Sun Wukong standing before him now. He speculated that this person was indeed the son of that Saiyan. Are you the Sun Wukong they speak of? During their previous battle, Frieza had learned of Sun Wukong's existence from Krillin and the others. However, he had never considered Sun Wukong a threat. To him, all Saiyans were alike, mere filthy monkeys. He recalled how this Sun Wukong had been regarded as a beacon of hope by others. Naturally, to extinguish that hope, he needed to do so in front of them. With that thought, Frieza extended a finger towards Sun Wukong, unleashing a deadly beam of energy. In the face of Frieza's attack, Sun Wukong did not flinch. He merely executed one swift motion. With a single slap, he deflected Frieza's assault. This spectacle stunned Krillin and the others, leaving Frieza momentarily speechless. Frieza continued to unleash his death beams, yet all were effortlessly swatted away by Sun Wukong. Witnessing this, the fallen Vegeta propped himself up, gazing at Frieza. Ha ha ha, Frieza. I am not the Super Saiyan you fear. He is the true Super Saiyan you dread. At that moment, Vegeta finally accepted his fate, acknowledging that Kakarot, this lowly warrior, had surpassed him, the so-called genius warrior. However, in the next instant, a death beam pierced through Vegeta's body, striking his heart. Vegeta, you truly have a knack for humor. Frieza had not intended to kill Vegeta so swiftly. He wished for Vegeta to experience a deeper despair. Yet, Vegeta's words irked him so much that he decided to eliminate Vegeta first. Damn Frieza. In the spaceship, Vegeta couldn't help but curse. He realized that with his vital organs pierced, death was inevitable. This meant he had ultimately fallen to Frieza. It was a reality he found hard to accept. Rather than perish at Frieza's hands, he would have preferred to die at Kakarot's. Despite Kakarot being merely a lowly warrior, he was still a Saiyan. Vegeta would rather die at the hands of his kin than by the hands of his mortal enemy, Frieza. Alas, the truth remained that Frieza had indeed killed him. Vegeta, oh dear, you still died by my hand. Frieza taunted, where has your arrogance and confidence gone? Vegeta's face turned ashen, but he found himself unable to retort. In the face of such undeniable reality, any rebuttal would appear utterly absurd. While he could not counter the truth about himself, he could retaliate from another angle. Frieza, do not revel too much in your triumph. We Saiyans have not yet lost. Kakarot is still here. Frieza scoffed. You dare place your hopes in the very lowly warrior you despised most. You truly are at your wit's end. Indeed, Vegeta had reached his limits. He could only place his hopes in Kakarot, the lowly warrior he once looked down upon. However, he was not alone. Anyone who did not wish for Frieza's victory had pinned their hopes on Sun Wukong. In truth, Sun Wukong is not without a chance of victory, said Duan Muyan. He can effortlessly deflect Frieza's attacks, indicating a significant enhancement in his strength. Indeed, coupled with his Kaioken, he may truly be able to contend with Frieza. They were unaware of the extent of Sun Wukong's current strength. Yet, from his ease in repelling Frieza's attacks, it was clear that his power had indeed escalated tremendously. With the addition of his Kaioken, perhaps there was a glimmer of hope to defeat Frieza after all. Go for it. Wukong, we are counting on you, murmured Krillin, clenching his fists. With the combined strength of himself, Piccolo, and Gohan, they could only provide support to Wukong. Whether they could vanquish Frieza rested entirely on Wukong's shoulders. With his heart pierced, Vegeta could no longer sustain life. Yet, his vitality was resilient, refusing to succumb immediately. In his final moments, Vegeta looked towards Sun Wukong, the very lowly warrior he had once scorned. Kakarot, with his heart pierced, Vegeta's speech was broken and labored. Our homeland, the Saiyan home, was destroyed by Frieza. Our father also perished at Frieza's hand. Kakarot, I implore you to defeat Frieza and avenge our homeland and father. As he spoke, Vegeta extended his hand towards Sun Wukong, seemingly entrusting all hope to him, his eyes welling with tears. In the next moment, Vegeta's outstretched hand fell, his eyes closing. On this day, the proud Saiyan Prince Vegeta shed tears before the very lowly warrior Sun Wukong, whom he had once held in contempt. This marked the first time he had ever wept. Chapter 74. Both Earthling and Saiyan. The charisma of Vegeta in the myriad realms. All who witnessed Vegeta's tears fell silent. Had they not known what kind of person Vegeta was, they might not have been so hushed. After all, shedding tears is a natural human response. Yet, the irony lay in the fact that this tearful figure was Vegeta, a cold and ruthless individual who could mercilessly slay even his subordinates without hesitation. In contrast, the previous Demon King Piccolo seemed remarkably benevolent in his presence. Yet, this cruel and unfeeling man was crying. Moreover, he did so in front of Sun Wukong. How profoundly shocking this was. In their last encounter, Sun Wukong and Vegeta had been engaged in a fierce battle, with Sun Wukong nearly losing his life at Vegeta's hands. And now, Vegeta was shedding tears before Sun Wukong, entrusting his hope for vengeance to him, the very lowly warrior he once scorned. The original enmity between them, along with Vegeta's previous disdain for Sun Wukong, rendered Vegeta's tears and his act of entrusting hope to Sun Wukong all the more heart-wrenching. This is what they call a dying man's last words, remarked Zhang Chulan. In his final moments, Vegeta has revealed a glimpse of the sensitivity within his heart. If it were us, Would we be able to do the same before someone we once regarded as an enemy? Mused Uzumaki Naruto. In the realm of culinary marvels, Elong gazed at the sky, unable to suppress a sigh. It was akin to Sanhu shedding tears before him, placing a certain hope in him. In the past, this might have been possible, but given their current relationship, it was utterly impossible. Yet, he truly wished he could embrace his weeping brother and comfort him. Even if something similar were to occur, I would never shed tears before that old fellow Elong, Sanhu scoffed to himself. If a foe similar to Elong were to arise, he might join forces with the other party, but do not expect him to shed tears before Elong. In this lifetime, he has only wept once, and that was when the woman he regarded as a mother passed away. Since then, he has never cried again. Of course, Sanhu does not look down on him for shedding tears. Rather, he understands how difficult it is to weep before a former enemy. Thus, he realizes how challenging it is for Vegeta to act in such a manner. He has set aside his dignity as a genius warrior. Such a person should not be ridiculed. On the Snake Way, seeing Vegeta cry is truly astonishing. At this moment, Sun Wukong's feelings are quite complex. He has synchronized with all aspects of himself from previous reflections. Therefore, although he has never fought Vegeta in reality, after synchronizing with everything in the Celestial Dome, it feels as if he has experienced that battle against Vegeta. His emotions are profound. The Vegeta who ruthlessly killed his subordinates and shattered their bones now stands before him in tears, entrusting the hope for vengeance on the Saiyans to him. Vegeta, what were your thoughts before your demise? Inside Vegeta's spaceship, he cannot believe his own eyes. Am I really crying? Am I actually shedding tears in front of Kakaluote? He is overwhelmed with disbelief. He has cried. He who did not weep when his planet was destroyed and his father perished, now finds himself in tears. Moreover, he is doing so in front of Kakaluote. The key is that the entire multiverse witnessed this embarrassing moment. He has brought shame upon himself across all realms. However, Vegeta also understands that the reason he weeps in the Celestial Dome is not due to sadness, but rather from a sense of unwillingness. He cannot accept his own demise without having defeated Fu Li Sha. The hope he places in Kakaluote stems from the fact that Kakaluote is the only pure-blooded Saiyan besides himself. After his death, the responsibility of vanquishing Fu Li Sha must fall to Kakaluote. Kakaluote, I place all my hopes in you. Please do not let me down. At this moment, Vegeta no longer cares if Kakaluote, this lower-class warrior, surpasses him. He simply wishes for Kakaluote to defeat Fu Li Sha. Upon witnessing Vegeta's demise, Sun Wukong's expression grows solemn. He creates a pit in the ground and buries Vegeta within it. Vegeta, I know your anger is not solely directed at Fu Li Sha for exterminating the Saiyans, but rather because you could never escape him. Ultimately, you have not abandoned the dignity of being a Saiyan. Share half of your dignity with me. In this moment, Sun Wukong acknowledges Vegeta. I am a Saiyan who grew up on Earth. For those Saiyans you slaughtered, and for the innocent Namekians, Fu Li Sha, I will defeat you. At this moment, Sun Wukong also recognizes his own identity as a Saiyan. Previously, he had never embraced his Saiyan heritage, but having received half of Vegeta's dignity, he now accepts it. From now on, Sun Wukong is both an Earthling and a Saiyan. And even though Vegeta, the Saiyan Prince, may be viewed as a filthy monkey by Fu Li Sha and the Jinyu Force, he has always held on to the dignity of being a Saiyan. This, too, is part of Vegeta's charm. Listening to the words of the Celestial Dome, countless beings across the multiverse are deeply moved. Although they still despise Vegeta, as the Celestial Dome states, there is indeed a certain allure to him. As a Saiyan, he is merely regarded as a filthy monkey by others, which has brought him much derision and disdain. Yet, Vegeta has never relinquished his dignity as a Saiyan. If it were others, they might feel shame for being mocked due to their identity or race. Maintaining one's dignity, like Vegeta does, is no simple feat, at least in this regard. Vegeta is undeniably charming. Even Sun Wukong expresses a desire to share half of Vegeta's dignity. A supervillain does not mean one lacks appealing qualities. Vegeta possesses them, and even Fu Li Sha, a more terrifying villain than Vegeta, shares this trait. Chapter 75. The strong among the realms are led astray. Are teeth this useful? In the Dija world, the phrase both an Earthling and a Saiyan resonates deeply with Dagu. He embodies both light and humanity. It is precisely for this reason that he intervened in humanity's choices when the flowers of Chi Jia bloomed. When one possesses dual identities, it often enhances their capacity to fight. However, can Sun Wukong truly avenge the Saiyans and the Namekians? Inside the spaceship, Kakaluote demonstrates some intelligence by not abandoning his Saiyan identity. Vegeta nods in approval, satisfied with Kakaluote's acceptance of his Saiyan heritage. Just as the Celestial Dome states, he holds a strong recognition of his identity as a Saiyan. Moreover, what Kakaluote says in the Celestial Dome is indeed correct. He will never forsake the dignity of being a Saiyan. Therefore, witnessing Sun Wukong, another Saiyan, acknowledge his own heritage brings Vegeta satisfaction. If Sun Wufan were to reject his Saiyan identity, Vegeta would not care. After all, that boy is not a pure-blooded Saiyan. But Sun Wukong, like him, is a pure-blooded Saiyan. It is intolerable for Vegeta to accept that a pure-blooded Saiyan does not recognize his own identity. Kakaluote, the hope of the Saiyans rests upon you. Do not disappoint my trust in you, Vegeta murmurs to himself. Before this, he had never imagined that he would one day place his hopes in a lower-class warrior. However, as an observer who has witnessed several reflections, he cannot deny that Kakaluote possesses remarkable qualities, quite unlike his preconceived notions of lower-class warriors. Now, the hope of the Saiyans rests upon Kakaluote. All he can do is place his faith in him. Before Sun Wukong engages in battle, Piccolo, Klin, and Sun Wufan leave the battlefield. Their presence would only serve as a burden. However, they do not stray too far, instead finding a vantage point to observe the fight. Should Sun Wukong require their assistance, they can rush to support him at a moment's notice. After the trio departs, the battle between Sun Wukong and Fu Lisha officially commences. Unlike the earlier encounter where Fu Lisha was utterly dominated, Sun Wukong begins on equal footing with Fu Lisha. As the battle progresses, Sun Wukong gradually finds himself at a disadvantage. However, Fu Lisha's mindset also shifts. He encounters a Saiyan of unprecedented strength for the first time. Out of admiration for talent, Fu Lisha expresses that Sun Wukong could become his most capable subordinate. Naturally, Sun Wukong would never consent to such a proposition. Subsequently, Fu Lisha claims that he can handle Sun Wukong without using both hands. The reality is indeed as stated. Frieza's robust tail lashed out at Sun Wukong like a whip, constricting around his neck, leaving him unable to escape. In a desperate act, Sun Wukong resorted to his most formidable weapon, his teeth, and sank them into Frieza's tail. Frieza, feeling the pain, was compelled to release his grip. It had been previously noted that Sun Wukong's most potent weapon was his teeth. He had bitten the Demon King Piccolo before, and now he had done the same to Frieza. Alas, Vegeta had not afforded him the opportunity to bite him. Otherwise, that bite could have inflicted considerable injury upon Vegeta. Such brutishness. A foul monkey resorting to such crude tactics. On Frieza's planet, he expressed his dissatisfaction, gazing at his tail with a twinge of sympathy. Earlier, that little bald-headed Krillin had severed his tail, which had only recently regenerated after his transformation, only to be bitten by Sun Wukong. His tail was indeed pitiful. In the world of pirates, within the Navy headquarters, Carp contemplated the utility of teeth. Were they more effective than fists? Had he known earlier, he might have trained his teeth instead, perhaps earning the title of Iron Teeth. He glanced at his fists and then at his teeth, a pang of regret filling his heart. If he had realized their potential, he would have coated his teeth with hockey, and with a single bite, who could withstand it? Unfortunately, age had diminished his biting power, and it was too late for regrets. Nearby, Sengoku sighed in relief upon hearing Carp's musings. It was fortunate that Carp had not chosen to train his teeth. Otherwise, the Navy's reputation would have been severely tarnished. With his fists, Carp had earned the title of Iron Fist, significantly elevating the Navy's prestige. Many had joined the Navy due to Carp's influence. However, had he opted for teeth as his weapon of choice, one could only imagine the Navy's reputation. In the world of culinary captives, many strong individuals were eager to hone their own teeth. After all, they resided in a realm of gastronomy, where strength was synonymous with culinary prowess. Thus, they all possessed excellent dentition. Yet, until now, they had only used their formidable teeth for eating. Witnessing Sun Wukong's actions had sparked an epiphany among them. Why not transform their teeth into their mightiest weapons? However, beyond Sun Wukong's dental prowess, a multitude of strong individuals were concerned about another matter. Duanmu Yin remarked that Sun Wukong appeared to be at a disadvantage against Frieza, who seemed to be handling the situation with ease. Uzumaki Naruto noted that Sun Wukong had yet to utilize the Kaioken technique. Should he unleash it, the circumstances might change drastically. Horenhai stated that, indeed, based on the battle's progression, the disparity between Sun Wukong and Frieza did not seem excessively vast, particularly since Sun Wukong had not yet tapped into the Kaioken. Thus, the assembled strong individuals retained faith in Sun Wukong, believing that once he employed the Kaioken, he could still have a chance of defeating Frieza. However, after a considerable battle, Frieza claimed that Sun Wukong was still concealing a greater strength yet to be revealed. He further asserted that even with Sun Wukong's hidden prowess, he would only need to exert half of his own strength to reduce Sun Wukong to cosmic dust. Naturally, Sun Wukong was unconvinced by Frieza's words and continued to engage in battle, yet he found himself continually suppressed. On the planet of the Kais, the Kai reported the situation to Tianjin Fan and Yamcha. Upon learning that Sun Wukong was at a disadvantage, both expressed their concern. Nevertheless, Tianjin Fan speculated that Sun Wukong should be able to execute the tenfold Kaioken now. However, the Kai's next statement left both men in utter disbelief. It is futile, the Kai proclaimed. What Wukong is using now is indeed the tenfold Kaioken. His words not only stunned Yamcha and Tianjin Fan, but also left the myriad powerful beings in the multiverse astonished. What? Sun Wukong had already employed the tenfold Kaioken? Saitama mused. So, Sun Wukong has indeed activated the tenfold Kaioken? Yet, even so, he remains no match for Frieza? Ichigo Kurosaki exclaimed in disbelief. How is this possible? Sengoku concluded that the situation had truly taken a turn for the worse. Many strong individuals fell into silence. Previously, they had held confidence in Sun Wukong, primarily because they believed he still had the Kaioken at his disposal. As long as he utilized it, there was hope for him to contend with Frieza. But now, to learn that he had already employed the Kaioken, specifically the tenfold variant, and yet remained inferior to Frieza was disheartening. Just how terrifying was Frieza's power? Duan Muyin added, moreover, Frieza claimed he only needed half of his strength to deal with Sun Wukong. She pondered whether Frieza was currently using half his power or had already unleashed his full strength. Horenhai remarked that if it were the latter, it would be understandable. However, if it were the former, everyone understood that the implications were exceedingly frightening. Shinjo speculated that it might also be the case that Sun Wukong's strength had not increased significantly. Based on their previous estimates, Frieza's strength was approximately 10 million. Thus, whether or not he had exerted half of his power, as long as Sun Wukong's strength had not augmented considerably, even with the tenfold Kaioken, his combat prowess would likely only reach around 100,000. Sun Wukong's prior battle power had been 90,000. Following his recovery, and with the passive assistance of the Saiyans, whether he could even reach 200,000 was uncertain. Even if he managed to achieve that, the tenfold enhancement would only yield 2 million. Meanwhile, Frieza boasted a combat power of 10 million. Even if he exerted merely half of his strength, he would still possess 5 million. For Sun Wukong to match him, he would need to raise his power to 500,000 and then activate the tenfold Kaioken. But could he elevate from 90,000 to 500,000? Given the passive effects demonstrated by Vegeta, reaching 500,000 seemed an insurmountable challenge, with even 200,000 appearing exceedingly difficult. In this context, it mattered little whether Frieza had unleashed his full power or not. On the snake path, Sun Wukong murmured to himself, is Frieza's power truly this formidable? Yet, beneath his tone, a hint of excitement could be discerned. Sun Wukong relished battle, particularly against formidable opponents. Thus, while he felt trepidation upon witnessing Frieza's might, he also yearned for the chance to engage in combat with him. He even wished to replace his counterpart in the heavens. Meanwhile, aboard the spaceship, Vegeta contemplated the reasons behind Frieza's overwhelming strength. He felt as though his past self had been a mere buffoon, having once naively believed he could vanquish Frieza. Now, he was met only with despair. He was unaware of Kakarot's true strength, but from their interactions, it was clear that even without the Kaioken, Kakarot surpassed him. Even though he was stronger than himself, Kakarot, after employing the tenfold Kaioken, surprisingly still fell short against Frieza. What hope did he have? He had vastly underestimated Frieza's might, particularly in the realm of the celestial curtain where he observed himself. He had even allowed Frieza to transform. One could only say that he was rather oblivious to the vastness of the universe. But why? Why was Frieza's power so formidable? Was this reasonable? Frieza, Vegeta-san. How do you feel at this moment? Frieza, why not take a guess? Am I utilizing half of my strength or my full power? As the one directly involved, Frieza was well aware of whether the version of himself in the celestial curtain was exerting his full potential. Vegeta did not venture a guess. Did it even matter if Frieza was using all his power? After all, Kakarot could not best him. Frieza, Son Goku-san, you truly are a remarkable talent. Frieza, what do you say? Would you like to join my ranks? Just like the Frieza of the celestial curtain, the Frieza of reality also held an admiration for Son Goku, wishing to recruit him as a subordinate. Naturally, Son Goku's response was identical. Son Goku, no, I refuse. Frieza, what a pity. You will have to watch helplessly as the you in the celestial curtain is slain by me. Frieza, by the way, you in reality should be cautious as well. Frieza resolved that, if the opportunity arose, he would eliminate Son Goku. Having witnessed Goku's potential, if he could not harness it, then the only recourse was to extinguish him. Kefla, Son Goku, Vegeta, the Saiyans of your 7th universe are rather lacking. Kefla, if it were the Saiyans of our 6th universe, they would have resolved this matter with Frieza long ago. Kaba, this Frieza bears such a striking resemblance to Lord Frost, yet their personalities are entirely opposite. The mention of the 6th universe perplexed Son Goku and Vegeta, leaving them to ponder the existence of this 6th universe and the possibility of other Saiyans. The realm of the Super Beast armament. The 6th universe suggests that the Dragon Ball world also contains parallel universes. The king of the underworld, observing the celestial curtain, expressed intrigue, realizing that aside from his own world, there were indeed other worlds with parallel universes. He wondered whether the Dragon Ball universe had rulers and if anyone had unified all the parallel universes, a feat he had yet to accomplish. Son Goku, having utilized the tenfold Kaioken, still found himself no match for Frieza. Even more alarming, Frieza was currently employing only half of his strength. By the way, after his healing, with the passive assistance of the Saiyans, Son Goku's battle power surged to 3 million. Upon utilizing the tenfold Kaioken again, Son Goku's current battle power reached 30 million. Upon hearing this, the myriad of powerful beings could not help but shudder. Their perspective was still too narrow. Previously, they had speculated that Son Goku's battle power after employing the tenfold Kaioken would merely be around 100,000, with 200,000 being quite impressive. However, they were astonished to learn that Son Goku's battle power, without even using the tenfold Kaioken, had already reached 3 million. How could the effects of the same passive ability differ so vastly? Chapter 77. The True Power of Frieza. Despair among the myriad beings. The multitude of powerful beings found themselves utterly confounded. Being of the same race, possessing the same passive abilities. How could the results differ so greatly between Vegeta and Son Goku? Vegeta, even after utilizing his passive ability twice, only managed to elevate his power from 18,000 to 30,000. As for subsequent boosts, they remained unaware. Yet, from Vegeta's performance, it was evident he had not experienced significant enhancement. And what of Son Goku? With merely a single activation of his passive ability, he catapulted from 90,000 to 3 million. Vegeta was on the verge of tears in the restroom. Moreover, Vegeta had claimed to be the Saiyan Prince while referring to Son Goku as a lowly warrior. Observing the passive effects, it appeared as if their identities had been reversed. The proud Saiyan Prince, Vegeta, could no longer contain himself. I refuse to accept this. Why? Why does Kakarot's passive ability yield such superior results? Vegeta's eyes burned with envy. He was indignant. He was the Prince of Saiyans, the most talented warrior among them. Yet, despite all his attempts at harnessing the Saiyan passive ability, he ultimately found himself vanquished by Frieza with ease. He was unsure how much his subsequent enhancements had contributed to his strength, but the Celestial Curtain had clearly stated that after the initial 2 activations, his battle power had only risen from 18,000 to 30,000. Yet Kakarot, with just a single activation of his passive ability, he soared from 90,000 to 3 million. Why? Why did this lowly warrior possess such extraordinary passive effects? Who truly was the Saiyan Prince? If only his passive effects were as potent, after several enhancements, his strength would likely rival even that of Frieza's final transformation. Was it possible that greater strength equated to better effects? Vegeta could not comprehend. Of course, the other myriad beings shared in his confusion. However, their attention was diverted to an even more pressing issue. Zangoku, 30 million battle power, yet still no match for Frieza. Zangoku, this implies that Frieza's battle power is at least above 30 million. Zangoku, If he is only utilizing half of his strength, that means 60 million. Although Zangoku was too astonished to finish his thought, the other myriad beings could infer his implication. Wasn't this somewhat exaggerated? Frieza's initial battle power was 530,000. After one transformation, it rose to over 1 million, doubling his strength. Following a second transformation, it escalated to over 3 million, tripling his strength. According to their estimations, should Frieza undergo another transformation, it would triple again, reaching approximately 9 to 10 million. This seemed reasonable, did it not? However, what they did not anticipate was that Frieza's ultimate transformation would yield a battle power not of 10 million, but rather exceeding 30 million. If he were indeed utilizing half of his strength, that would amount to 60 million. Was this final transformation's power increase not somewhat outrageous? The leap from 530,000 to 30 million, or even 60 million, was certainly remarkable. What the myriad beings did not foresee was that their assumptions were still not grand enough. Even after utilizing the tenfold Kaioken, Son Goku remained no match for Frieza. Subsequently, Son Goku further amplified his power beyond the tenfold Kaioken. 20-fold Kaioken. Upon employing the 20-fold Kaioken, Son Goku exerted all his might in unleashing the Kamehameha. He aimed to defeat Frieza with this ultimate technique. However, in response to Son Goku's full-force attack, Frieza merely extended a single hand to intercept Goku's assault. Though he faced some difficulty in doing so, he successfully blocked it. Moreover, he emerged with nothing more than a bit of dust and some scrapes. The words spoken by Tianmo, asserting that Frieza faced considerable difficulty in withstanding Son Goku's full-force strike, were merely due to him utilizing only half of his strength. This revelation sent a chilling wave through the hearts of countless beings across the myriad realms, causing their bodies to tremble involuntarily. In some regions, where the temperature soared above 40 degrees Celsius, those suffering under the relentless sun felt no warmth at all. The oppressive heat generated by such high temperatures was completely dispelled by the overwhelming coldness brewing within them. The content of Tianmu's statement was simply too astonishing. Frieza, employing merely half of his strength, managed to thwart Son Goku's full-force assault. Though it was not without difficulty, he ultimately succeeded. The crucial factor was that Goku's full-force strike was not executed with a 10-fold Kaioken, but rather with a 20-fold. This meant that Goku's full-force strike encompassed an astounding battle power of 60 million. To withstand such a formidable blow with only half of his strength implied that Frieza's total battle power reached an astonishing 120 million. The earlier speculations of 30 million and 60 million now appeared woefully understated. Their perspective was simply too limited. Upon accepting this grim reality, a profound sense of despair followed, a despair that was both chilling and deeply entrenched. A battle power of 120 million for Frieza alone was sufficient to extinguish all courage. Even though Frieza resided in the Dragon Ball universe and not within their realm, it could not halt the tide of their despair. In the world of pirates, a battle power of 120 million was no laughing matter. I, with a mere battle power of less than 100, am nothing but a mere worm. Kaido laughed heartily, not out of joy, but rather overwhelmed by the shocking truth of Frieza's true power. Not only Kaido, but countless powerful beings across the realms seemed to have lost their sanity. Even the three titans of the gourmet world, Elong, Jiro, and Sanhu, stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, utterly dumbfounded. Estimating their battle power in the tens of thousands, they found their strength utterly insignificant compared to Frieza's 120 million. They were akin to ants, easily crushed by Frieza's hand. Even the Ultramen of the Land of Light could not help but tremble. What proportion of their kind could possibly match such a level of power? Individually, only an Ultraman of the King of Light's caliber could hope to contend. Or perhaps they might transfer their strength to Taro to transform him into Super Taro. However, Super Taro does not represent Taro's power alone, so it is not a valid comparison. It can only be said that Frieza, the Cosmic Emperor, possesses a remarkable level of prowess. Belial has merely established a galactic empire and can at best be regarded as a galactic king, incomparable to Frieza. Chapter 78. The Final Hope? Super Saiyan. In the Dragon Ball universe, upon the temple, 120 million battle power. Surely this cannot be a jest? Krillin leaped up in disbelief. Even those merely observing felt a wave of despair wash over them. What more can be said for Krillin, the individual directly involved? After all, the version of him reflected on Tianmu was one who stood before Frieza. Although it is currently Goku facing off against Frieza, should Goku prove inadequate, it would certainly spell doom for him, Piccolo, and Gohan. Frieza's power is simply outrageous. His base battle power already stands at 530,000, yet somehow, it has soared to 120 million. Is this not an unfathomable leap? In a previous encounter, he, Goku, and Gohan barely managed to defeat Vegeta, with the assistance of Yajirobe, due to the manageable gap in their strengths. However, the disparity between them and Frieza is insurmountable, rendering any hope of victory utterly invisible. Krillin, alongside Yajirobe and Tenshinhan, gazed at him with palpable sympathy. Facing such a monster as Frieza is indeed a tragic circumstance for Krillin, especially since he is the weakest among them. Goku, Gohan, and Piccolo all possess strengths far exceeding his own. It is as if Krillin has unwittingly stumbled into a battle of gods. In such circumstances, what hope remains of defeating Frieza? Krillin cast a desperate glance at Yajirobe and Tenshinhan, who exchanged glances but offered no reply. In this scenario, they could not conceive of any feasible strategy to secure victory. Aboard the spacecraft. No, it's impossible. Why? Why has Frieza grown so immensely powerful? Vegeta stood in stunned silence. Frieza's strength repeatedly delivered staggering blows to his psyche. It has led him to question how he ever had the audacity to aspire to overthrow Frieza. Moreover, with such overwhelming strength, does this not imply that Kakarot cannot avenge the Saiyans? Could it be that the Saiyan race is truly destined for extinction at Frieza's hands? Frieza, Vegeta, Vegeta-san. I wonder what thoughts occupy your mind now. Frieza. So, do you still possess the courage to speak of eliminating me? Frieza relished taunting Vegeta, deriving amusement from his growing despair. Witnessing the revelation of his power time and again, Vegeta spiraled deeper into hopelessness. Of course, he was aware that his full strength could not be sustained indefinitely, lest it affect him adversely. Yet, even without exerting himself fully, he could still look down upon the cosmos. Who among them could rival him, aside from Beerus and Majin Buu? It is merely that Son Goku, this Saiyan, is truly an anomaly among Saiyans, his strength surpassing all conventional limits. Alas, Goku cannot be utilized for his own ends. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly become his most formidable subordinate, far exceeding Jinyu. However, since he cannot be harnessed, Goku must be eliminated. Daegu, do you believe there exists any means to vanquish Frieza? Uzumaki Naruto. If Goku could unleash a Kaioken of 40 times or more, he might stand a chance against Frieza. Uchiha Sasuke. Yet, such a feat is utterly impossible. Uchiha Sasuke. The 20-fold Kaioken appears to be Goku's limit. Kurosaki Ichigo. Indeed, if a higher Kaioken were attainable, Goku would have already achieved it. Zhang Chulan. What of the Spirit Bomb? Is it feasible? Xian Nan. Setting aside the feasibility of the Spirit Bomb, gathering the necessary energy poses a challenge. Xiaodian. Precisely. When Goku collected energy previously, it was due to the solar flare blinding Vegeta, buying him a moment's respite. Xiaodian. Now, before Frieza, he would not be afforded such an opportunity. Duan Mu Yen. Perhaps Goku could apply the same tactic against Frieza with the solar flare? Duan Mu Yen. However, success is not guaranteed, given the vast disparity in their powers. Hattori Heiji. Even if energy collection were successful, it does not guarantee Frieza's defeat. After much discussion, the myriad powerful beings could not devise a viable strategy to counter Frieza due to the overwhelming gap in strength. In the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy or stratagem is rendered meaningless. Let us set aside the matter of gathering energy for the moment. The question of whether the energy sphere can indeed vanquish Frieza remains. Vegeta declares, no, there is yet another way. He adds, that is for Kakarot to become a Super Saiyan. Vegeta has not relinquished hope. A flicker of optimism still resides within him. His thoughts are singularly focused on the notion that he, as the Prince of the Saiyans, is the only one capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan. He no longer concerns himself with the potential embarrassment of Kakarot, a lower-class warrior, achieving the same transformation. All he desires is for Kakarot to triumph over Frieza, even if it means Kakarot must become a Super Saiyan. Frieza scoffs. Vegeta, are you still indulging in unrealistic dreams? A Super Saiyan? Do you truly believe in that legend? He asserts, let me make this clear. Whether or not a Super Saiyan exists, they would not stand a chance against me. Vegeta responds fervently, as long as Kakarot can become a Super Saiyan, he will undoubtedly defeat you. As the Prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta will never forsake the dignity of his lineage. He firmly believes in the immense power of the Super Saiyan and is convinced that it can indeed overcome Frieza. As for the legend's authenticity, he finds himself with no recourse but to pray for its truth. Observing Vegeta's unwavering confidence in the Super Saiyan, the myriad powerful beings across the realms are filled with curiosity. What exactly is this Super Saiyan that inspires such faith in Vegeta? Is it merely a manifestation of misguided confidence? The Saiyans from the sixth universe, in particular, are consumed by curiosity. Their interest in the Super Saiyan far surpasses that of others. After all, as fellow Saiyans, why do they lack any legends of the Super Saiyan? Can the Saiyans of the sixth universe achieve the same transformation as the Super Saiyan of the seventh universe? At this moment, countless individuals across the multiverse share a common thought. Can Sun Wukong truly become this Super Saiyan? If so, can he indeed defeat Frieza as Vegeta claims? Chapter 79. Frieza's Tale. Truly a source of misfortune, the enormous disparity in power leaves Sun Wukong feeling somewhat helpless. He has but one final resort. Seizing the moment while Frieza has yet to launch an attack, Sun Wukong raises both hands and begins to gather energy. Frieza, observing, wonders what technique Sun Wukong is attempting to employ. He chooses not to intervene, opting instead to watch. Owing to Sun Wukong's significantly increased strength, the energy he collects this time far surpasses that which he amassed to confront Vegeta. Not only does it encompass the energy from Namek, but also from nearby planets. Soon, a colossal energy sphere materializes high in the sky, its size dwarfing that of the previous one on Earth. Frieza remains oblivious to the energy sphere, but Krillin and the others, witnessing it, are filled with astonishment. The previous energy sphere had merely been the size of a basketball, while this one boasts a diameter exceeding 50 kilometers. Krillin, astounded, muses that such a massive energy sphere might indeed be capable of defeating Frieza. Moreover, the 50-kilometer diameter is not its limit. However, as the time taken to condense the energy sphere extends, Frieza grows impatient and prepares to strike at Sun Wukong. In response, Piccolo resolves to buy Sun Wukong some time with his own life. He launches a full frontal assault against Frieza, but the disparity in their powers proves too great, and he is swiftly defeated. Nevertheless, Piccolo has managed to delay Frieza momentarily. At this juncture, the energy sphere has expanded further, now boasting a diameter of over 100 kilometers. After incapacitating Piccolo, Frieza sends Sun Wukong flying into the sea. Emerging from the water, Sun Wukong finds himself face-to-face with Frieza, who refrains from attacking, having caught sight of the immense energy sphere in the reflection of the water. He quickly looks up to behold the gigantic energy sphere above, realizing that Sun Wukong's earlier stillness was in preparation for this formidable creation. Uncertain of its nature, Frieza is determined not to allow such a fearsome entity to descend upon him. He contemplates eliminating Sun Wukong, thereby ensuring that no one can control the energy sphere. Just as Frieza is about to act, two distant attacks soar toward him, capturing his attention. These are the assaults from Krillin and Son Gohan, who are providing support for Sun Wukong. Although their attacks are incapable of inflicting any harm on Frieza, they momentarily distract him. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong hurls the energy sphere down upon Frieza. The energy sphere possesses a homing capability, leaving Frieza with no choice but to endure its impact. He braces against the energy sphere, which forces him deep into the ocean. A tremendous explosion ensues, engulfing Frieza's form and affecting both Sun Wukong and Piccolo in proximity. When the explosion subsides, a colossal crater emerges in the sea, and the figures of Frieza, Sun Wukong, and Piccolo vanish from sight. Krillin and Son Gohan hastily approach the area to search for them. Shortly thereafter, they locate Sun Wukong and Piccolo, both unharmed, while Frieza's whereabouts remain unknown. Duan Muyin inquires, "Did we win?" She speculates that with such a massive energy sphere crashing down, victory seems likely. A sphere exceeding 100 kilometers in diameter is indeed vast, far larger than a city. How could Frieza possibly survive such an onslaught? Sengoku responds, "It is too soon to tell. We must wait. If Frieza does not reappear, it is quite possible he has been defeated." Karp adds, "Surely, Frieza cannot survive such an immense energy sphere. Apart from Frieza, his minions, and those malevolent figures who thrive on chaos, the majority of onlookers fervently hope that Frieza has been vanquished. After all, if even the energy sphere cannot conquer Frieza, hope would be utterly extinguished. What are the Super Saiyan?" Yet the question lingers. What is a Super Saiyan? And how does one attain such a transformation? There is a fear that Sun Wukong may never have the chance to become a Super Saiyan, falling victim to Frieza beforehand. On Frieza's planet, he scoffs. How could this king possibly be defeated by an energy sphere? Observing the multitude who wish for his downfall, Frieza dismissively snorts, feeling quite displeased. He holds an unwavering confidence in his own power and is certain that he will soon re-emerge. As for Vegeta, he should be mocking Frieza at this moment. Yet he refrains, waiting for the opportune moment to scoff once Frieza is truly defeated. As Sun Wukong and the others believe Frieza to be vanquished, Krillin suddenly stands frozen, staring in disbelief. The others turn to find Frieza perched upon a rock, his face twisted with murderous intent as he gazes at them. Having endured the Genkidama, Frieza indeed sustained some injuries, though it was merely a portion of his tail that was severed and one eye that remained temporarily shut. It could only be described as a light wound, insufficient to even classify as a moderate injury. One might remark that Frieza's tail has been rather unfortunate. Initially severed by Krillin, then bitten by Sun Wukong, and now broken again. One can only express sympathy for Frieza's tail. However, at this moment, Frieza was exceedingly displeased, for he had indeed sensed a threat. Without hesitation, a death ray burst forth from his fingertips, aimed at eliminating Sun Wukong. Witnessing this, Piccolo swiftly collided with Sun Wukong, taking Frieza's attack upon himself. Piccolo's right chest was penetrated, collapsing to the ground, his fate uncertain. Yet, the ordeal was not over. Frieza subsequently set his sights on Krillin. He lifted Krillin into the air with a mere gesture, and, with a slight grip, uttered, "Wukong." Krillin could only manage this brief exclamation before his form erupted in the sky, leaving no trace behind. Whether Piccolo lived or died remained unknown, but Krillin was undeniably deceased. It is worth noting that Frieza had previously toyed with his opponents. He could have easily annihilated Krillin and Piccolo, but chose instead to engage them in play. This reiterates the adage that even when one possesses overwhelming strength, one must not be reckless, lest unforeseen consequences arise. Chapter 80. The arrival of the most iconic transformation in history. At this moment, no one was concerned with what the heavens had proclaimed. Countless beings across the myriad realms gazed in astonishment at Frieza on the celestial screen. They were utterly dumbfounded. Frieza had not perished. Moreover, he had effortlessly dispatched both Piccolo and Krillin. Just moments ago, Piccolo and Krillin had been joyfully conversing with Sun Wukong, jubilantly discussing their victory over Frieza. Yet, in the blink of an eye, both were dead. How capricious are the affairs of the world. Warring states. Indeed, one cannot truly celebrate until the final moment. My fears were justified. Frieza remains alive. Uzumaki Naruto. How can Frieza possibly survive such a colossal Genkidama? Reflecting on his own circumstances, if he could condense such a formidable Rasengan, it would surely obliterate anyone in its path. Uchiha Madara, the Otsutsuki clan, none would withstand it. Duan Muyen. It appears we are truly at an end. With Krillin and Piccolo gone, only Sun Wukong and his son remain. Duan Muyen. If the Genkidama is ineffective, we must rely on the elusive Super Saiyan. Daegu. But how does one achieve Super Saiyan status? I am utterly clueless. Sinan. With Piccolo and Krillin deceased, it is now the turn of Sun Wukong and his son. Sinan. Unless Sun Wukong can transform into a Super Saiyan immediately, there is truly no hope left. Zhang Chulan. This Genkidama appears formidable, yet how is it so ineffective? Zhang Chulan. It failed to kill Vegeta, and now it has failed against Frieza as well. What purpose does this technique serve? Is it merely for inflicting slight damage? Observing Zhang Chulan's remarks, many nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Genkidama has proven inadequate. Twice it has struck, once against Vegeta and once against Frieza, but in both instances, it has not claimed a life, only causing superficial injuries. The question remains, what is the purpose of an attack that cannot slay an enemy? Is it that the Genkidama lacks sufficient power? Yet, it boasts a diameter exceeding 100 kilometers. If such a massive Genkidama lacks potency, what size would suffice? Furthermore, to create this Genkidama, Sun Wukong had gathered energy from Namek and surrounding planets. If this is insufficient, he would need to harvest energy from even more distant worlds. Given Sun Wukong's current strength, reaching such far-off energies seems improbable. However, if Sun Wukong were powerful enough to gather energy from greater distances, perhaps he would not need the Genkidama to defeat Frieza. Thus, it seems the Genkidama may indeed be of little use. as many voiced their criticisms of the Genki Dama. The North Kai felt compelled to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. As the creator of the Genki Dama, witnessing its disparagement left him discontented. Yet, he could not articulate a rebuttal. Should he assert that the Genki Dama lacked power? This colossal Genki Dama was unprecedented. Even he, the inventor, could not determine the requisite size to vanquish Frieza. What could he possibly say? Frieza, haha, I knew it. How could any Genki Dama hope to kill me? Frieza declared with great pride. He was well aware that the Genki Dama posed no threat to him. Nevertheless, the fact that it could inflict some injury was already quite remarkable. On Snake Way, Sun Wukong was in shock upon witnessing Krillin's demise on the celestial screen. This marked the second time he had seen Krillin die, or rather, the first in a strict sense. For he had not been present when Krillin was slain by the minions of King Piccolo. He had only seen Krillin's lifeless form, not the act of his murder. This time, however, he witnessed the entirety of Krillin's tragic end, albeit through the screen. A surge of fury ignited within Sun Wukong. His aura became unstable, and the very air around him trembled. This was Krillin, his companion since childhood, with whom he had trained and grown. To see him killed before his eyes while he remained powerless to intervene was an unbearable sensation, one that threatened to propel him into a frenzy. Sun Wukong's wrathful energy caused even Snake Way to tremble, dispersing the clouds around him. Were it not for his insufficient strength in reality, he would have transformed already. Yet, while the real Sun Wukong lacked the necessary power, the Sun Wukong on the screen had reached that threshold. Piccolo was attacked by Frieza, and Sun Wukong merely stared in astonishment. But upon witnessing Krillin's death, he bowed his head, a surge of fury rising within him, intensifying with each moment. Bolts of lightning descended from the heavens. The air surrounding Sun Wukong began to boil. Out of rage, he instinctively lifted his head, only to lower it once more. Each time he raised his gaze, his hair would stand on end, transforming from black to a faint golden hue. Simultaneously, his pupils shifted from black to green. The transformation of Sun Wukong left both Sun Wukong's son and Frieza in a state of awe, as they could not comprehend the changes occurring within him. At last, Sun Wukong could no longer contain the fury within his heart. With a roar, a golden aura enveloped him entirely. His hair stood erect, gleaming golden. His pupils now a vibrant green, and the surrounding flames flickered in the air. Sun Wukong had undergone a monumental transformation. In the depths of his overwhelming rage, he had finally succeeded in transforming into a Super Saiyan. In truth, the legendary Super Saiyan of the Saiyan race is not a specific warrior, but rather a state of transformation. To attain the form of a Super Saiyan, one must first meet the requisite standards of strength. Secondly, the quantity of S cells within the body must also meet the standard. Ultimately, it is only through anger as a catalyst that one can successfully transform. Sun Wukong's hard power has already reached the required level, but to enhance the quantity of S cells, he must do so in a tranquil environment. Sun Wukong grew up on Earth, and although he encountered Piccolo Daimaō and the subsequent Saiyan invasion, he generally spent a longer time in a peaceful setting, which is why his S cells have reached the standard. Finally, when Frieza killed Krillin, his childhood companion with whom he trained, Sun Wukong's fury transcended all limits. With the combination of these three factors, Sun Wukong finally succeeded in his transformation. The most iconic transformation into a Super Saiyan was thus born. Chapter 81. The sensation brought by the Super Saiyan in the myriad realms. There exist various transformations. The Kamen Rider transformation and armor fusion are also forms of transformation. Additionally, humans transforming into Ultraman and Zoan fruit users becoming animals are other examples. Naruto Uzumaki transforms into Sage mode, while Ichigo Kurosaki activates his holification, and so on. All of these are transformations. However, when it comes to the most classic transformation, Sun Wukong's first transformation into a Super Saiyan undoubtedly holds the crown. It is worth noting that when Sun Wukong first transformed into a Super Saiyan, all other manga and animations paled in comparison, even though various transformations emerged later. Sun Wukong's inaugural transformation into a Super Saiyan remains firmly seated on the throne of transformations, unparalleled and likely to remain unmatched in the future. When the golden-haired, green-eyed figure enveloped in a golden aura appeared in the heavens, the entire multiverse fell into a state of astonishment. After a considerable pause, some began to react. Zhang Chulan exclaimed, "Is this the Super Saiyan?" So cool, incredibly cool. Duan Mu Yin remarked. It seems like only the hairstyle and color have changed. But how can it look so stunning? Sengoku said, I see now, the Super Saiyan is a form of transformation. Sengoku continued, though it is also golden. Why didn't I look this impressive when I became a golden Buddha? Ichigo Kurosaki pondered. Since my hair is already yellow, does that make me an unconventional Super Saiyan? Naruto Uzumaki chimed in. My hair is yellow too. Can I also be considered an unconventional Super Saiyan? Those warriors with yellow hair could not help but feel a sense of pride. The Super Saiyan's hair is golden, and theirs is also yellow or golden. Such golden hair is indeed a testament to strength. Meanwhile, those with differently colored hair contemplated whether they should dye their hair to a golden hue. Although it may not enhance their power, it certainly looks impressive. After witnessing Sun Wukong's transformation into a Super Saiyan, who would not utter a word of admiration. However, those possessing transformation abilities felt quite disheartened. Despite all being transformations, how could theirs differ so vastly from that of the Super Saiyan? On Planet Salad of the 6th Universe, the Saiyans were left speechless upon witnessing Sun Wukong's transformation. Is this the Super Saiyan of the 7th Universe? Why do we not possess such a form? Can we transform? Many Saiyans of the 6th Universe speculated. Being Saiyans themselves, they naturally yearned to transform into Super Saiyans. Setting aside the issue of power enhancement, the mere appearance of a Super Saiyan is undeniably attractive. Furthermore, transforming into a Super Saiyan would surely bring substantial power increase. Is it possible for the Saiyans of the 6th Universe to achieve what their 7th Universe counterparts can? They pondered their own conditions, questioning whether their hard power was sufficient. Kefla began to assess her own criteria. She compared her strength to that of Sun Wukong. Though she was unaware of her battle power, she was confident that her strength surpassed Sun Wukong's. Since his hard power met the standard, hers must do so as well. As for the quantity of S cells, she had lived in a relatively calm environment, despite her personal preference for combat. Thus, the quantity of S cells within her should also meet the standard. The final condition, anger, was more challenging for her. As a Saiyan girl, she rarely encountered situations that could incite her rage. Sun Wukong's fury stemmed from the loss of his dear friend. Did she also need to lose someone close to her? Her brother? Or Caulifla? This seemingly simplest condition appeared to be the most difficult for her. Kefla fell into contemplation, uncertain of how to summon true anger. Ordinary fury would not suffice. It had to resemble the deep rage akin to Sun Wukong's grief over his fallen friend. Meanwhile, Vegeta was grappling with similar thoughts aboard the spaceship in the 7th Universe. No wonder I cannot become a Super Saiyan. It requires 3 conditions. Vegeta felt quite frustrated. He could not meet the first condition, as his hard power did not measure up. Kakarot, without utilizing the Kaioken, possesses a battle power of 3 million. As for him, even after multiple Saiyan transformations, he likely did not reach 3 million. Otherwise, he would not have been so easily slain by Frieza. Of course, hard power can be enhanced through diligent training. The challenging part lies in the latter 2 conditions. The quantity of S cells must meet the standard. Though he was unaware of what S cells were, he understood that to increase their number, one must live in a serene environment. Given that he is a Saiyan, and a Saiyan prince at that, he has been embroiled in battle since childhood. A peaceful environment has never been his reality. Thus, it is likely that he possesses very few, if any, S cells at all. Hard power may be improved, but how can he increase the number of S cells? Must he seek out a tranquil environment to dwell in? And for how long? He feared he might not adapt. Additionally, regarding anger, Kakarot was fueled by the death of his friend, but he himself had no close companions. Even the one he watched grow up, Nappa, could be killed at will. Such rage over the death of someone dear to him was not applicable. As for other forms of anger, he could not think of any at the moment. It was indeed a predicament. Vegeta felt increasingly anxious. The heavens had explicitly revealed how to transform into a Super Saiyan, yet he remained incapable. Gazing at Sun Wukong in the celestial display, Vegeta was filled with envy. This is a Super Saiyan, the legendary Super Saiyan of the Saiyan race. Although he had previously hoped that Kakarot would become one and defeat Frieza, witnessing Kakarot's transformation stirred an overwhelming sense of jealousy and admiration within him. Moreover, he exclaimed, Frieza, ha ha ha, do you see this? Kakarot has successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan. Your demise is imminent. Vegeta had always believed that achieving the transformation into a Super Saiyan would enable him to vanquish Frieza. In the present day, Kakarot has successfully transformed. Thus, the demise of Frieza is imminent. Frieza scoffs, Vegeta humph. What does it matter if Son Goku has transformed? I have always asserted that even a Super Saiyan is beneath my notice. Chapter 82. Krillin has never witnessed Son Goku in his most enraged state. However, despite his bravado, Frieza's expression remains grim. He has long believed that even a Super Saiyan would not pose a threat to him. Nevertheless, if given the choice, he would have preferred that the Saiyans never achieve such a transformation. Yet, his hopes have been dashed as Son Goku has, indeed, become a Super Saiyan. Although Frieza maintains confidence in his own power, the situation has undeniably shifted. Could it be that my actions in slaying this little bald man have led to this? Yet, I cannot be blamed for that. Frieza knows that he cannot truly fault himself for acting on impulse. After all, who could have anticipated that the death of a mere child would herald the birth of a Super Saiyan? On Snake Way, Son Goku gazes at his reflection in the heavens and chuckles. He observes Vegeta, who incessantly speaks of Super Saiyans, and realizes the same fervor is echoed in the real-world Vegeta. Naturally, he is intrigued by the concept of Super Saiyans and wonders if he too could attain such a form. Now, he has witnessed it. Indeed, he has successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan. However, the cost of this transformation is the death of Krillin. The thought of Krillin's murder reignites the anger that Son Goku had previously suppressed. This marks the second time Krillin has been killed. He is truly gone. This implies that the version of him in the heavens will never see Krillin again, unless he too meets a similar fate. Fortunately, that moment has yet to arrive. I shall not allow Krillin to die again. Son Goku resolves firmly. At the temple, Yamcha and Tien Shinhan observe Krillin, uncertain of what to say. They are aware that this is Krillin's second death, and he cannot be revived. Why do you all look at me like that? Krillin muses. Though I cannot be resurrected, my death has allowed Goku to transform into a Super Saiyan, granting him the opportunity to defeat Frieza. My sacrifice is thus justified. Krillin appears remarkably composed, unperturbed by his own demise. On one hand, it is the version of him in the heavens that has perished, while the real him remains alive. On the other hand, he recognizes the profound bond he shares with Goku. His death has provoked Goku's fury to its zenith, culminating in his transformation into a Super Saiyan. This alone attests to his significance in Goku's heart. He feels elated. Goku, you must avenge me, Piccolo, and all the fallen Namekians. Simultaneously, Piccolo in the wasteland expresses similar sentiments. Although his own death did not incite Goku's transformation into a Super Saiyan, Piccolo is unconcerned. He understands that his place in Goku's heart cannot rival that of Krillin. To evoke such emotion from Goku is already a source of satisfaction for him. Should Goku vanquish Frieza and exact vengeance, his contentment would be complete. At this moment, the attention of all realms is captivated by the unfolding battle. With Goku's transformation into a Super Saiyan, the stakes of this confrontation have undoubtedly escalated. Whether Goku can defeat Frieza now rests upon the outcome of this clash. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, Goku instructs Goten to carry Piccolo away. He asserts that Piccolo still lives, urging Goten to return to Earth with him and Bulma to devise a means of reviving Piccolo. As Goten bears Piccolo away, Frieza attempts to strike. Yet, Goku interposes himself, seizing Frieza's hand and squeezing with all his might. Frieza feels as though his hand might shatter under the pressure, unable to escape. Mind your hands, you worthless creature. You take pleasure in the slaughter of innocents, and you think yourself grand? You even killed Krillin. At the mention of Krillin, Goku's grip tightens further, the sound of cracking bones reverberating through the air. Frieza's act of killing Krillin was nothing short of a divine blunder. Had it not been for this heinous deed, Goku may never have attained the form of a Super Saiyan. Who was Krillin? He was Goku's childhood companion, a brother in arms. To put it bluntly, even if Frieza had slain Goku's son, Gohan, Goku might not have been as furious. Of course, this is not to imply that Gohan holds a lesser place in Goku's heart than Krillin, although that may indeed be a possibility. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that this is Krillin's second death. The Earth Dragon cannot resurrect an individual twice, and the Namekian Dragon is no longer available. Thus, Goku believes he will never again see his dear friend, who grew up alongside him, sharing laughter and joy. How could this not incite his wrath? There is a saying, Krillin has never witnessed the full extent of Son Goku's fury, just as Daegu has never seen Dijia. For there exists no mirror large enough. Why? Because Goku's greatest rage has always coincided with his moments of loss. When he was slain by the minions of King Piccolo, It was the same, and now, Frieza has repeated this cycle. Had Goku possessed sufficient power back then, he would have transformed into a Super Saiyan, delivering a stunning blow to King Piccolo. At the temple, Krillin inquires, is it true? Was Goku that enraged back then? He glances at Yamcha and Tien Shinhan. They nod in affirmation. That was the first time we witnessed Goku's fury. He disregarded Master Roshi's words, fixated solely on avenging you. Yamcha and Tien Shinhan reminisce, recalling the moment they first saw Goku's rage. Now, they witness it a second time, each instance ignited by Krillin's death. As the heavens have stated, Krillin cannot witness the full extent of Goku's fury. Yamcha and Tien Shinhan deeply envy the bond shared between Son Goku and Krillin. Yet, they also recognize that they can never attain the place Krillin holds in Goku's heart. Hearing their words, Krillin feels even more touched. To have such a brother in this lifetime is truly worthwhile. In the wasteland, Piccolo reflects, it is fortunate that Goku lacked the strength back then. Otherwise, I doubt I would have even had the chance to be born. He is immensely grateful. Had Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan during that era, his past self, King Piccolo would have stood no chance. Why did Piccolo 2 come into existence? It was because Goku defeated King Piccolo at his limit, failing to notice that King Piccolo had laid an egg. However, had Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, he would have undoubtedly overwhelmed King Piccolo, rendering any further eggs irrelevant. Thankfully, he is now an ally of Goku, serving as a protector of the Sun family. He no longer needs to worry about the consequences of killing Krillin and inciting Goku's wrath. He and Krillin are no longer adversaries. Chapter 83. Thus, they perished after Sun Wukong departed with Bic. A battle commenced between him and Frieza. Initially, Frieza dismissed Sun Wukong, brimming with confidence in his own strength, believing that even if Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan, he would remain no match for him. However, as the skirmish progressed, Frieza's demeanor began to unravel. Following his transformation into a Super Saiyan, Sun Wukong surpassed Frieza in both speed and power. He could withstand Frieza's death beam without sustaining any harm, a feat that would have previously been impossible, as a single strike from Frieza could have easily pierced Sun Wukong's form. Frieza's frustration was palpable, not only due to his crumbling composure, but also because of Sun Wukong's words. You just accused me of slaughtering the innocent, didn't you? Does that imply that the countless lives taken by your Saiyan kind in the past were justified? To Frieza, Saiyans were not fundamentally different from himself. He had even prepared a rebuttal for Sun Wukong. In the world of Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto pondered how he would respond to such a dilemma. If it were him, would he claim that the actions of previous Saiyans bore no relation to him? Even if Saiyans had committed atrocities, were they not less egregious than Frieza's own deeds? Or perhaps, the Saiyans' brutality stemmed from Frieza's commands? A flurry of counterarguments raced through Naruto's mind. If he faced such a situation, he would undoubtedly engage in a verbal duel, fervently debating with Frieza. But how would Sun Wukong respond? Others shared Naruto's anticipation, eager to see how Sun Wukong would address the matter. Each had their own thoughts on how they might reply, yet their perspectives were not necessarily reflective of Sun Wukong's. Thus, they perished. Sun Wukong calmly articulated in response to Frieza's inquiry, rendering Frieza momentarily speechless and nullifying his prepared retorts. Frieza had never anticipated such a straightforward reply from Sun Wukong. In the world of Nawa, thus, they perished, was an exquisite answer. Duanmu Yin exclaimed with excitement as he gazed at the spectacle before him. Sun Wukong's response resonated deeply with him. Had Sun Wukong embarked on a lengthy rebuttal, Duanmu Yin's impression of him would have diminished. As a general who abhors evil, he had a clear sense of right and wrong. In his eyes, both the Saiyans' indiscriminate slaughter and Frieza's tyranny deserved condemnation. Even though Sun Wukong was a Saiyan, Duanmu Yin harbored no affection for his kind. Thus, if Sun Wukong had defended the Saiyans, he would have perceived a flaw in his reasoning. However, Sun Wukong's reply was wholly satisfactory. Indeed, the Saiyans' indiscriminate violence led to their own extinction. This was the inevitable consequence of their actions. As for the previous Akis, if someone questioned whether he deserved death, the answer would undoubtedly be, of course he does. If there were more like Ma Lingling and Kushang, who had once transformed into Akis, he might not deem Akis' demise as essential. Yet, apart from those two, which Akis had not met their tragic end, even Ma Qingshan, in his opinion, was tainted. Even Duanmu Yin himself, having once been Akis, would still believe that Akis deserved to perish. In the end, he would willingly take his own life to prove his conviction. Sun Wukong not only possessed immense strength, but also a profound worldview. His perspectives were aligned with the norms of morality. Consequently, Duanmu Yan's appreciation for Sun Wukong grew. In the world of Naruto, was it really that simple? Uzumaki Naruto found himself bewildered by Sun Wukong's succinct response. Was it truly so straightforward? Furthermore, it was an answer he had not anticipated. Shouldn't Sun Wukong have engaged in a rebuttal? For instance, asserting that not all Saiyans deserve death? How could he simply state, "Thus, they perished"? This left Naruto feeling rather awkward. He reflected on his own past verbal duels, where many foes had fallen victim to his rhetoric. Thus, he held great confidence in his ability to argue. Had he responded to adversaries with a single phrase, especially one like Sun Wukong's, those he had successfully outmaneuvered would surely not have been so easily defeated. Sun Wukong was raising the bar for himself. Naruto felt dissatisfaction with Sun Wukong's reply. In his view, Sun Wukong should have employed a series of eloquent arguments to persuade Frieza, making him realize that while the Saiyans indeed committed atrocities, it was erroneous to claim that all Saiyans deserved death. Aboard the spaceship, Vegeta found himself irritated. So, this is how Kakarot perceives the demise of the Saiyans? Their role as Saiyans was to conquer planets. Was it possible to do so without casualties? This was not a valid reason for their extinction. Nonetheless, despite his irritation, Vegeta was not surprised. He had long understood Kakarot's nature. This individual was indeed an anomaly among Saiyans, possessing not only strength, but also compassion. How could such a Saiyan exist? Sun Wukong's reply left Frieza at a loss for words, forcing him to launch another attack. Yet, Frieza remained at a disadvantage, which further aggravated him. Impossible. No Saiyan could surpass me. He exclaimed, "Who are you? You have known me for quite some time, have you not?" Sun Wukong replied calmly, "I am a Saiyan residing on Earth, originally possessing a heart that cherishes peace. However, I am now awakened as a Super Saiyan, fueled by rage." With a fierce roar, Sun Wukong unleashed a tempest of attacks upon Frieza, shattering his resolve. Sun Wukong's formidable prowess compelled Frieza to resort to hidden tactics. Frieza raised his hands, gathering an energy sphere, but he did not intend to strike Sun Wukong. Instead, he hurled the energy sphere towards the ground. Frieza's assault struck Namek, causing the entire planet to tremble. The sky darkened ominously as bolts of lightning descended, and the very earth of Namek quaked as if at the brink of apocalypse. Frieza informed Sun Wukong that his recent attack had irrevocably devastated Namek. In 5 minutes, the planet would be reduced to cosmic dust. Chapter 84. I hope your father remains healthy, of course. For someone of Frieza's caliber, obliterating Namek was not a daunting task. He could annihilate it in an instant. The reason he allowed 5 minutes was to ensure his own escape from Namek, as he would be affected by its instantaneous destruction. Had he been in space, Namek would have been obliterated without hesitation. However, being physically present on Namek required a more cautious approach. Those 5 minutes were not a concession to Sun Wukong, but rather a precaution for himself. The reason for employing this tactic is that Saiyans cannot survive in the vastness of space. However, he can. Thus, once planet Namek explodes, Sun Wukong is undoubtedly doomed. Yet he will continue to live on. Duanmu Yan, despicable, resorting to such vile methods when one cannot win in a fair fight. Duanmu Yan, indeed. The epitome of a villain, utterly contemptible. He-Chi-Hu, truly despicable, unable to win openly, resorting to such underhanded tricks. He-Chi-Hu, what sort of cosmic emperor is he? Nothing more than a contemptible wretch. The powerful beings from all realms were utterly displeased with Frieza's actions. Unable to best Sun Wukong, he resorts to such treachery. It is utterly disgraceful. Zhonghua. I recall that previously, Vegeta also considered this tactic, intending to destroy Earth to eliminate Sun Wukong. Zhonghua. But he failed, whereas Frieza succeeded. Dagu. It's somewhat different. If Vegeta destroyed Earth, he would perish as well. Dagu. Yet Frieza would not. He can survive in the depths of space. Shinon. No wonder this assessment is termed the destruction of planet Namek. Shinon. Planet Namek has indeed been annihilated. Xiao Tian. Yes, even if Sun Wukong ultimately defeats Frieza, planet Namek will be reduced to cosmic dust. The inhabitants of planet Namek beheld the fate of their world, each filled with profound sorrow. This was the planet they had called home for their entire lives. Yet it was destroyed by Frieza. Although only the Namek of the sky has been obliterated, who can guarantee that the Namek in their reality will not meet the same demise? What are they to do? Should they relocate? Many Namekians hurried to consult the elder, seeking guidance on their next steps. Zhang Chulan, only 5 minutes remain. Sun Wukong must defeat Frieza and escape planet Namek. It is quite a challenge. Dagu, moreover. It is not just Sun Wukong. Krillin and Piccolo are there too, along with Bulma. Juejing. Their predicament is not dire. As long as Sun Wukong defeats Frieza, he can take them to the spaceship and leave planet Namek. Juejing. The pressing question is whether Sun Wukong can vanquish Frieza within 5 minutes. Xuan Wennaran. He should be able to. Sun Wukong has been in the lead thus far, hasn't he? Xuan Wennaran. Defeating Frieza within 5 minutes seems feasible. On Frieza's planet, witnessing his deteriorating position, Frieza crushed the wine glass in his hand. The so-called Cosmic Emperor was being cornered by a mere Saiyan monkey. He was not even a match for Sun Wukong. Upon seeing the comments stating that Sun Wukong would defeat him in 5 minutes, Frieza's fury intensified. He, the Cosmic Emperor, was being so severely underestimated. He was quite aware that he had yet to unleash his full power. Frieza, you all underestimate me. Frieza, far too much. Frieza, Sun Wukong wishes to defeat me in 5 minutes? Such a notion is utterly impossible. Frieza, I have yet to exert my full strength. Vegeta, you have not yet unleashed your full power? Frieza, do not speak so stubbornly. Vegeta, you have been so thoroughly beaten and still claim to hold back? Vegeta does not believe Frieza's words. Having been so severely battered, how could he still say he has not shown his full strength? Is he intentionally allowing himself to be beaten? In Vegeta's eyes, this is merely Frieza's stubbornness. Witnessing Frieza being pummeled by Kakarot fills him with delight. If only he were the one delivering the blows, he would soar with exhilaration. Not only Vegeta, but others also doubt Frieza's claims. To them, having been battered so badly, what purpose would it serve to hold back? Is he perhaps a masochist? On the wasteland, Piccolo hopes Frieza has indeed revealed all his strength. Otherwise, with your father's notorious tendency. Piccolo gazes at the sky, speaking to Sun Wukong's son. Son Gohan, what is Sun Wukong's notorious tendency? It is his penchant for letting his opponents reveal their full strength. If Frieza has indeed unleashed his full power, then that is that. However, if he has not, and Sun Wukong discovers this, he will surely compel Frieza to show his true might. He has only 5 minutes. Where will he find the time to waste? The crucial point is, if only he and Frieza remain on planet Namek, he may do as he pleases. But his son is also there. If his notorious tendency leads to both himself and his son perishing alongside planet Namek, he will surely regret it. Thus, Piccolo fervently hopes that Frieza has indeed unleashed his full strength. Otherwise, Sun Wukong's notorious tendency will surely manifest. With 5 minutes remaining until the destruction of planet Namek. Upon hearing this news, Sun Wukong remains unfazed. He watches Frieza, indicating that Frieza has yet to reveal his full strength. He encourages Frieza to unleash it. Frieza confirms that he indeed has not yet done so, for exerting his full strength is a considerable burden and could even impact his lifespan. However, he now has no choice but to unleash his full power. Sun Wukong does not intervene, merely observing as Frieza reveals his full strength. Frieza's power escalates, his physique expanding, becoming increasingly formidable. Eventually, Frieza transforms from his previously diminutive, slender form into a significantly more robust appearance. At this moment, Frieza has unleashed all of his 120 million battle power. However, this state will not last long. The question remains, can Sun Wukong defeat Frieza, fully powered, within 5 minutes and safely escape planet Namek? Chapter 85. Frieza's excitement. His wish is about to be fulfilled. On the wasteland, Piccolo sighs in despair, shaking his head. Oh, Wukong has fallen into his old habits again. Sun Wukong's fixation on watching Frieza reveal his full strength has already wasted precious time. The remaining moments must be used to defeat Frieza and to take Gohan and Bulma aboard the spaceship to escape planet Namek. Will there be enough time? It seems very likely there will not be. This fellow, Sun Wukong, is so engrossed in battle that he disregards his son's fate. At the temple, Krillin, Yamcha, and Tianjin Fan, old friends of Sun Wukong, share in the lament. They too feel pity for Gohan and Bulma. Surely, Sun Wukong has not forgotten them. Planet Namek is not merely a battleground for him and Frieza. Bulma, Sun Wukong, Sun Jun, have you forgotten about me and Gohan? Bulma, I have no objections to your battle with Frieza. Bulma, But could you not wait until Gohan and I have left planet Namek before engaging Frieza? In West City. At Bulma's home, her patience is wearing thin. With only 5 minutes remaining until planet Namek's explosion, this fellow, Sun Jun, is still wasting time. To be aware, she and Wufan are still on Namek. Even if Sun Jun intends to squander time, could he not do so after their departure? She certainly does not wish to meet her demise. Sun Wukong, Bulma, Wufan will take you away. Bulma, how can you entrust such a crucial task to a child? What kind of father are you? Chi-Chi, exactly. No matter how much you love to battle, you cannot jeopardize your son. As a mother, Chi-Chi's temperament was on the brink of explosion. If Namek were to explode and Wufan could not escape, he would undoubtedly perish. Thus, Wufan's life is reduced to less than 5 minutes? Which mother would not be devastated to learn that her child has less than 5 minutes to live, especially when it is caused by the child's own father? Faced with the reproaches of 2 women, both of whom hold the highest regard in his heart, Sun Wukong was rendered speechless. He dared not utter another word. Bulma and Chi-Chi, he could not afford to offend either. Duan Mu Yin, although this is a personal matter, as an outsider, I hesitate to comment further. Duan Mu Yin, nonetheless, I also feel that Sun Wukong's actions are somewhat inappropriate. Xingtian, the pressing issue at hand is whether Sun Wukong can defeat Frieza, who is unleashing his full power, within these few fleeting minutes. Xingtian, observing Frieza exerting himself and wasting a bit more time, there remains less than 5 minutes until Namek's explosion. Frieza, haha. I mentioned earlier that I have yet to unleash my full strength. Frieza, for Sun Wukong to think he can defeat me within 5 minutes is nothing short of a fantasy. Vegeta, what say you? Vegeta, it would be best if Kakarot could kill you, only to perish in Namek's explosion. For Vegeta, this is the most desirable scenario. If both Frieza and Kakarot, who have surpassed him, were to die, he would embrace death too. Why should these 2 live? Frieza, rest assured, such a scenario is impossible. Frieza, the ultimate outcome will be my survival and Sun Wukong's demise. Frieza is brimming with confidence. When time is up, Namek will explode, and Sun Wukong will undoubtedly perish. Yet he will survive. Although the explosion of Namek will affect him, it is of little concern. After all, he will not die. As for Sun Wukong defeating him in these mere 5 minutes, that is utterly impossible. Frieza is exceedingly exhilarated, as he envisions the moment of Namek's explosion and Sun Wukong's demise. Even if Sun Wukong were to transform into a Super Saiyan, what of it? The ultimate victor shall still be him. As Frieza unleashes his full power, Sun Wukong gradually finds himself at a disadvantage. The King Kai, who has been monitoring the situation on Namek, is filled with great concern. At that moment, he receives a transmission from the Earth's Kami. This takes him aback, as he had always believed that Piccolo was dead, along with the Kami. Upon learning that the Kami is alive, the King Kai devises a plan. He inquires of the Kami whether the Earth's dragon can resurrect those who have died prematurely due to unforeseen circumstances. For instance, the Grand Elder of Namek, who could have lived longer but met an untimely end due to Frieza. The Kami contemplates and indicates that it should be possible. Upon hearing this, the King Kai urges the Kami to immediately make a wish to revive those who perished on Namek due to Frieza and his subordinates. Fortunately, the Earth's Dragon Balls had already been gathered by Bobo in preparation for emergencies. With the aid of the Earth's Dragon, those slain by Frieza and his minions on Namek were revived, including Vegeta. Upon revival, Vegeta is bewildered by the situation but soon realizes his power has significantly increased, and he senses 2 formidable energies engaged in battle. He understands that the combatants must be Sun Wukong and Frieza. He flies toward the battlefield, eager to confront Frieza. Simultaneously, the King Kai transmits to the revived Grand Elder, instructing him to summon the Dragon of Namek to make a wish. The wish is to transfer everyone on Namek except Frieza to Earth. This way, even if Namek explodes, Sun Wukong and the others will not perish. However, the King Kai's transmission is overheard by Sun Wukong. He requests the King Kai to amend the wish, allowing him and Frieza to remain on Namek while everyone else is transferred to Earth. This is the best opportunity to defeat Frieza. He cannot afford to let it slip away. In response to Sun Wukong's request, the King Kai modifies the wish accordingly. Receiving the King Kai's directive, the Grand Elder transmits to the revived Dandy, instructing him to summon the dragon and make the wish. Conveniently, Dandy is right next to the Dragon Balls. He swiftly summons the dragon, preparing to make the wish. However, the commotion caused by the dragon's appearance captures the attention of both Frieza and Sun Wukong. Frieza, upon seeing the dragon, realizes this is the wish-granting dragon. He hastily extricates himself from Sun Wukong and rushes toward the dragon. He intends to make a wish. He desires to fulfill his wish. Sun Wukong pursues him, attempting to stop him, but cannot catch up to Frieza. Before long, Frieza stands before the dragon, loudly declaring his wish. I wish for immortality. At this moment, Dandy has yet to make his wish. On Frieza's planet. Haha, what a twist of fate. I never expected to have the opportunity to fulfill a wish. Frieza is brimming with excitement. Once his wish is granted, Sun Wukong will pose no threat. Alas, why can't the heavens reward him for his calamity? If he could synchronize everything from the heavens, would it not imply that he could also attain immortality in reality? Chapter 86. Perishing due to language barriers. Frieza. I never imagined, truly never imagined, that I could still fulfill a wish. Frieza, this is all thanks to that King Kai. King Kai's planet. The King Kai's expression is grim. He never anticipated that his idea would grant Frieza the chance to fulfill a wish. Should Frieza indeed realize his wish, Sun Wukong in the heavens would never be able to defeat him, even if Sun Wukong's power exceeds Frieza's. Fortunately, in reality, Frieza's plan has not succeeded. However, the concern lingers. What if the final outcome is that Sun Wukong fails to defeat Frieza, allowing Frieza to obtain the reward from the heavens? Naruto Uzumaki. The King Kai has inadvertently caused a dilemma. Zhang Chulan. To be honest, the King Kai's idea was quite good. One cannot blame him for it. Kurosaki Ichigo. So, can Frieza truly fulfill his wish? What if the dragon does not hear his wish? Daegu. The likelihood is low. Frieza has flown right in front of the dragon, and he is shouting so loudly that the dragon cannot possibly miss it. Sinan. Therefore, Frieza will indeed fulfill his wish and gain immortality? The myriad realms descend into silence. If Frieza truly fulfills his wish and attains immortality, even if Sun Wukong is stronger, he cannot kill him. When Namek explodes, Sun Wukong dies, and Frieza lives. The ultimate victor will be Frieza. Aboard the spaceship. Dreadful, dreadful. That Frieza. Why can't Dandy make his wish faster? Vegeta's expression is one of deep discontent. The thought of Frieza's wish about to be fulfilled fuels his fury. He is elated to be revived in the heavens, but the impending realization of Frieza's wish leaves him profoundly unsettled. Attaining immortality, even if one's strength surpasses that of Frieza, what does it matter? He would still be unable to kill Frieza. If Frieza's wish were truly realized, no one would ever be able to slay him again. Achu. In the realm of destruction, the destroyer, God Byleth, sneezed. He rubbed his nose, his expression somewhat vexed. How could he possibly sneeze? Could it be that Frieza truly has the ability to fulfill wishes? Byleth felt a flicker of curiosity. He was not at all concerned about what might happen if Frieza's wish came to fruition. After all, even if Frieza did attain immortality, he would still appear as insignificant as an ant before him. Immortality? What relevance would it hold before a destroyer god? Of course, if it were immortality endowed by the Super Shenlong, he would indeed be at a loss. After all, the Super Shenlong was crafted by the dragon god Salama. The immortality it grants is beyond the reach of even a destroyer god, rendering them incapable of destruction. However, the immortality bestowed by the Namekian Shenlong, it is far too inferior. It would not withstand a single blow from a destroyer god. Thus, rather than the fears and despair of others, Byleth felt more of an inquisitiveness. He wondered whether Frieza could truly realize his wish and how events would unfold should he succeed. In the sixth universe, immortality? Might I attain it? Fuyuast looked up at the sky, a look of envy upon his face. He and Frieza were kindred spirits, yet while Frieza could achieve immortality, he could not. Why should it be so? The Dragon Balls? Given that the seventh universe possesses such artifacts, the sixth universe must surely have them as well. The Dragon Balls were created by the Namekians, were they not? With his esteemed reputation in the sixth universe, persuading the Namekians to bestow the Dragon Balls upon him should be a trivial matter. Once he possesses the Dragon Balls, he too could gain immortality. However, although Frieza shouted with great fervor, the Namekian Shenlong Belong did not heed him at all. Upon witnessing this scene, Dandy promptly voiced his wish, employing a language entirely different from that of Frieza. Subsequently, Belong acknowledged Dandy's wish, indicating that it would be granted rather than Frieza's. Upon realizing his wish had failed, Frieza was consumed by wrath. intent on eliminating Dondi. Yet, before his attack could strike Dondi, the latter was teleported to Earth. Soon after, a figure appeared before Suin Wukong and Frieza. It was none other than Vegeta. "Kakarot, you have finally transformed into a Super Saiyan," Vegeta remarked, observing Suin Wukong's current state. Though he had never witnessed a Super Saiyan before, he could tell that Suin Wukong had indeed transformed. Vegeta then attempted to strike Frieza, but was also teleported away, causing his attack to fail. Following this, others from Namek, including the resurrected Namekians, were transported to Earth. The entirety of Namek was left with only Suin Wukong and Frieza. Under normal circumstances, had the Earth Shenlong been summoned, Frieza's wish might have truly been realized. Alas, it was the Namekian Shenlong that was called forth. For the Namekian Shenlong to grant a wish, it must be articulated in the Namekian language. Frieza, lacking this knowledge, could shout as loudly as he wished to no avail. On Frieza's home planet, his expression was one of utter dismay. His wish had failed. His desire had not been fulfilled. He had eagerly awaited the realization of his wish, only to be informed of its failure. And the reason for this failure? A mere language barrier. "Someone, bring me a person who speaks Namekian," Frieza commanded loudly. He was determined to learn the Namekian language. The failure of his wish left Frieza in a foul mood. However, the others breathed a sigh of relief. This was the outcome they had hoped for. Yet, they had not anticipated that Frieza's aspirations for wish fulfillment would perish due to a language barrier. Vegeta laughed. "Frieza, ha ha ha, your wish has not been granted." He continued, "Just wait for Kakarot to finish you off." Frieza retorted, "Even if my wish has failed, it is impossible for Suin Wukong to kill me." Frieza declared, "Only a few minutes remain. Suin Wukong, prepare for your demise." Bulma remarked, "Fortunately, Gongfan and I have returned to Earth." She added, "Suin Wukong, why couldn't you have returned to Earth with us?" Bulma continued, "Leave Frieza alone on Namek." Kring responded, "Bulma, do you not understand him? Suin Wukong will not rest until he has defeated Frieza." Bulma replied, "But even if he defeats Frieza, how will he return?" Kring suggested, "Is there not a spaceship on Namek? He could return via that." Frieza interjected, Hey, why does everyone believe that Suin Wukong can defeat me? Is it not possible that I could vanquish Suin Wukong, taking him and Namek with me?" Yet, no one paid attention to Frieza. Chapter 87. These 5 minutes feel exceedingly long. With the assistance of the Namekian Shenlong Belong, all individuals on Namek, aside from Suin Wukong and Frieza, were transported to Earth. Dondi healed Bika, restoring him to health. Vegeta also arrived on Earth. This marked Vegeta's second visit, yet unlike the first, he bore no malice this time. From this point onward, he would harbor no ill will towards Earth. Meanwhile, the battle between Suin Wukong and Frieza continued on Namek. Due to the failure of his wish, Frieza unleashed his fury upon Suin Wukong. Although it appeared that Suin Wukong was being thoroughly overwhelmed, Frieza's victory seemed imminent. However, as time ticked away, the tide of battle began to shift. "I shall no longer fight," Suin Wukong proclaimed. "Ever since you exerted your full strength, your energy has been steadily waning. You are no match for me, and I have expended much of my energy as well. I shall return to Earth now. You may remain here alone." Upon uttering these words, Suin Wukong turned to cast one last glance at Frieza. The expression on his face was a tapestry of fury, compassion, and myriad other emotions. A testament to the artistry of Akira Toriyama, truly deserving of the title of foremost manga artist following Tezuka Osamu. Suin Wukong's words naturally incensed Frieza. He conjured 2 energy discs resembling energy spheres and hurled them at Suin Wukong. Although Suin Wukong evaded them, these spheres possessed a homing capability, making it impossible for him to shake them off. Furthermore, Frieza remained cautious, ensuring that Suin Wukong could not deliberately lead the spheres back to him. With no alternative, Suin Wukong had no choice but to continue dodging. Eventually, he managed to evade the 2 spheres. However, while he escaped, one individual was not so fortunate. Observing that his attack had failed to affect Suin Wukong, Frieza continued to spout defiance. At that moment, Suin Wukong shouted for Frieza to quickly duck. Naturally, Frieza had no intention of heeding Suin Wukong's words. Yet, he soon sensed something amiss behind him. By the time he turned around, it was already too late. Previously evaded by Sun Wukong, 2 entities had unexpectedly found their way behind Frieza, ultimately cleaving him in 2. Frieza, in the end, succumbed to the very technique he had unleashed upon others. What Krillin failed to achieve, Frieza accomplished through his own folly. Perhaps this particular move was originally intended to strike at Sun Wukong, given its inherent tracking ability. Yet, with Frieza standing directly before Sun Wukong, he inadvertently shielded his opponent from his own assault. It can only be said that Frieza's affection for Sun Wukong ran deep. On the planet where Frieza resided, upon witnessing this turn of events, his visage turned as green as Piccolo's. He could scarcely fathom that his demise was wrought by his own hand. The absurdity and irony of the situation were overwhelming. No matter how much he might wish to deny it, he could no longer assert that he had any hope of defeating Sun Wukong. Having been bisected, uttering such words would be the height of shamelessness. And he still harbored some semblance of pride. In the temple, regret filled Krillin's heart as he lamented the missed opportunity. Had his Kienzan struck true, Frieza would have met his fate long ago. His previous failed ambush had only severed a small portion of Frieza's tail. Had he succeeded, the subsequent events might have been averted, and Frieza would not have perished. However, were that the case, Sun Wukong would never have transformed into a Super Saiyan. Thus, his sacrifice bore a certain significance. Inside the spaceship, Vegeta erupted with laughter, reveling in the sight of Frieza being cleaved by his own attack. The inner satisfaction was immeasurable. Frieza had ultimately brought about his own ruin. Vegeta mused, Frieza, who would have thought you would meet such a fate? You truly deserved it. He lamented not being present to witness the spectacle firsthand. Frieza retorted, Vegeta, had you been here, you would merely have met your end at my hands once more. Surely you do not wish to rely on that lowly warrior, Kakarot, for protection? Vegeta seethed with rage, grappling with the indignity of admitting that he might need the help of a lower-class fighter. The despicable Frieza was proving to be remarkably adept at stoking his ire. Wang Wu declared, with Frieza now severed in two, this battle has indeed reached its conclusion. Frieza possesses no further strength to continue. Dan Muyin interjected, but how much time remains until Namek explodes? It was previously stated to be 5 minutes, yet it feels as if far more time has passed. The anticipation of the impending explosion weighed heavily on them all. At this juncture, the myriad warriors across the multiverse wished for time to stretch, hoping Sun Wukong could escape Namek. With Frieza incapacitated, there was no need for Sun Wukong to linger. His only objective was to flee, and he required time to do so. They could not bear to witness Sun Wukong's triumph over Frieza only to perish in the ensuing explosion. Such an outcome would be an unbearable tragedy. As Sun Wukong observed Frieza's self-inflicted demise, he remained silent, recognizing it as the villain's own folly. Yet, as he prepared to depart, a voice reached his ears, pleading for salvation. Please, save me. Frieza's consciousness, clouded by his grievous injury, revealed a genuine plea devoid of ulterior motives. Even the cosmic tyrant Frieza harbored fear in the face of death. Chapter 88, The Farmer and the Serpent. Sun Wukong and Frieza hearing Frieza's desperate cries, Sun Wukong gritted his teeth in anger. You, who have slain so many, including Krillin, now dare to beseech my aid. Ultimately, his compassion prevailed, and he approached Frieza, imparting a portion of his own energy. With that, he soared into the distance, seeking a means of escape from Namek. Revived by Sun Wukong's energy, Frieza regained clarity, yet bitterness filled his heart as he watched Sun Wukong's retreating figure. How could I, the mighty cosmic emperor Frieza, possibly be defeated by you? With a furious roar, he launched a final attack at Sun Wukong, exclaiming, You bastard. In response, Sun Wukong countered, deflecting Frieza's assault and striking him back. Though he had intended to refrain from further violence, Frieza's reckless aggression left him no choice. After vanquishing Frieza, Sun Wukong entered the damaged spaceship, which was beyond repair, as Namek teetered on the brink of annihilation. Damn it, is this how it ends for me? Having defeated Frieza only to perish here? Finally, Namek could endure no longer, erupting into a brilliant display of fireworks, vanishing from the cosmos. Sun Wukong's figure faded alongside it. Back on Frieza's planet, laughter echoed as the tyrant relished in Sun Wukong's demise. At last, you are gone. Even in defeat. How could you survive? Frieza reveled in his victory, unperturbed by his own fate, finding solace in the knowledge that he had not perished alone. Sun Wukong, even though you bested me, it matters not. You are still dead. No matter your transformation into a Super Saiyan, a filthy monkey is still a filthy monkey, incapable of thriving in the vastness of the universe. Frieza's words silenced countless powerful beings across dimensions. Many, like the Saiyans, shared the same limitations in surviving the cosmos. In the land of light, a sense of loss permeated the air. What a tragedy that such a formidable warrior as Sun Wukong should meet his end, especially after achieving the power of a Super Saiyan only to find himself unable to endure the universe. How lamentable. The Ultraman brothers felt profound sorrow, for they could traverse the cosmos, yet Sun Wukong, a being stronger than most of them, could not. This unfortunate truth ultimately led to his demise. The inability to survive in the cosmos was an insurmountable weakness for the Saiyans. They even wished to share their own cosmic resilience with Sun Wukong, hoping to grant him the chance to live. Zhang Chulan remarked, Frieza is truly despicable. After being saved by Sun Wukong, he repays kindness with malice. Zhang Chulan, the farmer and the snake, Dong Xianxing and the wolf, Sun Wukong and Frieza. Vegeta, humph. Surely you have only just realized that Frieza is a despicable and shameless creature. Vegeta, all your previous efforts were in vain. Daegu. So, has Sun Wukong truly perished? Can he be resurrected? Xinxing. I recall he has already been revived once. It would be implausible for him to return again. Xinxing. However, Krillin cannot be revived anymore either. So the two brothers may reunite in the afterlife. Although Frieza has been vanquished, the death of Sun Wukong has left countless powerful beings across the realms in deep sorrow. After all, this time he has truly passed away and cannot return. In the Dragon Ball world, on Earth, in the desolate plains, I refuse to believe that my father is truly gone. He must still be alive. Sun Wufan gazed at the heavens, tears clouding his sight as he spoke. He could not accept the notion of his father's demise. Even if Namek has exploded, he still could not bring himself to believe it. Beside him, Piccolo observed Sun Wufan's distress, unsure of how to console him. Deep down, he too felt the weight of the truth. Sun Wukong was indeed dead. After all, Namek had exploded, and there was no sign of Sun Wukong's escape. The most probable conclusion was that Sun Wukong had vanished into the cosmos along with Namek. He could only offer a gentle pat on Sun Wufan's shoulder as a gesture of comfort. Vegeta, speaking of which, since Kakarot and Frieza are both deceased, does that not mean no one can stop me? Vegeta, I am now the new ruler of the universe. At this moment, Vegeta felt an immense joy. With Kakarot and Frieza gone, and his own resurrection, no one in the cosmos could rival him anymore. He would take Frieza's place as the new emperor of the universe. Although this was merely an image in the heavens, he could not suppress his elation. Krillin, Vegeta, do not be so pleased. There is still Piccolo around. Krillin, you may not necessarily be able to defeat him. Vegeta, oh, that Namekian? Although he is indeed powerful, he is no match for me. Vegeta brimmed with confidence, as his own strength had significantly increased. Surely, his combat prowess surpassed that of Piccolo. With Kakarot and Frieza both dead, the universe now belonged to him. If there were to be further accounts of calamities in the Dragon Ball world, the source of those disasters would undoubtedly be him. Remember the moment when Sun Wukong shared his energy with Frieza. It will be on the test later. By the way, Vegeta has always believed that as long as he became a Super Saiyan, he could defeat Frieza. In truth, that is not the case. For the Super Saiyan transformation is not limited to a specific warrior, but rather a transformation inherent to the Saiyan race. The Super Saiyan transformation, akin to the Saiyan transformation into a great ape or Sun Wukong, utilizing the Kaioken technique, can exponentially enhance one's strength. Upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, one's power multiplies by 50. After recovery, Sun Wukong's combat strength stood at 3 million. Upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, his power surged to a staggering 15 million. Frieza's full power is 12 million combat strength. Though the 30 million combat strength gap does not reach the threshold of a 30% instant kill, it still constitutes a 20% overwhelming advantage. This means that the earlier scenario where Sun Wukong was mercilessly beaten by Frieza, despite appearing to be at a disadvantage, was merely Sun Wukong playing around or familiarizing himself with the power of a Super Saiyan. Chapter 89. The Android Crisis. Enemies related to machinery are quite strong. Additional update. When Sun Wukong first arrived on Namek, his combat strength was only 90,000. After the calamity on Namek concluded, his strength skyrocketed to 15 million. An increase of nearly 2,000 times. Thus, whether in terms of the multiplier of strength enhancement or the ultimate power level, Sun Wukong is undoubtedly the strongest. Of course, Frieza is still unaware of this. Otherwise, if he were to perform a few push-ups right there, Sun Wukong would no longer be his opponent. The summary of calamities in the Dragon Ball world, the destruction of Namek, concluded. Participants in resolving the calamity crisis can receive rewards. Participants: Sun Wukong, Piccolo, Krillin, Sun Wufan, Vegeta, Dondi. Rewards: synchronization of all their abilities during this calamity, with any changes in personality shared among the warriors. After the rewards were distributed, the strength of the recipients surged instantaneously. Even Dondi experienced a similar enhancement, as his abilities had been awakened by the Elder in the heavens. Feeling the surge of power, the Z fighters were filled with elation. Yamcha and Tien looked enviously at Krillin's incredible strength, yet they understood that this was a result of Krillin's own hard work. Unfortunately, they had perished during this calamity and felt no sense of participation. Inside the spaceship, such formidable power, Vegeta clenched his fists, reveling in the joy brought by his hundreds of times increase in strength. He had not anticipated that he too would receive a reward. The source of the previous calamity would become one of the resolvers in this crisis. Truly, the unpredictability of fate is remarkable. With his current power, he no longer needed to fear the Jinyu force. Their strength was now as insignificant as ants before him. However, his enhancement was not the greatest. The greatest increase belonged to Kakarot. Could it be that Kakarot has managed to master the Super Saiyan transformation directly? On the Snake Way, Sun Wukong was adapting to his surging power. He had earlier synchronized with the strength from the previous calamity, reaching a combat power of 8,000. Now, his strength had escalated to 3 million. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The key was that he had vaguely grasped the sensation of transforming into a Super Saiyan. Unfortunately, he had not yet fully mastered it, preventing him from transforming at will. However, with diligent training, he would surely achieve complete mastery over the Super Saiyan transformation. He had already opened that door. All that remained was to push it wide open. And what of Vegeta? He had yet to even crack open that door. Krillin, Sun Wukong, can you transform into a Super Saiyan yet? Sun Wukong, not yet. It is still quite difficult, and I have not fully mastered the transformation. Sun Wukong, but I have already grasped the essence of that transformation. With continued effort, I will be able to transform at will. Krillin, once you master the Super Saiyan transformation, you will be the strongest in the universe. Krillin, Frieza must be feeling quite distressed right now, as he was previously the strongest ruler of the universe. Krillin, yet now, he has been surpassed by Wukong, the Saiyan monkey. At this moment, Frieza indeed felt discomfort. As the emperor of the universe, just a moment ago, he was the strongest being aside from Beerus and Majin Buu. Now, Sun Wukong, that filthy Saiyan, had suddenly eclipsed him. How could he endure such humiliation? However, upon seeing Krillin's commentary, Frieza could not help but sneer. The strongest in the universe? Earthlings remain mere ants, oblivious to the depths of the universe's waters. Does Sun Wukong think that transforming into a Super Saiyan will make him the strongest in the universe? Beerus, Majin Buu, how could he hope to contend with either of them? Of course, he certainly would not offer such a warning. Let these ants continue their arrogance for now. When they inevitably provoke Beerus, no one will be able to save them. In the vastness of space, Beerus, who was en route to Earth, also caught sight of Krillin's commentary. Naturally, he was not angered. It is entirely understandable that humans of Earth are unaware of his existence. Moreover, since he became aware of Earth's culinary supremacy in the universe, his tolerance for this planet and its myriad forms of life has significantly increased. As long as they do not particularly offend him, he can easily overlook their ignorance. Naturally, he remains indifferent to the notion of ignorance being bliss. Given that the celestial screen can directly synchronize power, one cannot help but wonder if the visage of the Super Saiyan God will appear amidst the forthcoming calamities. When that time comes, should any Saiyan synchronize with the power of the Super Saiyan God, I would have the opportunity to engage in battle with the Super Saiyan God in advance. Beerus is filled with anticipation. Were it not for the disturbance caused by the celestial screen awakening him, he would have remained in slumber until the imminent arrival of the Super Saiyan God. However, since the celestial screen has the ability to synchronize power, it is conceivable that he could engage in battle with the Super Saiyan God earlier than expected. Yet, it remains uncertain whether there will be a reckoning of calamities involving the Super Saiyan God. Soon, the next reckoning emerged. Dragon Ball World Calamity Reckoning 4, the Android Crisis. Source of calamity: androids, The new reckoning sparked two questions among countless powerful beings across the realms. The first inquiry was, since Son Goku perished on Namek, who would stand against this calamity? Would it be Son Gohan and his companions? The second question pertained to the nature of these androids. Zhang Chuan pondered, androids? Surely they cannot be mere robots. Could robots possess such formidable strength? Duan Mu Yin remarked, according to the patterns of reckoning, the source of the next calamity will surpass the strength of the previous one. Duan Mu Yin continued, and it should be significantly greater. Could the power of these androids truly exceed that of Frieza? Daegu responded, it is not entirely surprising for robots to possess immense power. After all, in my world, we have battled mechanical beasts that were indeed formidable. Upon the mention of mechanical beasts, Daegu recalled his encounters with such foes. He had faced mechanical monsters on more than one occasion. His first battle was against a creature that had infested a spaceship, boasting formidable defenses. Ultimately, he prevailed only with the assistance of the ship's crew. Then, there was Gabunyu, a robot from Cosmic Island, which took 2 episodes to defeat. Additionally, the mechanical shark created by Masaki Kengu had also presented him with some challenges. Enemies associated with machinery tend to exhibit considerable strength. Thus, it is not entirely unexpected that these androids may surpass Frieza in power. The crucial question remains, who is responsible for their creation? The name suggests they were crafted by humans. However, it is unlikely that they were produced by Earth's inhabitants. Although the Earth in the Dragon Ball universe possesses advanced technology, such as the miraculous Capsule Corporation, creating androids that surpass Frieza would be nearly impossible. Hence, it is reasonable to assume they were constructed by extraterrestrial humanoids. Chapter 90. Earth's Technological Supremacy in the Universe. Duan Mu Yin speculated. So this calamity does not originate from native beings, but rather was manufactured by aliens? Duan Mu Yin added, it is an opportune moment to witness the disparity between alien technology and Earth's own. While the super armor was indeed a creation of Earthlings, Duan Mu Yin believed that when placed within the cosmic context, Earth's technology does not hold much significance. This sentiment resonates with the people of Earth, particularly those living in contemporary times. They do not perceive Earth's technological advancements as particularly remarkable within the vast universe. They seem to have forgotten a crucial fact. The celestial screen previously stated that Earth's technology ranks at a particular level within the universe. It was mentioned that while the strength of Earth's warriors may not be at the pinnacle in the cosmos, there are certain aspects, such as cuisine and technology, that are unparalleled throughout the universe. Upon the return of Son Gohan, Krillin, and others to Earth, the Namekians, including Vegeta, temporarily remained on the planet. However, the presence of so many extraterrestrials posed a significant challenge regarding their accommodation. Fortunately, although Bulma may not excel in combat, she is exceptional in many other respects. This woman, who was the first to befriend Son Goku and guided him away from the Paoju Mountain, thus commencing a legendary journey, possesses an indomitable presence during peacetime as the daughter of the Capsule Corporation's inventor and the heiress of the foremost Capsule Corporation conglomerate, destined to become the world's wealthiest woman. Therefore, for her, accommodating a few extraterrestrials is merely a trivial matter. During the time that the Namekians and Vegeta resided on Earth, several notable events transpired. First, the Grand Elder of the Namekians passed away, which was not unexpected given his advanced age. Even resurrection would not prolong his life significantly. Following his demise, his firstborn son ascended as the new Grand Elder. The appearance of the new Grand Elder ensured that the Dragon Balls of Namek did not vanish. Additionally, due to the differing passage of time between Namek and Earth, where 1 year on Namek equates to only 1/3 of an Earth year, for months later, Bulma and the others summoned the Namekian dragon and first wished to transfer Krillin's body and soul to Earth before his revival. Although the Namekian dragon can only resurrect one individual at a time, there is no limit to the number of revivals, allowing Krillin to be revived a second time. Following Krillin, it was Tien Shin'en's turn. As for Yamcha, he could simply be revived by Earth's dragon. However, when Bulma and the others wished for Son Goku's revival, an unexpected occurrence took place. The dragon Porunga declared that Son Goku was still alive, thus rendering revival unnecessary. Upon learning that Son Goku had not perished, Bulma and Son Gohan were overjoyed, albeit perplexed as to why he had not returned to Earth. They subsequently wished for Son Goku to return, but Porunga stated that he had declined, as he did not wish to return at that moment. This only deepened the confusion for Bulma and the others, who could not comprehend Son Goku's reluctance to return. However, Vegeta, observing from the sidelines, understood the reason. He knew that Son Goku was likely focused on training to grow stronger on other planets. Recognizing that he could no longer afford to be complacent, he commandeered a spaceship from Bulma's residence and set off on his own training journey. Thus, a year passed. During this time, the Namekians, through the Dragon Purunga, found a new home and departed from Earth. Meanwhile, Vegeta returned from his cosmic training and took residence at Bulma's home. Yet, Son Goku remained absent, only for an unexpected visitor to arrive. In the temple, the news was met with joy. He lives. Goku is alive. Upon hearing this, Krillin was elated, even more so than when he himself was revived. Goku had survived after all. He had escaped from Namek. The others, including Yamcha and Tien Shinhan, also shared in his delight. They were uncertain how Son Goku had achieved this, but the fact that he was alive was more than sufficient. Within the spaceship, Vegeta remarked with a haughty snort, "Humph. Kakarot truly is fortunate to have survived." Despite his tone, a hint of pleasure could be discerned. Following the synchronization of power and personality from the celestial screen, Vegeta experienced a profound transformation, not only in strength, but also in character. His desire for immortality had waned, and he found himself increasingly disinterested in it. Moreover, his attitude towards Son Goku, Son Gohan, and Krillin underwent a substantial shift. In his heart, he had already regarded them as comrades in arms. Consequently, he had no intention of journeying to Namek, but instead set forth once more toward Earth. However, this time, his purpose for visiting Earth was not to acquire the Dragon Balls, but rather to reunite with Sun Wukong and his companions. As for Nappa, at this moment, Nappa had completely given up. His thoughts were consumed by a singular desire, to cling to greatness, to hold on to Sun Wukong's coattails. A Super Saiyan. What else could he possibly wait for if not to grasp the leg of a Super Saiyan? It was precisely due to this shift in his character that he felt a flicker of joy upon learning that Sun Wukong had survived. Vegeta, Frieza, oh dear Frieza. It appears I have disappointed you. Vegeta, Kakarot is alive indeed. Vegeta, you are the only one who has perished. Of course, although his demeanor had altered, his disdain for Frieza remained unchanged. Witnessing Vegeta's taunts, Frieza's expression darkened considerably. Sun Wukong had not died. How could this be? The planet Namek had exploded. How did he escape? Wasn't his spaceship damaged? How could Sun Wukong have possibly evaded death? He could not traverse the vastness of space unaided. Frieza's mind screamed in frustration. To make matters worse, the Jinyu Force had contacted him, inquiring whether he still intended to go to Earth or Namek. While a journey to Namek could be tolerated, venturing to Earth was a different matter altogether. Previously indifferent, they now hesitated, for Earth harbored monsters capable of annihilating them in an instant. Not to mention Sun Wukong. Even a single Piccolo could obliterate them in a heartbeat. Frieza's response was to remain inactive. He would refrain from visiting both Earth and Namek for the time being. Though Namek posed no immediate threat, he worried that its inhabitants might utilize the Dragon Balls to trade their planet for a new one. This thought gnawed at Frieza, who had already faced failure in his wishes. Chapter 91. Is Frieza a creation of artificial life? No, he is merely a prologue. For the other powerful beings across the multiverse, although they were pleased that Sun Wukong had survived, their attention was diverted to another matter. Duan Mu Yen. The celestial screen has proclaimed that Earth possesses unparalleled technology. What does this entail? Duan Mu Yen. Could it be that the source of this calamity, the androids, were created by the people of Earth? Sinan. Surely not. Could Earth possess such formidable technology? Xiaodian. In comparison to extraterrestrial technology, Earth's advancements are indeed lacking. Even as a summoner of the Xingtian armor, I find it somewhat hard to believe. After all, it was primarily due to my own prowess that I was able to lead two inept individuals to defeat Lu Fa and his underlings from the Netherworld Legion. Yet, the true credit lies with the armor. Without it, my efforts would have been in vain. And given Earth's current technological capabilities, it may take centuries to achieve such feats. Let alone the advanced technologies of the Netherworld demons, such as genetic coding and the Aphis-class battleship. These innovations are entirely superior to Earth's technology. Thus, to claim that Earth's technology is unrivaled in the universe is beyond my comprehension. Zhang Chulan. The advanced technologies in the Dragon Ball universe are all related to the Bulma family. Zhang Chulan. Could it be that these androids were developed by the Bulma family, and that they lost control of the mechanical beings they created, leading to this disaster? In the world of Avengers, upon seeing Zhang Chulin's commentary, Iron Man Tony lowered his head, feeling a sense of guilt. Meanwhile, Captain America, Hawkeye, and others turned their gazes toward Tony. After all, what Zhang Chulin described was eerily reminiscent of Tony's past actions, was it not? Ultron was indeed a mechanical life form created by Tony, which then rebelled, causing them considerable trouble. If only Tony's technology could rival that of the Bulma family, they might have been able to prevent it. In the Dragon Ball universe, Earth, West City, Bulma's residence. What if these androids were indeed products of my family's creation? Bulma felt a twinge of concern. Should these androids truly be a result of her family's work, bringing forth devastating consequences, how would they address the situation? Yet, her curiosity piqued. If they truly had achieved the creation of beings stronger than Frieza, how had they accomplished such a feat? On Frieza's home planet, the thought that Earthlings could create androids stronger than him? Impossible. He refused to believe it. The most disbelieving of all was Frieza himself. As the self-proclaimed emperor of the universe, how could he be outdone by creations of Earth? Prior to the celestial screen's appearance, he had been entirely unaware of such a planet. Even after witnessing the celestial screen, Earth and its inhabitants remained mere ants in his eyes. Now, he was expected to accept that these ants had produced entities more powerful than he, the emperor of the universe? Though he felt disgruntled at being bested by Sun Wukong, he could at least concede that Sun Wukong had transformed into a Super Saiyan. But what right did Earthlings have? He was determined to witness the true strength of these androids created by Earthlings. Klin and Sun Gohan waited an entire year without the return of Sun Wukong. Instead, they encountered an unexpected visitor. On this day, Sun Gohan was doing homework at home, while Klin was at Kame House, and Vegeta, Bulma, and Yamcha were enjoying a barbecue together. Soon, they sensed a powerful aura approaching Earth. Klin, Sun Gohan, and Vegeta were not unfamiliar with this energy. It belonged to Frieza. Beyond the solar system, a spaceship was making its way toward them. Inside the spacecraft, Frieza gazed at the Earth displayed on the large screen, his expression devoid of emotion. At this moment, Frieza's appearance had undergone some changes. His lower body, left hand, and right eye were now mechanical. Beside him sat a towering figure, reminiscent of Frieza's initial transformation. This figure was none other than Frieza's father, King Cold. As Frieza contemplated the Earth before him, he recalled past events. At that time, he had not been killed by Sun Wukong, nor had he perished in the explosion of Namek. Instead, he had floated in the vastness of space until rescued by his father. Subsequently, he had been transformed into mechanical Frieza. Now, accompanied by his father, he had come to Earth seeking vengeance against Sun Wukong. Within Vegeta's spaceship, that Kakarot should have utterly obliterated Frieza. Seeing that Frieza had not perished, Vegeta felt an immense sense of frustration. He could only conclude that Kakarot remained too naive. Had it been him, Frieza would undoubtedly be dead. On Frieza's home planet, would I truly evolve into such a form? Mechanical Frieza. Frieza's face darkened. If given a choice, he would have preferred not to become mechanical Frieza. However, since he had been transformed into this state, could it be that the term android referred to him? Frieza could not help but entertain this notion. After all, his transformation into mechanical Frieza did indeed align with the definition of an android, and he was not the only one harboring such thoughts. Uzumaki Naruto. Speaking of Frieza becoming like this, could he be the android? Uzumaki Naruto. Is this disaster once again the doing of Frieza? Nevertheless, Naruto's assertion was swiftly met with rebuttals. Uchiha Sasuke. No, if it is indeed Frieza, then the source of the calamity should be directly attributed to him. Uchiha Sasuke. Moreover, the celestial being stated that Earth's technology surpasses that of the universe, implying that these androids were created by Earthlings. Uchiha Sasuke. Frieza is not a product of Earth's modifications. Uzumaki Naruto. What then is the significance of Frieza's appearance? Kurosaki Ichigo. Perhaps, similar to the previous Vegeta, he serves to introduce the androids? Kurosaki Ichigo. Previously, Vegeta was identified as the source of disaster, and he became the catalyst that led to Frieza's emergence. Upon seeing Kurosaki Ichigo's comments, countless individuals across the myriad realms nodded in agreement. Indeed, if Frieza is not one of the androids, then his appearance is likely a precursor to the introduction of the androids. Witnessing such widespread endorsement of this notion, Frieza was seething with rage. As the emperor of the universe, to be regarded merely as a catalyst is an unspeakable humiliation. If he could traverse these worlds, He would certainly demonstrate to them what it truly means to be the Emperor of the universe. As Frieza was about to arrive, the Z warriors gathered at the sight of his impending descent. Among the warriors was Bulma, who decided to join in on the excitement. She expressed that she had not encountered Frieza on Namek, hence her desire to witness him this time. The others, unable to refuse her, allowed her to join. Since Frieza's army typically wielded detection devices, Vegeta instructed the others to refrain from flying and to proceed on foot instead. Furthermore, they were to suppress their battle powers to avoid detection by Frieza. Thus, the group made their way towards the location where Frieza was set to land. Chapter 92. The Mysterious Youth. Vegeta and Frieza could no longer contain themselves. Meanwhile, upon Frieza's arrival on Earth with his father and other subordinates, he prepared to command his minions to annihilate all humans, intending for Son Goku to arrive and find himself in despair. However, before Frieza's subordinates could act, a figure materialized before them. This was a white-haired youth, approximately 17 or 18 years of age, carrying a sword on his back. According to this mysterious youth, he had come to thwart Frieza. Naturally, Frieza dismissed the mysterious youth as inconsequential. He ordered his subordinates to eliminate the youth, but the youth effortlessly turned the tables on them. Seeing his subordinates fall, Frieza was compelled to take matters into his own hands. While Frieza continued to boast, the youth's subsequent words left him momentarily speechless. The Super Saiyan is not solely Son Goku. There is another here. The mysterious youth pointed to himself, asserting that he was the other Super Saiyan. Upon hearing the youth's declaration, Frieza was taken aback, then erupted into laughter. He ridiculed the youth's claims as nonsense. Clearly, Frieza did not believe that the mysterious youth was a Super Saiyan. However, the youth's next action rendered Frieza utterly dumbfounded. With a mighty shout, the youth's aura began to surge. His white hair stood upright, transforming into a new hairstyle. In Frieza's incredulous gaze, the youth's hair turned golden and his pupils became green. A Super Saiyan. Although he did not resemble Son Goku, Frieza immediately recognized him as a Super Saiyan. Moreover, the gaze of the mysterious youth mirrored that of Son Goku. That gaze, yes, it was that very gaze. Frieza, observing the youth's eyes, began to retreat. He had already been psychologically scarred by Son Goku. Even a mere resemblance in the youth's gaze to Goku's was enough to instill fear in Frieza. A fraction of Goku's aura was sufficient to terrify Frieza. The commotion also caught the attention of Vegeta and the others. Son Gohan sensed the mysterious youth's energy, noting its uncanny similarity to his father's. Vegeta could no longer contain himself. A Super Saiyan. In addition to Kakarot, there is yet another Super Saiyan. How could there be two who surpass me? Vegeta was at his wit's end. As the Prince of the Saiyans, he had yet to achieve Super Saiyan status. Now, aside from Kakarot, there was another Super Saiyan. This Prince of the Saiyans found himself relegated to third place on the spaceship. Impossible. Who was this individual? How could he possibly be a Super Saiyan? In reality, Vegeta was on the verge of losing his composure. Being surpassed by Kakarot was already infuriating. Yet, he believed he should have been the second Super Saiyan after Kakarot. Now, an unknown Super Saiyan had appeared. What in the world is happening? Where did this Super Saiyan come from? Moreover, to transform into a Super Saiyan, one must be a Saiyan at the very least. But aside from himself, Kakarot, and Kakarot's son, where could any other Saiyans come from? Especially one he had never encountered before. This Saiyan could not possibly be of royal lineage. This meant that the two Super Saiyans surpassing him are of lesser bloodline. No, he is the Prince of the Saiyans. His veins run with the royal blood of the Saiyans. How could those beneath him become Super Saiyans one by one? Is it possible that to become a Super Saiyan, one must not possess a superior bloodline? That royal blood cannot become a Super Saiyan? Surely not. Equally unsettled was Frieza. No. Did I not annihilate planet Vegeta and eradicate the Saiyans? Aside from Vegeta and his two subordinates, as well as Son Goku, how could another Saiyan emerge? How many Saiyans escaped annihilation? Frieza's mind was also in turmoil. Initially, he believed that after the destruction of planet Vegeta, only Vegeta and his two subordinates remained. This meant there should have only been 3 Saiyans left. Yet, one Son Goku had appeared, and now, another unknown Saiyan had surfaced. This rendered his previous extermination efforts seemingly futile. How could there be so many Saiyans who evaded capture? Could it be that even more Saiyans will arise in the future? Furthermore, this unknown Saiyan could also transform into a Super Saiyan. But why? Son Goku's transformation stemmed from his defeat of that little bald-headed foe. How then did this Saiyan manage to transform? Did he too suffer the loss of someone significant? Duanwing. Speaking of which, what is the origin of this Saiyan? How could he also transform into a Super Saiyan? Duanwing. Moreover, he appears to be even younger than Son Goku, with boundless potential ahead. Countless powerful beings across the realms were captivated by the mysterious youth. They were curious about his identity. He was younger than Son Goku, yet had already achieved Super Saiyan status. Does this imply that he surpasses Son Goku? Where then were the others during Son Goku's battles against Vegeta and Frieza? Why did they not come to assist? Huanan. Since this mysterious youth can also become a Super Saiyan, Frieza should not stand a chance against him. Sinan. Do you think he might be related to the androids? Xiaodian. It is quite possible. Otherwise, the other party would not have appeared out of nowhere. Xiaodian. In other words, both Frieza and this mysterious young boy serve as the catalyst for the emergence of the androids. Daegu. Frieza is rather unfortunate. After barely surviving at the hands of Sun Wukong, he now encounters yet another Super Saiyan. Hiwaki Ichigo. Frieza surely cannot be a match for this mysterious boy. Schwanjua Naruto. I believe that is not necessarily the case. Frieza, having undergone modifications, should possess greater strength now. Schwanjua Naruto. Moreover, given the youth of this mysterious boy, even if he transforms into a Super Saiyan, he may not necessarily be Frieza's equal. Many assert that Frieza is not a match for the mysterious boy. However, there are also those who argue that the mysterious girl may not necessarily be a match for Frieza either. After all, transforming into a Super Saiyan does not guarantee victory over Frieza. Chapter 93. An outdated boss is worthless before a dog previously. The Sky said that a Super Saiyan is a transformation of the Saiyans. After transformation, their strength is directly multiplied by 50. This means that the power one possesses after transforming into a Super Saiyan is assessed based on their regular strength prior to transformation. If this mysterious boy is so young and lacks sufficient strength in his normal state, then even if he becomes a Super Saiyan, he may not be able to contend with Frieza. Regardless of who might win, neither of them are the protagonists. They merely serve as the precursors to the androids. The powerful beings across the realms are curious about how the mysterious boy and Frieza will bring forth the androids. Due to the appearance of another Super Saiyan, Vegeta could no longer restrain himself and flew directly to the battlefield. The one who previously stated he could not fly is now the first to take flight. The others followed closely behind and quickly arrived at the battlefield. At this moment, the mysterious boy stood and scathed against Frieza's relentless barrage of attacks. Even the blows from Frieza, which were 10 times more powerful than those that had destroyed Namek, were effortlessly blocked by the mysterious boy with a single hand. Indeed, Frieza's attacks appeared utterly impotent before the mysterious boy. In contrast, the mysterious boy, having evaded Frieza's assault, positioned himself atop a cliff behind Frieza. He launched an attack towards Frieza, who leapt to evade. Yet, this was merely a ruse. At the moment Frieza leaped, the mysterious boy unsheathed the sword from his back, raising it high. By the time Frieza realized what was happening, it was already too late. With his sword raised, the mysterious boy struck down towards Frieza. In a world such as this, one would expect him to utter phrases like certain victory or dragon-slaying sword, or perhaps something like cut in two or Rui divine sword. Upon hearing the words of the Sky, both Xiaodu from the Dragon Fighter world and Dottie from the Light Bearer world twitched their lips. How could the Sky steal their lines? Under the weight of the mysterious boy's strike, Frieza was cleaved in two. Subsequently, the mysterious boy swung his sword again, slicing Frieza into several pieces. Then, he unleashed an energy attack that obliterated Frieza's remnants into mere dust. The illustrious Cosmic Emperor did not perish at the hands of Sun Wukong. Instead, he was vanquished with such ease by a mysterious boy. On the planet where Frieza resided, the bewildered Frieza was utterly dumbfounded. What is happening? He, the Cosmic Emperor Frieza, did not die on Namek. Yet here he was, killed so easily on this insignificant little planet? Is this for real? He is the Cosmic Emperor. Is this conclusion not too hasty? Within Vegeta's spaceship, Vegeta, too, gaped in disbelief at the Sky. While he felt elated at Frieza's demise, the mysterious boy's display of power left him astounded. Who exactly is this mysterious boy? Killing Frieza seemed as effortless as slaying a chicken. His strength surpasses that of Kakarot. How could such a Saiyan exist? This level of power should rightfully belong to him. The Saiyan Prince. Across the myriad realms, a wave of discussion ensued. Zhang Chulanwao? This mysterious boy is incredibly powerful. He dispatched Frieza with such ease. Zhang Chulan. His strength exceeds that of Sun Wukong. Hiwaki Ichigo. But that is Frieza, the final boss from the last ranking. Hiwaki Ichigo. In this ranking, he is reduced to mere fodder. Duan Mu Yen. Indeed, an outdated boss is inferior to a dog. After a new version is released, the old bosses fade into irrelevance, becoming mere ants. Countless strong beings express their sentiments. Every calamity in the Dragon Ball world is far more formidable than the last. In the first calamity, Piccolo Daimaō was immensely powerful, ruling over the entire Earth. Yet, in the subsequent calamity, he and Sun Wukong barely managed to defeat Raditz. And Raditz was merely a subordinate of Vegeta, his strength not even a tenth of Vegeta's. Such a formidable Vegeta was merely a subordinate of Frieza, and not even the strongest one at that. The gap in strength between him and Frieza was even greater. Now, it was Frieza's turn. This final boss from the previous ranking, the Cosmic Emperor, was slain the moment he made his entrance in this ranking. Moreover, the androids have yet to appear. This implies that they were all mistaken. Frieza was not a catalyst for the androids at all. Without even a shadow of the androids, Frieza has been cut down. The final boss from the previous ranking, the Great Cosmic Emperor, does not even qualify to serve as a precursor in this ranking. What a lamentable situation. It can only be said that the strength within the Dragon Ball world is truly overwhelming. This realization left countless powerful beings immensely relieved. Although they have faced numerous enemies, each one more formidable than the last, none have exhibited the staggering disparity found in the Dragon Ball world. Each calamity within the Dragon Ball universe presents foes of an absurdly vast magnitude. After defeating Frieza, the mysterious boy approached Frieza's father, King Cold. Regarding the death of his son, King Cold seemed rather unfazed. He even extended an invitation, asking the mysterious boy to become his godson. Of course, the mysterious boy declined. Then King Cold requested to see the mysterious boy's sword. The mysterious boy tossed the sword to King Cold. Upon receiving the sword, King Cold no longer pretended. He believed that the mysterious boy's ability to effortlessly kill Frieza was due to this sword. Without it, the mysterious boy would pose no threat. However, King Cold soon learned what it truly meant that weapons hold little power in the Dragon Ball world. Holding the sword, King Cold looked toward the mysterious boy, but his attack was easily deflected. Next, the mysterious boy unleashed an energy beam that pierced through King Cold's body. Despite King Cold's pleas for mercy, the mysterious boy remained unmoved, delivering another energy beam that promptly ended King Cold's life. Following this, he turned and destroyed Frieza's spaceship. Thus, the revenge forces Frieza brought to Earth were effortlessly dismantled by the mysterious boy. The mysterious youth displayed a remarkable prowess, leaving Vegeta and the others utterly astonished. Chapter 94. Is this not a rave in Vegeta's danger zone? After resolving the threats posed by Frieza and others, the mysterious youth returned to his usual demeanor and turned to face Vegeta and the rest. He expressed his intention to greet Sun Wukong and inquired whether they would accompany him. In the presence of Vegeta and his companions, the mysterious youth appeared exceedingly gentle and amiable, a stark contrast to his earlier decisive and lethal demeanor. Upon hearing the youth's words, Vegeta and the others were filled with curiosity, perplexed by how he knew the time and place of Sun Wukong's arrival. Nevertheless, they decided to follow the mysterious youth. Subsequently, he led them to a vast plain, stating that Sun Wukong would arrive there in 3 hours. While awaiting Sun Wukong's arrival, despite numerous questions posed by Bulma and Vegeta, the mysterious youth remained silent, deepening their intrigue regarding his identity. 3 hours later, Vegeta and the others sensed Sun Wukong's energy approaching their location, confirming the youth's assertions. Sun Wukong descended in his spaceship, landing not far from Vegeta and the others, prompting them to rush toward him. Soon, they beheld a spherical spacecraft nestled within a large crater. As the hatch opened, a figure emerged, none other than Sun Wukong. Upon seeing Sun Wukong after a year of separation, Son Gohan, Krillin, and the others were filled with joy. However, Sun Wukong was perplexed, unaware of how they had known he would land there. The mysterious youth approached Sun Wukong, indicating he had something to discuss, but only between the two of them. They moved to a distance where the mysterious youth requested Sun Wukong to transform into a Super Saiyan. Although unsure of the youth's intentions, Sun Wukong complied, having mastered the transformation after rigorous training. Upon Sun Wukong's transformation into a Super Saiyan, The mysterious youth also transformed. The sight of two Super Saiyans before Vegeta surely stirred a tempest of emotions within him. Thankfully, Sun Wukong and the mysterious youth were not inclined to provoke Vegeta. Unlike the mischievous sixth member who would undoubtedly flaunt such transformations to incite him. The mere thought of such antics evoked a twitch at the corners of many powerful beings' eyes. The audacity required to engage in such provocations was indeed remarkable. Those familiar with the past knew well how deeply Vegeta was enthralled by the Super Saiyan legend, especially after witnessing Sun Wukong's transformation and realizing it was no mere fable. For someone like Vegeta, a Saiyan prince unable to transform, to witness a lower-class warrior like Sun Wukong achieve Super Saiyan status was already a strain on his composure. If he were to witness constant transformations before him, it would be akin to reveling in a rave within his danger zone. Fortunately, Sun Wukong and the mysterious youth were not of such a nature. Otherwise, Vegeta might have been driven to the brink of fury. Yet, if such a scenario were to unfold, it would undoubtedly be a spectacle to behold. Those with a mischievous disposition lamented this missed opportunity, for they would have relished the chance to enact such a plan. After both transformed into Super Saiyans, the mysterious youth launched an attack at Sun Wukong. However, Sun Wukong remained unmoved, and the youth's blade halted before him. The mysterious youth inquired why Sun Wukong did not evade, to which Sun Wukong replied that he sensed no intent to kill. The youth then declared that he would not hold back any longer. Sun Wukong nodded and extended a single finger, enveloped in energy. Regardless of the youth's onslaught, Sun Wukong effortlessly blocked every attack with that solitary finger. Strikes capable of vanquishing Frieza multiple times posed no threat to Sun Wukong's fingertip. Witnessing this, Vegeta and the others understood that Sun Wukong had grown even stronger. This implied that, even without the intervention of the mysterious youth, Frieza's revenge would falter. At most, he could eliminate the inhabitants of Earth before Sun Wukong's return, only to be swiftly dispatched by an enraged Sun Wukong. Thus, Frieza's attempts at vengeance would amount to nothing more than a farcical endeavor. He imagined that his enhancements as mechanical Frieza, accompanied by reinforcements, would ensure his success. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that Sun Wukong's power had surged even more significantly. This notion resonated with countless beings across dimensions. Indeed, the mysterious youth could effortlessly defeat Frieza but could not harm Sun Wukong, even with a single finger. Although he did not unleash his full might, Sun Wukong had not done so either. Sun Wukong's strength undoubtedly surpassed that of the mysterious youth. If Frieza was incapable of overcoming the youth, he stood no chance against Sun Wukong. The disparity in their strengths was even greater than during their previous encounter on Namek. Therefore, Frieza's revenge was destined for failure. After exchanging several blows, the mysterious youth ceased his assault. He acknowledged Sun Wukong as a trustworthy individual and expressed his willingness to reveal the truth. The youth warned that a terrifying duo would emerge in 3 years, created by Dr. Gero, the scientist of the Red Ribbon Army. Although the army was dismantled by Sun Wukong, Dr. Gero survived and continued his research, ultimately succeeding in creating androids. On Snakeway, Sun Wukong recalled the Red Ribbon Army, the very organization he had obliterated. He remembered the encounters while searching for the Dragon Balls and how he had nearly fallen to the assassin Tao Pai Pai, only to later defeat him after training atop Karen Tower. Unexpectedly, these androids were linked to the Red Ribbon Army. He recalled meeting an android named Number 8 during his time with the army, who, despite being a creation of the Red Ribbon Army, possessed a kind heart. He had affectionately named him Xiao Ba. Thus, could it be that Xiao Ba was also a creation of Dr. Gero? Was he the prototype for the androids? Chapter 95, Vegeta, my son? Beerus was alarmed. In the temple, the mention of the Red Ribbon Army, the nefarious organization vanquished by Wukong, stirred memories. It was astonishing to think that remnants of the Red Ribbon Army would rise again. Yamcha and Krillin also recalled the Red Ribbon Army, recalling how they had rushed to aid Sun Wukong during his solo assault on the organization, only to find that he had already dismantled it single-handedly. They could never have anticipated that this organization, long believed to be eradicated, would still have individuals daring to stir up trouble. Moreover, the magnitude of their actions was astonishing. How could that Dr. Gua create androids even stronger than Frieza? How did he accomplish such a feat? Klin lamented, Son Goku, had we foreseen this unfolding? We should have investigated the entire organization alongside you from the very beginning. Yamcha echoed, indeed, when the Red Ribbon Army scattered in chaos. We should not have allowed them to escape. Son Goku replied, I, too, am taken aback by these developments. In fact, I once battled an android from the Red Ribbon Army. He continued, however, we later became friends. What? You fought an android long ago? Clint exclaimed. Yes. His name is Xiaoba. He referred to himself as Android number 8. Android number 8 remarked, Son Goku, it's been a while. Goku responded, so it was you. Xiaoba, were you created by that Dr. Gua? Indeed, replied Android number 8. Duan Muyin contemplated. So, Dr. Gua's research and manufacturing of androids began long ago? She continued. His technological advancements have been remarkably rapid. The androids he initially produced could only contend with the young Son Goku. Yet, the ones he creates now surpass even Frieza. Sinan expressed regret. With such technology, wouldn't it be better to benefit humanity? It's truly a shame that such a genius has fallen. Countless individuals mourned Dr. Gua's decline, especially the Earthlings of the Dragon Ball world. If only Dr. Gua could contribute to humanity, his abilities would undoubtedly elevate their quality of life, akin to the invention of the universal capsule. Alas, a brilliant scientist has succumbed to darkness. In a certain valley on Earth, an elderly man with white hair gazed at the sky, his face brimming with excitement and joy. He was none other than Dr. Gua. Although his research on androids remained incomplete, he firmly believed in his eventual success. The content displayed in the sky validated his conviction. In the future, he would indeed triumph. He could hardly wait to showcase the androids he had created, stronger than the cosmic tyrant Frieza. A mysterious youth informed Son Goku that Dr. Gua's creation of androids was intended to exact revenge on him. However, Dr. Gua ultimately fell at the hands of the very androids he had crafted. The youth possessed this knowledge because he hailed from the future, having traversed time via time machine. His ability to transform into a Super Saiyan stemmed from the fact that his father was Vegeta. Inside a spaceship, Vegeta was taken aback. My son. This boy is my son. He had long been curious about the identity of this enigmatic youth. He could not fathom how there could be a Saiyan who surpassed him, especially when both of the surpassing Saiyans bore bloodlines inferior to his own. He felt a mix of disbelief and resentment. Now, he was being told that this mysterious youth was indeed his offspring? How could that be? With whom had he procreated? Surely no female Saiyans remained alive. Could it be that he had fathered a child with a woman from another planet? Or, heaven forbid, a woman from Earth? At that moment, Vegeta's emotions were tumultuous. On one hand, he learned that he would have a son in the future. On the other, this son had surpassed him. The father had yet to achieve the Super Saiyan transformation, while his son had already done so. What did this signify? Was it the pupil surpassing the master? In West City, Bulma mused, Vegeta's son? I wonder which unfortunate woman will bear that child. As long as it's not me, I'm fine. She couldn't help but feel sympathy for the mysterious youth's mother, pondering which unfortunate woman would bear a child with Vegeta. Zhang Chulan remarked, this is quite the revelation. This mysterious youth is Vegeta's son, having traveled through time from the future? He added, setting aside the issue of Vegeta's son, is it possible to create a time machine? The existence of such technology has stunned countless individuals in a modern setting. In their world, time machines are merely theoretical, and the prospect of inventing one seems perpetually unattainable. Yet, on the Earth of the Dragon Ball world, it has already been realized. This indicates that the technological advancements in the Dragon Ball world surpass their wildest imaginations, boasting black technologies like the universal capsule and time machines. It is indeed astonishing. Moreover, the existence of androids that surpass even the cosmic emperor Frieza is also a product of Earth scientists. It is no wonder that the sky proclaimed Earth technology to be unrivaled in the universe. If they could acquire the technological prowess of the Dragon Ball world's Earth, they would be confident in transforming their own Earth into the greatest in the cosmos. Xiangpa exclaimed, Beerus, you're finished. Time travel is forbidden. Yet those from your seventh universe engage in such prohibited activities. Upon reading Xiangpa's commentary, Beerus refrained from retorting. Cold sweat dripped down his face, filled with trepidation. As Xiangpa stated, time travel is indeed prohibited due to the consequential issues it may cause. While private matters may be overlooked, they must not be brought to light. As the saying goes, some matters are not measured until they weigh 1,000 pounds. Now, it was not merely a matter of weighing. The entire multiverse was aware. Should the Omni King become enraged, both he and the entire seventh universe would face annihilation. What? This is an event from the future? How could I be held accountable for that? Would the Omni King truly care? Chapter 96. Son Goku's heart condition is uncommon, Lord Beerus. Your current course of action is to seek forgiveness from the Omni King. Just as Beerus was in a state of panic, Whis interjected. Yes, you are right, Whis. Beerus declared, Omni King, dear Omni King, please pardon me. I assure you this will not happen again. At this moment, Beerus could only plead for forgiveness from the Omni King, hoping to secure his pardon. The notion of feigning ignorance would only hasten his demise. As he awaited the Omni King's response, cold sweat streamed down Beerus's face, as he had not felt such anxiety in ages. This was a pivotal moment for his destiny. Observing Beerus's panic and fear, those aware of his identity were equally astonished. After all, this was the destroyer god Beerus. What kind of terrifying existence could instill such fear in him? The Omni King responded, It's all right. This is quite entertaining. Upon receiving the Omni King's reply, Beerus breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the Omni King did not hold him accountable, everything could be negotiated. As for the prohibition against time travel and the subsequent penalties for breaking the rules, the Omni King embodies the rules. If he permits it, then even the most forbidden matters become permissible. He stated that it was not permissible. Thus, even matters that could be deemed acceptable were rendered unacceptable. Observing Bylus, who appeared to have exhaled in relief while wiping cold sweat from his brow, Whis offered a slight smile, seemingly having anticipated such an outcome. Indeed, Whis had foreseen this development. The appearance of the celestial curtain intrigued the Omni King and the Grand Minister, as they had grown weary from their prolonged confinement within the Omni King's palace. The emergence of such an intriguing phenomenon naturally piqued their interest. Furthermore, the events unfolding upon the celestial curtain provided diversion for these two dignitaries. Therefore, the Omni King would not obliterate the entire seventh universe simply due to the transgressions of its inhabitants displayed upon the celestial curtain. The occurrences therein brought amusement to the Omni King, thus serving as a safeguard against annihilation. The mysterious youth revealed to Suin Wukong that he was Trankus and would be born in 3 years. His purpose in traversing time was to inform Suin Wukong about the androids. During the battle 3 years hence, his father, Vegeta, Uncle Kellen, Uncle Bike, Uncle Yamcha, and others would perish. Moreover, Suin Guofan, who was both his elder brother and mentor in combat, would also meet his demise, leaving Trankus utterly alone. Upon hearing this, Suin Wukong was momentarily stunned and hastily inquired further. Trankus disclosed that he would not partake in the battle, as he would soon succumb to a viral heart disease. This revelation left Suin Wukong in a state of shock. He felt a sense of injustice, lamenting that he would die without having fought the androids. Fortunately, Trankus assured him that a miraculous cure for heart disease had been developed in the future and even provided Suin Wukong with the remedy, both of which were inventions of his mother. Relieved by the acquisition of the antidote, Suin Wukong felt a sense of ease wash over him. Many engaged in debates often cited Suin Wukong's heart condition as evidence of his inadequacy, questioning how a true warrior could fall ill. They argued that his prowess was inferior to that of the denizens of the pirate world or the Naruto universe. In truth, Suin Wukong's affliction was no ordinary ailment. He was afflicted by a virus specifically engineered by the Galactic Patrol to target Saiyans. If not for such deliberate malice, how could one with Suin Wukong's strength possibly fall ill? Moreover, most toxins would be ineffective against him. Thus, if posed with the dilemma of choosing between Suin Wukong's strength and a fortune of 100 million, any hesitation would be a profound disrespect to Suin Wukong. As for those who claimed they could vanquish Suin Wukong, it was indeed possible, for the destruction of Earth would suffice. Yet, how many worlds possess the capability to achieve such an end? As for employing poison or biochemical weaponry, such tactics would be futile. Toxins potent enough to obliterate entire civilizations would hold no power over Saiyans. Otherwise, why would the Galactic Patrol develop a virus specifically targeting them? Upon learning of the Galactic Patrol's targeted virus against Saiyans, Vegeta's gaze turned frigid. It appeared that a visit to the Galactic Patrol was warranted. Meanwhile, chaos reigned at the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Countless officers gazed at the Celestial Curtain, unable to suppress their bitter smiles. Celestial Curtain, why must you expose our schemes against the Saiyans? They lamented. The formidable figures from the pirate world and the Naruto universe, such as Zhanghua, Kapu, Xuanwamingren, and Uchiha Zuji, expressed their disbelief, asserting they were ill-equipped to contend with Suin Wukong. Who among them would dare to claim superiority over him? With their limited skills, Suin Wukong could easily defeat them with minimal effort. For those residing in a modern setting who also suffered from heart disease, the miraculous cure was a coveted treasure, far more precious than the Senza beans. Regrettably, they were unable to obtain it, left only to gaze longingly at the celestial curtain. Upon realizing that Trankus' mother was the inventor of the time machine and the miraculous cure, Suin Wukong speculated about her identity. She is over there, Trankus pointed into the distance. His suspicion was confirmed, and Suin Wukong was taken aback, collapsing to the ground in astonishment. It is indeed Bulma. Trankus was indicating none other than Bulma, the only woman among Vegeta and the others. Suin Wukong had presumed Bulma would end up with Yamcha, never imagining she would choose Vegeta instead. Trankus explained that Bulma had parted ways with Yamcha due to his notorious infidelity. Subsequently, she encountered the equally lonely Vegeta, and their mutual attraction blossomed. However, they did not marry, as both were too proud to propose to one another. In Chapter 97, the Celestial Curtain revealed Trankus' shocking revelation, leaving those acquainted with Bulma utterly stunned. Suin Wukong, Kellen, Yamcha, and others, who had long known Bulma, could hardly fathom that she would end up with Vegeta. The mysterious boy on the Celestial Curtain was, in fact, their son. In the temple, Yamcha stood in disbelief. He was currently Bulma's boyfriend. And now he learned that in the future, they had separated, and she was with Vegeta, bearing his child. How could he possibly bear such news? Do not be disheartened, Yamcha, Kellen comforted him. Trankus said it was because you were too unfaithful. Was Bulma to blame? Certainly not. The fault lay squarely with Yamcha himself for his infidelity. I will never be unfaithful again. Yamcha resolved to amend his ways, determined not to let Bulma be taken from him by Vegeta. And she do, at Bulma's home, she exclaimed, "What? That unfortunate woman is me." She had previously pondered which unfortunate woman would bear a child with Vegeta, only to realize that she was that very woman. This revelation was akin to her declaring to Vegeta, "Yes, we have a son." It was utterly mind-boggling. She could not comprehend how she would end up with Vegeta in the future. Due to Yamcha's infidelity, she had parted ways with him and encountered the equally lonely Vegeta. This scenario was difficult for her to envision. Nonetheless, she mused, her son was quite handsome. Gazing at Trankus on the celestial curtain, a wave of maternal love surged within her. Is this truly my son? He is quite handsome. On Vegeta's spacecraft, he pondered. Bulma? This woman is the mother of my son. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. In a previous inventory, he had encountered Bulma. Although her role was minimal, he still recalled her. Naturally, he harbored no interest in her. Yet, he was now informed that this woman would bear his child in the future. That imbecile Kakalot had offspring with a woman from Earth, and he too would follow suit. What allure did these Earth women possess that captivated both him and Kakalot? At this moment, Vegeta's emotions were rather complex. Had anyone told him he would have a child with an Earth woman, he would have undoubtedly delivered a sound thrashing to dissuade such nonsensical talk. However, now he had clarified one matter. Why was Trunks able to transform into a Super Saiyan at such a young age? It was unclear why offspring of Saiyans and Earth women possessed such formidable talents. Kakalot's son, Suin Wukong, was a prime example. Since Trunks was the progeny of himself and Bulma, the Earth woman, it was only logical that he too would be gifted. Thus, his ability to achieve the Super Saiyan form at such a tender age was hardly surprising. Would I perish at the hands of the androids in the future? Now that I am aware of this, I am bound to grow stronger and ensure that such a fate does not manifest. Vegeta did not realize that his current thought process had already aligned with that of the Z warriors. Even before arriving on Earth, he was contemplating matters that awaited him there. Trunks implored Suin Wukong not to disclose his identity to those involved. Should his parents learn of this matter and deliberately avoid it, he would cease to exist. Suin Wukong acquiesced. After discussing the androids, Suin Wukong returned to Vegeta and the others, while Trunks prepared to return to the future via the time machine. He would reappear when the androids manifested 3 years hence. Following Trunks' departure, Suin Wukong pondered how to convey this information. Pike remarked that this matter was of great significance and should indeed be addressed. Possessing superior hearing compared to the others, Pike had overheard the conversation between Suin Wukong and Trunks. This caused Suin Wukong to feel a sense of apprehension, fearing that Pike might inadvertently reveal Trunks' identity. Yet, Pike, of course, would not act so foolishly. He concealed Trunks' identity while informing them of the impending arrival of the androids in 3 years. Upon learning that such a formidable enemy would emerge in the future, the warriors resolved to train diligently during this interval. At that moment, Ma proposed a solution. They could summon the dragon to wish for the whereabouts of Dr. Gero. They could deal with him before he had a chance to create the androids. This plan was indeed commendable, yet it was ultimately dismissed. Both Sun Wukong and Vegeta, as Saiyans, yearned for the chance to battle a powerful adversary. Meanwhile, Kellen quietly informed Ma that the reason they had gathered was due to the emergence of an even mightier foe. If they resolved Dr. Gero's fate prematurely, thereby preventing the androids from coming into existence, it could lead to unforeseen consequences. While Pike might handle it well, it was uncertain what Vegeta might do. Kellen's assertion encapsulated a simple truth. How does one transform erstwhile enemies into allies? It is through the appearance of a common, more formidable enemy. The prior emergence of Frieza had compelled Bihar to ally with Sun Wufan and others, and now the impending androids would deepen their camaraderie. Duan Yin expressed her agreement with Ma's proposal, stating that if they could prevent the androids from appearing, there was no reason to permit their existence. While she acknowledged Kellen's reasoning regarding the unification against a stronger enemy, she still favored Ma's suggestion to eliminate Dr. Gero before he could produce the androids. As for how to transform foes into friends, that was not her concern. Kellen interjected, suggesting that since they were now aware of the situation, they ought to act on Ma's proposal and deal with Dr. Gero. His suggestion plunged the Z warriors into silence. Indeed, if they neglected Dr. Gero, the androids would eventually materialize in reality. Even though this was still a year away from the Saiyan invasion, it was prudent to prepare in advance. The dilemma remained. While they chose to reject the notion of preemptively addressing Dr. Gero, how would they proceed in reality? In a certain valley on Earth, Dr. Gero panicked at the thought of Sun Wukong and his companions choosing to eliminate him in advance. He had indeed created formidable androids in the future, which filled him with satisfaction. However, the issue at hand was that he had yet to produce them. He was still engrossed in their research. If Sun Wukong and the warriors opted to resolve his fate prematurely, he could not realize his ambitions. The crux of the matter was that he could not fend them off. Dr. Gero fervently hoped they would behave as their counterparts in the sky had, refraining from resolving his fate prematurely. Sun Wukong exclaimed, "Kellen, I genuinely wish to battle these androids." He added, "Moreover, Dr. Gero has not yet created the androids. Does it not seem somewhat inappropriate to eliminate him?" His sentiments found resonance among many. It was akin to preemptively punishing someone for a crime they had yet to commit. Was that truly just? Most would argue it was not, considering that this individual had not yet committed any offense. Naturally, some disagreed, believing that with foreknowledge of future events, it was imperative to take preventive measures. Yet, they were mere observers. The decision ultimately lay with those directly involved. Vegeta scoffed him. "Kakaluot, I concur with your perspective." He continued, "We Saiyans do not fear formidable foes. Furthermore, this android dares to kill me. I shall exact my revenge." Tianjin Fan affirmed, "Indeed, as warriors, we must not cower before powerful opponents." Pike interjected, "Humph. What android? I am eager to ascertain just how strong these androids truly are." The Z warriors collectively rebuffed the notion of preemptively dealing with Dr. Gero. To act out of fear of the androids by eliminating Dr. Gero would signify a loss of the spirit to challenge the strong, which was detrimental to their growth as warriors. Observing the consensus against his suggestion, Kellen remained silent, having merely posed the idea. Meanwhile, Dr. Gero exhaled a sigh of relief as the Z warriors opted against preemptively resolving his fate. A cold smile crept upon his face. "You fools are indeed overconfident. Very well, I shall provide you with a satisfactory response and ensure that you perish at the hands of my androids." Dr. Gero envisioned the scene of his creations wreaking havoc, yet he conveniently overlooked the prophecy that he too would meet his demise at their hands. Pike then relayed the time and location of the androids' emergence. They could convene at the designated place 3 years hence. Following the discussion about the androids, Kellen and the others expressed great curiosity about how Sun Wukong had managed to escape from Namek. Sun Wukong informed them that during that time, he had believed his demise was imminent. However, in a moment of despair, he suddenly witnessed a spherical spacecraft plummeting before his eyes. He hastily pursued it, entered, and randomly pressed several buttons. Subsequently, the spacecraft transported him to a planet named Yadle Detexing. Vegeta realized that this vessel belonged to the Ginyu Force, originally intended for an assault on Yadlatexing. Hence the route to the planet was already programmed within. Vegeta further noted that although the inhabitants of Yadlatexing were not particularly powerful, they possessed certain unique abilities. Given Sun Wukong's nature, it was inconceivable that he would return empty-handed. Sun Wukong scratched his head and admitted that he had indeed learned a technique known as instant transmission. This technique requires one to sense another person's energy, allowing for instantaneous travel to their side. As long as one can perceive the energy, the distance is irrelevant. One can arrive in an instant. Sun Wukong demonstrated this by vanishing from his original spot and reappearing suddenly. He wore a pair of sunglasses. Having taken Master Roshi's shades upon his arrival at the Kame house, the ability to arrive instantly, regardless of distance, is truly a divine technique. Countless formidable beings across the multiverse marvel at instant transmission. This skill transcends the realm of mere speed. It is a mastery of space itself. In realms of fantasy or martial prowess, such an ability would necessitate profound understanding of spatial laws. Zhang Chulan remarked that with the acquisition of instant transmission, Sun Wukong would possess no weaknesses. Even if adversaries obliterated Earth, he could escape to other planets without perishing in the void of space. Zhang Chulan's commentary resonated with others, as it highlighted the Saiyans' greatest vulnerability, their inability to survive in outer space. Despite this flaw, even against foes weaker than themselves, they could not evade destruction if their enemies sought mutual annihilation. While achieving mutual destruction may be difficult in other worlds, in the Dragon Ball universe, there are many powerful beings capable of planetary destruction. Yet, with instant transmission, Sun Wukong's vulnerability would no longer hinder him. Even if his enemies destroyed a planet, he could flee to another. Naturally, he might be the sole survivor, but at least he would endure. Reflecting on his battle with Frieza, had he possessed this technique then, he could have effortlessly returned to Earth. With this skill, even when faced with insurmountable foes, he could escape, returning for vengeance once he had grown stronger. It can be said that after mastering instant transmission, Sun Wukong gained an additional avenue of retreat. Subsequently, the warriors returned to their respective homes to prepare for the upcoming android battle in 3 years. Sun Wukong invited Piccolo to train with him at his home, to which Piccolo agreed. Vegeta, on the other hand, returned to Bulma's residence, requesting her father to construct a gravity chamber. He asserted that since Kakarot had trained under 100 times Earth's gravity, he would train under 300 times. High-gravity training is no easy task, and Vegeta's singular focus on surpassing Sun Wukong made him increasingly impatient. The more impatient he became, the more problems arose during his training. On several occasions, Vegeta suffered injuries and fell into unconsciousness due to overtraining, with Bulma caring for him during his comatose state. Those familiar with romantic dramas know that when a female protagonist tends to a male counterpart, it often leads to unexpected developments. It was during this time that Trunks was conceived. Soon, 3 years passed. Sun Wukong and the others gathered early at the designated location for the android's appearance. With the exception of Vegeta and Kaiatsu, all other warriors assembled, and Bulma arrived carrying an infant. While others were puzzled by the baby, Sun Wukong recognized him and playfully interacted with the infant, even calling him by name, which intrigued Bulma, who wondered how he knew her son's name. Sun Wukong laughed off the question. The group then prepared to search for the androids. As androids are essentially robots devoid of energy, they could not be detected through energy sensing, necessitating a physical search. Unfortunately for Yamcha, he was the first to encounter an android. He faced a pale-skinned android, who easily overpowered him and pierced his body. One could only say that Yamcha was indeed unfortunate. He consistently fell short in martial tournaments and contributed little during battles against King Piccolo. During the Saiyan invasion, he was killed by a Cyberman before even engaging with the Saiyans, rendering him a mere spectator during the Namek saga. Now, he was once again the first to be eliminated. It can be said that Yamcha has had very few moments of glory, and he truly has it tough. In the temple, listening to the narration from the celestial screen, Yamcha's lips twitched uncontrollably. Initially, he had not felt it, but now, hearing the narrative, he realized just how unfortunate he truly was. He was the first to find the android, but ended up gravely injured by them. There was nothing more to say. He probably would not shine in this battle against the androids either. Beside him, Yamcha and Krillin were at a loss for how to console him, given that both had experienced their own moments of glory. Krillin had nearly single-handedly defeated Nappa and come close to besting Frieza, while Tien Shinhan had at least managed to hold off King Piccolo and had fought against the Saiyans. Thus, they genuinely did not know how to sympathize with Yamcha, finding it impossible to relate to his plight. In the valley, Dr. Gero stared at the celestial screen in astonishment. He recognized the android displayed. It was him. Had he transformed himself into an android in the future? How intriguing. Bulma also recognized Dr. Gero. Wait a moment, this android looks a bit familiar. I feel like I've seen him somewhere. I remember now. He is Dr. Gero, exclaimed Bulma. What? Are you serious, Bulma? He is Dr. Gero? Krillin replied in shock. Yes, Dr. Gero is a renowned scientist. I once saw him in a magazine, Bulma confirmed. Indeed, it's him. So, he transformed himself into an android? Piccolo remarked. Transforming oneself into an android, Dr. Gero is truly mad, said Duanmu. Zhang Chulan added, humans have their limits. Thus, he chose not to be human anymore. Hey, you're stealing Daio's lines, shouted Jotaro Kujo. Kaido exclaimed, wow, I wish I could be transformed by him too. Wouldn't that make me invincible? With Kaido's comment, countless others realized that indeed, this android was even more powerful than the cosmic Emperor Frieza. If they could be transformed into androids by Dr. Gero, they would instantly gain formidable strength. Who could resist such an alluring prospect of power? Especially for those of ordinary strength, they fantasized that if they could be transformed into artificial beings, they would instantly dominate the entire world. On the planet where Frieza resides, there is an old man who has undergone modifications and has become stronger than me. As the Emperor of the universe, Frieza finds it hard to contain his frustration. Here he is, the illustrious universe Emperor Frieza, yet he is outdone by the enhancements of an old man from Earth. Isn't that a bit absurd? However, it seems that after his defeat by Sun Wukong, he also underwent modifications. Yet, the modified version of him was swiftly eliminated by Trunks. In contrast, this Earth old man's enhancements grant him greater power. What does this indicate? It suggests that the scientists under his command are utterly incompetent, unable to surpass even a mere Earthling. Should he travel to Earth and recruit this Dr. Gero into his service? Yet, it appears he is unable to defeat Sun Wukong on Earth. Frieza is quite vexed, albeit lacking the necessary attributes for such feelings. Yamcha was severely injured by the android number 20, but fortunately, his companions sensed his dwindling energy and rushed to his aid. After consuming a Senzabine, Yamcha recovered from his injuries. Sun Wukong and the others gazed at android number 20 when suddenly another android appeared. This new android, a rotund figure known as Android No. 19, sought to eliminate Sun Wukong upon sighting him. Sun Wukong intended to change the battlefield, but Android No. 20 deemed it unnecessary and proceeded to annihilate the entire city they occupied. In an instant, the city was reduced to rubble, with both buildings and inhabitants turned to dust. Subsequently, Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan, ready to engage in battle. Yet, Android number 20 refrained from attacking and instead sent Android number 19 into the fray. The strength of the androids is indeed formidable, possessing the unique ability to absorb energy. Android number 19 drained a significant portion of Sun Wukong's energy, placing him at a disadvantage. Soon after, Sun Wukong clutched his chest in agony, his expression twisted in pain, as he reverted from his Super Saiyan form. Witnessing this, Piccolo quickly deduced the situation. He turned to Sun Wukong's son, Sun Wufan, and inquired whether his father had taken the special medicine. Sun Wufan explained that since his father's condition had always been stable, with no heart issues manifesting, the special medicine had remained untouched. Now, Sun Wukong's heart condition had flared up. Duanmu remarked, by the way, does the special medicine have any efficacy if taken when the heart condition has not yet manifested? Duanmu questioned whether it was similar to cold medicine. Only effective when one is actually suffering from a cold. Shinon suggested it might be the case, indicating that since Sun Wukong had not experienced any heart problems over the past 3 years, the medicine was pointless. Xiao Tian observed that it was indeed unfortunate that his heart condition flared up at this moment. Dagu agreed, noting the timing was particularly cruel, as it chose to manifest now rather than earlier or later. Zhang Chulan proposed the possibility that Sun Wukong's heart condition might have been triggered by the intense battles he had endured. Chapter 100, Galactic Patrol. Come forward and account for yourselves. Upon reading Zhang Chulan's comment, countless individuals across the realms nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is quite plausible that Sun Wukong's heart condition arose due to the fierce combat he had faced. For 3 years, he had experienced no episodes. as he was merely training and not truly engaging in battle. Now that he is in combat, his heart could no longer withstand the strain, leading to his current predicament. The pressing concern is that in the midst of battle, Sun Wukong's heart condition has incapacitated him. Does this not leave him vulnerable to his foes? Clint recalled that the Galactic Patrol had previously mentioned that Sun Wukong's heart condition was a result of a specialized virus targeting him. Clint exclaimed that this was utterly outrageous. Yamcha echoed his sentiments, questioning who Sun Wukong had offended to deserve such suffering while others, like Vegeta, remained unscathed. Tianjin Fan wondered if there were any Galactic Patrol members present to provide an explanation. Piccolo acknowledged that while the virus was not specifically aimed at Sun Wukong, but rather at Saiyans in general, it was indeed peculiar that only he had contracted it, while Vegeta had not. It seemed they regarded Sun Wukong as an easy target. As friends of Sun Wukong, Klin and the others harbored great disdain for the Galactic Patrol. Had the patrol targeted Vegeta, they would have accepted it without protest. But why single out Sun Wukong? What had he done to deserve this? If the Galactic Patrol did not provide an explanation, they would not hold back in their response. What is the Galactic Patrol compared to Frieza? They dared to provoke Frieza and yet tremble before the Galactic Patrol? Within the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol, the faces of the officers turned pale. How could they have anticipated that their virus, meant for Saiyans, would ensnare Sun Wukong? Moreover, Sun Wukong's companions were now demanding an explanation. In the past, they would have dismissed the concerns of an insignificant inhabitant from a peripheral planet, believing no one would dare threaten them. After all, they were the law enforcement of the entire galaxy. Yet, they now realized that this seemingly trivial Earth was quite extraordinary. Not only does it boast unparalleled technological advancements, but its warriors also possess astonishing power. Take Sun Wukong, the Super Saiyan who grew up on Earth, as an example. Even those warriors of Earth descent are formidable. If they did not provide an explanation, they genuinely feared repercussions from these warriors, who they could not withstand. Reluctantly, they decided to send a representative to offer an apology. Gakko addressed the Earth's warriors, expressing sincere apologies for the oversight on their part. He assured them that the events occurring in the cosmic realm would not transpire in reality. He firmly stated that Mr. Sun Wukong would not suffer from a heart condition nor be afflicted by a virus. To demonstrate their contrition, the Galactic Patrol would dispatch a representative to Earth bearing a valuable gift. Observing the humbling demeanor of the Galactic Patrol elicited astonishment from countless beings across the realms. The name Galactic Patrol carries an air of authority, significantly more so than the Earthlings themselves. Yet, individuals like Klin and Tianjin Fan, also Earthlings, dared to confront the Galactic Patrol. This disparity is striking, leaving one to wonder when they might rise to such heights. Not only in the vast universe, but within the galaxy as well. As for Gakko's apology, Klin and the others were somewhat satisfied. They recognized that the Galactic Patrol's targeting of Saiyans was not entirely unfounded, considering that all Saiyans aside from Wukong have been villains. However, targeting Wukong himself was unacceptable. Now that the Galactic Patrol has issued an apology and Wukong has not expressed resentment, his friends felt it unnecessary to press the issue. While Wukong in reality would not contract the virus, what of the Wukong depicted in the cosmic realm? He is currently suffering from a heart condition. What will happen now? Klin and the others watched the cosmic scene with grave concern. Sun Wukong's heart condition rendered him incapable of fighting. Senzu beans were ineffective against heart disease. Only the special medicine could alleviate his condition. Unfortunately, the special medicine remained at Sun Wukong's home, having not been brought along. Yet, the androids would not consent to allow them to take Sun Wukong away, unless someone could hold off the androids. Piccolo, Klin, and others attempted to intervene, but they were no match for the androids. Furthermore, their energy can also be absorbed by the artificial beings. This left Klin and the others with grave expressions. For if this continued, Sun Wukong's situation would indeed become dire. It was at this moment that an attack struck the artificial being, forcing it to retreat. Subsequently, a figure radiating golden light appeared on the battlefield. Upon seeing this figure, Piccolo and the others were utterly astonished, for it was none other than Vegeta. At that moment, Vegeta had transformed into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta had also become a Super Saiyan. Haha, I knew it. I knew I could do it too. Inside the spaceship, seeing himself successfully transform into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta laughed heartily, filled with joy. Observing Kakarot and his son transform into Super Saiyans, he felt a sense of urgency and deep concern. As the proud prince of the Saiyans, Why could he not transform into a Super Saiyan? Could it be that he was incapable? Now he felt at ease. He had successfully transformed. He knew that as the prince of the Saiyans, if even Kakarot, a lower-class warrior, could transform, how could he possibly be unable to? Was this truly what he looked like after transforming into a Super Saiyan? He was undeniably magnificent. Much more so than Kakarot. Vegeta gazed at his own transformed self in the sky, captivated. Klin and the others were quite curious as to how Vegeta managed to transform into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta did not conceal the truth, stating that he had left Earth aboard a spaceship to train in the cosmos. However, no matter what he did, he could not succeed in transforming. The mere thought of Kakarot and that mysterious boy being able to transform while he could not filled him with rage, which ultimately led him to succeed. He then instructed Klin and the others to take Sun Wukong away, leaving the artificial being for him to confront. Yamcha volunteered, suggesting he take Sun Wukong away, as he felt he was of no use in this battle. Following that, Yamcha took Sun Wukong away, while the others remained on the battlefield. Vegeta urged them not to intervene, insisting that he would handle the artificial being alone. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta's confidence surged. He completely overwhelmed the artificial being number 19, disregarding the fact that it was absorbing his energy. Ultimately, under the onslaught of Vegeta's new ultimate technique, the Final Flash, the artificial being number 19 was obliterated, leaving only its head behind. Chapter 101. What? There are even stronger artificial beings. Upon witnessing the ease with which Vegeta dispatched artificial being number 19, artificial being number 20 panicked. He understood that with his own strength, he stood no chance against Vegeta. Thus, he resolved to flee. To avoid being located by Vegeta and the others, Dr. Gero deliberately chose not to fly, but to run. Since the artificial beings lacked energy signatures, the Z fighters could not detect the presence of artificial being number 20. Therefore, after its escape, locating it became exceedingly challenging. Just then, Bulma remarked that artificial being number 20 looked familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere before. Soon, she recalled that the appearance of artificial being No. 20 was identical to that of Dr. Gero, whom she had encountered in the past. This meant that artificial being number 20 was indeed Dr. Gero. Bulma then remembered that Dr. Gero's laboratory seemed to be in the vicinity. If Dr. Gero was fleeing, it was highly likely that he was heading toward his laboratory. After learning the location of Dr. Gero's laboratory from Bulma, Vegeta and the others hurriedly flew in that direction. Since the ensuing events were beyond Bulma's involvement, Son Gohan took it upon himself to escort her away. The reason for Son Gohan accompanying Bulma was due to Sun Wukong's heart condition. As his son, Son Gohan needed to check on his father's condition. Shortly after Vegeta and the others departed, a figure appeared on the battlefield. This figure was none other than Trunks. He had returned to the past once again after the emergence of the artificial beings, just as he had previously stated. However, upon seeing the severed head of artificial being number 19 lying on the ground, he was taken aback, for he did not recognize this artificial being at all. Who was the artificial being that fought against his elders? Trunks' discovery sent chills down the spines of countless beings across the multiverse. The artificial being that had battled against Sun Wukong and Vegeta was not the one Trunks had mentioned. This implied that other artificial beings existed. Duan Muyin, wait a moment, what is going on? Is artificial being number 19, along with Dr. Gero, not the ones Trunks referred to? Duan Muyin, could it be that there are additional artificial beings? Zhonghua, I remember now. Do you all recall that Trunks previously mentioned that Dr. Gero perished at the hands of the artificial beings he created? Zhonghua, but Dr. Gero has become an artificial being and has not died. Zhonghua, this indicates that there are indeed other artificial beings. The two that killed Dr. Gero in Trunks' timeline. Zhang Chulan, but what does this mean? It seems that artificial being number 19 did not appear in Trunks' timeline. Zhang Chulan, this means that the course of events has changed, differing from what Trunks was aware of. Weiss, it is quite simple. Because the events in the past timeline have changed, subsequent events have also been altered. Weiss, this is precisely why time travel is strictly prohibited. Weiss, once the past is changed, a completely new future timeline will emerge, one that differs from the original future timeline. As an angel, Weiss naturally understood the implications of this. When Trunks traveled back to the past, the future had already been altered. The past timeline that Sun Wukong and the others occupied would not develop into the same future timeline as Trunks. Instead, it would give rise to an entirely new future timeline. In other words, Even if Sun Wukong and the others succeeded in defeating the artificial beings, it would not affect the future timeline that Trunks inhabited. Even if the artificial beings of the past were vanquished, those of the future would still remain. As an angel, Whis could easily discern Trunks' intentions. He aimed to assist Sun Wukong and the others in defeating the artificial beings of the past, thereby eradicating those of the future timeline. However, his plan was doomed to failure from the outset. Unless one were a god or possessed a time ring granted only to the Supreme Kai, no matter how much the past timeline changed, it would have no bearing on the already established future timeline. The only change would be the creation of a new future timeline. After hearing Whis' explanation, countless powerful beings across the multiverse came to understand. Hence, to resolve the issue of the artificial beings in the future timeline, Trunks would have to rely on himself. Sinan, if Trunks were aware of this, he would undoubtedly feel despondent. Sinan, his attempt to save the future by altering the past, is destined to fail. Xiao Tian. Indeed, this method ultimately proves futile. Xiao Tian deeply understands such matters. After all, he once sought to return to the past to save his parents using the Shura armor. Yet, in the end, he still failed. The death of his parents had become an immutable fate, one that could not be changed. Certainly, the primary reason remains that when he contemplated rescuing his parents, he succumbed to the three cardinal sins of greed, anger, and ignorance, rendering him incapable of maintaining the formidable energy required to summon the Shura armor. Kurosaki Ichigo remarked, "So, the greatest adversaries this time are those two yet-to-appear androids?" He continued, "However, considering the capabilities of Dr. Gero and this android number 19, they are hardly qualified to be the source of calamity. Whether these two androids can contend with Frieza remains an open question. True sources of disaster are undoubtedly beings of immense power, capable of vanquishing Frieza with ease, which has aroused the curiosity of countless formidable warriors. What manner of beings will these two exceptionally powerful androids be?" As Vegeta and the others sought Dr. Gero's laboratory, Trunks caught up with them. Upon learning of the prior events, Trunks informed Vegeta and the others that they had mistaken the androids. Dr. Gero was undoubtedly intent on unleashing those two more powerful androids. Coincidentally, while Vegeta and the others failed to locate Dr. Gero's lab, they did encounter Dr. Gero first. Trunks aimed to eliminate Dr. Gero directly to prevent the release of the more formidable androids. Among the Saiyans on Earth, whether it be Son Goku, Vegeta, or Son Gohan, they all shared a significant flaw, a penchant for recklessness. Only future Trunks exhibited discipline, never indulging in folly. He believed that preemptively dealing with Dr. Gero was indeed the best course of action. Yet, the dilemma lay in the fact that his father was a man prone to excessive bravado, particularly when the odds were in his favor. Chapter 102, Goddess number 18, The Universe Calls Her Wife. Witnessing Trunks' readiness to strike, Dr. Gero became alarmed. He begrudged the situation, asserting that if he could unleash the more powerful androids, he would surely triumph over Vegeta and the others. Dr. Gero's words served as the catalyst that triggered Vegeta's transformation. As he ascended to Super Saiyan, his strength surged, and his confidence swelled. He yearned for a formidable opponent to showcase his might, for the previous android number 19 had failed to satisfy him. Thus, upon hearing Dr. Gero's remarks, Vegeta began to act recklessly, deliberately allowing Dr. Gero to escape, hoping to compel him to release the stronger androids. Naturally, Trunks would not permit this. But Vegeta retaliated with a punch, indicating that if Trunks sought to intervene, he would not hold back. Meanwhile, Dr. Gero seized the opportunity to flee. This moment of Vegeta's recklessness would be remembered and assessed later. Naruto Uzumaki mused, "For some reason, I have a feeling that trouble is brewing." He continued, "Vegeta's intentional release of Dr. Gero will surely lead to regret." Sasuke Uchiha concurred. "Without a doubt, the androids capable of causing disaster will possess unparalleled strength. Vegeta will not be their match." He added, "Once he witnesses the power of those two androids, regret will surely follow." Sasuke's sentiments resonated with many, even though they were still unaware of the true nature of the two more powerful androids. However, they were certain of one thing: those androids would be terrifyingly powerful. After all, beings capable of inciting disaster could not be easily vanquished by Vegeta. Rather, it was far more likely that Vegeta would be overwhelmed by them. Thus, when Vegeta found himself overpowered by the two formidable androids, one could only wonder if he would regret his choice to let Dr. Gero escape, enabling their release. Duan Mu Yin remarked, Typically, those who exhibit a bit of strength and act recklessly will inevitably face a harsh lesson. Vegeta's actions reminded him of the previous bioandroids, particularly the cold-blooded one. After defeating the cold-blooded foe, each time it returned, it would have grown stronger, disregarding him until it was ultimately defeated again. Hence, those who flaunt their strength without caution rarely meet with a favorable fate. Inside the spaceship, Vegeta declared vehemently, "Impossible. I have become a Super Saiyan. Even if there are two more powerful androids, they cannot possibly be my match." He adamantly rejected the notion that he, transformed into a Super Saiyan, could be trampled by two androids. Such an outcome would be an utter humiliation. Watch closely. I shall teach those two androids a lesson and defeat them. Vegeta fervently hoped that his future self would rise to the occasion and restore his honor. After Dr. Gero's departure, Vegeta no longer restrained Trunks. Trunks hastily pursued, eager to intercept Dr. Gero. Observing Trunks' urgency, Piccolo instinctively called out to him, attempting to halt his advance, but was unsuccessful. Upon hearing Piccolo's shout, Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, as the name of this mysterious youth bore an uncanny resemblance to his own son. Piccolo then revealed the identity of the enigmatic youth. Upon learning this, Krillin and the others were equally astonished. They continued their journey to Dr. Gero's laboratory, where Dr. Gero finally arrived. Within the laboratory lay 5 capsules resembling nutrient pods. 2 of these pods were already opened, marked with the numbers 19 and 20. The remaining 3 pods, inscribed with the numbers 16, 17, and 18, remained sealed. Dr. Gero's objective was to release androids 17 and 18. As he activated the capsules containing these 2 androids, the dormant beings awakened. Android number 17 was a black-haired youth adorned with a red scarf, while android number 18 was a stunning blonde maiden of exquisite beauty. Were it not for the knowledge of their artificial nature, one might easily mistake them for an ordinary couple. Zhang Chulan exclaimed, "Are these the 2 more powerful androids? Their beauty is astounding." He continued, "Especially android number 18. She is breathtakingly beautiful, truly a goddess." Sanji echoed, "Indeed, who would have thought androids could possess such beauty?" The appearance of android number 18 captivated countless men, with some even drooling at the sight. She was truly the epitome of beauty among goddesses. How could she be an android? What a pity. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Even as an android, they were more than willing to call number 18 their wife. In a certain corner of the Dragon Ball world, a brother and sister stood frozen in awe upon witnessing the androids. Had anyone else been present, they would have been utterly astonished, for this brother and sister bore an uncanny resemblance to the androids number 17 and number 18. The sister was named Lotzi Li, and the brother was called Labby C. "Did you see that? Those androids look just like us," Lotzi Li exclaimed to her brother, gazing at the screen in disbelief. She simply cannot fathom the reason behind this. Is it mere coincidence? It seems unlikely. The odds are too extraordinary. Beside her, Lapis wears a look of perplexity. Why do the androids resemble them so closely? Did Dr. Gero create these androids in their likeness? But why? What could possibly motivate Dr. Gero to replicate their appearances in these artificial beings? What, in fact, has transpired here? The siblings gaze intently at the sky above, eager to uncover why the androids bear such resemblance to them. Upon awakening, androids 17 and 18 first cast a glance at the remote control device on the table, then politely greeted Dr. Gero. This unexpected display of courtesy astonished Dr. Gero, for the original duo had shown him nothing but rudeness, even resisting his commands. Hence, he had confined them. Now, witnessing their politeness, he felt a sense of relief. Chapter 103. The Self-Destructive Tendencies of Humanity, the Affinity for Creating Uncontrollable Entities. Dr. Gero found himself compelled to establish an infinite energy source for the 2 androids to enhance their power. However, this rendered him unable to control them, leading to his decision to create Android 19, who would not possess infinite energy, but would instead absorb energy from others. One of humanity's most perilous follies is its propensity to create things beyond their control, ultimately suffering the consequences. Despite countless bloody examples, the cycle continues. Why is this so? It is driven by greed, for that is the essence of human nature. In the 10th universe, in the realm of the Kaioshin, Zamasu, the apprentice Kaioshin, felt a spark of enlightenment upon hearing the words from the heavens. My thoughts are validated. The heavens share my sentiment. Humanity, this inherently flawed species, ought not to exist. At this moment, Zamasu began to harbor a deep-seated disdain for humankind, even nurturing thoughts of annihilating all of humanity. Although he regarded neither Saiyans nor androids as significant, the reckless nature of humans poses a question: what further destructive actions might they undertake to taint the universe? The most prudent course of action would be to eradicate humanity entirely. However, this is not a task that can be accomplished hastily. It requires careful planning. Perhaps within this contemplation, inspiration may emerge. In the Dana world, the members of the Super Victory team were equally struck by contemplation. They recalled the scientist who had created a formidable monster, only to be crushed by his own creation. Was he not a mere replica of Dr. Gero? He met his demise at the hands of the very creature he had birthed, the only distinction being that he lacked Dr. Gero's genius. After a moment of reflection, countless beings across the multiverse, especially scientists, found their attention drawn to another matter. Androids 17 and 18 possess infinite energy. What is this? It is a perpetual motion machine. The technology of Earth in the Dragon Ball universe continues to astonish them. With versatile capsules, time machines, and now even perpetual motion machines emerging. How is it that these Earthlings differ so vastly? They cannot match the strength of Krillin, Yamcha, and the others, nor do they possess the intellect of Dr. Gero and Bulma. Compared to the Earthlings of the Dragon Ball universe, these individuals from other worlds appear utterly ineffectual. They have brought shame upon the name of humanity. Zhang Chulan remarked, infinite energy, which means unless one possesses overwhelming strength to crush them, if we cannot defeat them swiftly, engaging in a protracted battle would yield no hope of victory. Tony added, I thought my ability to create small-scale nuclear fusion devices was impressive. Yet, Dr. Gero has managed to produce infinite energy. I truly wish to engage him in a dialogue. Banner concurred. Indeed, I believe no scientist could resist such temptation. It is unfortunate that Dr. Gero, with such brilliance, has not directed his intellect towards noble pursuits. Infinite energy. A perpetual motion machine. They can hardly imagine how much the Earthlings of the Dragon Ball universe would thrive if Dr. Gero chose to benefit humanity. Duan Mu Yin inquired, do you think 17 and 18 will truly heed Dr. Gero's commands? I don't believe so, said Xian Nan. Did you not notice? They glanced at the remote control on the table. It likely poses a threat to them, hence their feigned compliance, Xian Nan speculated. Xiao Tian concurred, indeed. Should they seize that remote, they would undoubtedly eliminate Dr. Gero at the first opportunity. It is akin to the Gung Jin Vajra being in another's possession. The Shura armor would still regard its wielder with caution, but once it is no longer in their grasp, the consequences would be dire. It is evident to any discerning eye that the moment the remote is no longer in Dr. Gero's hands, his death will be imminent. Yet, it seems Dr. Gero remains oblivious to this fact. Witnessing 17 and 18 seemingly complying with his orders, he commanded them to eliminate the approaching Vegeta and his companions. Meanwhile, Vegeta and the others arrived outside the laboratory, having destroyed the main entrance, revealing the scene within to their eyes. Their arrival caught Dr. Gero's attention, and in that moment, 17 seized the opportunity to snatch the remote control device from Dr. Gero's grasp. The theft of the remote left Dr. Gero astounded. It was, after all, the emergency shut-off device for 17 and 18. Once activated, it would halt all their activities. He had previously employed this very device to confine the two androids. Consequently, upon awakening, they had fixated on the remote control. Before Dr. Gero's eyes, 17 crushed the device, eliminating the constraints upon them. This signified their liberation from Dr. Gero's incessant demands. They disregarded Vegeta and his companions, turning their attention instead to another incubation chamber marked 16, indicating it housed Android 16. They sought to release 16. But Dr. Gero hastily intervened, insisting that they must not free 16, for he is the true monster. Should they release 16, they would all perish. 17, clearly unconvinced, asserted his belief that he was the strongest android, dismissing Dr. Gero's warnings. Seeing 17's refusal to comply, Dr. Gero lamented, expressing regret that had he foreseen this outcome, he would never have established the infinite energy source, as this would have prevented 17 and 18 from rebelling against him. Growing impatient, 17 swiftly pierced through Dr. Gero's body with his hand, then kicked his head away. Following that, he lunged forward, crushing Dr. Gero's head beneath his foot. Ultimately, Dr. Gero met his demise at the hands of the very androids he had created, just as Trunks had predicted. This shocking scene left Vegeta and the others in a state of astonishment, for witnessing androids rebel is a rare occurrence, perhaps intensified by the striking resemblance to the androids they once knew, exhibiting the same cruelty they had come to expect. Trunks launched an assault directly against the two androids. His attack obliterated the mountaintop housing the research facility, yet the androids remained unscathed. Remarkably, they even preserved the nutrient chamber containing Android 16. Chapter 104. The siblings seeking refuge. Kurosaki Ichigo remarked, "So, Dr. Gero ultimately could not escape the fate of being killed by the very androids he created." Zhang Chulan responded, "However, it is rather foolish to try and control androids 17 and 18 when the remote control device is no longer in his possession." Duan Muyin added, "Yet, given his evident fear, Android 16 might indeed be the most formidable of them all, perhaps even surpassing Android 17. Frieza chuckled, "Vegeta, oh ho ho, because of you, we now face 3 even stronger androids. I wonder what you are feeling." Vegeta retorted, "Humph. Neither Android 17 nor 18, nor even Android 16, can stand against me." With the wind and rain abated, Vegeta felt invigorated, whether due to bravado or genuine confidence. In his mind, he envisioned himself as capable of defeating the androids. Frieza replied, "I shall await the outcome." Vegeta asserted, "Frieza, regardless of whether I can vanquish the androids, they are not foes you can contend with." On Frieza's planet, his previously good mood darkened. He was loath to admit that these androids were stronger than he, the Cosmic Emperor. The creations of Earthlings could surpass him. What a jest! Yet, he pondered the miraculous inventions such as the universal capsule, time machine, and infinite energy source. How could Earthlings have engineered such marvels? These were feats even his own researchers had failed to accomplish. How could mere ants from a tiny planet achieve this? After much contemplation, Frieza concluded that his subordinates were utterly incompetent. Androids 17 and 18 released Android 16. He was a towering figure with a pineapple hairstyle. According to Android 16, he was an entirely synthetic being, created from scratch by Dr. Gero. Unlike Androids 17 and 18, who were modified humans, he was a pure android, designed solely to eliminate Son Goku. The trio then set off to locate Son Goku, disregarding both Vegeta and the earlier order from Dr. Gero to eliminate him and his companions. In fact, Android 16's appearance was modeled after Dr. Gero's son. By the way, in a certain timeline, Dr. Gero's wife also became an android, and she was quite remarkable. Zhang Chulan mused, "So, Androids 17 and 18 were originally human, only to be transformed into androids by Dr. Gero, much like the previous mechanical Frieza?" Duan Muyin inquired. "Does that mean Dr. Gero could enhance 2 defenseless Earthlings into beings more powerful than the Cosmic Emperor Frieza?" Duan Muyin continued, "Though this old man is a villain, his technological prowess is undeniable." In numerous worlds of the Showa Kamen Rider series, many Kamen Riders gazed upon Androids 17 and 18 in the sky, seeing reflections of themselves. They too had undergone modifications, particularly the original Kamen Rider, who recalled his own transformation at the hands of the organization. Essentially, he could also be considered a type of android, albeit not as formidable as Androids 17 and 18. Otherwise, he would have dismantled the entire organization long ago. Thus, the rebellion of Androids 17 and 18 against Drive Gero, leading to his demise, might stem from their aversion to being modified. Perhaps they too sought to escape such a fate. The original Kamen Rider, Hongo Takashi, murmured to himself that he certainly did not wish to be altered. After being rescued by his mentor, Dr. Midorikawa, he fought against the evil organization. He wondered if Androids 17 and 18's rebellion and the killing of Dr. Gero were rooted in a desire to avoid modification. In the Dragon Ball world, somewhere on Earth, Laplace and Lazuli exchanged astonished glances, pondering why Androids 17 and 18 bore such striking resemblances to them. Was it mere coincidence or a result of Dr. Gero's designs? They now had certainty. It was indeed Dr. Gero who transformed them into androids. Laplace asked, "If you were forced to become an android, what would your thoughts on Dr. Gero be? Is that even a question?" The figure in the sky has already provided the answer. "So, this is why we rebelled against him." However, according to Trunks, they would wreak havoc in the future and even slay those warriors. The siblings fell silent, struggling to envision themselves as merciless killers. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The most pressing concern was that they had no desire to become androids. "I believe we should depart from here. If we linger, We may end up like those in the sky, captured by Dr. Gero and transformed into androids. Then let us head to Shido. Seeking refuge among the warriors, proposed the siblings in unison, promptly preparing to depart. They were convinced that the versions of themselves in the sky had not willingly chosen to become androids. It was Dr. Gero's coercion. If they did not leave now, their fate would likely mirror those in the sky. Regardless of others' opinions, they had no intention of becoming androids. Why not simply enjoy being Earthlings? Thus, they required sanctuary. And only the Z warriors could provide that protection. In the valley, the location of Dr. Gero's lair, he mused, so, Androids 17 and 18 are products of human modification, while Android 16 was crafted in the likeness of my son. Now that I comprehend this, I must alter my approach. I shall explore the possibility of creating androids who will remain entirely obedient to me while retaining infinite energy. Chapter 105. Remember this kiss. How envious of Krillin knowing his future fate, Dr. Gero was determined to prevent such occurrences from recurring. He aimed to engineer androids that would obey him unconditionally, if feasible. He hoped to achieve this while preserving their infinite energy, for surely, androids endowed with boundless energy would be superior. However, if that proved impossible, he would resort to models like Android 19, which absorbed energy. After all, no matter how powerful an android might be, if it could not be made to obey him, it would be utterly meaningless. Of course, these were matters for the future. In light of recent events, the current state of affairs reveals that he has yet to comprehend the intricacies of creating energy-absorbing androids. Observing the indifference of the androids, Vegeta grew restless. He had intentionally allowed Dr. Gero to escape, hoping to unleash stronger androids to defeat them and showcase his formidable prowess. Thus, Vegeta pursued them, eager to engage in battle. Although androids 17 and 18 initially ignored him, the persistent annoyance from Vegeta prompted 18 to step forward. To Vegeta's dismay, he had anticipated a confrontation with all three androids. Yet only a single female android emerged to face him. This slight filled him with indignation, leading him to resolve to vanquish the female android before addressing the two male counterparts. As the battle commenced, 18 exhibited strength far surpassing that of Android 19. The seemingly frail form of a young girl concealed an extraordinary power. In the initial exchanges, Vegeta managed to hold his ground against 18. However, as the confrontation wore on, his stamina began to wane, while 18 remained unyieldingly vigorous. Consequently, Vegeta found himself at a disadvantage, ultimately suffering a devastating blow that rendered him unconscious after 18 shattered his left arm with a single kick. Trunks and his companions attempted to intervene, but were thwarted by 17, who single-handedly overwhelmed Piccolo, Trunks, and Tien Shinhan. Krillin, unable to join the fray, could only watch helplessly as his allies fell to the androids. Meanwhile, Android 16 appeared indifferent to the battle, fixated instead on a small bird, suggesting a fondness for animals. Under the overwhelming might of Androids 17 and 18, all Z fighters, save for Krillin, were defeated. However, they refrained from delivering fatal blows. Before departing, 18 mischievously planted a kiss on Krillin's cheek, a moment that would prove to be of great significance. The statement made by Tianmu stirred countless individuals across the realms from their astonishment. Initially, they were taken aback by the androids' formidable capabilities. Sengoku remarked on the unprecedented power of the androids, contrasting it sharply with the lackluster performance of Android 19 and Dr. Gero. Uzumaki Naruto observed that Vegeta could initially hold his own, yet faltered during the prolonged engagement, a folly against adversaries endowed with boundless energy. The thought of battling an opponent with infinite chakra sent a shiver down Naruto's spine. The true terror lay not merely in their immense strength or their inexhaustible energy, but in the terrifying combination of both. Duan Muyen pondered why the androids had not slain Vegeta and the others, merely inflicting injuries. She recalled Trunks asserting that Vegeta and his companions had perished at the hands of the androids. Shinhan speculated whether the unfolding narrative had altered the androids' personalities. He sensed a certain benevolence in 17 and 18, contrary to Trunks' portrayal of them as malevolent. Little Tian concurred, observing that their actions did not align with the traditional notion of evil. Although they had eliminated Dr. Gero, one could argue that it was a necessary act to rid the world of a great menace. They spared the warriors, merely incapacitating them, a stark contrast to Trunks' characterization of the androids as wicked. Amidst their reflections, Sanji expressed envy towards Krillin, wishing for a similar affliction from 18's kiss. Master Roshi echoed this sentiment, marveling at Krillin's fortune. Yamcha, curious about the kiss's significance, inquired whether Krillin might undertake some noteworthy action in the future. In the celestial realm, Yamcha and Tien Shinhan glanced at Krillin, who remained entranced by the memory of 18's kiss, though it was not the reality of himself. Yet, the thought of being kissed by such a stunning beauty was enough to linger in his mind for quite some time. Aware of Yamcha and Tien Shinhan's scrutiny, Krillin sheepishly scratched his bald head, expressing his uncertainty regarding the kiss's importance. On the route to Shidu, Lazili was taken aback that she had indeed kissed Krillin, contemplating whether he might become her future brother-in-law. Labis, observing Lazili, smirked at the thought. In all honesty, he would not mind if Krillin became his brother-in-law. Though not the strongest, Krillin had proven himself reliable. If his sister were to marry Krillin, he would feel at ease. Lazili countered, asserting that it was their first encounter and that they were still adversaries, her cheeks betraying a hint of crimson, revealing her embarrassment over her bold act before the vast multiverse. Nevertheless, it was a relief that their natures did not align with Trunks' depiction of them as evil. Labis expressed gratitude for retaining a semblance of humanity. They hoped to maintain this aspect, fearing that circumstances might lead them down a darker path. Chapter 106. The character and demeanor of these two androids are remarkably admirable. After the androids departed, Krillin administered Senzu beans to Vegeta and the others. Fortunately, Krillin had not engaged in battle. Otherwise, there would have been no one to provide aid. After consuming the beans, Vegeta and the others regained their strength. Vegeta said nothing and simply left. Trunks, filled with concern, recognized Vegeta as his father. Piccolo noted that Vegeta had been deeply affected by this encounter, having just achieved Super Saiyan transformation at a peak of confidence, only to be bested by an android, particularly a female one. This was undoubtedly a significant blow to Vegeta's pride. Trunks considered pursuing him, but Krillin advised allowing Vegeta some solitude. After a moment of deep contemplation, Piccolo seemed to reach a decision. Krillin, curious about Piccolo's thoughts, encouraged him to share, emphasizing their camaraderie. Piccolo retorted that they were not friends, merely utilizing one another. Once the android threat was neutralized, he intended to dominate the world. With that, Piccolo soared off in a particular direction, causing Tien Shinhan's expression to darken as he recalled that Piccolo had once been the fearsome Demon King. He surprisingly has not relinquished his ambition to dominate the world. However, Kulin chuckled, suggesting that Baiku's earlier remarks were merely expressions of pride. The direction he had flown towards was that of the temple. Kulin noted that the Grand Elder of Namek had informed him that Baiku and the God of the Earth were originally one entity. Moreover, he was the most powerful of the Namekians. Should they reunite, he would revert to being the strongest Namekian once again. If Wukong and his companions are considered Super Saiyans, then Baiku could be regarded as a Super Namekian. Clearly, Baiku's flight towards the temple indicated his intention to merge with the God of the Earth. Kulin's conjecture proved accurate, as Baiku indeed arrived at the temple. The God of the Earth was aware of his purpose but did not immediately acquiesce. He had been observing the androids, discovering that they were not as malevolent as expected. Hence, he decided to wait. Should the androids truly cause chaos, he would then consider merging with Baiku. Baiku acquiesced to this plan. Meanwhile, the three androids, after departing, prepared to seek out Sun Wukong. Android 17, in a playful mood, seized a vehicle intending to drive in search of Sun Wukong. Though they commandeered the car, they did not resort to violence. Along the way, they encountered numerous oblivious individuals, such as a gang of bikers coveting Android 18's beauty. However, the androids merely taught them a lesson without taking lives. Upon awakening, Androids 17 and 18 had only eliminated Drive Jero, sparing all others. Their personalities starkly contrasted with the two androids mentioned by Trunks. They retained their human essence. Remarkably, they could be deemed invincible yet still possess benevolence. If it were others, they might have long succumbed to brutality. Just this aspect alone elevates the character and nature of androids 17 and 18 above 99% of beings across the multiverse. Tian Mu's words plunged the entire multiverse into silence, especially following the actions of androids 17 and 18. It could be said that these two androids opened their eyes to a new reality. What astonished them was not their power, but their character and integrity. As Tian Mu articulated, they currently existed as invincible beings. Even amidst chaos, none could stand against them. Yet, since their awakening, They had only slain Dr. Gero. Was the elimination of Dr. Gero deemed villainous? Certainly not. One might even argue that they were eradicating a menace. Aside from Dr. Gero, they had not harmed anyone else. They spared the Z fighters and did not attack ordinary civilians, nor did they retaliate against those who offended them. Although such individuals might seem insignificant in their eyes, many powerful beings would not hesitate to crush them. Yet, they refrained from such actions. What can be said of their character and nature? As for their commandeering of a vehicle, given their strength, such an act could still be regarded as benevolent. Moreover, they only seized the car. They did not slay its owner. Had it been other malevolent individuals, the car's owner would undoubtedly have met a grim fate. Many might argue that they are more virtuous than those who would not even contemplate such theft. However, that is because they lack the power. Were they to obtain the strength of the androids, how many would truly restrain themselves? Numerous individuals have succumbed to villainy upon suddenly acquiring immense power. Before gaining such strength, many would proclaim that if they were to become powerful, they would uphold justice and never act immorally. But if they truly attained such power, could they genuinely control themselves? Who would believe their assertions? In contrast, androids 17 and 18 genuinely possess formidable power and have indeed refrained from committing any wrongdoing. Duan Muyin interjected, "Wait a moment. Something feels amiss. It seems that androids 17 and 18 are not foes, although they claim to desire Sun Wukong's demise. I believe their nature would prevent them from doing so." Her remarks resonated with many, prompting realization. Indeed, given the character and integrity of androids 17 and 18, they should not be sources of calamity. Even if they profess to wish to harm Sun Wukong, their actions suggest otherwise. No one could believe they would actually pursue such an end. It is likely they would merely engage in combat with him. However, if that were all, it could hardly be considered a source of disaster, as they have not brought about any turmoil. Zhang was speculated thus. Either they will succumb to darkness for some reason and truly become enemies of Sun Wukong and the others, or the source of calamity lies not with them, but with other androids. Zhu Jing posited, "I believe the latter is more probable. There seems to be no reason for androids 17 and 18 to turn evil. It is more likely that there are other malevolent androids." Many powerful beings across the multiverse concurred, leaning towards the second possibility. After all, androids are named numerically, suggesting the existence of additional androids, which could potentially be of a nefarious nature. In Chapter 107, the green monster, Dr. Gero, became the target of public ire. In the Dragon Ball world, on the road to West City, Lotzi Li remarked to her brother, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, "Did you see? We have received praise." Being lauded by so many made her feel somewhat bashful. "I can only say, it is no surprise that we have retained our humanity, even as androids." La Baixi expressed satisfaction with his portrayal in Tian Mu's narrative. He had no desire to become a malevolent fiend wreaking havoc. Thus, upon seeing his own humanity preserved in Tian Mu's depiction, he felt elated. However, since they were not the source of disaster, as others suggested, it is possible that other malevolent androids exist. Perhaps they could join Sun Wukong and fight against those evil androids. La Baixi's tone was filled with excitement. Who wishes to be a harbinger of destruction when they could be a savior of the world? Since he and his sister were not the sources of calamity, they could potentially become allies of the Z fighters, standing together against the evil androids. Perhaps they could even join the ranks of the Z fighters. The thought of the Z fighters valiantly protecting the Earth in battle filled La Baixi with yearning. Previously, he had never known that such extraordinary individuals existed on Earth. They wielded unparalleled strength and upheld peace, embodying true heroism. Now, he had the chance to become one of them. How could this not be exhilarating? Beside him, Lotzi Li shared a look of anticipation and excitement. Who says a girl cannot aspire to be a great hero? After Baiku's departure, Tianjin Fan, Kalin, and Trunks parted ways. Tianjin Fan resolved to continue his training to enhance his strength, while Kalin and Trunks decided to check on Sun Wukong's condition. Upon arriving at Baozi Mountain, they found that Sun Wukong had already consumed the special medicine and had fallen into a deep slumber. After Krillin's arrival, he recounted the subsequent events to Sun Wukong and Yamcha. He also informed them that the androids were en route, urging them to relocate Sun Wukong to a safer place. After considerable discussion, they resolved to take Sun Wukong to the Kame house, with Yamcha piloting the aircraft. On their journey, Krillin inquired of Trunks whether the androids of the future were truly as malevolent as rumored. He did not perceive the current androids as particularly evil. Trunks affirmed that the future androids were exceedingly wicked, wreaking havoc and transforming the future into a veritable hell. Yet, he too was puzzled as to why the present androids did not exhibit such malevolence, especially considering they possessed significantly greater power than their future counterparts. Perhaps it was due to his alterations of the past that led to a shift in events. While Krillin and Trunks conversed, an unexpected phone call interrupted them. It was Bulma, who revealed that she had received a photograph depicting a time machine. She transmitted the image, and upon viewing it, Krillin and the others confirmed that it resembled Trunks' time machine exactly, albeit covered in moss, suggesting it had been abandoned for some time. Out of curiosity, Krillin, Sun Wukong, and Trunks accompanied Bulma to the location of the time machine. Trunks asserted that this was indeed the very time machine he had traveled in. He then produced his own time machine, revealing two identical machines. However, the one before them left him bewildered. Who had used it? Moreover, the designated time indicated it had been utilized 3 years prior, suggesting that someone had arrived here via this time machine 3 years ago. As they scoured the vicinity for clues, they soon discovered a large green insect shell, seemingly shed by some creature, with its contents long since vanished. Clearly, whatever had emerged from within had utilized the time machine. But what exactly was it? Krillin and the others were engulfed in confusion. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, a figure wreaked havoc in the city. This was a green humanoid form, reminiscent of an insect, adorned with numerous black spots and a robust tail, tipped with a sharp needle. This figure pierced the bodies of humans with its tail's needle. In no time, those struck vanished, leaving only their clothing behind. Before long, the entire populace of the city had been absorbed, transforming it into a ghost town. Witnessing this scene, countless individuals across dimensions trembled at the enormity of the spectacle. In a brief span, an entire city's worth of humanity had been consumed by this green monstrosity. What exactly was this creature? Especially for the Earthlings of the Dragon Ball universe, as this calamity unfolded in their realm. They were desperate to avoid becoming the food of this monster in the future. Zhang Chulan remarked that this green creature must be the malevolent android, the source of the disaster. Kurosaki Ichigo concurred, noting that it had absorbed an entire city's population and was already instigating catastrophe. He pondered how many lives would be lost at its hands. Daigo speculated that this monster must have arrived from the past via the time machine. However, he questioned why it would use Trunks' time machine. What could this mean? Jiuwei noted that time travel was indeed a complex matter, far from simple. Xinqing declared that he would rather choose death than be consumed by this monster. Xian Nin queried whether this creature was also an android, possibly a creation of Dr. Gero. Duanmu Yin asserted that if that were the case, Dr. Gero truly deserved condemnation. At that moment, a gust of wind swept across Earth in the Dragon Ball universe, heralding a fervor against Dr. Gero. Androids 17 and 18 might be excused. Although they were androids, they had committed no heinous deeds, having merely stolen a vehicle. But this green monster? It had directly annihilated an entire city, and it was likely to continue its rampage. It was uncertain how many more lives would be lost at its hands. If this green creature was indeed another android crafted by Dr. Gero, then the doctor was beyond reproach. They could not allow Dr. Gero to continue his creations. They must act swiftly to neutralize him, for no one wished to become food for that green monstrosity in the future. Those who recognized the location of Dr. Gero's laboratory were hastening there with a throng of individuals. In Chapter 108, the reason for Cell's birth became apparent, and Dr. Gero found himself the target of universal disdain. Within the valley, at Dr. Gero's laboratory, he remained oblivious to his status as a pariah. Gazing at the green monster in the sky, he was entranced. Could this be another of my creations? It seemed distinct from Android 17, 18, and 19. To his astonishment, his future self had managed to produce so many variants of androids. Truly, I am a genius. Dr. Gero reveled in his own intellect. Although he currently lacked inspiration or conceptions, he was confident in his future triumphs. As for the green monster consuming entire cities, in Dr. Gero's eyes, as long as the androids grew stronger, even if the entirety of Earth were absorbed, it would be an honor. Regrettably, his future self had met his demise at the hands of the traitor, Android 17, solidifying Dr. Gero's resolve to avoid repeating the mistakes of his future self. The androids he created must be entirely under his control, even this green monster. The green creature's consumption of entire cities had drawn the attention of the Supreme Kai. As the guardian of Earth, he monitored the situation across the globe. Observing the actions of the green monster, he realized a terrifying truth. This creature was likely more formidable and malevolent than androids 17 and 18. Most importantly, it was a being of pure evil. Initially, the Supreme Kai had hesitated about merging with Piccolo. After all, if androids 17 and 18 were not overtly wicked, there would be no need for fusion. However, the emergence of the green monster compelled the Supreme Kai to understand that the time had come to merge with Piccolo and become one once more. Since the appearance of increasingly powerful adversaries, he had felt increasingly ineffective. It would be far more advantageous to merge with Piccolo and bolster his strength. Subsequently, Piccolo and the Supreme Kai fused, reverting to the original, most powerful Namekian. Of course, following their fusion, Piccolo's persona remained dominant, yet he had also acquired the wisdom, memories, and character of the Supreme Kai. Piccolo, having already redeemed himself, was now a truly virtuous being. Aware of the existence of the green monster, he knew he must act to thwart it. At this moment, the green monster wreaks havoc within a city, transforming numerous individuals into his energy. When Bick confronts him, the monster is in the midst of absorbing a person. The green monster shows no surprise at Bick's arrival. In fact, he recognizes him, deepening Bick's confusion regarding the monster's identity. To halt the monster's rampage, Bick engages in battle with the green creature. After fusing with the god, Bick's power significantly increases, initially overpowering the green monster. However, during the skirmish, the green monster reveals astonishing abilities. Not only can he perform the Kamehameha, but his energy also mirrors that of Sun Wukong, further intensifying Bick's curiosity about the green monster's secrets. Sensing the familiar energy of Sun Wukong emanating from the green monster, Krillin and Tien Shinhan hasten to the battlefield, eager to ascertain the situation. On the battlefield, Bick gradually finds himself at a disadvantage, ultimately suffering a piercing blow to his left arm, which the green monster absorbs. Clutching his wounded arm, Bick's expression turns grim. As he appears to be on the brink of despair, he implores, before his demise, to satisfy his curiosity regarding the green monster's identity and the purpose of his presence. Perhaps sensing Bick's impending doom, the green monster transforms into a veritable fountain of knowledge, divulging everything Bick yearns to know. The green monster is named Shalu, a bioengineered being created by Dr. Gero. The reason he possesses Sun Wukong's energy and can execute the Kamehameha is due to his composition, which incorporates the cells of numerous formidable beings, including those of Sun Wukong, Bick, Tien Shinhan, Krillin, as well as those of Vegeta and Trunks, and even Frieza and his progeny. These cells were collected by Dr. Gero through miniature robots during battles involving Sun Wukong and Vegeta, as well as when Frieza arrived on Earth, leading to the accumulation of powerful cells. Thus, Shalu not only possesses Sun Wukong's energy, but also the abilities of various other formidable beings. Beyond the celestial realm, the powerful entities mentioned by Shalu were expressions of profound dismay, including Frieza. Their cells have been harvested to forge such a grotesque creature, an affront they cannot tolerate. Meanwhile, other observers among the powerful share expressions of relief and concern. They are relieved that their world lacks a figure like Dr. Gero. Otherwise, their cells might also be harvested to create a monster. Yet, they remain wary. What if a similar mad scientist exists? In the realm of the gourmet captives? Within the world of cuisine, Sanhu surveys his surroundings, acutely aware of any anomalies. Should anything awry occur, he is prepared to act swiftly, unwilling to allow his cells to be collected for the creation of artificial beings, despite the likelihood that no one in his world possesses Dr. Gero's technology. However, caution is paramount. Not only Sanhu, but all powerful beings, including Elong and Zyru, vigilantly observe their surroundings. Such vigilance must become habitual, and they must investigate whether there are any formidable scientists in their world, for they do not wish to live in perpetual trepidation. This sentiment resonates among the powerful from other worlds as well. No one desires their cells to be harvested and transformed into a monster. This is an intolerable fate. Naturally, the most incensed are the very individuals involved, such as Sun Wukong. On Snake Way, Sun Wukong ponders whether Dr. Gero's robots were present during his battles with Vegeta, recalling the calamity that befell the Saiyans. His realization dawns that during his confrontation with Vegeta, Dr. Gero's machines were indeed in attendance. Chapter 109. Shalu becomes the Oracle of Knowledge. Aboard the spaceship, Vegeta shares Sun Wukong's thoughts, horrified at the notion that while battling Kakarot, robots were collecting their cells. The mere thought sends chills down his spine. Disgusting. Dr. Gero, I shall deal with you. Vegeta's heart brims with murderous intent towards Dr. Gero, whose creations have humiliated him. Now, the audacity to collect his cells and craft such a repulsive creature. Dr. Gero has sealed his fate. Before the artificial beings are fully realized, he must be eliminated. Although he previously contemplated the implications of preemptively eliminating Dr. Gero, the very existence of Shalu extinguishes his desire for battle. Without the artificial beings, other formidable foes will surely arise. Shalu is not indispensable. On Frieza's planet, the thought that his cells could intermingle with those of the foul Saiyans disgusts him. The mere idea of his essence being conjoined with that of those stinking monkeys to create such an abhorrent creature makes him feel sullied. Were it not for Sun Wukong's presence on Earth, he would have sought to eliminate Dr. Gero himself. However, reflecting on the matter, he realizes that Dr. Gero's opportunity to collect his and his father's cells was singular when he sought revenge on Earth. Thus, as long as he refrains from going to Earth, Dr. Gero will have no chance to harvest his cells. With that thought, Frieza's desire to journey to Earth dissipates. Thankfully, only the version of himself in the celestial realm had his cells collected. If the reality of him had also been subjected to such a fate, he might well have gone mad. A thought surfaces within Frieza's mind, akin to that of the Z warriors. They must swiftly eradicate Shalu, this repugnant being. How could the cells of the universe's emperor fall into the hands of such an unsightly creature? Shalu continues to inform Bic, relaying information from Dr. Gero's computer. He asserts that he is not yet in his complete form. By absorbing 2 androids, he can attain his full power and become the strongest entity in the universe. Those 2 androids are number 17 and number 18. However, in his timeline, those androids are nowhere to be found. Consequently, he kills Trunks and utilizes his time machine to arrive here. The revelation leaves Bic utterly astonished. Those 2 powerful androids are merely tools for Shalu to achieve his complete form. What manner of monstrosity has Dr. Gero wrought? Furthermore, he has even slain Trunks from his timeline. The situation may be complex, and many may find it difficult to comprehend. In essence, Shalu hails from a future even more distant than that of future Trunks. There are 3 timelines. The main timeline, the future timeline of Trunks, and the even more distant future from which Shalu originates. In a more distant timeline, Trunks met his demise at the hands of Cell. Subsequently, Cell seized his time machine and arrived in the primary timeline, intent on absorbing the androids 17 and 18. The existence of 2 Trunks can be attributed to the divergence in timelines, resulting in multiple iterations of the same individual. Moreover, the Dragon Ball universe is replete with countless parallel dimensions. Any alteration in past events gives rise to new future timelines. Consequently, these timelines exist independently of one another. Upon hearing Tianmu's elucidation, those who had been perplexed suddenly grasped the concept. Naruto Uzumaki remarked, thus, this cell is neither the one from the primary timeline nor the one from the future timeline where Trunks resides, but rather from an even more distant future. Sasuke Uchiha expressed surprise at Naruto's comprehension, but questioned why 17 and 18 were absent in Cell's timeline. He reasoned that if Cell existed in that timeline, then Dr. Gero must have also created the androids. Vegeta speculated that there must be a significant reason for their absence. But his primary concern lay with the potential strength of Cell upon achieving his perfect form. He noted that 17 and 18 were already formidable, yet they were merely tools for Cell's transformation. Zhang Chulan lamented the genius of Dr. Gero, wondering why such brilliance could not be directed towards noble pursuits. The more intelligent Dr. Gero appeared, the greater the collective regret for his choices. He had the capability to create androids, harness infinite energy, and even produce Cell. Such intellect surpassed all expectations. If he had chosen a righteous path, his achievements would have been unimaginable. Yet, this prodigious scientist had strayed from virtue, leaving one to ponder his motivations. Indeed, the line separating genius from madness is perilously thin. Duan Mu Yin noted the cunning of Piccolo in extracting information from Cell. Without his insights, the warriors would have been left woefully uninformed. Naruto questioned Piccolo's impending fate at the hands of Cell, suggesting that the knowledge he possessed could not be shared. However, Xian Nin asserted that Piccolo had deliberately feigned defeat to extract vital intelligence. Duan Mu Yin mused that Cell was indeed forthcoming with answers, likening him to a character from the Land of Light, who answers every question. Jack reminisced about a similar encounter with a being who divulged the entire plan to eliminate Ultraman upon inquiry, despite the ultimate failure of that plan. Thus, as Tianmu had previously cautioned, villains should refrain from excessive verbosity, lest they unwittingly provide heroes with critical information. This time, Cell would likely face dire consequences. After revealing all he knew, Cell prepared to absorb Piccolo, who expressed gratitude for the information. In a surprising turn, Piccolo detached the absorbed arm and regenerated a new one. Upon witnessing Piccolo's arm restored, Cell realized he had been deceived, leaving him in shock, for Dr. Gero's data had suggested Piccolo lacked such intelligence. Piccolo indicated that this was the wisdom of the Kais, which Cell now understood meant that Piccolo had merged with the Kai. Armed with the knowledge he sought, Piccolo resolved to eliminate Cell, determined not to allow him to achieve his perfect form, as the consequences of letting Cell escape would be dire. Cell's expression darkened as he faced the now formidable Piccolo, recognizing that he was no match for him. Having traveled through time, he had reverted to a weakened state, which explained his desperate need to absorb human life energy to restore his strength. However, with no humans available to absorb, he faced inevitable doom at Piccolo's hands. Just then, Krillin and Tien arrived, providing Cell with an opportunity to escape as he unleashed a solar flare, momentarily incapacitating Piccolo and the others. This left Piccolo visibly distressed, knowing that letting Cell escape would make it exceedingly difficult to track him down again, allowing such a monstrous being to roam free, one capable of absorbing humans as well as the androids, filled him with regret. Had he known, he would have acted with full force to eliminate Cell immediately. This incident serves as a lesson. Villains must be cautious with their words, as they can inadvertently empower their adversaries. Likewise, heroes should act decisively against villains before allowing them the chance to escape. In this regard, Dongzi was exemplary, initiating an attack without unnecessary chatter. The time for dialogue should come only after the enemy has been vanquished. Moreover, the solar flare technique proved itself to be an excellent control method. Whether attempting to flee, withstand an opponent's assault, or buy time to gather energy, the solar flare served its purpose effectively. Tianmu's words resonated with countless powerful beings across dimensions, instilling in them the resolve to curtail their verbosity. Both heroes and villains learned this significant lesson, with many expressing a desire to master the solar flare technique. Though opportunities were scarce, in the wastelands of Earth within the Dragon Ball universe, Piccolo was filled with frustration, lamenting the lost opportunity to eliminate Cell. As an observer, he clearly recognized the chance he had squandered. "Piccolo, uncle, don't blame yourself. There's no need to be upset," consoled son Wukong. Piccolo ruffled Wukong's hair, his gaze fixed on Tianmu, having also resolved to keep his words few in the future. Just as Tianmu advised, the priority must be to eliminate the enemy first. On the road to West City, Razali and Lapis, feeling repulsed by the thought of being absorbed by such a grotesque creature, fervently wished not to become androids for the sake of Cell's perfect form. The prospect of being consumed by such a hideous being was unbearable, leading them to fervently pray that their counterparts in Tianmu would avoid a similar fate. After Cell's escape, Trunks and Vegeta arrived, drawn by the unfolding events. Piccolo shared the information he had gleaned from Cell, leaving the others astonished at the revelations. Bakura expressed the urgency to eliminate Shalu, ensuring that he does not absorb Chi Shichi and Chi Shiba. In contrast, Vegeta declared that Shalu could do as he pleased. His ambition was to become stronger and surpass the Super Saiyan. Subsequently, Vegeta departed. Meanwhile, Baiku, Tianjin Fan, Klin, and Trunks split into two groups. Baiku and Tianjin Fan set out to locate Shalu, while Klin and Trunks headed to Dr. Gero's laboratory. Aware that Dr. Gero was still creating Shalu, they aimed to resolve the issue of Shalu in this timeline. Although they could not influence the other Shalu, they could at least prevent the emergence of this timeline Shalu. Baiku and Tianjin Fan struggled to find Shalu, as he suppressed his energy signature, making him undetectable. They realized that to locate Shalu quickly, they would need to fly. However, flying would cause them to reveal their battle power, alerting Shalu and prompting his escape. This left Baiku and Tianjin Fan empty-handed. Conversely, Trunks and Klin experienced significant success. They discovered the underground laboratory of Dr. Gero, where they found Shalu in his embryonic form. They also recovered the blueprints for Chi Shichi. If they presented these blueprints to Bulma, they might uncover the weaknesses of the androids. Trunks entrusted Klin with the blueprints to deliver to his mother, while he prepared to train with his father. Simultaneously, Chi Shichi, Qi Shiba, and Qi Shirlyo finally arrived at Sun Wukong's home, only to find it deserted. Qi Shirlyo surmised that Sun Wukong was likely at Kame House, a frequent gathering place for the Z warriors. Therefore, the trio set off for Kame House. At Kame House, Bai Ku and the others watched a news report revealing the mysterious disappearance of several cities, leaving behind only clothing. They were acutely aware that this was the handiwork of Shalu. At that moment, Yamcha devised a plan. He piloted an aircraft, carrying Bai Ku, Klin, and Tianjin Fan, asserting that flying would keep them hidden from Shalu. As Bai Ku and his companions embarked on their search for Shalu, Qi Shichi, Qi Shiba, and Qi Shirlyo made their way to Kame House. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, plagued by a heart condition, finally regained consciousness. He learned the unfolding events from Kame Sinin and resolved to train. However, time was of the essence, prompting him to seek a particular location, a place where one day of training equates to a year. Chapter 111. The Time Treasure and the Prelude to Shalu's perfect form. Zhang Chulan pondered the concept of a training space where one day equals a year. He recognized it as akin to the time treasures often depicted in fantastical novels. Living in a modern urban environment, Zhang Chulan had encountered numerous such narratives. He understood that the time ratio of one day to a year is a staggering 1:365. While it may not compare to treasures with ratios of 1:1000, or 1:10, the notion of one day equating to a year was still remarkable. In such a setting, training would be exceedingly advantageous for anyone with even a modicum of talent. Duanmu Yin remarked on their limited understanding of the Dragon Ball universe, where formidable beings and advanced technology coexist alongside such extraordinary locations. She expressed curiosity about how many other wonders the Dragon Ball world held. Naruto Uzumaki questioned why Sun Wukong had not entered this miraculous place sooner. If they had trained there during the 3 years leading up to the android's emergence, they would have been virtually invincible. Ichigo Kurosaki speculated that their lifespans might be a limiting factor. Although the time ratio was 1:365, the toll on life expectancy likely followed a yearly count. Training for 3 years in such a realm would mean significant life consumption. Himura Kenshin suggested that even a few days of training there could equate to years lost. Clint expressed his astonishment, asking Sun Wukong why he had not informed them of such a remarkable place sooner. Sun Wukong explained that this location was known as the Spirit Time Room, situated within the sacred realm. However, only one person could enter for 2 days, equivalent to 2 years of training. Exceeding that time would result in being trapped forever. Clint understood, recognizing that 2 years of training within was still quite beneficial. Bai Ku asserted that 2 days should provide ample time for Shalu to absorb Qi Shichi and Qi Shiba. By the time Sun Wukong completed his training, he would be capable of contending with Shalu. Nevertheless, the pressing concern remained. Would Shalu manage to absorb Qi Shichi and Qi Shiba within those 2 days? If not, Sun Wukong's 2 years of training in the Spirit Time Room would bolster their confidence in his ability to defeat Shalu. However, the stakes would rise dramatically if Shalu attained his perfect form. Thus, they could only hope and pray that Shalu would not evolve into his complete state. Sun Wukong utilized instant transmission to appear beside Klin and the others. Their joy at his recovery was palpable, with Klin embracing him in a heartfelt gesture. The bond between them held great significance, paralleling the deep connection Sun Wukong felt toward Klin. Upon confirming Sun Wukong's well-being, Klin's elation rivaled that of his son, Sun Wufan. Sun Wukong conveyed his intent to take Sun Wufan to a place where 1 year of training equates to merely 1 day outside. Due to his fusion with the Supreme Kai, Bai Ku immediately recognized the location. The Spirit Time Room, while offering a different time ratio, presented a harsh environment not suited for everyone. Sun Wukong had previously entered as a child, but could only endure for a month. Nevertheless, to defeat the androids and Shalu, this was their only option. Subsequently, Sun Wukong took Sun Wufan and used instant transmission to depart. He arrived near Vegeta and Trunks, intending to bring them into the Spirit Time Room for training. Sun Wukong informed Vegeta of the Spirit Time Room, capturing his interest despite Vegeta's initial reluctance. He proposed one condition: he wished to enter first. Sun Wukong acquiesced, leading them to the sacred realm. Vegeta and Trunks entered the Spirit Time Room for training, while Bai Ku and the others continued their search for Shalu. Unfortunately, their efforts yielded no results, and they were forced to return to Kame House. Shortly after their return, 3 figures appeared before them, 3 androids. They sought Sun Wukong, but Baiku was unwilling to disclose his location. Shichi declared that, in that case, he would extract the information from Baiku through force. Consequently, Baiku led the three androids to a distant small island. His plan was straightforward: defeat Shichi, preferably destroy him, to prevent Shalu from achieving his perfect form. After merging with the Supreme Kai, Baiku had regained his former strength as a Super Namekian. Once powerless against Shichi, he now stood ready to contend with him on equal footing. However, for the same reasons, if not for the overwhelming strength against Shichi. Once entangled in a protracted battle, the one ultimately at a disadvantage would certainly not be the androids. The androids, possessing limitless energy, are utterly unfazed by any drawn-out confrontation. Consequently, Bike, who originally could have held his own, began to gradually falter due to significant stamina depletion. To make matters worse, a figure burst onto the battlefield. Shalu. The commotion from the battle between Bike and Shichi attracted Shalu. This rendered Bike's expression exceedingly grim, for with both Shichi and Shiba in attendance, it became the perfect hunting ground for Shalu. Unfamiliar with Shalu, Shichi and Shiba were quickly informed by Bike of the threat he posed, prompting him to urge their swift escape. Once enemies of the androids, Bike now found himself in the position of protecting their retreat. Naturally, Shichi would not flee. He proclaimed himself the strongest ultimate android, gesturing to himself with his right thumb. Soon after, he found himself on the receiving end of a brutal beating from Shalu. Although Bike rushed to assist, Shalu's power had escalated dramatically. Bike sustained severe injuries, while Shichi was on the verge of being absorbed by Shalu. Witnessing the scene unfold, countless powerful beings across the realms trembled. On one hand, they were astonished by Shalu's formidable strength. On the other hand, they were filled with fury towards him. They understood all too well what it meant for Shalu's power to have reached such heights. Daegu exclaimed, "Shalu's strength has grown so formidable. Even Shichi and Bike are no match for him." He pondered, how many has he absorbed? Chapter 112. A bag of Senza beans and a pack of cigarettes. Second stage, Shalu controls the day. It is worth noting that Shalu was not previously a match for Bike, having to rely on the solar flare to escape. Yet now, he was overpowering both Bike and Shichi. Although Bike had exhausted much of his energy and was not at his peak, Shichi was fully energized. Still, he was no match for Shalu. This indicates that Shalu's power had surpassed both Bike and Shichi, revealing the extent of his absorptions. How many lives had perished at his hands? Shalu's cruelty ignited a profound anger among countless beings across the realms. Even the notorious Frieza paled in comparison to Shalu. For while Frieza had desires to eradicate Earthlings, he was thwarted by Trunks. In contrast, Shalu had already taken action. As fellow Earthlings, even those not from the Dragon Ball universe felt the weight of their fury towards Shalu, especially those from the Dragon Ball Earth. Their rage reached a boiling point, as none could ascertain whether they were among those absorbed by Shalu. Moreover, Shalu was a creation of Dr. Gero, rendering the latter more reviled than a rat crossing the street. A multitude headed towards Dr. Gero's laboratory, determined not to allow him to create the monster that is Shalu. Duan Muyen remarked, "This situation is dire. With Shichi and Shiba present, Shalu can easily absorb them." She added, "Should Shalu truly achieve his perfect form, even Vegeta and Trunks, upon their emergence from the hyperbolic time chamber, may not stand a chance against him." Sinan questioned, "Is there anyone who can thwart Shalu? Can Suin Wukong?" To which Xiao Tian replied, "No, Suin Wukong's current strength is inferior to Bike and Shichi. He cannot stop Shalu." Heizaihu lamented, "Must we simply watch as Shalu transforms into his perfect form?" Silence fell across the realms, as it appeared there were no alternative options. The only potential to halt Shalu lay with Vegeta and Trunks in the time chamber, yet they had yet to emerge. By the time they did, Shalu would likely have already attained his perfect form. Thus, was there any hope left? Was it truly destined for Shalu to seamlessly achieve his perfect form? Just as Shalu prepared to absorb Shichi, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A figure stepped forth to block Shalu. This figure was none other than Shirshing. Shirshing, typically reticent, had never hindered Shichi and Shiba in their endeavors. But now, he made his presence known, displaying power rivaling that of Shalu. Among the three androids, Shirshing possessed the greatest strength. It is no wonder Dr. Gero had previously restricted Shichi and Shiba from releasing him. Shirshing stood in Shalu's way, urging Shichi and Shiba to flee swiftly. Meanwhile, within the Kame house, Krillin and others received a call from Bulma. It turned out that Krillin had previously given Bulma the design schematics for Shichi. under Bulma's scrutiny. She had developed a controller capable of halting Shichi and Shiba in an emergency. If they could be halted, they could be destroyed. To acquire the controller promptly, Krillin hurriedly flew towards Bulma's location, while Tianjin Fan chose to assist Bike. At this juncture, Shalu was merely a step away from absorbing Shichi and Shiba, primarily because they refused to flee. Furthermore, Shichi, having been psychologically crushed by Shalu, was well aware he was no match, yet still dared to confront him. Seizing an opportunity, Shalu's tail suddenly expanded, resembling a gaping maw that swallowed Shichi whole. The moment Shichi was consumed, Shalu underwent a tremendous transformation. An aura several times more powerful than before erupted from him. His formerly diminutive stature grew taller, and his insectoid visage morphed into a more human-like face, albeit still somewhat grotesque. This event serves as a reminder. When the chance to escape arises, one must seize it and not linger as a burden. The opportunity painstakingly created by Shirshing was squandered. Shichi's actions amounted to a betrayal of his allies. On the road to Shidu, Arazili expressed her discontent. "Why didn't you run? Look where it got you, absorbed by Shalu." To which La Beast retorted, "And you didn't run either." Frustration welled within La Beast. For having been absorbed by the loathsome, Shalu left him in a foul mood. He berated himself for failing to escape when he had the chance. Now trapped under Shalu's grasp, he would prefer to be halted and destroyed rather than succumb to absorption. Now he hoped someone would destroy him before he was absorbed. Arazili echoed her brother's sentiments, grateful she had yet to be absorbed while still holding on to hope. Naruto Uzumaki pondered. "Do you think Shalu can successfully absorb Shiba as well?" Sasuke Uchiha replied. "Wasn't he the emergency stop remote created?" He continued. "If we can halt Shiba and then destroy her, Shalu won't be able to attain his perfect form." Heizai who cautioned, "What if time runs out? Besides, Shalu won't simply stand by and watch Shiba be destroyed." Zhang Chulan mused. "If we can halt Shiba, wouldn't that grant us free reign? It's akin to a time stop scenario." Sinan. Originally, Shalu was already unstoppable. Now that he has absorbed number 17, no one can hinder him. Duan Muyen. So, are we just going to watch helplessly as number 18 is absorbed? Such a beautiful woman, destined to be consumed by that hideous creature, Shalu. This leaves many feeling disheartened. Yet, what can be done? After absorbing number 17, Shalu turns his gaze toward number 18. With his newfound strength, number 16 can no longer impede him. And as for number 18, she is even less his match. Just then, Tianjin Fan arrives at the battlefield. Seeing number 18 on the verge of being absorbed, Tianjin Fan urges her to flee and valiantly unleashes his Kikaho. Through Tianjin Fan's desperate efforts, Shalu is temporarily subdued. Number 18 seizes the opportunity to escape with number 16. The saying goes, one bag of Senza beans and a pack of cigarettes. The second tier Shalu controls for a day. Finally, Tianjin Fan has his moment of glory. Chapter 113. Could Klin be blinded by desire? In the temple, Yamcha watches Tianjin Fan's radiant moment on the heavenly screen, filled with envy to the point of despair. Klin has had his moments of brilliance. Piccolo has had his moments of brilliance. Now, Tianjin Fan has his as well. Yet, he is left with nothing but shadows. When will Yamcha ever rise again? Tianjin Fan, unexpectedly, you stepped up at this critical moment. Klin smiles at Tianjin Fan. I never imagined I could make such a contribution. Tianjin Fan feels elated. Since the emergence of the Demon King Piccolo, his own contributions have dwindled. In the battle against the Demon King, he merely held his ground, with Goku doing the heavy lifting. Against the Saiyans, he fared no better, merely providing some minimal support. And in the fight against Frieza, he didn't even make an appearance. At last, he has his shining moment. He has held Shalu back, allowing number 18 to escape. He has successfully thwarted Shalu. As for whether Shalu will transform into his perfect form, he is unaware. But at least he has prevented Shalu from achieving that transformation for now. Of course, Tianjin Fan is acutely aware that such a reckless display of Kikaho could ultimately cost him his life. But it matters not. If he can sacrifice his life to ensure Shalu does not become perfect, it is worth it. Countless powerful beings across the realms are astonished by Tianjin Fan's performance. Warrior, I never expected that at such a critical moment, it would be Tianjin Fan who stood up. Warrior, number 18 truly owes him a bow. Uzumaki Naruto. While Tianjin Fan can suppress Shalu, he cannot inflict damage. Uzumaki Naruto. However, his attacks would likely obliterate Frieza. Uchiha Sasuke. It is possible. Frieza may not be able to suppress Shalu like Tianjin Fan does. Uchiha Sasuke. At this moment, Tianjin Fan may even surpass Frieza. Frieza wishes to assert that he too can suppress Shalu. Yet, he cannot bring himself to say it. He knows that uttering such words would lead to his downfall. This realization frustrates Frieza greatly. Why have the Earthlings become so formidable? It is one thing to create powerful androids, but how have the warriors of Earth grown so strong? Shalu, you truly are a disgrace. How could you be held back by a mere Tianjin Fan? Duanmu Yan, number 18 has finally escaped. Now, if Klin can acquire the controller to halt number 18's movements, he can destroy her. Duanmu Yan, although Shalu has absorbed number 17, as long as he has not transformed into his perfect form, there is still hope. Sinan, but will it truly be that simple? What if Shalu finds number 18 first? Duanmu Yan, that is not an impossibility. So now it depends on who can locate number 18 first. Daegu, do you think it is possible for Klin to find no 18 but choose not to destroy her? Daegu, let us not forget that number 18 kissed Klin before, and the heavens made sure we remember that kiss. Upon Daegu's reminder, the others display expressions of realization. Indeed, it is not out of the realm of possibility. Zhang Chulan, could Klin truly be blinded by desire, failing to destroy no 18 and giving Shalu an opportunity? Kurosaki Ichigo, given this perspective, it would be best if the controller were not in Klin's possession. Huolinfei, yet, he is the one currently retrieving the controller, which means the task of destroying number 18 will undoubtedly fall to him. Huolinfei, now we can only hope that Klin does not spare number 18 due to that kiss. Warrior, although number 18 has committed no wrongdoing. To prevent Shalu from attaining his perfect form, she must be destroyed. Warrior, alas, it is unfortunate, but we must blame Dr. Jero. Number 18 has done nothing wrong, and she does not deserve such a fate. Yet, if she is not destroyed, Shalu will have the chance to become perfect. Thus, to thwart Shalu's transformation, we must bear this burden. In the temple, Klin, you wouldn't really let number 18 go, would you? Yamucha and Tianjin Fan gaze at Klin, uncertain. Especially Tianjin Fan, who hopes Klin remains clear-headed. After all, he has sacrificed his life to hold Shalu at bay, creating this opportunity to destroy number 18. If Klin deliberately spares number 18, it would infuriate him. I should not, right? Klin himself feels uncertain. If asked now, he would firmly state that he would never spare number 18. However, he cannot guarantee that the Klin on the heavenly screen shares the same conviction. After all, number 18 kissed the Klin on the screen. He can only hope that the Klin on the heavenly screen can maintain clarity. Otherwise, if Shalu truly becomes perfect, it may be a contribution he cannot evade. On the way to West City, I ask, if Klin really spares you, would you fall in love with him? Then, would he become my brother-in-law? Lapus looks at his sister with a teasing glint. Lotsili glances at her brother, but remains silent. She certainly has no feelings for Klin at the moment. As for whether she might feel differently about the Klin on the heavenly screen, she remains uncertain. Furthermore, whether Klin will truly let her go is another question. If he does let her go, would she feel a flutter in her heart? It is hard to say. After number 18 departs, Tianjin Fan finally succumbs to exhaustion from overexerting himself with Kikaho. Naturally, Shalu is extremely displeased and seeks to eliminate Tianjin Fan. However, at that moment, Sun Wukong appears via instant transmission. He rescues Tianjin Fan and Piccolo, using instant transmission to arrive at the temple. Shalu, in a fit of rage, can do nothing but continue searching for number 18. Number 18 has not fled far with number 16, so he should be able to locate her nearby. Sun Wukong brings Tianjin Fan and Piccolo to the temple and feeds them Sinza beans, restoring their strength. They then await the arrival of Vegeta and Trunks at the temple. Finally, after 24 hours have passed, the door to the hyperbolic time chamber opens. Vegeta and Trunks emerge. Aside from his torn clothing, Vegeta appears relatively unchanged. Trunks, however, has grown his hair longer. After a year of training in the Spirit Time Room, the two had become remarkably strong, a fact known only to themselves. Upon learning of the recent events, Vegeta and Trunks embarked on their journey. At this moment, Vegeta exuded confidence, having regained his composure after being overwhelmed by 18. His self-assurance had returned. Chapter 114, The World Masterpiece, Olewa, Speedy Vegeta. Zhang Chulan remarked, "This is troublesome. Whenever Vegeta feels overly confident, misfortune tends to follow." He pondered whether this occasion would be any different. Kurosaki Ichigo calculated, Vegeta was confident against Son Goku, only to be defeated. He was similarly confident when facing Frieza and met his demise. He faced 18 with confidence, and she knocked him out. Now, Uzumaki Naruto noted, if he were up against the imperfect Cell, he might stand a chance, but against the perfected second form, it would be quite challenging. Duanmu Yin mused. I can almost hear the sound of Vegeta's confidence shattering. Vegeta retorted, humph. Just watch, I will certainly defeat Cell. Frustrated by the skepticism of those around him, Vegeta defended his confidence in his abilities. What was wrong with believing in himself? The notion that he could not surpass the second form of Cell was absurd. Having learned of Cell's transformation, his confidence signified that he believed Cell would not pose a threat. This time, he aimed to demonstrate to the multiverse that his self-assurance was well-founded. Those past failures were merely missteps. Frieza interjected, Vegeta, do not rejoice too soon. Beware of the potential for embarrassment. Nevertheless, Frieza anticipated the spectacle of Vegeta's downfall, reveling in the prospect of witnessing Vegeta's defeat. Vegeta countered, just watch, I assure you, I will not falter. Though unaware of the extent of his newfound strength after a year of training, he felt a terrifying power within him. He even contemplated that even if Cell achieved his perfect form, he would still not be a match for him. However, he decided to play it safe. If Cell truly became perfect and still fell short, he could boast later. The multiverse held its breath, uncertain if Vegeta could indeed conquer the second form of Cell or if he would prove inadequate. Yet, the answer to this question would soon unfold. As Vegeta and Trunks sought out Cell, the latter was hot on the trail of 18. Accompanied by 16, 18 had not strayed far, prompting Cell to scour the nearby seas. If he failed to locate 18, he would vent his frustration by annihilating the surrounding islands. One by one, islands fell victim to Cell's wrath, their inhabitants oblivious to the disaster that had befallen them. Meanwhile, 18 was indeed hiding on a small island nearby, and it was only a matter of time before Cell found her. Just as Cell approached the island where 18 was concealed, Vegeta and Trunks arrived. Although Cell recognized Vegeta and Trunks, he dismissed them, considering them inferior to even 18 and 17, let alone himself. However, Vegeta held a different view. Having trained for a year in the Spirit Time Room, his strength had surged, and he was eager to showcase it. Cell was the perfect target. He instructed Trunks to remain behind while he opted for a one-on-one confrontation with Cell. On the small island beneath, 18 gazed upward, witnessing Vegeta preparing to engage Cell. She perceived his actions as reckless, believing that if he could not defeat her, he would stand no chance against Cell. However, once the battle commenced, Vegeta exhibited formidable strength. Previously, he had struggled against 18, yet now he effortlessly overpowered the second form of Cell. Vegeta's newfound prowess astonished both Cell and 18. They could hardly fathom the source of Vegeta's remarkable transformation. Is that truly you, Vegeta? Cell questioned, doubting whether the figure before him was indeed Vegeta. Then, Vegeta unveiled his signature move. Olewa, Speedy Vegeta. With his right thumb pointed at himself, Vegeta smirked at Cell. This declaration translated to, I am Super Vegeta. Do you recall the gesture Vegeta made? The combination of his pose and proclamation immortalized this moment as a classic masterpiece, widely celebrated. Inside the spaceship, he marveled, how magnificent. I am truly magnificent. Gazing at his own image on the screen, he felt almost entranced. He had never seen himself appear so striking. I am Super Vegeta. What a splendid phrase. Regrettably, he was not yet able to transform into a Super Saiyan, preventing him from uttering those words. He vowed that when the time came for him to become a Super Saiyan, he would repeat those words and make the same gesture. Vegeta laughed heartily. Did you see that? To all of you who claimed I could not defeat Cell, he continued, did you witness how I have bested him? No one dared to contradict Vegeta, for Cell was indeed no match for him. This revelation left countless powerful beings across the multiverse astounded. They had not anticipated Vegeta's strength to amplify so significantly after a mere year in the Spirit Time Room. Phaelin remarked, but wait. If a year of training yields such remarkable results, why did it take 3 years for him to not surpass 18? Sengoku suggested. It is most likely that the Spirit Time Room is exceptionally conducive to training. The efficacy of training there far surpasses that of outside. Duanmu Yin concurred. That must be it. Otherwise, there would be no reason for Vegeta to become so powerful after just 1 year. Daegu questioned, if Vegeta defeats Cell so easily, does that mean Cell will not have a chance to reach his perfect form? Juejing replied, Daegu, you may be overly optimistic. Do not forget Vegeta's past performances. Whenever he seeks to display his strength, he tends to become reckless. Reminded by Juejing, Daegu realized the truth. Indeed, Vegeta had previously been warned against his reckless tendencies. Each time he experienced a surge in strength, he would let his hubris take over. This had been evident when he faced Frieza and during his encounters with the androids. It was highly probable that he would exhibit similar behavior against Cell, believing him to be no threat. Chapter 115. Both individuals grant Cell opportunities. Duan Muyin stated, in essence, whether or not Cell can achieve his perfect form hinges on whether these two grant him the chance. She added, first, there is Krillin. If he can eliminate 18, then Cell will naturally be denied the opportunity to become perfect. Secondly, there is Vegeta. If he refrains from being reckless and grants Cell no chances, then Cell will similarly be unable to achieve perfection. Uzumaki Naruto interjected, there is no need for both to grant opportunities. If either one withholds their chance, Cell will have no possibility of attaining his perfect form. Xuanhua Mingren. Shalu aspires to attain his complete form, contingent upon Kalin and Vegeta granting him the opportunity. Heizi. Yet the dilemma lies in the fact that it is not entirely implausible for both to provide such an opportunity. A profound silence enveloped the myriad realms. Indeed, considering Kalin and Vegeta's previous actions, the likelihood of both extending an opportunity is not insignificant, and in fact, quite high. In other words, the chances of Shalu achieving his complete form are considerable. Observing the barrage of comments, Kalin fervently prayed within himself, beseeching the heavens that he would not bestow any chance upon Shalu. While the destruction of Shibahao would indeed be lamentable, preventing Shalu from attaining his complete form necessitates such measures. Should he inadvertently grant Shalu that chance, he would find himself at a loss when faced with his dear companions. After all, if it were truly his fault that Shalu transformed into his complete form and subsequently annihilated their ranks, it would mean his friends had been indirectly harmed by him. That burden is one he wishes to avoid at all costs. As for Vegeta, he remained indifferent. In fact, he somewhat desired to see Shalu achieve his complete form. He could hardly believe that Shalu would become so formidable after such a transformation. It is crucial to note that the version of himself in the heavenly realm currently possesses the capability to utterly overpower Shalu. Can the disparity in power truly be reconciled simply by Shalu absorbing Shibahao? Is it really that exaggerated? Moreover, even if Shalu were to surpass him, could he not simply return to the room of spirit in time for further training? Thus, from Vegeta's perspective, the concerns of others are entirely superfluous. Vegeta, even if Shalu does transform into his complete form, so what? Vegeta, setting aside whether he could genuinely be my rival, even if he could, I could always return to the room of spirit in time for training. While Vegeta's reasoning holds merit, the countless powerful beings across the realms remain deeply troubled. After all, no one can predict how formidable Shalu might become upon achieving his complete form. It is entirely plausible that he could undergo a significant leap in strength. In the world of Dragon Ball, the might of its warriors cannot simply be understood through conventional wisdom. Furthermore, Vegeta has a history of underestimating his opponents. Whenever he is brimming with confidence, the outcome rarely favors him. During the battle between Vegeta and Shalu, Kalin discovered Shibahao on a nearby island. Initially drawn by the clash between Shalu and Vegeta, he did not anticipate finding Shibahao here. According to his original plan, he merely needed to press the controller in his hand to halt Shibahao. Then, he could eliminate Shibahao, thereby preventing Shalu from achieving his complete form. However, Kalin, controller in hand, hesitated to act. He recalled the kiss Shibahao had bestowed upon him earlier. Moreover, Shibahao is not the malevolent android one might expect. In a state of inner turmoil, Kalin ultimately chose to forego his initial intention. The controller slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. This sound drew Shibahao's attention, and she turned to see Kalin and the controller at his feet. Recognizing the controller, Shibahao was taken aback, as Dr. Galua's device had been destroyed. How could another appear? What surprised her further was Kalin's action of crushing the controller beneath his foot. Shibahao was perplexed by Kalin's behavior. It was evident that Kalin had intended to use the controller against her, yet for reasons unknown, he had relinquished that course of action. Kalin urged Shibahao to flee and implored her to avoid being absorbed by Shalu. While Kalin's decision may be difficult to assess, it is nonetheless understandable. After all, Kalin is an individual of modest beginnings, while his close friend Suan Wukong has already become a father with a son of 9 years. In contrast, he remains single. Furthermore, the earlier kiss from Shibahao had left an indelible impression on his heart. Thus, It is not surprising that Kalin chose to let Shibahao go. However, if Kalin merely allowed Shibahao to escape, it does not guarantee that Shalu can achieve his complete form. After all, if he had not survived Vegeta's onslaught, how could he ever attain his complete form? But as for Vegeta, we all understand his nature. He revels in the thrill of the moment. Hence, upon hearing the heavenly proclamation, countless powerful beings across the realms fell into despair. They realized what was about to unfold. Thus, with Kalin and Vegeta granting him the opportunity, Shalu truly succeeded in attaining his complete form. Recognizing he was no match for Vegeta, Shalu's psyche crumbled. In a fit of frustration, he shouted for Shibahao's whereabouts. Had he managed to find Shibahao sooner and absorb her, he would have transformed into his complete form. Then Vegeta would surely not stand a chance against him. Upon hearing Shalu's desperate cries, Vegeta, who had been poised to eliminate Shalu, paused. His strength had surged to new heights, and defeating the second form of Shalu was no longer satisfying. Upon learning that Shalu could grow even stronger, Vegeta's old habits resurfaced. He intentionally allowed Shalu the opportunity to seek out Shibahao. His aim was to witness Shalu attain his complete form and then triumph over him, showcasing his formidable prowess. While he may revel in such theatrics, his son Trunks does not share that inclination. Trunks is determined to eliminate Shalu before he can achieve his complete form. Blocked by Trunks, Shalu cast a look of grievance towards Vegeta, pleading for intervention. In response, Vegeta indeed restrained Trunks. With no one to impede him, Shalu finally discovered Shibahao on the island below. Despite Kalin's desperate attempts to intervene, he stood no chance against Shalu. Shalu disregarded Kalin entirely, charging straight at Shibahao. Although Shibahao fought back, it proved futile. Ultimately, Shalu succeeded in absorbing Shibahao. In the very next moment, a blinding light erupted from him. An overwhelming aura, exponentially greater than before, emanated from his being. Shalu had finally attained his complete form. Chapter 116. The greatest burden lies with Vegeta Duanmuyan. I cannot believe it. Were it not for the knowledge that I am no match for Vegeta and that I cannot reach him, I would be inclined to deliver a thorough beating. Duanmuyan. To deliberately grant Shalu the chance to attain his complete form, and even assist him in restraining my own son. I can hardly contain my frustration. As General Duanmu, I cannot abide Vegeta's actions. He is a man who would prevent even the transformation of Oxa. Should he have had the opportunity to intervene, he would have never allowed Ma Tian to become the Oxa king or Li Xiaoqiu to ascend as the Oxa god. As for granting them opportunities, that is utterly inconceivable. Yet this Vegeta, with the tide in his favor, chooses to squander it. It is not just Duanmuyan who is unable to contain himself. Any reasonably normal individual would undoubtedly find Vegeta's actions intolerable. They are utterly baffled by his reasoning. Does he truly believe that by allowing Shalu to grow stronger, he can then demonstrate his own immense power by defeating him? Frankly, were it not for his prior indiscretions, Vegeta's actions might be comprehensible. However, therein lies the issue. Vegeta does have a history, and it is not just a singular instance. During the battle on Namek, Vegeta intentionally allowed Frieza to transform. Subsequently, he was soundly defeated and ultimately perished at Frieza's hands. Previously, he successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan to showcase his formidable strength, deliberately allowing Dr. Gero to release androids 17 and 18. Subsequently, he was knocked unconscious by android 18. This had happened twice before. How could he possibly commit the same error again? Any individual with a modicum of common sense understands that one should not tread the same path after having encountered pitfalls. Yet, Vegeta, to his dismay, repeatedly stumbles into the same trap. Xian Chung mused, are all Saiyans like this, lacking in intellect? He continued, Son Goku is often quite foolish, and Vegeta is even more so. Zhu Jing countered, no, Son Goku embodies the wisdom of a fool, while Vegeta is truly lacking. Kale asserted, I can attest that the ones lacking intellect are the Saiyans of Universe 7. The Saiyans of our Universe 6 have no relation to this. As a Saiyan from Universe 6, Kale longed to deliver a thorough beating to Vegeta. It is because of this individual that others perceive Saiyans as a bunch of simpletons. Zhang Chulan pondered, could it be that Vegeta's foolishness stems from his status as a Saiyan prince? He corrected himself. No, it cannot be termed foolishness. It must be termed arrogance. Frieza remarked, your perspective is quite novel. He added, perhaps the Saiyan royalty is indeed more foolish than the other Saiyans. Frieza reflected upon the rebellion of King Vegeta, recalling that the king had been inexplicably confident, believing he could succeed in his insurrection. Little did he know, in Frieza's eyes, they were merely a pack of noisy monkeys. Therefore, perhaps Zhang Chulan was not entirely mistaken. Is it true that Saiyan royalty is indeed more foolish than other Saiyans? Vegeta exclaimed, Frieza, you shall not insult the Saiyan royal family. He declared, as a Saiyan prince, how could I be foolish? Frieza retorted, then how do you explain the current predicament? He continued, if it were not for you, Cell would not have attained his perfect form. Frieza added, the mistakes you have made far exceed those of Krillin, that little bald head. Although Frieza had perished on Namek, Krillin found merit in Frieza's words. It was indeed Vegeta who had allowed Android 18 to escape, failing to destroy her. Cell's transformation into his perfect form was, in part, attributable to him. However, as Frieza pointed out, Frieza's mistakes were indeed far greater. If he had merely aided Cell indirectly in attaining his perfect form, then Vegeta was the direct culprit. After all, by allowing Android 18 to escape, it was uncertain whether Cell would achieve his perfect form. Yet, Vegeta had intentionally granted Cell the chance to seek out Android 18, ensuring Cell's transformation into perfection. Considering Cell's power, it was merely a matter of time before he located Android 18. Preventing Cell from achieving perfection could be accomplished by destroying Android 18. However, the most fundamental and direct solution would have been to eliminate Cell entirely. Yet Vegeta, possessing the strength to do so, deliberately afforded Cell an opportunity. Trunks might have had the power to intervene, but Vegeta had obstructed him. If one were to quantify the contributions to Cell's transformation into perfection at 100, Trunks would account for perhaps only 20 or 30. The remainder of the responsibility lay squarely with Vegeta. This line of thought significantly lightened Krillin's mood. He praised Vegeta, exclaiming that the greatest burden was indeed his. Naruto Uzumaki chimed in my opinion, aside from Bulma, everyone else bears some blame. He continued, had they heeded Bulma's advice and dealt with Dr. Gero sooner, the whole Cell situation might have been averted. Sasuke Uchiha interjected, you refuse to acknowledge your foolishness. Despite the countless times it has been stated that altering the past does not affect the future. He added, even if they had eliminated Dr. Gero earlier, the Cell from the future would still exist. He concluded, at most, he would simply be unable to find Android 17 and 18 in this timeline and would not achieve his perfect form. Ichigo Kurosaki remarked, moreover, one cannot guarantee that eliminating Dr. Gero ahead of time would truly prevent Android 17 and 18 from emerging. He might have already been conducting research on androids. Hualin Fei asserted, thus, the greatest blame still rests on Vegeta. Vegeta scoffed, so what if I intentionally allowed Cell to attain his perfect form? Does that mean he is necessarily my match? He added, if need be, I can always train in the hyperbolic time chamber. Vegeta did not perceive any wrongdoing in his actions. Even if he had deliberately facilitated Cell's transformation, whether Cell could truly contend with him remained an open question. Furthermore, he had the safety net of the hyperbolic time chamber, did he not? Son Goku interjected, Vegeta, the hyperbolic time chamber allows only 2 days per individual. He continued, you have already spent 1 day inside, so you can only enter for 1 more. Krillin added, if that is the case, then even if Vegeta trains for an additional year in the hyperbolic time chamber, he may not necessarily be able to match the perfect form of Cell. Vegeta retorted, humph. It is also possible that once Cell achieves his perfect form, he may not be my equal. Ultimately, Vegeta remained obstinate, and the others found themselves at a loss for how to counter his claims. After all, what Vegeta said was not entirely implausible. Chapter 117. Trunks is truly filial, willing to let Vegeta perish. As the brilliance faded, Cell's figure re-emerged. At this moment, Cell had undergone a significant transformation. Although he still possessed his green physique, adorned with countless black spots, he was no longer as towering and robust as he had been in his second form. His body had become remarkably proportionate and somewhat shorter. While he appeared less imposing than in his second form, the aura he emanated indicated that he was indeed far more powerful. Notably, his face, once hideous, had transformed into one that could be deemed handsome in his perfect form. Cell moved his body, experiencing this as his first transformation into perfection, and the sensation was rather extraordinary. Trunks and Krillin wore grim expressions upon witnessing Cell's transformation, while Vegeta wore a proud countenance. In his eyes, Cell's ascension to perfection only meant that if he were to defeat him, it would serve as a perfect demonstration of his own might. However, Vegeta was soon overwhelmed by Cell. Originally, Vegeta could have completely crushed Cell in his second form. Yet, against the perfect form of Cell, he was nothing more than a plaything. Ultimately, after being struck in the back by Cell's elbow, Vegeta plummeted from the sky, unconscious. Although it was Vegeta's actions that allowed Cell to achieve his perfect form, Cell had no intention of sparing him. In fact, killing Vegeta was Cell's way of repaying the favor. Just as Cell was about to strike, a figure stepped forward. It was Trunks. He urged Krillin to take his father away, declaring that he would confront Cell. As Krillin led Vegeta away, Cell paid them no mind, focusing his attention on Trunks. Cell was curious about Trunks, wondering how he had the courage to stand against him. Trunks explained that he had intentionally concealed his strength due to his father's presence. In truth, his power had surpassed that of his father. If his father were to discover this truth, his mindset would undoubtedly shatter. Now that his father has been taken away, he can unleash his full power without reservations. Subsequently, Trunks transforms into a Super Saiyan and continues to elevate his energy. Soon, Trunks becomes a remarkably muscular figure. The sheer bulk of his muscles indicates that he possesses immense strength at this moment. Furthermore, Krillin, Piccolo, and others, sensing Trunks' current energy, are astonished to discover that Trunks has surpassed Cell. Perhaps Trunks truly can defeat Cell? Yamcha exclaims, "Vegeta, Vegeta, did you see that? You deliberately obstructed Trunks. Yet he still considers your feelings." Yamcha continues, "You are not a qualified father, but Trunks is undoubtedly a devoted son." Yamcha is quite displeased. How could such an exceptional child not be his and Bulma's? However, if he were indeed their child, he would not have been able to become a Super Saiyan. Duanmu Yin remarks, "Trunks is indeed a dutiful child. Despite his strength surpassing that of his father, he intentionally conceals his power to prevent his father's ego from shattering." Duanmu Yin adds, "Indeed, he is as filial as I am." Duanmu Gushang expresses discomfort, wondering if Duanmu Yin has forgotten what she had said upon seeing him alive. Nevertheless, Duanmu Yin is indeed very devoted. Meanwhile, Vegeta's temperament is truly on the brink of explosion. On one hand, he is the proud prince of the Saiyan race. Yet he finds himself outshone by his own son. He does not require anyone to consider him, not even his son. On the other hand, he is being utterly overwhelmed by perfect Cell. Just moments ago, he was capable of overpowering Cell. How did the situation reverse so swiftly? After transforming into his complete form, Cell's power has increased to an absurd degree. Is this reasonable? Hualin Fei poses the question, do you think Trunks can defeat Cell? His energy is stronger than Cell's, which implies his power exceeds Cell's, doesn't it? Zhang Chulan responds, it's hard to say. Cell might not be using his true strength. Zhang Chulan continues, perhaps after a surge of energy, Cell will surpass Trunks. Heizaihu concurs, saying, indeed, I share the same sentiment. I do not believe perfect Cell can be easily defeated. Xuanhua Mingren adds, then wouldn't that mean Trunks could perish at Cell's hands? He continues, he can hold off Cell to allow his father and Krillin to escape, but who will come to save him? Wangguo remarks, Son Goku is currently in the hyperbolic time chamber. He may not arrive in time to rescue him. Wangguo muses, alternatively, might Cell spare Trunks? But that seems unlikely. Countless individuals are filled with trepidation, wondering if Trunks is destined to perish at Cell's hands. No. For the dutiful and impressive warrior Trunks, many harbor great affection. They would rather see Vegeta perish than Trunks. Vegeta's demise is well-deserved, but Trunks should not have to pay the price for his father's actions. Countless hearts are fervently praying for Trunks' survival. Trunks believes his strength has surpassed that of his father and Cell. Yet, as the battle ensues, he realizes how naive he has been. Perhaps his power does indeed exceed Cell's, but there remains a pressing issue. He cannot land a blow on Cell. Being unable to strike his opponent renders his strength meaningless. Cell perceives this flaw, noting that Trunks has been preoccupied with augmenting his power. While Trunks' muscles have indeed become more developed, this also signifies a considerable reduction in his speed. Attacks that cannot connect with the enemy serve no purpose. Cell's words provide Trunks with a moment of clarity. He recalls certain actions of his father within the hyperbolic time chamber. Perhaps at that moment, his father had recognized this very point. In other words, while Trunks believes his current form signifies strength beyond his father's, the truth is that his father could also adopt such a form if he so desired. However, due to the significant weakness inherent in this transformation, his father chose to forego it. Everything has been a matter of Trunks' assumptions. Upon grasping this reality, Trunks finds his spirit diminished. He relinquishes his resistance and allows Cell to slay him. Nevertheless, Trunks asserts that even if he falls, others will rise to defeat Cell. Mr. Son Goku is diligently training now. Once he enters the fray, he will undoubtedly triumph over Cell. Chapter 118. The different stages of Super Saiyan upon hearing Trunks' declaration. Cell abandons the notion of killing him. Having attained his perfect form with a significant power boost, he seeks someone to test his strength against. Neither Vegeta nor Trunks qualifies. Yet Son Goku does. After all, he was created specifically to eliminate Son Goku. Thus, he holds great interest in discovering Goku's true strength. Consequently, Cell spares Trunks and announces that he will host a Cell Games in 9 days. This tournament is modeled after the previous World Martial Arts Tournament, with rules akin to those of the original. However, he will be the sole opponent, and anyone wishing to challenge him may enter, even in a series of matches. Should he lose, he will refrain from destroying the Earth and taking lives. Conversely, should he emerge victorious, he will annihilate all inhabitants of the planet. After detailing the Cell Games, Cell departs, and Trunks prepares to leave to inform others of this impending event. However, as Trunks exits, he takes Android 16 with him. It is Android 16's request, as he wishes to participate in the Cell Games and contribute to the defeat of Cell. Though Trunks harbors disdain for androids, he chooses to take Android 16, as he has committed no wrongdoing, and hands him over to his mother, Bulma. Subsequently, Trunks and his companions gather at Bulma's residence, where Trunks informs them of the Cell Games. Meanwhile, Cell has selected a venue for the tournament and has begun constructing the arena. He then arrives at a television station, revealing his identity as the one responsible for countless deaths, turning numerous cities into ghost towns. He further elaborates on the Cell Games and showcases his power by effortlessly destroying a street. Cell's announcement plunges the world into panic. At this moment, Son Goku and Son Gohan remain unaware of these events, as they continue their training in the hyperbolic time chamber. Within a day, Son Goku and Son Gohan emerge from the chamber. Son Goku appears unchanged, yet Son Gohan has undergone significant transformation. He has matured considerably, no longer resembling the boy he once was. Additionally, he has successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan, to the point where even his father Piccolo nearly fails to recognize him. Upon learning of the Cell Games, Son Goku uses instant transmission to arrive beside Cell. Son Goku declares his intent to participate in 9 days, requesting that Cell refrain from further killing during that time. Following this, Son Goku returns to the lookout. He indicates that he and Son Gohan will not return to the hyperbolic time chamber for training. Instead, they will train outside for the remaining 9 days. This revelation astonished others, leaving them perplexed about Suin Wukong's thoughts. Subsequently, Suin Wukong departed with Suin Wufan. The actions of the duo left onlookers in a state of shock, as both maintained their Super Saiyan forms without reverting to their normal states. Trunks speculated that their sustained transformation might indicate further advancements. However, Vegeta remarked that there was no progress. The reason they retained their Super Saiyan appearances was merely to acclimate to this state. Consequently, when they enhanced their power later, the strain on their bodies would diminish. In fact, whether it was Trunks' muscular form or the Super Saiyan state of Suin Wukong and his son, both represented different stages of Super Saiyan. Vegeta's emergence from the hyperbolic time chamber marked his entry into the second stage of Super Saiyan. Trunks' muscular state signified the third stage, while the state of Suin Wukong and his son was referred to as the Super Saiyan full power state. Many categorized these stages into early, mid, and late phases, as well as peak forms. Nonetheless, these stages do not alter the magnitude of power enhancement. Whether it was Suin Wukong's initial transformation on Namek or the current full power of Suin Wukong and his son, the increase in power remains a consistent 50-fold. Irrespective of the stage, there is no assertion that the peak is stronger than the initial phase. The perception that Super Saiyan full power represents the pinnacle of the Super Saiyan transformation arises from the fact that Suin Wukong and his son's base power has significantly increased. After all, the true measure of strength post-transformation is rooted in their base power. Vegeta's ability to dominate the second stage Cell was not due to an enhancement in his Super Saiyan transformation, but rather because his base power had improved. The true strength of Super Saiyan full power lies in its reduced energy consumption, effectively enhancing endurance. Upon hearing Tianmu's elucidation, countless beings across the realms nodded in comprehension. Zhangguo concluded that the Super Saiyan transformation provides a fixed 50-fold increase in power, regardless of whether it is Super Saiyan full power or the initial transformation. Zhang Guo remarked that Super Saiyan full power simply diminishes the physical burden, thereby enhancing sustained combat capability. Xuanwen Naren noted that in a real battle, Super Saiyan full power would ultimately prevail, given the improved endurance. Horlin Fei questioned why Suin Wukong did not retreat to the hyperbolic time chamber for further training. If he were to train for another year within, his base power would undoubtedly strengthen, increasing his chances of defeating Cell. Duan Muyin expressed uncertainty, suggesting that Suin Wukong's thoughts are beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. Krillin interjected, reflecting on how Cell's game had transformed into a nostalgic echo of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Tianjin Han recalled that since Suin Wukong's victory over Piccolo, there had not been another World Martial Arts Tournament. Observing Tianjin Han's commentary, those privy to the backstory felt a twitch of irony, particularly a certain diligent host who understood why the tournament ceased after that incident. Suin Wukong and Piccolo's battle had been so fierce that it obliterated the arena, leading to a suspension of the tournament. Nevertheless, this pause was fortuitous. Otherwise, the participation of these extraordinary beings would have rendered the arena's destruction a trivial concern. Chapter 119. What is Suin Wukong's confidence? Zhang Chulan mused that since Cell's game allowed for tag team battles, Suin Wukong and his son, along with Vegeta and his son, constituted 4 Super Saiyans. Zhang Chulan asserted that with additional warriors, there remains a chance of victory. Sinan felt a sense of familiarity with Cell's tactics, noting that leveraging an advantage mirrors Vegeta's approach. Xiao Tian affirmed that Cell's game effectively granted Suin Wukong and his allies an opportunity. This was reasonable, considering Cell possessed Vegeta's cells and inherited his tendencies. Haizai Ihu speculated whether Cell would ultimately meet a fate akin to Vegeta's, should he become overconfident. Huolin Fei acknowledged this possibility, given that Suin Wukong and his allies were engaging in a tag team battle, which augured well for their odds. Furthermore, Suin Wukong and his team would likely not decline such a format. Duan Muyin pointed out that despite the tag team nature, the outcome would still rely heavily on Suin Wukong and Vegeta's families. The contributions of others would merely serve as support, and whether they could sufficiently deplete Cell's stamina remained questionable. Zhang Guo affirmed that the likelihood of victory ultimately rested upon these 4 Saiyans. Those with discernment understood that the hope of defeating Cell lay squarely on the shoulders of these 4 Saiyans, while others were merely supplementary. Even if Cell stood still for them to attack, whether they could inflict any damage was another matter entirely. Observing the myriad of powerful beings identifying them as mere support, Krillin, Piccolo, and others felt no resentment, as their observations were grounded in truth. They surmised they would not participate in the battle, merely watching from the sidelines. The prospect of victory depended solely on Suin Wukong and his fellow Saiyans. After departing the temple, Suin Wukong and Suin Wufan first visited Kalen Ta. Suin Wukong requested Master Kalen to compare his strength with Cell's. Subsequently, Suin Wukong began to unleash his power. His formidable energy was palpable, leaving those in the temple astonished. As Suin Wukong's strength surpassed their expectations, even more terrifying was the revelation that this was merely half of his true power. Yet, despite this, Master Kalen indicated that Cell still held a slight edge in strength. Upon hearing this, Suin Wukong appeared unsurprised, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Meanwhile, Suin Wufan observed his father with a puzzled expression, marveling at how formidable his father had become. Thereafter, Suin Wukong and Suin Wufan utilized instant transmission to depart. Master Kalen watched their exit with bewilderment, for he believed Suin Wukong had no chance of victory. Yet, Suin Wukong remained unfazed, exuding an aura of confidence. What could be the source of this assurance? After sensing Suin Wukong's current strength, Vegeta could no longer contain himself. He urged Piccolo to quickly enter the hyperbolic time chamber, as he needed to follow suit. He could not bear the thought of Kakarot surpassing him once more. Suin Wukong arrived at Kame House to fetch Chi-Chi, informing Suin Wufan of their upcoming training regimen: 3 days of rest, followed by 3 days of training, and then another 3 days of rest. This training plan astonished Suin Wufan. Was it truly going to be this relaxed? Zhang Guo noted that Suin Wukong appeared to be slacking off. Given his previous demeanor, he did not seem like someone who would indulge in relaxation. Suin Wukong's actions left countless beings across the realms perplexed. It was well known that he was a tireless practitioner, always engaged in training or en route to training. How could he afford to be so relaxed this time? Out of 9 days, 6 were designated for rest. Either he had indeed become complacent, or he possessed an unshakable confidence. But what was the foundation of this confidence? Heike Ichigo. I refuse to believe that Sun Wukong would give up. I firmly believe he possesses the capability to vanquish Sheru. Uzumaki Naruto. However, Master Karen mentioned that he is not a match for Sheru. Could it be that he harbors some hidden trump card? Huolin Fei. I see. Could it be the Kaioken? With his current strength? If he were to amplify it with the Kaioken, defeating Sheru would be a mere formality. Huolin Fei. Previously, Sun Wukong managed to employ a 20-fold Kaioken. Now, he could potentially utilize a 30 or 40-fold Kaioken. Surely that is feasible? Huolin Fei. Unless Sheru is exponentially stronger than Sun Wukong, he should emerge victorious. Many concurred with Huolin Fei's perspective. Indeed, once Sun Wukong activates the Kaioken, his power would multiply significantly, making victory over Sheru highly plausible. Yet, dissenting voices emerged. Weiss. No, perhaps Sun Wukong cannot employ the Kaioken while transformed into a Super Saiyan. Weiss. If that were not the case, he would not have opted for training in the hyperbolic time chamber. He could have simply unleashed the Kaioken directly. As an angel, Weiss possesses a keen insight. He discerned that Sun Wukong, in his Super Saiyan form, is incapable of utilizing the Kaioken. Otherwise, after awakening, Sun Wukong would not have chosen to train in the hyperbolic time chamber. He could have directly confronted the androids, once transformed into a Super Saiyan and activating the Kaioken. He would easily defeat them. Given that Sun Wukong did not choose this path, it is highly probable that he is unable to do so. Duan Mu Yin. This does seem plausible. Both the Super Saiyan transformation and the Kaioken serve to enhance power. Duan Mu Yin. It is quite normal for techniques with similar effects to be incompatible. As a former gaming enthusiast, Duan Mu Yin is familiar with such mechanics, where many abilities with similar effects cannot be executed simultaneously. Qin Nan. If that is the case, then why does Sun Wukong appear so relaxed? Qin Nan. What exactly is his confidence rooted in? Countless individuals are intrigued by this question. They can perceive that Sun Wukong's ease is genuine, not a facade. Yet, what could be the source of his confidence? The Kaioken may not be combinable with the Super Saiyan transformation. The Spirit Bomb? Has that ever truly defeated anyone? What other sources of confidence does he possess? Could it be that Sun Wukong has some hidden ace up his sleeve that they are unaware of? Krillin. Sun Wukong. Do you even know what your source of confidence is? Sun Wukong. Krillin. How would I know? You should ask the version of me in the sky. Vegeta. I believe Kakarote's confidence lies in us Saiyans. Vegeta. He surely thinks that with us Saiyans engaging in a wheel battle against Sheru, we can undoubtedly triumph. As the Prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta holds an unwavering belief in the strength of his kind. He does not acknowledge the existence of an enemy that Saiyans cannot defeat, especially in the context of four Saiyans fighting together. Naturally, no one paid him any heed. Even Frieza could not be bothered to refute him. Let him remain in his own world. Chapter 120. Is it so easy to become a deity in the Dragon Ball world? In the following 9 days, Sun Wukong adhered to his plan. 3 days of rest, 3 days of training, followed by another 3 days of rest. During this span of 9 days, several events transpired. Firstly, Satan, the world champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament, declared his intention to participate in the Sheru Games. This reassured the world, as they believed that with Satan's involvement, there would be no cause for concern. Furthermore, the human army mobilized, seeking to eliminate Sheru prior to the commencement of the Sheru Games. However, the most violent military tactics employed by humanity proved no more effective against Sheru than ants. With a mere wave of his hand, Sheru reduced various fighter jets and tanks to rubble, resulting in significant casualties. Humanity's defeat was broadcasted to the entire world, including Sun Wukong. Due to the fusion of the Kaioken and Piccolo, the Dragon Balls had vanished, rendering them unable to resurrect the deceased. If they could defeat Sheru during the Sheru Games, those slain by him could be revived. Thus, the immediate priority was to find a new deity for Earth. Moreover, it had to be a Namekian deity, as only Namekians possessed the ability to create Dragon Balls. Sun Wukong utilized instant transmission to arrive at the new homeland of the Namekians. Upon his arrival, the Namekians were filled with excitement, though they did not recognize Sun Wukong. Upon learning his name, they realized he was the hero who had defeated Frieza and saved their kind. After understanding Sun Wukong's intentions, the current Grand Elder of Namek recommended a candidate, Dandy. He was the Namekian child who had forged a deep friendship with Krillin and Son Gohan, possessing healing abilities. Additionally, Dandy had the capability to create Dragon Balls, perfectly aligning with Sun Wukong's requirements. Sun Wukong brought Dandy back to Earth, appointing him as the new deity. Subsequently, with Dandy's assistance, the Dragon Balls were restored. Sun Wukong then took some time to gather the 7 Dragon Balls. Once the Shara Games concluded, the Dragon Balls would serve their purpose. Zhang Chulan. So, is it truly so easy to become a deity in the Dragon Ball world? Observing how effortlessly Dandy ascended to divinity, countless powerful beings from various realms experienced involuntary twitches at the corners of their mouths, becoming a deity. Furthermore, having reviewed previous Dragon Ball summaries, they were well aware that while the Earth deity may possess average strength, his abilities are not substantially different from the divine beings they envisioned. He can restore the moon destroyed by Master Roshi and oversee the entirety of Earth. Moreover, his lifespan is considerably lengthy. Yet, they perceive that achieving divinity should indeed be an arduous endeavor. How could the deities of the Dragon Ball world attain such status so casually? Beerus, deities of this planet are not particularly formidable. Beerus, to become one is not a challenging feat. Deities of Earth are ranked lowly among all gods, sitting at the very bottom of the hierarchy. Attaining such a status is not difficult. Ascending to the rank of Kaioshin above the deities is far more challenging. As for the gods of destruction above the Kaioshin, attaining such a position is not something to be taken lightly. Universe 10, Kaioshin Realm. The thought of allowing insignificant humans to become deities is utterly revolting. To what extent must humanity insult the divine? Zamasu's disdain for humanity deepened. Though deities may occupy the lowest tier of divinity, they are still gods. Yet, the notion that a mere human could ascend to such heights is a severe degradation of the divine standard. To what extent must these insignificant humans demean the divine? He fervently wished to wipe out all of humanity at once. Duan Mu Yin. However, on another note, what is the situation with Satan? He also intends to participate in the Shara Games. Is he some sort of formidable warrior? Qian Nan, the World Martial Arts Tournament, if I recall correctly, was attended by Sun Wukong and others in the past. Qian Nan, he is the new champion, which implies he is the strongest individual in the world. Qian Nan, of course, I refer to among ordinary people. Uzumaki Naruto, isn't it suicidal for someone of such strength to enter the Shara Games? Uzumaki Naruto, as an ordinary person, his involvement in a battle of divine beings can only lead to his demise. I cannot fathom any other outcome. Hizaki Ichu, those ordinary people, who have never seen the world, actually believe that Satan can defeat Shalu? What could possibly be going through their minds? In the world of Dragon Ball, countless ordinary people on Earth are also eager to understand what those in the heavens are thinking. How could they trust that Satan could vanquish Shalu? By the way, they do not even know who this Satan is. Perhaps he is indeed the strongest among ordinary people. But the question remains, which participant in the Shara Games is an ordinary person? However, with the likes of Sun Wukong around, this Satan should manage to survive, right? In a certain martial arts dojo, at this moment, Satan has yet to become the world champion of the future. He is merely a trainee honing his skills within the dojo. As he gazes at the celestial screen, excitement bubbles within him. So, will he truly become the world champion in the future? Although he would only be the champion among ordinary people, that is already quite remarkable. Yet, does he really have to battle Shalu on the screen? With just a mere breath from Shalu, he cannot fathom how many times he would perish. He only hopes that the version of himself on the screen possesses a bit more clarity. At that time, he should cling to Sun Wukong and his companions. Soon, after 9 days, Sun Wukong and the others arrive at the venue for the Shara Games. Meanwhile, Shalu has already been waiting. However, prior to Sun Wukong's arrival, others have already made their entrance, Satan and his disciples. Additionally, Satan has brought along a reporter to broadcast the events of the Shara Games. Shortly after Satan and his entourage arrive, Sun Wukong and his companions also make their entrance. Witnessing the sight of Sun Wukong and the others soaring through the air, the onlookers are thoroughly astonished, as it is beyond their comprehension how humans could fly. Satan, however, claims it to be mere sleight of hand. Keep in mind Satan's words regarding sleight of hand. He dismisses Sun Wukong and his companions, asserting that he is the true protagonist of the Shara Games, and they are merely a hindrance. He does not take the stage himself, but instead sends out his disciples first. Satan has brought 2 disciples with him, and as they prepare to enter the arena, he takes the opportunity to boast about their incredible prowess in front of the camera. Yet, Shalu does not even flinch and effortlessly defeats both of Satan's disciples. However, Shalu refrains from killing them. likely deeming it beneath him to dirty his hands with such insignificant pests. Chapter 121. Who will be the last to enter the arena, Sun Wukong or Vegeta? With his disciples defeated, Satan finally steps onto the stage himself. As he does, he brags about his own incredible strength, urging Shalu to surrender. Yet, Shalu pays him no mind, his gaze fixed solely on Sun Wukong. Among all present, only Sun Wukong is deemed worthy to be his opponent. Angered by Shalu's disregard, Satan charges at him, only to be effortlessly sent flying by a casual wave from Shalu. Satan remains alive, as Shalu wishes to avoid soiling his hands. Seeing himself defeated so easily, Satan frantically searches for excuses, claiming that there were traps installed on the stage. He insists that he was propelled away due to stepping on one of these traps. After a brief rest, he asserts he will defeat Shalu. In the eyes of countless observers, Satan's antics can be summed up in 2 words: clown. His performance is so ridiculous that it leaves many feeling uncomfortable. Duan Muyin, is this Satan a fool? Does he not see the vast chasm between himself and Shalu? Shunghua. Clearly, this Satan believes himself to be the world champion, the strongest of all, and thus cannot fathom that Shalu could defeat him. In simple terms, he does not understand that there are always stronger beings beyond oneself. Clin, with such strength, Satan can only act arrogant among ordinary people. If he were to partake in the martial arts tournament that I and Wukong participated in, he would be fortunate to even reach the top 8. Yamucha, I concur. Back then, the competitors who made it to the top 8 in the world's #1 martial arts tournament were not ordinary people, but martial artists. How could an ordinary person like Satan compare? Tianjin fan. To be honest, I find myself quite nostalgic for those times. Sun Wukong. I wonder how those individuals from the past are faring now. Sun Wukong and the others reminisce about their participation in martial arts tournaments. Aside from them, the dedicated host of the tournament also finds himself lost in memories. He recalls that, apart from Tianjin fan, the others participated in 3 tournaments. Those 3 tournaments were the most thrilling he had ever hosted. That was the true martial arts tournament. Apart from Sun Wukong, Clin, and the others, those who advanced to the top 8 were certainly not ordinary people. As Clin stated, if Satan were to enter those 3 tournaments, he would not even pass the preliminary rounds. The host cannot help but wonder if Satan's championship victory in that tournament was also under his watch. If that were the case, how disappointed he would be to witness Satan claim victory, especially since he had observed the spectacular and intense clashes of Sun Wukong and his companions. If even Satan could win, how lowly must the standard of that tournament have been? Thus, besides Sun Wukong and the others, have the other martial artists also ceased to participate in martial arts tournaments? Are they simply aging, or is there another reason? Huolin Fei, Satan and his crew have provided us with some amusement. Now the real spectacle is about to begin. Huolin Fei, who do you think will take the stage first? Daegu, Clin, and Piccolo likely won't participate. They are merely here to spectate. Daegu, the ones to take the stage should be the 4 Saiyans. Xinqing, agreed. According to the usual pattern of a wheel battle, the weakest should go first. Xinqing thus, it should be Sun Wukong first, as among the 4 Saiyans, his power level is likely the weakest. Duan Muyin, I also believe Sun Wukong will take the stage first. I envision the following sequence. Sun Wukong, Trunks, and Vegeta will line up, but none will stand a chance against Shalu. Duan Muyin, however, they will exhaust a fair amount of Shalu's stamina, and ultimately, Sun Wukong will appear and defeat Shalu. Vegeta, why should Kakarot be the last to take the stage? Duan Muyin, because Sun Wukong is stronger than you. Vegeta, but do not forget, I trained for an extra year in the hyperbolic time chamber. My strength has surely surpassed his. Duan Muyin, that does seem plausible. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, the others begin to realize that indeed, Vegeta has trained for an entire additional year in the hyperbolic time chamber. His strength should surpass that of Sun Wukong. After all, the heavens have stated that the power increase from Super Saiyan at full capacity remains 50-fold. Thus, the strength one possesses after transformation is dependent on their base power. Given that Vegeta has trained for an additional year, it is entirely reasonable for his base power to exceed that of Sun Wukong. So, has Vegeta genuinely surpassed Sun Wukong? Will he indeed be the last to take the stage? Clin, I still believe that the last to enter will ultimately be Wukong. Clin, throughout our encounters with those adversaries, we have always triumphed under Wukong's leadership. Clin, if Wukong enters as the 3rd participant, then I fear there will be no opportunity for Vegeta to take the stage. Yamucha, exactly. Does Vegeta really think he can defeat Shalu and become the savior? He must be dreaming. The Z warriors have grown accustomed to defeating enemies under Sun Wukong's guidance, making it difficult for them to envision Vegeta as the one who ultimately vanquishes Shalu. In their minds, the only one capable of defeating Shalu is Sun Wukong. When Sun Wukong took the stage, victory was already a foregone conclusion, at least in the minds of everyone except Vegeta. No one believed that it would ultimately be Vegeta who would defeat Sharu. Moreover, it was Vegeta himself who relinquished that opportunity. He clearly had the chance to completely annihilate Sharu. Defeating Satan and his cohorts was hardly more than a prelude for Sharu. He observed Sun Wukong, anticipating the latter's entrance. Naturally, from Sharu's perspective, Sun Wukong would not be the first to enter. He would be the final contender. Others would first exhaust Sharu's stamina, allowing Sun Wukong to step in subsequently. However, what Sharu did not foresee was that Sun Wukong would be the first to take the stage. Beside him, Sun Wufan and Vegeta, upon witnessing Sun Wukong's entrance, adopted serious expressions. They understood that the game orchestrated by Sharu was about to commence. One could even assert that the outcome of Sun Wukong's battle would dictate the fate of this encounter. If Sun Wukong were not a match for Sharu, then neither would the others stand a chance. Following his entrance, Sun Wukong engaged in an intense confrontation with Sharu. Their figures flickered across the arena, moving so swiftly that ordinary spectators could not perceive them. For instance, Satan and his companions. In their eyes, Sun Wukong and Sharu had vanished from the stage, leading Satan to explain that it was merely a trick of the eye. Chapter 122. Sun Wukong's astonishing act. Duanmu Yin remarked, "I now comprehend why the celestial screen compels us to remember Satan's mention of a trick of the eye." Duanmu Yin continued, "He will certainly repeat it more than once." Xian Nan suggested, "I believe that whenever one witnesses Sun Wukong and his companions exhibit feats beyond ordinary understanding, Satan will inevitably attribute it to a trick of the eye." Zhang Chulan quipped, "Ah, the trick of the eye is indeed a catch-all explanation. I wish he would provide me with the same trick." The countless strong individuals from myriad realms mocked Satan, causing his face to flush crimson. Was he angry? Of course, especially since the ridicule was directed at him. Yet, he felt even more vexed by the version of himself displayed on the celestial screen. At that moment, Satan perceived his own image as utterly foolish. He could not bear to watch. How had he become this way? Had he truly transformed after attaining the title of world champion? He could not even tolerate his own actions displayed on the celestial screen. He longed to admonish his celestial self. "Could you please pay attention and refrain from babbling nonsense?" Zhang Guo inquired, "Why did Sun Wukong emerge first? What is the reasoning behind this?" Zhang Guo postulated, "Could it be that Sun Wukong and his companions wished to commence with the strongest?" Xian Wu Mingren countered, "However, this seems illogical. Should not the weakest take the stage first, with the strongest as the grand finale?" Uchiha Sasuke speculated, "Perhaps Sun Wukong believes that simply entering the fray is sufficient to defeat Sharu, rendering a wheel battle unnecessary." Kurosaki Ichigo disagreed. "No, Sun Wukong is already aware that he is not Sharu's match." Kurosaki Ichigo added, "This indicates that his entrance is not driven by the intent to defeat Sharu." Zhang Chulan remarked, "Rather than questioning why Sun Wukong is the first to enter, I am more curious about the confidence he possesses." Zhang Chulan continued, "I believe his decision to be the first to enter is linked to that very confidence." Xian Nin speculated, "Could it be that Sun Wukong intends to expend his utmost effort to deplete Sharu's stamina?" Xian Nin added, "Then, he would allow the remaining fighters to defeat Sharu." Xiao Tian suggested, "There is a possibility, but I think it is unlikely." Xiao Tian elaborated, "Based on Sun Wukong's previously relaxed demeanor, it is evident that he possesses significant confidence." Xiao Tian concluded, "However, if he merely aims to exhaust Sharu's stamina for others to defeat him, he would not be so at ease." Duanmu Yin concurred, "Indeed, Sun Wukong cannot guarantee how much stamina he can drain from Sharu." Duanmu Yin added, "Furthermore, he cannot assure that after depleting Sharu's stamina, the others will be able to defeat him." Khalifa declared, "I say, Sun Wukong would be better off training for another year in the Room of Spirit in time to enhance his strength." Khalifa continued, "Only one's own power is the greatest source of confidence." No one contradicted Khalifa's words, for they shared her sentiment. They were perplexed as to why Sun Wukong had not returned to the Room of Spirit in time for further training. Clearly, if he were to train there for another year, his strength would undoubtedly increase. perhaps even allowing him to defeat Sheru in a one-on-one encounter. Yet, he chose not to do so. It was utterly incomprehensible. In truth, the primary reason Sun Wukong refrained from this course of action was to pave the way for Sun Wufan. After all, during this period, Akira Toriyama had intended for Sun Wufan to ascend, planning for Sun Wukong's demise. Thus, it was imperative that Sun Wukong refrain from further training in the Room of Spirit and Time. Otherwise, the protagonist who would ultimately vanquish Sheru would once again be Sun Wukong. Naturally, none in the vast multiverse could possibly be aware of these matters, including the very parties involved, Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan. While no one paid attention to Satan's clownish antics, Sun Wufan and the others were intently observing the battle. Unlike Satan and his companions, they could perceive the action unfolding. The figures of Sun Wukong and Sheru continued to flicker across the arena, moving at speeds imperceptible to the naked eye. Subsequently, their figures reappeared on opposite sides of the stage, reminiscent of the moments prior to the battle's commencement. However, discerning observers could easily tell that the earlier skirmish had merely served as an appetizer. It was merely a warm-up. The true battle was yet to unfold. Sun Wukong unleashed his energy, fully revealing his strength. This time, he did not conceal his power as he had against Frieza, deliberately allowing Frieza to exert his full strength. This time, Sun Wukong was operating at full throttle. However, Sheru did not match his intensity. Thus, in the beginning, Sun Wukong held the upper hand over Sheru. Yet, Sheru was not one to back down, employing the techniques he had mastered to counter Sun Wukong. For instance, he utilized Tien Shin'en's four-way fist, dividing himself into 4 Sheru figures. However, Sun Wukong easily dismantled this tactic. As the battle progressed, Sheru gradually began to turn the tide. The scope of their combat expanded beyond the arena, soaring into the skies. Sun Wufan and the others were aware of their location, gazing upward. Meanwhile, Satan, upon witnessing their disappearance once more, resumed his claims of a trick of the eye. The clash with Sun Wukong exhilarated Sheru. The Saiyan blood coursing through his veins instilled in him a fondness for high-intensity battles. He asserted that it would be a pity if such a fierce battle resulted in disqualification simply for stepping out of bounds. Therefore, he resolved to abolish that rule. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong immediately reacted, loudly urging those below to vacate the edges of the arena. Subsequently, Sheru obliterated the stage beneath them. Thanks to Sun Wukong's warning, Sun Wufan and the others moved away from the periphery of the arena. Satan and his companions were also saved by Sun Wufan and the others. They urged Satan and his group to leave, but naturally, they had no intention of departing. With the arena destroyed, it meant that the only ways to determine victory were either through surrender or by eliminating the opponent. The battle continued, but it was evident to discerning observers that the likelihood of Sun Wukong emerging victorious in this encounter was exceedingly low. In the midst of an intense battle, Sun Wukong observed the formidable Cell soaring high above, refraining from further aggression. Cell, under the misapprehension that Sun Wukong was fatigued and devoid of strength, suggested that he consume a Senzu bean to recover before continuing their confrontation. However, what both Cell and the others could not have anticipated was Sun Wukong's astonishing declaration: "I shall not fight any longer. I have discerned your true abilities. I surrender." Sun Wukong has surrendered. Chapter 123. It is your turn to shine, Wufan. Surrendered? In the celestial realm, upon witnessing Sun Wukong's capitulation, Krillin and the others were struck with disbelief. They had known Wukong for an extensive period, yet had never witnessed him yield. Even during his inaugural participation in the World Martial Arts Tournament, when he was struck by Master Roshi's formidable technique, he had been on the verge of surrender, but ultimately halted due to the appearance of the full moon. Thus, this marked Sun Wukong's first genuine surrender, and it appeared that he was not compelled to do so against his will. He embraced his decision with an air of nonchalance. Cell truly was a terrifying adversary, capable of eliciting such a willing surrender from Wukong. On Snake Way, Sun Wukong himself was astonished by his own decision to surrender. The last time he had nearly capitulated was during his first World Martial Arts Tournament, and since then, he had never once yielded, regardless of the strength of his opponents. Yet here he was, surrendering. However, having made this choice, he must have a contingency plan in place. Otherwise, he would never have surrendered so easily. Across the myriad realms, the news of Sun Wukong's surrender left many in utter astonishment. Warring states expressed disbelief. "I never imagined I would witness Sun Wukong surrender. Before this, I found it hard to envision him yielding, remarked Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke added, Cell must be the first to successfully compel him to surrender. He continued. While Master Roshi was the first to make him consider surrendering, he ultimately failed. Ichigo Kurosaki noted. Sun Wukong's choice to yield indicates that his confidence does not stem solely from himself. He speculated that this surrender would soon reveal the true source of his confidence. Zhang Chulan inferred that they would soon witness what this confidence entailed. Vegeta snorted, Humph. I see that Kakarot's source of confidence is none other than me. He surely believes he has drained enough of Cell's stamina to defeat him. Vegeta scoffed. What a redundant gesture. Even without this, I would undoubtedly defeat Cell. Frieza cackled. Oh ho ho, am I mistaken? Vegeta, you dare claim to be Kakarot's source of confidence? Frieza exclaimed, this is preposterous. Vegeta retorted, if not me, who else could be his source? His son? Or Trunks? Surely, it cannot be anyone else. Yamcha interjected, perhaps Kakarot's source of confidence is not a person at all, Vegeta. Do not be overly assured. Vegeta insisted, I must see for myself who or what could possibly serve as Kakarot's source of confidence. Not only Vegeta, but others were equally curious about the nature of Sun Wukong's confidence. What could compel him to surrender? It is crucial to note that this is not a mere martial arts tournament. Surrender here would equate to losing the game against Cell, which would lead to the annihilation of all life on Earth. Sun Wukong comprehended this, yet he still chose to surrender, indicating his profound confidence in whatever his source of strength might be. But what could it be? An object? A person? They found it difficult to ascertain the nature of an object, but as for a person, who could it be? Most likely, it would be one of the other three Saiyans, as no one else possessed the strength to confront Cell. Thus, could it truly be as Vegeta posited? Among the remaining three Saiyans, Vegeta indeed possessed the greatest power, making him the most likely candidate. Yet would Sun Wukong truly consider Vegeta his source of confidence? The notion seemed utterly inconceivable. What of Trunks? However, Trunks' strength likely paled in comparison to his father's. As for Sun Wufan, they completely dismissed the idea, for he had only just learned to transform into a Super Saiyan and was still quite young. His strength was, by all accounts, the weakest among the four Saiyans. Sending Sun Wufan to the arena would be tantamount to sending him to his doom. Nevertheless, it was apparent that Sun Wukong would soon reveal his source of confidence. They would learn the truth in due time. In response to Sun Wukong's unexpected surrender, both Cell and Vegeta were left in utter shock. They knew Sun Wukong well, which made his surrender all the more inconceivable. Cell questioned whether Sun Wukong was serious. If he surrendered, it would mean victory for Cell in his game, which would lead to the slaughter of Earth's inhabitants. Yet Sun Wukong reassured him that although he had surrendered, it did not imply that there would be no challenger to follow. Once the next fighter entered the fray, the outcome of Cell's game would be determined. Cell found this statement disconcerting, as it implied that Sun Wukong believed the next contestant could defeat him. He was filled with curiosity, for no such individual should exist. While Vegeta and Trunks had indeed grown stronger, they were still inferior to Sun Wukong. Who, then, could he be referring to? Vegeta and the others anxiously awaited Sun Wukong's answer, equally intrigued by the identity of the fighter capable of besting Cell. Meanwhile, Satan believed that Sun Wukong must be referring to him, but feigned a stomach ailment to avoid combat, fearing that others would perceive him as cowardly. Under the collective gaze of the assembly, Sun Wukong turned his head toward Vegeta and the others, declaring, "It is your turn, Wufan." In that moment, he revealed the identity of the individual he believed could vanquish Cell and bring an end to his game, his son, Sun Wufan. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's declaration, Cell, Vegeta, and the others were rendered speechless. They had never anticipated that Sun Wukong would name such a contender. The most affected was Piccolo, exclaiming, "This fool, Wukong, intends to send his own son to his demise." As Sun Wufan's father, Piccolo could not bear to witness him enter the arena against Cell. He doubted Wufan's ability to defeat Cell, considering that even Sun Wukong himself was no match for this foe. Sun Wukong's implication was that Wufan had surpassed him, achieving a level of strength beyond his own. Could this truly be the case? Chapter 124, Sun Wufan. My father is merely average, not particularly strong. What is Wukong thinking? Allowing his son to face certain death? What could possibly be going through his mind? In the world of Dragon Ball, on the desolate plains of Earth, Beak emitted a soul-stirring roar, akin to that of his counterpart in the sky. It was astonishing that he would allow his son to face off against Shalu. a foe that even Sun Wukong struggled to defeat. Was he not merely sending his son to his demise? Was it conceivable that Wu Fan possessed the strength to vanquish Sha Lu? This seemed utterly implausible. Wu Fan was merely a child, not yet 10 years of age. Even if he transformed into a Super Saiyan, how could he possibly contend with Sha Lu? It would be far more prudent to have Trunks take the stage instead. Wu Fan, you must not heed your father's every command in the future. Beak admonished as he began to guide son Wu Fan. Uncle Beak, why does Dad want me to fight? Wu Fan asked, blinking his eyes with curiosity. Does he believe I can defeat Sha Lu? This inquiry left Beak momentarily speechless. If he affirmed it, Wu Fan would undoubtedly feel elated, convinced that his father's judgment was sound. Conversely, if he denied it, Beak would need to conjure another explanation as to why Sun Wukong insisted on Wu Fan entering the fray. The crux of the matter was whether a negative response would lead Wu Fan to believe that Beak lacked faith in him. As he contemplated this, Beak could only smile and gently pat Wu Fan's head, choosing silence as his answer. Chi-Chi, Wukong, what on earth are you thinking? Chi-Chi exclaimed in frustration. As a mother, she was deeply concerned. Anyone else could take the stage, but not Wu Fan, her son, and the one propelling him into battle was none other than his own father. Chi-Chi was on the verge of an explosion of anger. Chi-Chi, please remain calm. By allowing Wu Fan to fight, I am placing my trust in his ability to defeat Sha Lu. Sun Wukong replied, but he is merely a child. If you yourself cannot best Sha Lu, how could he? Chi-Chi retorted, that may indicate that Wu Fan's strength has surpassed mine. Sun Wukong suggested, do you truly believe that is possible? Chi-Chi scoffed. Most, aside from Sun Wukong, found it hard to accept that Wu Fan had surpassed his father. Considering his tender age of just 9, when Sun Wukong defeated Piccolo Daimaō to save the Earth, he was already over 10. How could a child not yet 10 possess strength greater than that of his battle-hardened father? The very notion seemed implausible. However, this left them all puzzled as to why Sun Wukong would allow Wu Fan to fight. I recall that Wu Fan has a unique trait. When enraged, he can unleash power beyond his own limits, Bagoo noted. Could it be that Sun Wukong recognized this and thus decided to let Wu Fan fight? You may be onto something. Duan Yen agreed. I remember instances when Wu Fan's anger led to significant power surges, once against Raditz, creating an opportunity for Beak and Sun Wukong, and another when Beak perished, causing Wu Fan's attack to numb Daba. Then there was the confrontation with Frieza, where Wu Fan delivered a punishing blow during Frieza's initial transformation, despite failing to inflict actual harm. Huan added, yet, upon reflection, while Wu Fan's fury does indeed spark power beyond his own, the results seem less pronounced aside from the incident with Raditz, he observed. Could it be that Sun Wukong possesses excessive faith in Wu Fan, believing that his rage will ensure victory over Sha Lu? If that is the case, it appears rather improbable. Xiao Tian remarked. Sun Wukong would not place his hopes on such nebulous grounds. Could it be that Wu Fan's power has actually eclipsed that of Sun Wukong? Zhang Chuan pondered. After all, the strength attained post-transformation into a Super Saiyan is still largely dependent on his base power. Although Wu Fan has just begun to master the Super Saiyan transformation, it cannot be asserted that he is definitively weaker than Sun Wukong. It is conceivable that during their training in the hyperbolic time chamber, Sun Wukong discerned that his son had indeed surpassed him, thus placing all hope upon him, Huilin Fei suggested. Yet, Wu Fan is merely 9 years old. Has he truly surpassed his father? Naruto reflected on his own capabilities at 9, finding it laughable in comparison. What of it? Many formidable figures in the vast ocean began their journeys at a young age, Kaido interjected. Nevertheless, the notion of Wu Fan surpassing his father at 9 is somewhat exaggerated. It is akin to claiming that a 9-year-old has surpassed the 4 emperors or the Pirate King, Roger. It seems implausible. In any case, regardless of the circumstances, Sun Wukong has chosen to allow Wu Fan to fight. This implies that, in his eyes, his son is capable of defeating Sha Lu, Duan Yen concluded. As for the reasons behind this decision, speculating here is futile. After all, we shall soon witness the outcome of the battle between Wu Fan and Sha Lu, Huilin Fei remarked. Countless individuals across the myriad realms gazed at the celestial screen, eagerly anticipating the clash between Wu Fan and Sha Lu. Their curiosity was piqued. What could possibly motivate Sun Wukong to send Wu Fan into battle? Was he seeking to harness Wu Fan's anger as a means to amplify his strength to conquer Sha Lu? Or had Wu Fan already surpassed Sun Wukong's prowess at this juncture? Sun Wukong approached Wu Fan, encouraging him to engage in battle with Sha Lu. Naturally, this decision was met with disapproval from others, particularly Beak, who reacted most vehemently. Sun Wukong defended his choice, asserting that Wufan had fought alongside them since childhood. He recalled that at Wufan's age, he had been utterly oblivious to the world around him. He then crouched down to inquire if Wufan had any misunderstandings or difficulties regarding the recent battle. Wufan responded that he felt both his father and Shalu had not fought at their full potential. Sun Wukong clarified that, while he could not speak for Shalu, he had indeed exerted all his strength. This implied that, in Wufan's perspective, the battle was not as formidable as it appeared. Indeed, Wufan perceived his father's displayed power as merely adequate, not particularly formidable. Perhaps in Wufan's mind lingered the thought, "They say my father is strong. Why do I not share that sentiment? It seems rather ordinary." Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Beak hastily inquired if Wufan's assessment was accurate. Wufan nodded in affirmation, leaving everyone present astounded. Chapter 125, The First Encounter with a Father's Burden. Simultaneously, countless beings across the realms were equally taken aback. They had not anticipated that Sun Wukong's prowess would be deemed lackluster in the eyes of his own son. Just how formidable was Wufan's own strength? Kapu, let me pose a question. If one day your grandson suddenly told you that your strength was lacking, how would you feel? Kapu replied, he wouldn't dare. Just wait until I give him a good thrashing. Surpassing one's father is not an unusual feat, yet the fact remains that Wufan is only 9 years old. Ichigo Kurosaki asserted. To think that a 9-year-old's strength has already eclipsed that of his father is nothing short of terrifying. His commentary resonated with many who nodded in agreement. Across the vast multiverse, there were indeed numerous individuals with powerful fathers, but those who had surpassed their fathers were far fewer. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that they have all undergone significant trials and have garnered numerous opportunities before achieving such feats. By the time they surpass their fathers, they are typically in their 20s or older. To transcend one's father at a mere adolescent age is truly extraordinary. Yet, what of Sun Wufan? He is but 9 years old and has already surpassed his father. More critically, he has surpassed Sun Wukong. What immense power resides within Sun Wukong? Among the myriad realms, how many fathers possess strength that can rival his? To aspire to exceed him is, in itself, a fantastical notion, let alone achieving it at the age of 9. It can only be said that Sun Wufan is utterly terrifying. His training within the hyperbolic time chamber has fully unlocked his latent potential. In the spaceship, one must ponder, is the union of Saiyan and Earthling bloodlines truly that formidable? If so, why does Trunks not exhibit such extraordinary prowess? Vegeta is notably displeased. Both are products of the Saiyan and Earthling amalgamation. So why does Kakarot's son possess such strength while his own son, Trunks, falls short? Moreover, Trunks' lineage is undoubtedly more potent than Kakarot's. Logically, Trunks should surpass Sun Wufan in power. Could it be that Sun Wufan, as the first hybrid of Saiyan and Earthling descent, enjoys certain privileges? If this is the case, it spells disaster, for Sun Wufan has already been born and has reaped those benefits. Even if he were to have a child with Bulma right now, it would be too late. On the desolate plains of Earth, Piccolo gazes at Sun Wufan with a look of reassurance, affirming, I knew I was right about you. You were significantly more powerful than your father. His earlier decision to take Sun Wufan under his wing was rooted in recognizing the boy's immense potential, and it has been proven that his judgment was astute. In fact, one could argue that Sun Wufan is even more formidable than he had anticipated. Am I truly stronger than my father? Sun Wufan muses, staring at the starry sky. After witnessing the previous events, he perceives his father as the greatest hero in his eyes. The prospect of surpassing his father fills him with exhilaration, although his ambition lies in becoming a scholar. At this moment, a new thought emerges. Perhaps becoming a powerful warrior is not such a bad idea. Then it appears that it will be Sun Wufan who defeats Sheru, not Sun Wukong, remarks Yan'an. It seems so, he replies. However, we must not underestimate the capabilities of children. Some can be far more formidable than adults. He recalls Xiangyang, a child under 10 who can summon the Emperor's armor, and not just any version, but the fully leveled one. Who could contest that? Some children possess strengths that far exceed those of adults. In the world of Kamen Rider 555, Xiao Ye and his companions expressed their astonishment. Wasn't he the formidable king of Ophiuchus, once merely a child? Terrifying children are not unfamiliar to them, yet Sun Wufan surpasses them all in this regard. Can Sun Wufan truly defeat Sheru? Countless beings across the realms await the outcome. Originally, Suan Wufan had no desire to engage in battle. However, Suan Wukong convinced him, stating, "Do you not wish to become a scholar? Then take the future of Earth into your own hands." After much persuasion, Suan Wufan ultimately agreed to join the fray. Upon his agreement, Suan Wukong performed a shocking act. He requested a Senzu bean from Krillin and tossed it to Sheru. This action left others utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend his reasoning. Suan Wukong explained that Sheru had expended considerable energy in their battle, and it would be unfair to continue without rectifying that imbalance. Sheru, without hesitation, consumed the Senzu bean and restored himself to peak condition. Were there a ranking of healing elixirs across the myriad realms? The Senzu bean would undoubtedly rank within the top 10, if not the top 5, or even the top 3. Its healing speed is unmatched. Once ingested, one can immediately return to optimal health. Furthermore, its efficacy is independent of the consumer's strength, providing a percentage-based recovery of 100%. Whether an ordinary individual or a powerhouse like Sheru, all can be restored to their zenith. It is no wonder that by the later stages, such items are exceedingly scarce. The astounding healing properties of the Senzu bean have left countless powerful beings in awe and envy. If they possessed such an item, it would be akin to gaining an extra life. Yet, what astonished them further was Suan Wukong's actions. Wanghua, why would Suan Wukong do such a thing? Is he truly advocating fairness against an enemy? Has he lost his senses? Wanghua exclaimed. Even Carp would not betray his own grandson like this. Zhang Chulin added, I have seen many betrayals, but this is the first time I have witnessed a father betray his son. Don Mu Yin remarked, though my father has been unfair to me. Compared to Suan Wukong, that is but a minor infraction. Don Mu Yin continued, is he not concerned that Suan Wufan may one day retaliate against him? Xiao Tian mused, I once thought that Little Fei and Little Gong were terrible teammates, but I never anticipated there could be someone even worse. Dagu expressed relief that his teammates were reliable. Countless powerful beings were left in disbelief. Suan Wukong had expended tremendous effort, draining Sheru of considerable energy, only to see him restored with a simple act of assistance. At such a critical juncture, what need was there for notions of fairness? Shouldn't the priority be to eliminate Sheru? Why complicate matters for his own son? Chapter 126. For a mother, the safety of her child is paramount, Krillin exclaimed, Suan Wukong. While you may desire a fair fight with the enemy, why must you impose the same on Wufan? Yamcha interjected, indeed. Did you even consult Wufan about whether he wished for such fairness? Tianjin Fan added, if it were merely a sparring match, that would be one thing. But this is a life-and-death battle with Sheru. Wukong, you have truly erred. Piccolo asserted, advocating fairness against an enemy? Wukong, you are exceedingly naive. Vegeta scoffed, Kakarot. Your naivety is nothing short of laughable. Frieza lamented, to think I would fall to such a fool. I refuse to accept this. At this moment, both friends and foes of Suan Wukong were united in their critique of his decision to aid Sheru in regaining strength. Not only Krillin, but even Frieza and Vegeta could not fathom Suan Wukong's reasoning. Advocating fairness with an enemy? Was that not sheer folly? Even if Suan Wufan's strength surpasses Sheru's, must he not confront him with greater ease? Restoring Sheru's strength only introduces more variables. Would it not be wiser to proceed with caution? Chi-Chi exclaimed, Suan Wukong. While it is one thing to allow Wufan to participate, why must you complicate matters for him? How can you call yourself a father? Faced with the collective scrutiny of those around him, Suan Wukong scratched his head, feeling quite embarrassed. He could understand the rationale behind his actions, yet he found it impossible to articulate his reasoning. Just because he comprehended it did not mean that others would as well. Thus, Suan Wukong remained silent. Upon witnessing the silence of Suan Wukong, the others felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. One could only lament the plight of Suan Wufan, burdened with such a father. While Suan Wukong possesses many admirable qualities, he harbors a significant flaw, an incessant desire to engage in combat with the most formidable foes. If it were merely adversaries, it would be tolerable, but when it involves enemies, the potential for disaster escalates dramatically. Previously, during the battle on Namek Star against Frieza, he had the opportunity to defeat Frieza, but insisted on pushing him to unleash his full power. This reckless decision nearly led to his own demise, risking annihilation alongside Namek Star. This time, however, he endangers not himself but his son. If Suan Wufan ultimately triumphs over Shalu, all would be well, yet should he fail, Suan Wukong will bear the blame. Naturally, the greatest share of responsibility for the crisis posed by the androids will ultimately rest on Vegeta. for had it not been for him, Shallow would never have reached his perfect form. Now, one can only hope that Suan Wufan will emerge victorious against Shallow. Should he falter, it would indeed be a farcical turn of events. As Suan Wufan arrived on the battlefield, he unleashed a formidable power that left Bike and the others in sheer disbelief. They had not anticipated such strength from him. Vegeta, too, was unable to contain his astonishment, questioning how Suan Wufan had cultivated such remarkable abilities. Although Shallow was taken aback momentarily, he still regarded Suan Wufan with disdain. The battle commenced, and soon Suan Wufan was sent flying by Shallow, crashing into a cliff and becoming buried beneath the rubble. This sight caused Bike immense distress as he shouted that it was Suan Wukong who had doomed his son. Yet, Suan Wukong remained composed, asserting that Suan Wufan was not dead. Indeed, this proved true as Suan Wufan emerged from the debris, unharmed, gazing calmly at Shallow, declaring the fight to be meaningless. Unlike his father, he did not relish combat. He began to understand why his father had urged him to step into the fray. In the past, he would unleash power beyond his limits driven by rage, and it was this very reason that had prompted his father to allow him to fight. He implored Shallow to cease this game, expressing his reluctance to kill him. While Suan Wufan spoke truthfully, Shallow interpreted his words differently, seeing them as an attempt to instill fear. This only piqued Shallow's interest, as he was eager to witness the extent of Suan Wufan's strength when enraged. Subsequently, Shallow devised strategies to provoke Suan Wufan, continuously assaulting him. While Suan Wufan did not lack the ability to defend himself, he found it increasingly challenging to withstand the onslaught. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi, watching her son endure such treatment on television, was overwhelmed with anguish. Crying out in frustration at Suan Wukong for not intervening and questioning why her son had to partake in such a battle. Previously, she had been hard to understand, often deemed unreasonable and irksome, as Suan Wufan was meant to protect the Earth. If he refrained from fighting, the planet would surely face destruction at Shallow's hands. However, as time passed and she matured, she began to comprehend Chi-Chi's perspective. For a mother, her child's safety far outweighs the importance of the entire world. This sentiment resonated strongly with countless mothers, affirming that they do not seek riches or fame for their children, but simply wish for their well-being. Protecting the Earth and becoming a savior is indeed noble and heroic. Yet if it comes at the cost of their children's safety, they would undoubtedly oppose it. While Suan Wufan was being mercilessly beaten by Shallow, what was Suan Wukong doing? As Shallow ensnared Suan Wufan in a tight embrace, crushing him, Suan Wukong wore a smile, seemingly pleased by the spectacle. He advised Suan Wufan to remember this moment for future reflection. Observing that no matter what he did, Suan Wufan remained unperturbed. Shallow contemplated other tactics. Just then, a figure lunged at Shallow, executing a powerful technique that ensnared him. This figure was the 16. He declared his intent to perish alongside Shallow, revealing that Dr. Galo had implanted a powerful bomb within him, which he planned to detonate. However, upon his fierce exclamation, nothing happened. Confused, 16 learned from Kellen that during Bulma's repairs, she had discovered and removed the bomb. Stripped of his explosive, 16 was left in shock, only to be met with Shallow's retaliatory strike that obliterated his body, leaving behind just his head. Shallow nonchalantly kicked 16's head away, sending it rolling to where Sadan and the others stood. With 16 dispatched, Shallow turned his focus to further inciting Suan Wufan, now targeting Suan Wukong and his companions. At this moment, Bike could no longer contain himself. He yearned to assist Suan Wufan but was restrained by Suan Wukong. Bike implored Suan Wukong, stating that Suan Wufan did not share his love for battle. He said, "Wukong, do you know what Suan Wufan thinks while being pummeled by Shallow? He wonders why his father does not come to his rescue. Even if it means facing death at Shallow's hands, I must save him." In this moment, Bike epitomized what it meant to be Suan Wufan's true father. His words awakened Suan Wukong, who requested the Sindou from Kellen, preparing to aid Suan Wufan. Yet, it was too late. Shallow intercepted Kellen, seizing the Sindou before returning to confront Suan Wufan. Subsequently, his shortened tail unfurled, revealing an opening from which several small Shallow emerged, akin to a birthing process. A total of 7 miniature Shallow appeared, each corresponding to Suan Wukong, Bike, Vegeta, Talank, Kellen, Yamcha, and Tianjin Fan. Shallow commanded the small Shallow to attack Suan Wukong and the others, informing Suan Wufan that Vegeta and Talank might withstand the onslaught, but the remaining fighters, including the exhausted Suan Wukong, would likely falter. Indeed, while Vegeta and Talank could hold their ground against the small Shalu, the others, including Bike and Kellen, were utterly outmatched, treated as mere playthings. Sun Wukong, having depleted his strength, was also unable to contend with the small Shalu. Witnessing his elders being mercilessly overpowered, Sun Wufan finally felt a surge of anger. Seeing this, Shalu prepared to stoke the flames further. Meanwhile, on Sadan's side, despite being reduced to merely a head, 16 still managed to speak. He urged Sadan to carry him to Sun Wufan's side, asserting that as a world champion among humans, he should perform the duties expected of such a title. Naturally, the others declined, insisting that Sadan, as an ordinary human, should not interfere in the battle against monsters. However, Sadan agreed, stealthily cradling 16's head as he approached Sun Wufan and Shalu. However, due to a lingering fear within, he did not approach fully but instead found a nearby position and tossed the head of Shalu over. The previous demeanor of Satan could be aptly described as that of a jester. Yet, when he chose to approach Sun Wukong and Shalu with Shirlyo's head in tow, he did not tarnish the title of world champion that he bore. In that moment, he was undeniably no longer a clown. One might even regard him as a hero. One must ponder how many would dare to make the same choice as Satan in such a dire situation. The words of Tianmu rendered countless beings across the realm silent. In their eyes, the former Satan was indeed a clown, a complete fool whom they scorned and mocked. However, when Satan approached the battlefield with Shirlyo's head, no one held the right to look down upon him or ridicule him again. He was no longer a jester. As Tianmu articulated, how many would have the courage to make a choice akin to Satan's? Even the most elite beings from various worlds, such as Zhangguo, Karp, and Uzumaki Naruto, as well as the formidable San Hu and Ilong, could not claim to possess such bravery. Their strength surpassed that of Satan, for he was merely an ordinary man. Although their power could not compare to the warriors of the Dragon Ball world, it was still considerably greater than that of an average person. Yet, would they have the audacity to make a choice like Satan's in that perilous scenario? Perhaps not. After all, approaching the battlefield posed a significant risk of death should Shalu detect them, even if they went unnoticed. The residual force from the clash between Sun Wukong and Shalu could have extinguished their lives innumerable times over. Thus, Satan's act of bringing Shirlyo's head to the battlefield was tantamount to disregarding his own mortality. If the prior incarnation of Satan was indeed a clown, then in this moment, he truly embodied the essence of a world champion. He had accomplished what a champion ought to do. Within a martial arts hall on Earth in the Dragon Ball realm, Satan gazed at his image on the celestial screen, listening to Tianmu's narration, and could not help but smile. At last, the version of himself displayed on the screen had not brought him shame. As a world champion, there were certain responsibilities he was compelled to undertake. Despite the imminent danger of approaching the battlefield with Shirlyo's head, what of it? Should this world champion abstain from action? Would he impose such a burden upon his disciple or the broadcasting journalist? That would be a true disgrace. Tianmu's portrayal of his actions finally restored a semblance of dignity, no longer rendering him a mere jester. After showing some respect for Satan's actions, countless beings across the realms were left with a new question. What did Shirlu intend for Satan to do by bringing him near Sun Wukong, given that he now possessed only a head? Originally, Shalu had intended to stoke the flames further by commanding little Shalu to kill a few individuals to thoroughly enrage Sun Wukong. However, at that moment, Shirlyo's head was thrown into the fray. Satan, exerting a bit too much force, did not toss Shirlyo's head beside Sun Wukong, but rather near Shalu. Subsequently, Shirlu spoke to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, if it is for a just cause, there is no sin in fighting. Some individuals in this world cannot be reached through words. You may unleash your anger now. I understand your feelings, but you need not endure any longer. At that moment, Shalu had already approached Shirlu. The nature I cherish and the little creatures depend on your protection. I entrust this to you. With those final words, Shalu crushed Shirlyo's head beneath his foot. This act became the final spark that ignited Sun Wukong's fury. Sun Wukong stared blankly at the scene before him. A small bird, a creature beloved by Shirlu, flitting through his mind. Soon after, a crimson laser pierced through his consciousness, striking the small bird's body. Ah! Sun Wukong roared, an overwhelming surge of power erupting from within him. In that moment, his wrath finally reached its zenith. He successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 2, a form surpassing even that of Super Saiyan. The death of Shirlu served as the catalyst for Sun Wukong's fury to fully explode. His anger erupted forth. His hair, once merely upright as a Super Saiyan, now stood even taller, with the strands that typically lay across his forehead standing upright, save for a lone tuft. Tears welled in his eyes, yet due to the immense power coursing through him, those tears did not fall to the ground but instead floated upwards. Surrounding him was a golden aura crackling with arcs of electricity, a manifestation of power overflowing to its utmost limit. Shalu, possessing the cells of Vegeta, inherited Vegeta's arrogance. Rather than simply defeating Sun Wukong, he desired to witness the extent of Sun Wukong's strength when enraged. This was akin to Vegeta's previous decision to allow Shalu to transform into his complete form for the sake of gauging its power. With Shalu's provocation, Sun Wukong's rage finally erupted in full force. At this moment, Sun Wukong underwent a transformation, embodying the pinnacle sought by his father, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta, a form that transcended Super Saiyan. This was Super Saiyan 2. Previous iterations of Super Saiyan, including Super Saiyan Full Power, could not be said to have surpassed Super Saiyan. They merely exhibited increased strength due to an enhancement in their base forms. In contrast, Sun Wukong's current stance represented a true transcendence beyond Super Saiyan, a transformation that was indeed more potent. This magnificent form, coupled with the tears cascading against the current, evoked awe in all who witnessed it. Sun Wukong was the first Super Saiyan in many years since the ancestor of the Saiyans, Yamoshi. Meanwhile, his son, Sun Wukong, was the first Super Saiyan 2 in history. In that moment, all realms were captivated by the striking presence of Sun Wukong's transformation into Super Saiyan 2. Though merely 9 years of age, his allure exceeded the limitations of his youth. Such charisma was beyond what a child of 9 ought to possess. After a considerable interval, individuals began to regain their composure. Zhang Guo remarked, Super Saiyan 2. So this is the transformation that surpasses Super Saiyan. A transformation stronger than Super Saiyan. Zhang Chulan expressed his astonishment. I never anticipated that Sun Wukong's fury would lead him to transform into Super Saiyan 2. Duan Muyin added, it is fortunate that Shala's own demise incited this wrath in Sun Wukong. Duan Muyin continued, however, as Tianmu mentioned, it is due to the cells of Vegeta within him that he inherited Vegeta's arrogance. Dagu stated, in this light, we ought to express gratitude to Vegeta. Hua Linfei interjected, gratitude? If it weren't for him, Shala would never have become complete. Dagu countered, yet, without Shalu's transformation into his complete form and the provocation of Sun Wukong, we would have never witnessed Super Saiyan 2. Hua Linfei conceded, you make a compelling point. Xian Nan proclaimed, Sun Wukong and his son, I shall deem them the strongest father-son duo. The father was the first to transform into a Super Saiyan, and the son was the first to attain Super Saiyan 2. Black Zai Ihu pondered the past, questioning if Sun Wukong's son, Sun Gohan, had surpassed his father. While uncertainty lingered then, it is now unequivocal. He has indeed transcended his father. Chi-Chi joyfully exclaimed, ha ha, that is my son. As a mother, although Chi-Chi was reluctant to see her son on the battlefield, witnessing his remarkable prowess and striking appearance filled her with immense pride. In the wasteland, Piccolo gazed at the sky, then at Sun Gohan beside him, his eyes shifting between the two. It was hard to fathom that the extraordinarily handsome Super Saiyan 2 Sun Gohan, soaring in the sky, was the very child standing next to him. The transformation was truly astounding. Yet, after the initial surprise, excitement surged within him. After all, he regarded Sun Gohan as his own son. The stronger Sun Gohan became, the happier this old father felt. However, after the excitement came a pang of sorrow. Sun Gohan's transformation into Super Saiyan 2 came at a significant cost. First, he was let down by his father, and then he witnessed the death of number 16 before his eyes. It was too much for someone so young to bear. And how could one not feel heartache? Duan Muyin remarked, I never anticipated that it would be number 16 who ultimately helped Sun Gohan achieve Super Saiyan 2. Shi Nan agreed, noting that number 16's presence was previously minimal, yet he played such a pivotal role. Black Zai Ihu added, indeed, although number 16 is an android, he has committed no wrongdoing and possesses a fondness for nature and small creatures. He continued, it is only natural for anyone to feel anger upon learning that such an android was slain by Cell. Zhang Chulan queried, by the way, if an android dies, can the Dragon Balls bring them back to life? Uzumaki Naruto responded, I am uncertain. It seems that number 16 is a pure android, not a modified human. Uchiha Sasuke concluded, If resurrection is not possible, then number 16 is truly gone. The thought of number 16 possibly being lost forever evoked a collective sigh from countless beings across the realms. Since his appearance, number 16 had remained reticent. Although he was created to eliminate Sun Wukong, he never acted upon that purpose and committed no wrongs. Rather, he cherished nature and small animals. Such an android was one they wished to keep around. If he could not be revived, it would indeed be a lamentable loss. All the blame fell upon Cell. Multitudes glared at Cell on the screen, their teeth clenched in anger, while fervently praying, "Son Gohan, you must defeat Cell." Son Gohan's transformation had taken Cell by surprise and brought him a degree of delight, for he finally witnessed Son Gohan's wrath. Son Gohan approached Cell, seizing the Senzu bean from him with such swiftness that Cell could not react. Ignoring Cell, he moved towards Sun Wukong and his companions. Upon his arrival, the small cells lunged at him. Son Gohan's response was straightforward. He attacked. Each of his strikes obliterated a small cell, which were formidable enough to rival Vegeta and Trunks. Yet, in Son Gohan's presence, they crumbled like fragile bubbles, dispatched with a single blow. The sheer might Son Gohan displayed left Vegeta and the others utterly astonished. Was this the power unleashed by Son Gohan's fury? Chapter 129. Sun Wukong almost faced disaster. Son Gohan's display of strength after transforming into Super Saiyan 2 caused others to question their very existence, particularly Vegeta. It was known that the small cells possessed power comparable to his own, allowing him only to fight to a standstill. Yet Son Gohan effortlessly dispatched them with a single blow. This indicated that Son Gohan could similarly defeat him in one strike. After vanquishing the small cells, Son Gohan tossed a Senzu bean to Trunks, instructing him to distribute it among the others. He then faced Cell. The power Son Gohan exhibited astonished Cell, but he remained unfazed. In Cell's eyes, Son Gohan still did not measure up to him. He claimed that during his previous bout with Sun Wukong, he had not unleashed his full strength. When he did, it would mark the end of the Cell games. Then, Cell unleashed his full power, emitting an aura far stronger than before, a level entirely different from their previous encounter. Confronted by the transformed Son Gohan, Cell finally revealed his complete strength. Zhang Chulan observed, "It seems there remains a significant disparity in strength between Sun Wukong and Cell." He noted that Cell had not yet unleashed his full might, while Sun Wukong could only barely hold his ground. Shi Nan concurred, "Indeed, it is fortunate that Son Gohan is present. Otherwise, this Cell games would surely have been lost." Black Zai Ihu asserted thus, "Sun Wukong's confidence truly stems from Son Gohan, or rather, from the power unleashed by Son Gohan's anger." He added, "However, Sun Wukong nearly jeopardized everything. Had it not been for number 16, they would likely have been defeated before Son Gohan's fury could manifest." Huolin Fei agreed, stating, "Ultimately, this situation arose from Sun Wukong's naive assumptions. He believed that his son could defeat Cell once enraged. Yet, he never considered whether his son even wished to become angry or to fight Cell." Zhang Guo remarked, "While the outcome is favorable, the process was indeed precarious." He continued, "Had it not been for number 16's sacrifice, Sun Wukong would have truly faced disaster." It was evident to all that Sun Wukong had come perilously close to failure. His assumption was not incorrect. Son Gohan could indeed unleash power beyond his limits when enraged, potentially capable of defeating Cell. However, he never contemplated whether his son was willing to become angry or how to provoke that anger, to incite his son's fury. He even smiled and watched as Son Gohan was mercilessly pummeled by Cell. Had number 16 not sacrificed himself, the outcome could very well have been that they were all defeated before Son Gohan could even become enraged. One could only say that number 16 truly gave too much. Piccolo exclaimed, "Son Wukong, Wukong, do you see? Everyone claims you almost brought disaster upon yourself." He pressed, "Do you have any future plans that you might share with us in advance?" Krillin agreed, "Indeed, you came perilously close to endangering your son." Yamcha posed the question, "If Wukong regains his strength and joins forces with Gohan, Vegeta, and Trunks, could they defeat Cell?" He wondered, in other words, if they did not rely on Gohan's anger, would they have any chance of defeating Cell? Tianjin Fan replied, "I believe it would be quite challenging. Cell had not unleashed his full power during his battle with Wukong. Once he does so, his strength will increase further, and without assistance, it will likely be difficult for Wukong and the others to prevail." Master Roshi concluded, "Thus, it indeed relies on Gohan's fury, but Wukong has clearly underestimated this matter. He added, however, given Wukong's character, it is not surprising that he would oversimplify the situation. Chi-Chi urged, Wukong, you truly should apologize to Gohan. On Snake Way, from an observer's perspective, Sun Wukong believed his reasoning was sound, albeit his execution had veered off course. Seeing so many criticize him only added to his confusion. Sun Wukong felt a tinge of embarrassment. Sun Wufan, I apologize. It was my folly to underestimate the situation, he said. Sun Wufan replied, Father, it's all right. It's my inadequacy for not becoming enraged sooner. His response melted the hearts of countless beings across the realms. What a considerate child. Duan Mu Yin remarked, however. It must be noted that Sun Wufan's previous outbursts of anger were triggered by the deaths of his elders or his mistaken belief that they had perished. She continued, thus, it is quite simple for Shalu to provoke him. He merely needs to eliminate a few of his family members. Zhangguo added, therefore, the death of No. 16 was the final straw that ignited his fury. He further stated, even if number 16 had not died, Shalu had already commanded little Shalu to eliminate Sun Wukong and his companions. At that point, if someone were truly killed, Sun Wufan would undoubtedly become furious. Zhang Chulan said, so now, we face a singular question. After Sun Wufan's anger, will he be able to defeat Shalu? Hua Linfei commented, Super Saiyan 2, like Super Saiyan, should bestow a tremendous increase in power. He noted, before transforming, there was still a gap in strength between Sun Wufan and Shalu. Now, it remains to be seen whether the transformation into Super Saiyan 2 could bridge that gap. Confronting Shalu, who unleashed his full power, Sun Wufan maintained a remarkably calm demeanor. Shalu, reveling in his own might, boasted about the strength of his full power. Yet, Sun Wufan simply replied with tranquility, so what? He appeared utterly unperturbed by Shalu's display of strength. Naturally, Shalu was displeased and launched an attack on Sun Wufan. However, this time, the earlier scenario of Shalu overpowering Sun Wufan did not unfold. Against Shalu's even more formidable assaults, Sun Wufan effortlessly defended himself. Conversely, Sun Wufan's attack struck Shalu with devastating precision. With two decisive blows, one a powerful punch to Shalu's abdomen, causing him to clutch his stomach in agony, and the other an uppercut that sent Shalu crashing to the ground. Lying on the ground, Shalu wore a bewildered expression, unable to fathom how he had been so thoroughly bested by merely two strikes from Sun Wufan. Sun Wufan's two attacks had shattered Shalu's mental state. Ascending to the skies, Shalu looked down upon Sun Wufan and assumed the stance of the Kamehameha wave. He intended to unleash an attack from above. Should Sun Wufan attempt to evade, the Earth would face annihilation. Chapter 130. Vegeta, why is the Dragon Ball world not governed by bloodlines? Do you find Shalu's actions somewhat familiar, reminiscent of something witnessed before? Previously, when Vegeta battled Sun Wukong, he employed a similar tactic. The difference was that Vegeta did not consider his own survival, as destroying the Earth would also mean his demise. However, Shalu was different. He could utilize this strategy. With the cells of Frieza and his father within him, he could survive in the vacuum of space like the Frieza lineage. Yet, when an enemy resorts to such a tactic, it signifies that their mental fortitude has crumbled. Seeing the spotlight shine upon him, Vegeta's lips twitched uncontrollably. He recalled his earlier miscalculations. Initially, he had believed his actions were sound, even commendable. However, after the revelation, he recognized the folly of his strategy. The notion of threatening an opponent by destroying the Earth requires a precondition: survival in the cosmos post-destruction. Otherwise, it amounts to mutual annihilation. Vegeta, in his previous assessment, clearly did not wish for mutual destruction with Kakarot. Thus, it could only be deemed a foolish move on his part. Nonetheless, speaking of surpassing Super Saiyan, how extraordinarily powerful it has become. Sun Wufan has utterly overpowered Shalu. Indeed, we Saiyans are the mightiest race in the universe. Our potential is boundless. Vegeta brimmed with pride. We Saiyans not only possess the legendary Super Saiyan, but also the Ascendant Super Saiyan 2. Perhaps even stronger transformations await. Invincible, we Saiyans are truly unmatched. He felt immensely fortunate to be a Saiyan, and more so, the Prince of the Saiyans. Yet, why do the moments of glory always belong to Kakarot and his son? Kakarot is the first Super Saiyan in recent years, and his son is the very first Super Saiyan 2 in history. Surely, as the Saiyan Prince, his bloodline should be superior to that of lower-class warriors. In this instant, Vegeta longed for those worlds governed by bloodlines. In such realms, as a Saiyan prince, he would undoubtedly reign over Kakarot, the lower-class warrior. Alas, the Dragon Ball universe is not predicated on bloodlines, rendering his princely heritage inferior to that of Kakarot, the low-class warrior. In contrast to Vegeta's discontent, others throughout the realms were enraptured by Sun Wufan's formidable prowess. Duan Mu Yin exclaimed, "Truly, a transformation surpassing Super Saiyan. It is exceedingly powerful. Sun Wufan has decisively overwhelmed Shalu." Xian Nan remarked, "Before the transformation, Sun Wufan couldn't even best a Shalu who wasn't utilizing his full strength." Xian Nan continued, "After his transformation, he effortlessly dominated a Shalu, exerting his full might." He pondered, "I wonder how significant the power augmentation of Super Saiyan 2 truly is." Xiao Tian asserted, "It must be remarkable. Otherwise, Sun Wufan could not possibly have crushed Shalu." Vortex Naruto stated, "Sun Wufan's current strength has utterly eclipsed Shalu's. Resolving the situation should be a mere formality." He added, "Thus, the next step must surely be his complete defeat of Shalu." Kurosaki Ichigo remarked, "That is not guaranteed. What if Sun Wufan encounters an unforeseen complication?" Hualin Fei countered, "But what could possibly go awry? Shalu has already unleashed his full power. Even if he inherited his father's bad habits, Shalu has already satisfied him." Zhang Chulan concurred, "Indeed, I believe Sun Wufan will soon eliminate Shalu entirely." In the temple, Krillin sighed. To completely eradicate Shalu would mean the demise of number 18 alongside him. It remained uncertain whether this artificial being could be revived. If not, it would indeed be a great loss. Nevertheless, there was no alternative, as Shalu must be dealt with. On the journey to West Capital, they mused, "If Shalu dies, we shall perish as well. Yet, if Shalu must die, then our demise would be worth it." Furthermore, they speculated, perhaps we could even be revived? Razali and Robbie, the siblings, maintained an optimistic outlook. Though they had been absorbed by Shalu, should he perish, so too would they. However, Shalu's death was inevitable. They could not expect Sun Wufan to show mercy for their sake. That would be too abstract. Moreover, they believed there was a chance for resurrection. Despite being artificial beings, they were not entirely like number 16. They had been modified from humans, and in essence, could still be considered human. Since they had only died once, there remained a possibility for revival. Thus, it was reasonable to hope for their return. Of course, if revival were impossible, there was nothing to be done. Shalu must die, and their sacrifice would not be in vain. In Dr. Gero's laboratory, frustration boiled over. How infuriating. Shalu, you cannot perish. You have yet to vanquish Sun Wukong and dominate the world. Compared to others, Dr. Gero, the creator of Shalu, naturally wishes for Shalu's survival. Shalu is his masterpiece, a perfect artificial being that has attained its complete form. Such a being cannot be defeated by Sun Wukong's son, Sun Wufan. Since Shalu's only chance now lies in obliterating the earth, let it be destroyed. Although ruling the earth would have been preferable, it is certainly better than death. In this moment, Dr. Gero feels a twinge of relief, grateful that he had incorporated the cells of Frieza and his son into Shalu. Otherwise, Shalu's actions would merely result in mutual destruction with Sun Wukong and his allies. It appears that my creations lack sufficient strength. I must devise a means to enhance Shalu. If Shalu were stronger, even if Sun Wufan transformed into a Super Saiyan 2, he would not stand a chance against him. Dr. Gero resolves to amplify Shalu's power. If absorbing other artificial beings can augment his strength, then I shall create more for Shalu to absorb. I will ensure that Shalu becomes so formidable that no Saiyan, regardless of their transformation, could rival him. Although I have yet to create any artificial beings or Shalu himself, I am confident that given time, I will succeed. However, unbeknownst to Dr. Gero, throngs of people have already gathered outside his laboratory, and various tanks and fighter jets are gradually encircling his facility. Chapter 131. Why is Sun Wufan acting so recklessly? Shalu, from high above, unleashed the Kamehameha with all his might. A colossal Kamehameha surged downward towards Sun Wufan on the ground. Should it strike the earth, it would be reduced to mere cosmic dust. No, not even dust would remain. Shalu's actions instilled a sense of despair in others, for this move seemed insurmountable. If Sun Wufan evaded it, the earth and its inhabitants would be doomed. Conversely, should he fail to evade and take the brunt of Shalu's attack, he might sustain injuries. If Sun Wufan were injured, Shalu would seize the opportunity. The sole solution lies in Sun Wukong withstanding Shala's onslaught unscathed or deflecting it. Yet, in such dire circumstances, no one contemplated this approach. Or perhaps they did, but harbored doubts about Sun Wukong's capability to execute it. As for Sun Wukong, he stood motionless, gazing at the approaching Kamehameha. "It is over," Vegeta murmured despondently. In the next moment, however, Sun Wukong finally sprang into action. "Kamehameha," Sun Wukong muttered, and as he uttered the final syllable, he unleashed his own Kamehameha instantaneously. At this juncture, Shala's Kamehameha loomed just meters away from Sun Wukong. In a flash, Sun Wukong's Kamehameha intercepted Shala's attack, effortlessly repelling it. Not only that, but after deflecting Shala's assault, Sun Wukong's Kamehameha struck Shala directly, obliterating half of his body. Observing Shalu's wretched state, Sun Wukong merely smirked. His actions left those nearby in a state of shock. This impending catastrophe capable of annihilating the earth was effortlessly resolved by Sun Wukong. Whether through his instantaneous Kamehameha or his counterattack against Shalu's assault mere meters away, two conclusions were clear. Sun Wukong possessed immense confidence in his abilities, and the disparity in power between him and Shalu was vast. "Wukong, quickly deal with Shalu." At that moment, Sun Wukong urgently called out to Sun Wukong to finish Shalu. Yet, in response to his father's plea, Sun Wukong coolly remarked, "Deal with him now? That would be too merciful. I want him to experience greater suffering." Sun Wukong was taken aback by his son's reply. He urged Sun Wukong once more not to provoke Shalu further and to eliminate him swiftly. However, this time, Sun Wukong did not respond to his father. What do we call Sun Wukong's behavior? It is reckless abandon amidst favorable winds. Does this behavior seem familiar? It mirrors Vegeta's previous actions. He too acted recklessly during a favorable moment, resulting in the emergence of a complete Shalu. So, the question arises, what consequences will Sun Wukong's reckless actions entail? Listening to the celestial commentary, countless individuals across dimensions felt a twitch at the corners of their mouths. Upon hearing that Sun Wukong disregarded his father's counsel in favor of inflicting greater pain upon Shalu, a sense of unease enveloped them. Now, the celestial commentary confirmed their apprehension. Reckless abandon amidst favorable winds spells trouble. The last individual to exhibit such behavior was Vegeta. As the celestial commentary indicated, his recklessness culminated in the emergence of a complete Shalu. What, then, will transpire with Sun Wukong? What consequences shall arise? Duanmu Yin remarked. Reckless abandon amidst favorable winds is exceedingly detrimental to one's allies. When one finds themselves in such a position, they ought to seize the momentum and eliminate the enemy. As a former gaming enthusiast, Duanmu Yin was acutely aware of the repercussions of such behavior in games. This was merely a game. The worst outcome would simply be a lost match. But for Sun Wukong, he was recklessly engaging in reality. If he were to falter, the cost could be the annihilation of the entire world. Zhang Chulan mused, but Sun Wukong is not Vegeta's son. How could he possibly act recklessly like Vegeta? Heihachi Ichigo inquired. Has Sun Wukong ever acted recklessly in favorable circumstances? Uzumaki Naruto responded. So far, it seems he has not. Furthermore, he urged Sun Wukong to quickly deal with Shalu. Huolin Fei added, Shalu also acted recklessly before, resulting in a Super Saiyan 2 Sun Wukong. However, that was due to the cells of Vegeta within him. He continued, could it be that Sun Wukong also possesses Vegeta's cells? After all, he is Vegeta's son. Chi-Chi retorted, impossible. Wukong is the child of Goku and me. Krillin concurred, that is indeed implausible. Wukong was still a child when Vegeta had yet to arrive on Earth. Huolin Fei chuckled, I was merely jesting. Zhangguo concluded, thus, there are two possibilities. Either Sun Wukong inherited the tendency to act recklessly and passed it on to Sun Wukong, or Sun Wukong inherently possesses this trait. Heihachi Ichigo speculated. It is likely the latter, considering Sun Wukong has not displayed such recklessness thus far. Xiannin pondered. So the pressing question remains, will Sun Wukong truly invite calamity upon himself? Yet, his strength has thoroughly overshadowed Shalu's. What unforeseen events could possibly occur? Duanmu Yin cautioned. That is uncertain. In a state of reckless abandon, anything could happen. It is not out of the realm of possibility for Shalu to stage a comeback. Xiao Tian remarked. If only Sun Wukong could learn from Trunks, he is entirely unlike his father Vegeta, for he never acts recklessly. Zhang Chulan remarked that with Trunks' composed demeanor combined with Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan 2 strength, they would be invincible. However, he lamented that Sun Wukong lacked Trunks' steadiness. Huolinfei speculated whether Sun Wukong had indeed acted recklessly. Zhang Guo expressed his hope that nothing would go awry. Yet based on past experiences of those who had become complacent, calamities frequently ensued. Frieza interjected with a sinister laugh, attributing the blame to Vegeta for setting a poor precedent. Vegeta retorted, questioning Frieza's accusations. Frieza countered that his observations were based on historical patterns of carelessness. Vegeta found himself speechless. In Chapter 132, the repercussions of Sun Wukong's recklessness began to unfold. Due to being infused with Piccolo's cells, Cell possessed regenerative abilities. Thus, despite suffering significant damage, he could recover. However, while physical wounds healed, emotional scars lingered painfully. After mending his physical injuries, Cell could no longer maintain his composure. He bellowed triumphantly, declaring himself a complete being and the strongest in the universe, convinced of his invincibility. In a fit of rage, Cell's physique swelled as he launched another attack against Sun Wukong. In this state, although his power surged, his speed diminished. Trunks observed that during his own similar transformation, Cell had noted that even the mightiest attacks were futile if they could not land. Consequently, Cell, rattled by Sun Wukong's earlier triumph, made the same miscalculation. Originally, Cell was no match for Sun Wukong, and now, slowed by his transformation, he could not even graze him. Sun Wukong, with a mere kick, sent Cell hurtling away. Following this, Cell, clutching his mouth as if to vomit, expelled a figure, Android 18. The revelation that Cell had regurgitated Android 18 filled Krillin with astonishment. Initially fearing her demise and concerned about her inability to be revived due to her artificial nature, he was overjoyed that she had emerged unscathed. However, Android 17 remained trapped within Cell, raising questions about how Cell could contain such individuals without losing his form. Duan Muyin pondered how Cell could expel someone of Android 18 size while still harboring Android 17. Sinan suggested that such extraordinary phenomena were incomprehensible. But in the Dragon Ball universe, even the most bizarre occurrences were commonplace. Xiaodian noted that a complete Cell was no match for Sun Wukong, let alone a regressed form. Thus far, everything seemed to be progressing smoothly without unexpected developments. Daegu questioned whether this meant that no surprises would arise and that Sun Wukong would triumph over Cell. Zhang Chulan expressed uncertainty but hoped for a favorable outcome. It was not only Zhang Chulan who wished for Sun Wukong to resolve the situation with Cell without incident. Many across the realms shared this sentiment. Presently, it appeared that complete Cell posed no threat to Sun Wukong, and a regressed Cell would be even less formidable. Even if Cell attempted to execute a scheme, success seemed unlikely. Therefore, Sun Wukong's earlier recklessness appeared not to have disastrous consequences, at least, one hoped. However, as countless individuals harbored such thoughts, the sky darkened. Cell recognized his regression to a lower form and realized he was no longer a match for Sun Wukong. His psyche shattered. Cell, now desperate, began to swell like a balloon. He laughed maniacally, proclaiming that Sun Wukong and his allies were doomed. For he had activated his self-destruct mode. Upon detonation, everyone would perish alongside him, including Sun Wukong, as the explosion would obliterate the Earth entirely. With the planet gone, even the mightiest Sun Wukong could not survive in the vastness of space. Upon hearing Cell's declaration, Sun Wukong rushed to intervene. But Cell warned that even the slightest jolt could trigger his explosion. Thus, Sun Wukong was left helplessly watching as Cell prepared to self-destruct. This left Sun Wukong filled with regret. He lamented not having dealt with Cell sooner, but it was too late for remorse. The collective tension of countless onlookers finally eased. Indeed, an unforeseen calamity had transpired. Kurosaki Ichigo remarked that Cell had chosen to self-destruct, indicating his utter desperation. Huolinfei noted that unable to compete with Sun Wukong and having lost his complete form, Cell had succumbed to despair. Zhang Chulan reflected that Sun Wukong could only watch helplessly as Cell detonated, regretting his earlier choices. Duan Muyin cautioned against complacency, asserting that those who become careless in favorable circumstances often meet grim fates. She lamented that Sun Wukong's recklessness had cost the entire Earth and its inhabitants. In the Dragon Ball universe, countless individuals felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, just when they believed they had found a champion to defeat Cell and save their world. The situation had turned dire. Could they blame Sun Wukong? It seemed they lacked the right to do so, for without him, Cell might have wreaked havoc long ago. Yet, they could not shake their discontent. They felt they could have survived alongside the Earth. Instead, they would perish with Cell. With no right to blame Sun Wukong, who could they hold accountable? Cell? Or the nefarious Dr. Gero who had created him? With these thoughts, those who had gathered near Dr. Gero's lab quickened their pace. They could not allow such a catastrophe to unfold again. They must eliminate Dr. Gero before he could create any more androids. In the wasteland, Piccolo gazed at the small figure beside him, feeling a deep sense of helplessness. It seemed that beyond strength, he must also impart wisdom to Sun Wukong. Wufan, he began. Do you see the price of your recklessness? Remember this lesson. You must never act so carelessly again, even if your power vastly exceeds your opponent's. Never let down your guard. Piccolo spoke earnestly, and Sun Wukong listened intently. Though only 4 years old, he was remarkably perceptive, understanding the consequences of his earlier actions, and resolved never to repeat such folly. Chapter 133. The dead do not suffer. It is the living who endure pain, Xuanwu Mingren pondered. Is there any way to ensure that Shalu meets his demise without endangering the earth? Uchiha Sasuke responded, what are you contemplating? If such a splendid solution existed, would Sun Wukong not have thought of it? Uchiha Sasuke continued, currently, Shalu is a volatile entity. Any contact would result in catastrophe. In such circumstances, how can we ensure Shalu's death alone? Xuanwu Mingren contemplated deeply but found no viable solution. Others joined in silent reflection, yet none could devise an effective plan. Were they destined to watch helplessly as Shalu self-destructed, taking Sun Wukong and others with him? A collective sigh echoed among them. The unfolding events did not have to reach this tragic conclusion. Sun Wukong possessed the strength to vanquish Shalu directly, preventing any opportunity for self-detonation. Alas, it was Sun Wukong's recklessness that led to this predicament. Thus, this is the price of hubris. The consequences of Sun Wukong's folly were most severe. Countless individuals advised their comrades and subordinates against emulating Sun Wukong and Vegeta's carelessness. In favorable circumstances, one must decisively eliminate the enemy. Unbeknownst to them, Sun Wukong had inadvertently become a cautionary tale for countless realms. Sun Wukong's hands were tied, and beside him, Vegeta and Krillin also found themselves devoid of solutions. At that moment, Sun Wukong suddenly had an epiphany and smiled faintly. Upon witnessing Sun Wukong's smile, Krillin wondered if he had conceived a plan. Sun Wukong nodded, affirming that after much deliberation, he had found a way to save the Earth. He then waved farewell to Krillin and the others, saying, "Farewell, everyone." As they witnessed Sun Wukong's actions and heard his words, Krillin and the others seemed to grasp Sun Wukong's intentions. Subsequently, Sun Wukong used instant transmission to appear before Shalu, placing one hand on him while the other rested on his forehead, preparing for the technique. He assured Sun Wukong, "You have done remarkably well. From now on, I entrust your mother to you." With that, Sun Wukong activated instant transmission, taking Shalu away. The people on Earth were saved by Sun Wukong's sacrifice, but misfortune befell others. Sun Wukong transported Shalu to the Kaishin planet. Upon the unexpected arrival of Sun Wukong and Shalu, the KO was left bewildered. Shalu, too, was disoriented, realizing he was no longer on Earth. Then, Shalu finally expanded to his limit and exploded. The Kaishin planet was obliterated in Shalu's self-detonation, and Sun Wukong, the KO, and the KO's pet vanished. On Earth, Piccolo and the others sensed Sun Wukong's energy had dissipated. They understood that Sun Wukong had perished. In saving them, Sun Wukong had sacrificed himself. Sun Wukong's son, Xuanwu Mingren, gazed skyward, filled with immense regret, lamenting that his recklessness had led to his father's demise. If only Sun Wukong could have instantly transported the KO and his pet back to Earth after arriving at the Kaishin planet, they would not have met such a fate. Regrettably, Sun Wukong's death was inevitable, a consequence of Akira Toriyama's desire to shift the spotlight to a new protagonist, Xuanwu Mingren. Thus, within the Android saga, Sun Wukong's demise was predetermined. Witnessing Sun Wukong's fate, countless beings across the realms fell silent. They had never considered such an approach. Although this method led to Sun Wukong's death, at least others survived. Nonetheless, a sense of discomfort lingered in their hearts. Clearly, Sun Wukong could have continued living, and one might argue he was indirectly caused to perish by his own son. Yet, Sun Wukong bore no resentment toward his son. What right did they, as outsiders, have to pass judgment? Zhang Guo remarked, "I recall that Sun Wukong has already been resurrected once. This time, his death may be final." Xuanwu Mingren replied, "But the new Earth god is Dandi, a Namekian. His Dragon Balls might not have limits on resurrection like those from Namek. Kurosaki Ichigo interjected, that is not necessarily true. The previous Earth God was also a Namekian, yet his Dragon Balls allowed only one resurrection per person. Kurosaki Ichigo continued. The Dragon Balls of Namek were created by the Grand Elder of Namek, which certainly differs from those crafted by ordinary Namekians. Zhang Chulan concluded. This implies that Sun Wukong may very well be unable to return to life. Zhang Chulan added, Xuanwu Mingren has caused his father's demise. Hua Lin Fei stated. This outcome could be considered fortunate. Without Sun Wukong's sacrifice, all on Earth would have perished, including him. Hua Lin Fei continued, however, there is a saying, the dead do not suffer. It is the living who bear the pain. Hua Lin Fei mused, if everyone had died, including Xuanwu Mingren, it would have been more bearable. Yet, with Sun Wukong alone gone, Xuanwu Mingren must grapple with profound guilt. Hua Lin Fei's remarks resonated with others, who nodded in agreement. Indeed, if all had perished, there would be little to lament. But in the current situation, only Sun Wukong was lost, leaving Xuanwu Mingren to wrestle with regret, for it was his recklessness that indirectly led to his father's death. On the Snake Way, witnessing his fate displayed on the screen, Sun Wukong remained composed. If his demise could ensure the survival of others, he would accept it willingly, even if it meant he would never return. Regrettably, any future troubles on Earth would now fall to Xuanwu Mingren and his companions to resolve. In the desolate plains, Xuanwu Mingren cried out, Father, filled with remorse. Although the one responsible for his father's death was not the present him, but rather the version displayed on the screen. Xuanwu, remember this lesson. If you ever consider being reckless again, reflect on this moment, Piccolo imparted. Determined to ingrain the lesson of not being careless in favorable winds deep within Xuanwu Mingren's very essence. I understand, Uncle Piccolo. Xuanwu Mingren affirmed resolutely, vowing to etch this lesson in his memory as a constant reminder to himself. On the spaceship, Vegeta scoffed, Humph. Kakarot, I shall not owe you any gratitude. Vegeta turned away, feeling somewhat unsettled. Kakarot's actions had effectively saved him, yet he had previously been saved by Kakarot several times. How could the Saiyan prince reconcile being rescued by a lower-class warrior? Of course, Vegeta's words were merely a facade. As for his true feelings and whether he acknowledged Kakarot's favor, that remained known only to him, for after all, he was proud. Chapter 134, Shalu's Resurrection. Lightning Shala Duan Muyin remarked, now, Shalu is truly dead, albeit at the cost of Sun Wukong's life. Duan Muyin continued, regardless, resolving the Shalu issue is a positive outcome. Zhang Chulan queried, is it truly impossible for Sun Wukong to be resurrected? I recall that the Dragon Balls of Namek allow unlimited resurrections. Zhang Chulan proposed, if we travel to Namek and use their Dragon Balls to make a wish, would that not suffice? Shi Nan replied, however, the Grand Elder of Namek has already passed. Thus, the Dragon Balls of Namek should have vanished as well. Sinan, moreover, even if it has not vanished, how can one possibly reach Namekexing? The previous Namekexing has been annihilated by Frieza. What remains now is a new Namekexing. Daegu, indeed. If Sun Wukong were present, he could utilize instant transmission to arrive there. Daegu, however, with Sun Wukong now deceased, reaching Namekexing is no trivial endeavor. Xuanwu Mingren, yet, once the location of Namekexing is known, it can surely be accessed. Countless individuals harbor hopes for the resurrection of Sun Wukong. After all, they have witnessed his gradual growth and development. Should Sun Wukong remain unable to return, who shall stand against future calamities besetting the earth? Sun Gohan, while he may suffice, they still yearn for Sun Wukong to take on that mantle. For in their hearts, Sun Wukong is eternally the protagonist. Yet, it is indeed premature for the myriad powerful beings to engage in such discussions. Krillin and others approached Sun Gohan to console him, urging him to not succumb to sorrow. But in the next moment, a beam of light suddenly pierced through Trunks' body. One moment Trunks was alive. The next, he collapsed to the ground, devoid of life. This unforeseen turn of events left Vegeta and the others in utter shock. Then, a cold voice echoed, revealing the identity of the assailant. Trunks, indeed. Sun Gohan and the others turned towards the source of the voice, only to behold Shalu standing there. At that moment, Shalu had reverted to his perfect form, and arcs of electricity crackled around him, reminiscent of Sun Gohan's transformation into Super Saiyan 2. Clearly, Shalu had not only returned to his perfect state, but had also grown stronger. Krillin and others were baffled as to why Sha Lu was still alive. Sha Lu explained that a chip resided within his head, and as long as the chip remained intact, he could regenerate infinitely. After his self-destruction, he was fortunate that the chip was unharmed, enabling his rebirth. Furthermore, possessing Saiyan cells endowed him with their inherent resilience. Upon recovering from the brink of death, his strength had surged. He had even mastered Suin Wukong's instant transmission. At this moment, Sha Lu also bore another name, Lightning Sha Lu, abbreviated as Shan Sha. Of course, it remains a mystery what materials were used to construct the chip in Sha Lu's head, allowing it to withstand such a catastrophic explosion unscathed. One can only marvel at the remarkable prowess of Dr. Daimaō's technology. The countless formidable beings, upon hearing the account from the celestial tapestry, nodded in agreement. They too were curious about the composition of Sha Lu's chip. The self-destruction of second-stage Sha Lu could easily obliterate an entire planet, yet that chip remained utterly intact. Is this not a tad excessive? Moreover, the Saiyan cells within Sha Lu surged in power, enhancing his strength further still. It is likely that Sha Lu now stands at the same level as Super Saiyan 2 Suin Gohan. Initially, they believed the battle with Sha Lu had concluded, only to be met with such a twist. It can only be said that this is truly captivating, simply magnificent. Aboard the spaceship, Trunks is dead? Vegeta gazed at the image of his deceased son on the celestial screen, his mind reeling. This was his son. To think he was slain so easily? At this moment, Vegeta's emotional detachment was still palpable. Yet, regardless of their past, Trunks remained his son. To have been killed by Sha Lu, this Sha Lu had truly become a harbinger of death. Regrettably, he lacked the strength to avenge Trunks. However, seeking retribution against Dr. Daimaō was still within his grasp. Once he arrived on Earth, he would ensure that Dr. Daimaō faced severe torment. Little did Vegeta know, the opportunity had already slipped from his grasp. Dr. Daimaō's laboratory had been surrounded by countless individuals. While the others were focused on Sha Lu, Vegeta remained transfixed by the lifeless Trunks, utterly bewildered. Then, in a fit of rage, he bellowed and charged at Sha Lu, launching an attack. Yet, Sha Lu effortlessly deflected Vegeta's assault, sending him flying with a mere flick. Subsequently, Sha Lu unleashed an attack aimed at ending Vegeta's life. In a critical moment, Suin Gohan stepped in front of Vegeta, intercepting the attack meant for him. The cost, however, was that Suin Gohan's left arm sustained grave injury, rendering it unusable. Witnessing this, Vegeta struggled to accept the reality of having become a burden to Suin Gohan. "I am sorry, Gohan." Thus, for the first time, Vegeta uttered an apology. Previously, he had shed tears before Suin Wukong for the first time. Now, he found himself apologizing to Suin Gohan for the first time. It can be said that these two pivotal moments marked a significant turning point for the father and son. From this instant, Suin Gohan became the most cherished protege of Vegeta, earning his respect. Upon witnessing Vegeta's actions leading to Suin Gohan's grievous injury, no one cast blame upon him. For Vegeta had displayed the essence of a father, regardless of his prior demeanor towards Trunks. This moment of reckless defiance against Sha Lu was rooted in his anguish at witnessing his son's demise. As a father, to remain indifferent while one's child is slain before one's eyes would render him unworthy of the title. Though his impulsiveness resulted in Suin Gohan's injury, none could reproach him. Should he not seek vengeance for his own son? Although he lacked the strength to do so, at the very least he acted upon that instinct. In this regard, he was indeed a commendable father. Duan Mu Yin. Indeed, while Vegeta may have previously appeared cold-blooded, the presence of a child inevitably transforms even the most stoic. Duan Mu Yin. After all, even a tiger does not consume its own cubs. Chapter 135, Suin Wukong's Guidance. Father and son Kamehameha Zhang Chulin. Alas, his paternal love awakened a tad too late. Zhang Chulin had his paternal instincts surface sooner. He would not have obstructed Trunks from resolving matters with Sha Lu. Zhang Chulin. Consequently, Sha Lu would not have attained his perfect form. Xinghua. However, this development places the situation in a precarious state. Xinghua. Originally, Sha Lu's strength had already surged significantly. Suin Gohan may no longer be able to confront him effortlessly. Xinghua. Now, with one arm injured, Suin Gohan can only engage Sha Lu with one hand, placing him at a disadvantage. Xinghua's commentary incited concern among the others. Suin Gohan's injury severely undermined their chances in battle. Only he could stand against Sha Lu. As for the others, they were merely fodder, incapable of presenting any real threat. In the wake of Suin Gohan's injury, How could they hope to defeat Shallow? Or might it be that Suin Gohan would not triumph, ultimately leading to Shallow's victory? No, that cannot be the conclusion. Frieza, Vegeta, do you not see? In this calamity wrought by the androids, your contributions have been utterly negative. Frieza, not only have you facilitated Shallow's transformation into his perfect form, but you have also become a liability to Suin Gohan. Frieza, and if it were not for you, Dr. Jelluo would not have unleashed androids 17 and 18. Frieza, it can be asserted that the current predicament is largely a testament to your profound impact. Frieza, in a fit of manic mockery, derided Vegeta with a barrage of insults. Amidst his taunts, a sudden realization struck him. It appeared that during the last catastrophic evaluation, the reason why Sun Wukong and his companions had ventured to Namek was indirectly due to Vegeta's actions. Had Vegeta not carelessly mentioned the existence of Namek, Sun Wukong and the others would never have come, and thus Frieza's wish plan would not have met with failure. Therefore, all this misfortune could be attributed to Vegeta. The more Frieza pondered, the angrier he became, unable to restrain himself from exclaiming, "Vegeta, you are a harbinger of doom." Vegeta found himself at a loss for words against Frieza's mockery, for it was grounded in truth. Yet, he felt it unjust to bear the blame, as none could foresee the events spiraling to this extent. He too was a victim in this scenario. In the desolate wasteland, Piccolo chided Gohan. "Do you see the consequences of your reckless behavior? Not only have you led to your father's demise, but you have also failed to defeat Cell. Remember this. You must never act so carelessly again." Piccolo seized every opportunity to impart wisdom upon Gohan, for the repercussions of his thoughtlessness were too severe. Initially, Gohan possessed the strength to safeguard them, but against the newly empowered Cell, that certainty was questionable. Fortunately, this calamity was merely unfolding in the heavens and had yet to manifest in reality. However, to avert similar misfortunes in the real world, Piccolo's lessons to Gohan must persist. "I understand, Uncle Piccolo. I will refrain from being reckless in the future," Gohan acknowledged, absorbing Piccolo's words. His recognition stemmed from witnessing the dire consequences of his actions. Had he not observed the fallout, it would have been another matter entirely. At this moment, a shared concern loomed over everyone. Could Gohan still triumph over Cell? Would this disaster ultimately be averted? Vegeta's apology caught Gohan by surprise. He realized that for someone as proud as Vegeta to apologize signified that the situation had deteriorated to a critical point. "Father, I am sorry. I failed to protect the Earth. I had the opportunity to safeguard it." Gohan resolved that should he perish, he would seek out the afterlife to apologize to his father. He was mentally prepared for death, filled with regret for his previous recklessness. If not for his earlier folly, they would not be in such dire straits. Had he resolved the Cell issue sooner, his father would still be alive, and Cell would not have grown stronger. The most regrettable and sorrowful aspect was not the absence of hope, but rather the squandered certainty of success, lost due to his own recklessness, allowing the enemy to turn the tide against him. Meanwhile, Cell was gathering the Kamehameha wave. He had grown weary of the games and intended to conclude everything with this formidable technique, claiming that the energy he amassed could obliterate the entire solar system. Faced with Cell's charged energy, Gohan found his spirit waning. "Gohan, do not give up." At that moment, a familiar voice resonated in Gohan's ears. It was Sun Wukong. Initially thinking he was imagining it, Gohan learned from his father that he was in the afterlife, communicating through the KO. Sun Wukong urged Gohan not to surrender and to protect the Earth earnestly. With his strength, he assured Gohan he could defeat Cell. Bolstered by his father's encouragement, Gohan regained his fighting spirit. He apologized, acknowledging that if it were not for his earlier words, his father would not have perished. Sun Wukong reassured him not to dwell on the past and to focus on safeguarding the Earth. With a resolute nod, Gohan unleashed his power once more, striking a pose for the Kamehameha wave with one hand, determined to confront Cell. Naturally, Cell regarded Gohan with disdain. Thus commenced a fateful clash that would determine the solar system's destiny, as both Cell and Gohan unleashed their Kamehameha waves, resulting in a fierce collision. Due to Gohan wielding only one hand and his injuries weakening him significantly, he found himself at a disadvantage throughout the encounter. Sun Wukong urged him to unleash all his strength, informing Gohan that he had yet to tap into his full potential. Deep within, Gohan harbored fears of inadvertently destroying the Earth. Sun Wukong reassured him that even if the Earth were obliterated, the Dragon Balls could restore it. Not only did Sun Wukong offer verbal encouragement, but his ethereal form appeared behind Gohan, also assuming the Kamehameha stance, as if he were performing the technique alongside him. This combined effort was known as the father-son Kamehameha. As Sun Wukong guided Gohan, Piccolo and the others sprang into action, rallying around Cell to attack, hoping to assist Gohan. Of course, given their strength, their assaults were merely inconsequential tickles to Cell. Piccolo, Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien relentlessly assaulted Cell. Even a casual flap of Cell's wings would send them flying. Yet, each time they fell, they rose again to continue their onslaught. In their attacks, they expressed their thoughts. Krillin remarked that had it been the old him, he would have long since given up. However, Sun Wukong had transformed him, instilling in him the resolve to persevere. Tien stated that he had embarked on the path of martial arts with Sun Wukong as his inspiration. Having just witnessed Sun Wukong's demise, he could not bear to see Gohan perish before him. Yamcha professed his deep affection for the father-son duo of Sun Wukong and Gohan. Piccolo acknowledged his own transformation, having once been Piccolo Daimaō, now reformed. In essence, they all conveyed a similar sentiment. They had been changed by Sun Wukong and could not allow Gohan to perish before their eyes. If anyone were to die, it would be them, the elders, sacrificing themselves first. In another world, such valor might have led to an extraordinary power-up. Yet, in the Dragon Ball universe, the disparity in strength between them and Cell was insurmountable. Their assaults failed to inflict even the slightest harm upon him. At this pivotal moment, a force far exceeding that of the Four's attack struck Cell. If Piccolo and the others' efforts were mere nuisances, this particular strike captured Cell's instinctive attention. Turning to see the source of the attack, Cell beheld none other than Vegeta. With Cell's focus diverted, Sun Wukong bellowed, "Now is the time." Spurred by his father's call, Gohan unleashed a mighty roar, fully releasing his power. Seizing the opportunity, the previously disadvantaged Gohan turned the tide, decisively overpowering Cell. Shala's attempt to retaliate proved futile. Sun Wukong's assault utterly subdued Shalu, reducing him to ashes. This time, there remained not even a single cell. Shala was genuinely eradicated. In the end, Vegeta finally contributed something, achieving his redemption. Sun Wukong also adhered to the principle of not engaging in conflict with members of the Sun family. Of course, had Shala known what transpired, his mindset would likely have shattered. How could there be any resurrection? Sun Wukong had perished. How could he possibly aid Sun Wukong? Nevertheless, Shala was ultimately vanquished. Following Shalu's demise, Krillin, accompanied by number 18, and Yamcha, who cradled Sun Wukong, made their way to the temple with the others. Piccolo wished to assist Vegeta, yet Vegeta rebuffed him. Once everyone had departed, Vegeta found himself alone, expressing his discontent and solitude. He lamented that in this battle, he and his son had completely lost. That Kakarot had actually met his end was unfathomable. He resolved never to fight again and departed in solitude. At the temple, under Dandy's care, Sun Wukong's injuries were healed, and number 18 regained consciousness. Yamcha suggested that number 18 should express her gratitude to Krillin, who had been her steadfast supporter. Sun Wukong remarked that Uncle Krillin had developed feelings for number 18, prompting a playful hit from Krillin. Number 18, however, asserted that she could never harbor feelings for Krillin and promptly left. Yet, before she could stray too far, the sky darkened. Piccolo and the others were summoning the dragon. The dragon created by Dandy, akin to the one from Namek, could grant 3 wishes. However, a single individual could only be revived once. And reviving multiple people at once would require the consumption of 2 wishes. Thus, when they wished to resurrect those slain by Shalu, Trunks returned, but Sun Wukong did not. Dandy suggested they could go to his homeland, Namek, to make a wish there. Just then, Sun Wukong's voice resonated. He told Krillin and the others not to revive him. He recalled that Bulma had once told him that it was due to him that these foes arrived on Earth. Therefore, if he were to die and not be on Earth, it would indeed be beneficial for the planet. He further noted that Sun Wukong had matured and could now protect Earth in his stead. Moreover, since he died in the act of saving Earth, he possessed a certain privilege. While others left only a soul behind, he retained his physical form. The distinction between being alive and dead was merely a halo above his head and a residence in the underworld. One could even say it was an alternative existence. When their dear friends eventually passed away, they would reunite in the afterlife. Ultimately, with a farewell, Sun Wukong's voice faded away. Upon hearing his words, Krillin, Yamcha, and the others were profoundly moved. Yet, they found no strangeness in his decision. They understood Sun Wukong's character well. If Sun Wukong did not wish to be revived, that left one wish remaining. Krillin utilized that wish to remove the bombs from number 17 and number 18's bodies. He remarked that having bombs inside them was quite pitiful. Although he had feelings for number 18, he believed number 17 was a better match for her. Upon hearing Krillin's words, number 18, who had been hiding behind a pillar, stepped forward, asserting that number 17 was her twin brother. She warned against assuming that removing the bomb would garner her affection. Nevertheless, before departing, number 18 bid Krillin farewell. Yamcha remarked that, based on his experience, there would undoubtedly be further connections between number 18 and Krillin. He speculated that they might genuinely end up together. As a notorious flirt, Yamcha was quite familiar with matters of the heart. Krillin, filled with excitement, gazed at Yamcha, acknowledging the improbability of a relationship with number 18 in reality. However, if he could be with her in this alternate realm, it would be a delightful turn of fate. Chapter 137. Sun Wukong does not wish to be revived. Krillin recognized that even if number 18 held affection for him, it was merely a matter of the alternate realm. In reality, the chances were nearly non-existent. Yet, he was content with the mere possibility of witnessing their union in the alternate realm. If they did not end up together, it would be beyond his control. On the road to West City, Razali inquired whether her sister believed the alternate version of herself would end up with Krillin and if he might become her brother-in-law. Lapis gazed at her curiously. How would I know? Razali shrugged, yet she felt the likelihood was quite high. After all, even as an observer, witnessing Krillin's actions towards her had stirred her emotions. Thus, it would not be surprising if the alternate version of herself chose to be with Krillin. Moreover, she would not reject such a possibility. Although Krillin's strength was somewhat lacking, he was undoubtedly a good man. Furthermore, despite his own limitations, he had a powerful ally in Sun Wukong and a formidable nephew in Sun Wukong. Such connections far outweighed his own strength. Dumu Yin pondered aloud, wondering if Sun Wukong's desire not to be revived meant that in future calamities, only Sun Wukong and the others would be left to confront them. Saiyan Nin remarked that Vegeta had also stated he would not fight again. Would it then be solely up to Sun Wukong in the future? Zhang Chulan speculated that this was likely the case, with Vegeta refraining from battle, Piccolo and Krillin, despite their intentions, lacked the requisite strength. It appeared that the burden would fall squarely on Sun Wukong's shoulders. Hisaki Ichigo countered, questioning whether all those foes truly appeared on Earth solely because of Sun Wukong. If that were the case, did it not imply that all these calamities stemmed from Sun Wukong's existence? Sengoku clarified that, first and foremost, Piccolo Daimao's emergence had no relation to Sun Wukong. However, the subsequent Piccolo was indeed connected to him, as Sun Wukong had defeated Piccolo Daimaō. Then there were Raditz and Vegeta. These Saiyans had indeed come to Earth because of Sun Wukong. Hua Linfei added that Frieza had come to Earth seeking vengeance against Sun Wukong, and Dr. Gero had created the androids for the same reason. It seemed that, aside from Piccolo Daimaō, all other adversaries had indeed come to Earth due to Sun Wukong's influence. Daegu sighed in relief, noting that the monsters had not all appeared on Earth because of Digga. He reflected on the creatures he had previously eliminated, most of whom had not come to Earth because of Digga. However, some creatures indeed appeared due to Digga, such as Gozen, Myerba, and the final Gatangier. Duanmu Yin. If we are to say that Sun Wukong is now deceased, then any future calamities shall no longer be associated with him, correct? Xian Nan. Indeed, the previous disasters can be attributed to the actions of Sun Wukong. However, should any new disasters arise, they would not be linked to him. Considering he has already passed and has expressed no desire for resurrection, if future calamities are still tied to him, it would indeed be quite unreasonable. On the serpentine path, Sun Wukong pondered, his expression fraught with conflict. So, does that mean that the appearances of Raditz, Vegeta, Frieza, and Cell were all due to his existence? Should he still consider resurrection? Is it truly safer for the Earth if he chooses not to return? Krillin, Wukong, we shall ensure your resurrection, but do not let the celestial influence sway you. Yamcha. Indeed, Wukong, even if the previous disasters were influenced by you, through your and Gohan's efforts, they have all been resolved, have they not? Yamcha. Therefore, should any new disasters occur, they would no longer concern you. Tianjin Fan. Thus, your resurrection is entirely justified. As close companions of Sun Wukong, Krillin and the others could easily surmise his thoughts. They certainly did not wish for him to refuse resurrection. After all, the current Wukong still had the potential to return. Moreover, the disasters brought forth by Wukong should have ceased with Cell. Any subsequent calamities would not involve him, thus making his resurrection perfectly reasonable. Son Wukong, perhaps it is wise to wait and observe whether future disasters will bear any relation to me. Should they prove unrelated, I shall consider resurrection. If they do concern me, then I shall refrain from returning. Krillin, that seems fair. I believe that any future disasters will not involve you. Nonetheless, despite voicing such confidence, Krillin and the others secretly prayed that future calamities would indeed bear no connection to Wukong. Otherwise, he might truly refuse to return. Meanwhile, as Son Gohan and others gathered at the temple, reporters and disciples of Satan approached him. Upon witnessing Cell's disappearance, they speculated whether Satan had defeated him. Seeing that Son Gohan and the others had departed, Satan took the opportunity to claim the glory for himself. This act of self-aggrandizement may appear exceedingly distasteful to some, but the Z warriors remained indifferent. In fact, they felt a sense of gratitude towards Satan, as they wished to maintain their peaceful existence. Moreover, Son Gohan's victory over Cell indeed bore some credit to Satan's actions. Hearing the celestial commentary, those who initially intended to criticize Satan halted their judgments. While his behavior was undeniably distasteful, they nearly forgot that he had indeed contributed. Had he not presented Android 16's head to Son Gohan, Gohan might never have transformed into a Super Saiyan 2. However, claiming all the credit was indeed excessive. Yet, the Z warriors remained unconcerned, for at their level, worldly fame and reputation held no significance. They had long transcended such trivialities. After the wishes were fulfilled, Son Gohan and the others returned to their respective homes. The following day, the group reconvened at Bulma's residence. As Trunks was preparing to return to the future, his current strength made confronting the future androids a trivial matter. Chapter 138. Another method to defeat Cell. Krillin, it is your turn to shine. Upon returning to the future, Trunks arrived home to greet his mother, the middle-aged Bulma. He recounted the events that transpired in the past timeline, which Bulma listened to intently. Soon, an announcement echoed, indicating that the androids were causing chaos once more. Trunks, upon hearing this, immediately rushed out. The androids 17 and 18 from the future timeline were not the same as their past counterparts. They were genuine villains. Upon encountering Trunks, they mistook him for his former self. In a swift confrontation, Trunks dispatched them effortlessly. Yet, he remained vigilant, aware that a more formidable foe lurked in the shadows. After a time, Trunks prepared to return to the past to inform Son Gohan and the others of his victory over the androids. Yet, an ominous figure lingered in the shadows behind him. It was Cell. Trunks, upon discovering Cell, swiftly led him to a different battleground. He disclosed Cell's intentions, startling the villain. Ultimately, Cell met his demise at Trunks' hands. With Cell's defeat, the future's calamities were finally resolved. Under normal circumstances, Cell would have killed Trunks and then traveled back to the past, transforming into his perfect form. However, since Trunks had previously experienced these events, he was aware of Cell's deceit. Coupled with his significantly enhanced strength, he prevented Cell's schemes from unfolding. Some may find it difficult to comprehend, but to simplify, there exist 3 timelines: the past, the future, and a further future. Cell hailed from the further future timeline and successfully eliminated Trunks. However, the Trunks of the future timeline, possessing knowledge of the events and enhanced abilities, altered the future. Yet, changes to the past do not influence the future, hence the Trunks from the further future still perished. This timeline is the most tragic, as all warriors met their end, while the future timeline still had Trunks alive. Upon hearing the celestial explanation, those who were once confused now understood. If Trunks had lacked sufficient strength, he would have fallen to Cell, allowing Cell to return to the past and repeat the previous events. Fortunately, Trunks possessed the strength needed to vanquish Cell, ensuring that he could no longer wreak havoc. In truth, Son Wukong's decision to send Son Gohan into battle was indeed a viable method to defeat Cell. However, there was yet another approach. The scene shifted back to the moment before Son Wukong sent Son Gohan into battle. This time, however, Son Wukong did not call upon Gohan. It is now your turn, Krillin. On this occasion, Son Wukong summoned Krillin to the forefront. What might transpire upon Krillin's entrance? Frieza has already provided us with an answer. Yet, this remains merely a conjecture, not a reality that has occurred. It can only be regarded as an alternate timeline. Listening to the celestial narration, countless powerful beings across the realms found their expressions twitching uncontrollably. The celestial presence was indeed a harbinger of chaos. If they had previously been unaware of the implications of Sun Wukong summoning Krillin, they comprehended the gravity of the situation upon hearing that Frieza had already revealed the answer. It became clear Sun Wukong was sending Krillin to his demise. Cell would slay Krillin, igniting a surge of rage within Sun Wukong, thereby unlocking a greater power within him, akin to the explosive transformation of Sun Gohan. In the temple, Krillin's expression was one of utter resignation. What a remarkable turn of events. Has he become merely a tool to incite Wukong's fury? When confronted with foes that Wukong cannot overcome, is it simply a matter of allowing them to take his life? Indeed, this is quite a clever strategy, albeit somewhat taxing on him. If such a method were employed, he would surely face resurrection countless times. At the tender age of 9, Sun Wufan transformed into a Super Saiyan 2, vanquishing Shalu and saving the Earth. So, the question arises, what were you all doing at the age of 9? How formidable were your powers in comparison to Sun Wufan? The myriad powerful beings from various realms could only roll their eyes. How could they possibly measure up to Sun Wufan? Not only were they lacking in strength at 9, but even now, they remained far inferior to him. By the way, the power enhancement of Super Saiyan 2 is double that of Super Saiyan, equating to a 100-fold increase of their normal state. Although the multiplier is not as extravagant as that of Super Saiyan, its effectiveness does not diminish as one grows stronger, making it quite commendable overall. The multitude of mighty beings nodded in understanding. It is no wonder that upon transforming into Super Saiyan 2, Sun Wufan effortlessly crushed Shalu. His strength had indeed doubled. Furthermore, the magnitude of a power doubling at Sun Wufan's level is incomparable to their own. A doubling from 1 to 2 is insignificant, but a doubling from 100 million to 200 million represents an immense disparity. While it may not rival the 50-fold increase of Super Saiyan, the doubling of Super Saiyan 2 occurs on the foundation of Super Saiyan. The 50-fold increase of Super Saiyan pertains to normal state power, whereas the doubling of Super Saiyan 2 pertains to Super Saiyan itself. If it were to target normal state power, as Tiamu mentioned, it would be 100-fold. In summary, Super Saiyan 2 is significantly stronger than Super Saiyan. Shalu's defeat was not unwarranted, even against the lightning-fast Shalu. After all, Wukong had returned from the dead and executed a father-son Kamehameha with his son. If Shalu wishes to cast blame, he should lament the absence of a little Shalu for a father-son attack. In the Dragon Ball world, Disaster Assessment 4, the Android Crisis has concluded. Those who participated in resolving the crisis may receive rewards. Participants include Sun Wukong, Sun Wufan, Bic, Klin, Vegeta, Yamcha, and Tianjin Fan. The rewards granted synchronize all their powers from this calamity. Warriors with altered personalities will have their personalities synchronized as well. Due to future Trunks not being present in this timeline, his rewards will be distributed later, upon his arrival in this timeline. Events from the past timeline do not affect the future timeline. Thus, even if the past timeline encounters Tianmu and learns of future events, and even if Vegeta and Bulma deliberately avoid allowing Trunks to be born in this timeline, future Trunks still exists. However, his arrival in the past timeline will occur years later. Once he arrives, he will immediately experience a surge in power. Chapter 139, New Disaster Assessment, the Majin Buu Crisis. Following the distribution of rewards, those who received them experienced another surge in power, particularly for Sun Wufan. The aura he emitted astounded Bic. The critical point is that although the Sun Wufan in Tianmu's depiction was also 9 years old and had matured significantly, the current Sun Wufan is merely 4 years old. Such a diminutive child has attained the most formidable power. Presently, the strongest is not his father, Sun Wukong, but this little infant. Vegeta exclaimed with laughter, "Frieza, I can now transform into a Super Saiyan, and even the second stage of Shalu is no match for me. Frieza, you are no longer my opponent. Prepare yourself, for this time, you shall perish by my hand." Vegeta was exceedingly exhilarated. The power he acquired this time was extraordinarily potent. After all, during this disaster assessment, he not only successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan, but also trained within the hyperbolic time chamber. Now, Frieza is no longer worthy of his concern. This time, he seeks to avenge himself by slaying Frieza with his own hands. However, he decides to first visit Earth. After all, to him, Frieza now resembles an insignificant insect, easily dispatched at any time. Comparatively, Meeting the mother of his future son is of greater importance. He also hopes to facilitate Trunks' early birth. On Frieza's home planet, his expression was quite grim. Given his current strength, he is indeed no match for Vegeta. The once mighty emperor of the universe has been surpassed by a Saiyan monkey. This Tianmu is truly a bane to him. He cannot simply sit idly by. Since Vegeta's power has increased, he too must become stronger. He has never trained since his birth, but it seems he has no choice now. Under the pressure of Vegeta, Frieza resolves to train. He had never needed to train before, as his natural strength was sufficient for him to dominate the universe. However, the rise of the Saiyans has rendered him a mere shadow of his former self. This compels him to train, a source of great humiliation. Once he completes his training, he will not spare Vegeta or Sun Wukong. In the Dragon Ball world, Disaster Assessment 5, the Majin Buu Crisis. The source of the calamity is Majin Buu. At this moment, the fifth assessment appears on Tianmu. For those unaware, Majin Buu is known as an adversary even more formidable than Shalu. For those familiar with Majin Buu, astonishment abounds. For instance, Frieza recalls that his father advised him never to provoke the god of destruction Beerus or Majin Buu. While he understands the terrifying strength of Beerus, he remains uncertain of Majin Buu's power. What a perfect opportunity to witness the extent of Majin Buu's strength. As the Emperor of the universe, Frieza had only two beings he dared not provoke before the rise of the Saiyans, the god of destruction Beerus and Majin Buu. He is acutely aware of Beerus' terrifying nature, being a god and a profoundly fearsome destroyer. However, Frieza remains ignorant of Majin Buu's true strength. His father warned him against engaging with Buu, but based on the sequence of assessments, it is evident that Majin Buu surpasses Shalu by a considerable margin. Nonetheless, he is eager to personally witness the extent of Majin Buu's power. In the Kaishin realm, Majin Buu has indeed manifested. The Kaishin of Universe 7, Shin, gazes at the Tianmu with a troubled expression. He has long desired to eliminate the sorcerer Babidi to prevent Majin Buu's emergence. However, it appears he has failed, as Majin Buu's emergence has been confirmed by this calamity. Therefore, he must ascertain how Majin Buu came into existence. Understanding the cause will enable him to intervene preemptively. Additionally, can these Saiyans truly halt Majin Buu? Initially, Shin did not regard the Saiyans highly. Defeating Frieza seemed trivial to him, as he, being a Kaishin, could easily achieve that. However, with the emergence of the androids in Shalu, he realized the reality of the situation. The complete form of Shalu possesses incredible strength, even surpassing that of this Kaishin. However, he was ultimately defeated by the Saiyans. The Saiyans truly are an extraordinary race. Therefore, he found himself curious. Could the Saiyans vanquish Majin Buu? Previously, he would have dismissed such a notion. After all, the terror of Majin Buu was something he had personally experienced. He was perhaps the most aware of it. Yet now, having witnessed the Saiyans' formidable might and untapped potential, he found himself filled with anticipation. Somewhere in the universe, Majin Buu, a diminutive figure with wrinkled, earth-toned skin, watched the celestial canvas with great excitement. His name was Babidi, and his father was Bibidi, the creator of Majin Buu. For years, he had been searching for a way to lift the seal on Majin Buu. Since the celestial canvas foretold that Majin Buu would bring calamity, he was determined that this would come to fruition in the future. Let the inhabitants of the myriad realms witness the might of Majin Buu. Of course, he too wished to witness it firsthand, as he himself had no clear understanding of just how powerful Majin Buu truly was. As for whether Majin Buu would ultimately be defeated by the Saiyans, Babidi asserted that it was utterly impossible. Majin Buu was the most powerful and fearsome being in the universe, crafted by his father. In comparison to the android created by that earthling, Cell, Majin Buu was immeasurably superior. How could mere Saiyans possibly hope to defeat Majin Buu? He longed to witness the greatness of Majin Buu and to discover how to lift his seal. Babidi was consumed with excitement. From the celestial canvas, he believed he could discern the means to unseal Majin Buu. Soon, he would possess Majin Buu, and the entire universe would be his. Should the Kaishin dare to interfere, he would have Majin Buu eliminate him. Naturally, even if the Kaishin did not obstruct him, he would ensure the Kaishin's demise, for after all, it was at the hands of the Kaishin that his father had perished. On Earth, within the laboratory of Dr. Gero, a sense of dread enveloped him. Cursed be it. Cell had been defeated. Dr. Gero was still reeling from the shock of Cell's demise. He could not accept this reality. The flawless android he had painstakingly created had been vanquished by the Saiyans. It was perplexing. After all, Cell possessed Saiyan cells within him. How could he have failed against the Saiyans? Chapter 140. Chi-Chi and Bulma are the strongest women. I must enhance Cell. I will incorporate the cells of more powerful beings. Let me see where this Majin Buu might manifest. If I could integrate Majin Buu's cells into Cell, he would undoubtedly become even stronger, perhaps surpassing even Majin Buu himself. Dr. Gero was unaware of Majin Buu's true strength or the nature of this being. He only knew that since Majin Buu appeared after Cell, he must possess greater power. If only he could infuse Cell with Majin Buu's cells, Cell's strength would surely soar, possibly exceeding that of Majin Buu. What Dr. Gero did not realize was that in another timeline, his wife had indeed incorporated Majin Buu's cells into her own body, transforming into the more powerful android 21. However, Dr. Gero would never have the chance to discover this. With a thunderous explosion, the doors of Dr. Gero's laboratory were blown apart. Armed individuals stormed into the lab, surrounding Dr. Gero with fury in their eyes. This very old man was responsible for creating the terrifying android, Cell. Countless lives had been lost at Cell's hands. Perhaps they were among those who had perished before being resurrected. Yet this did not absolve them of seeking vengeance against Dr. Gero. Execute him on the spot, commanded the leader without hesitation. Dr. Gero was indeed a genius, arguably the greatest among Earthlings. Such a talent would be a boon if harnessed. However, even those with ambition abandoned their thoughts of control, believing they could not manage Dr. Gero. Furthermore, controlling him seemed ultimately futile. They desired to dominate Dr. Gero to gain some advantage, but with warriors like Son Goku present, their efforts would be in vain. These exceptional beings, while not meddling in the affairs of ordinary people, would certainly intervene should any threat to Earth arise. To offend such formidable entities over Dr. Gero, it was not a wise transaction. Thus, it was more prudent to eliminate Dr. Gero, preventing him from creating even more fearsome androids than Cell. As gunfire erupted, Dr. Gero fell amidst a pool of blood. All his dreams were extinguished. With Dr. Gero dealt with, all present turned their gazes toward the celestial canvas. What sort of foe would emerge with the appearance of Majin Buu? Surely he would not show up on Earth again. Please, not again. Earth had already endured so much suffering. Could the calamities not befall other planets as well? Why must all disasters occur on Earth? 7 years have passed since Son Gohan defeated Cell. Son Gohan has transformed from a 9-year-old child into a 16-year-old youth. For a typical 16-year-old, this age marks the beginning of high school. Though Son Gohan is not an ordinary 16-year-old, he too attends high school. The school he attends is located in Satan City. Originally, this city bore a different name. But since the people of Earth believe that Satan defeated Cell and saved the planet, they renamed the city in his honor. Moreover, during these 7 years, Son Gohan has gained a younger brother, Son Goten, the posthumous child of Son Goku. Son Goten bears an uncanny resemblance to the young Son Goku. It is evident that he is his biological son. At Baozi Mountain, Son Goku's home, the now 16-year-old Son Gohan was bidding farewell to his mother, Chi-Chi. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi held a small child, one who looked strikingly similar to the young Son Goku. This child was Son Gohan's brother, Son Goten, the second son of Son Goku. Krillin, is this Goku's younger son? He looks just like Goku did as a child. Krillin, it's truly nostalgic. Yamcha, indeed. Seeing him brings back memories of the young Goku. Tenshinhan, his name is Goten, right? He must be around 6 years old now, and he looks just like Goku. Bulma, it really is reminiscent. Young Son Gohan was just like this. As those who grew up alongside Son Goku and witnessed his growth beheld Son Goten, they were swept away by waves of nostalgia. Back then, Goku had been just like this. Both in appearance and hairstyle, he bore an uncanny resemblance to Son Goten. Those days were a chapter of their youth that they could never return to. On Snake Way, Son Goku pondered, will I ever have another child? A child who looks just like me? Gazing at the celestial canvas featuring Son Goten, he touched his face and hairstyle in disbelief. His younger son bore an incredible resemblance to his own childhood appearance. Even the hairstyle was identical. Son Gohan had not looked like this. He wondered what abilities and potential his younger son possessed. Compared to Wu Fan, what are the differences? Sun Wutian was born during the 9 days prior to Sun Wukong's battle with Shala. During that time, he was consistently in a Super Saiyan state. Under such circumstances, it is astonishing that Chi-Chi was able to conceive. One might say that Matsumoto Shaojiang pales in comparison. Bulma is also quite remarkable, having given birth to Vegeta's son. Therefore, when juxtaposed with the women of these two Saiyans, Matsumoto Xiaojiang undeniably falls short. These two are the strongest women. Upon hearing Tianmu's words, both Chi-Chi and Bulma, as the subjects of the statement, blushed. They were no longer maidens and naturally understood Tianmu's implications. How could they not feel shy when Tianmu made such a declaration before the multitude of realms? Vegeta comprehended the sentiment as well, as the prince of the Saiyans. Though he had previously been indifferent to familial bonds, he was no fool. Of course, Sun Wukong did not grasp the meaning entirely. Moreover, Matsumoto Xiaojiang's boyfriend, from the world of Rinda, pondered why Xiaojiang was deemed inferior to Chi-Chi and Bulma. Could it be that Xiaojiang was incapable of defeating them? Rinda was puzzled but soon came to a realization. After all, Chi-Chi had participated in martial arts tournaments, and Bulma, being a genius scientist, surely possessed high-tech means of defense. In a real confrontation, Xiaojiang would indeed struggle against them. However, Rinda did not anticipate that his thoughts diverged entirely from Tianmu's intentions. Chapter 141, Sun Wufan, the original campus male protagonist. Aboard the spaceship. Humph. My woman can accomplish what Kakarot's woman can. Vegeta scoffed. After synchronizing with his personality during the android disaster, his feelings for Bulma deepened. In his heart, he had already come to regard her as his own. Therefore, his woman must not be outdone by Kakarot's. If Chi-Chi could withstand the force of Kakarot in his Super Saiyan form, then Bulma could undoubtedly do the same. Once he returned to Earth, he intended to charge at Bulma while transformed into a Super Saiyan. He was determined to show Kakarot that his woman would not be overshadowed by Kakarot's. Furthermore, why should Kakarot have two sons? He too desired two. He aimed to give Trunks a younger brother. Due to his inability to surpass Sun Wukong, Vegeta's competitive spirit had taken an unusual turn, striving to outdo Kakarot in every conceivable way. After arriving in Satan City, Sun Wufan would conceal his identity and transform into a Super Saiyan to vanquish evil. Due to his golden hair, he was dubbed the Golden-Haired Warrior. Though none knew his true identity, the high school Sun Wufan attended happened to be the same as Satan's daughter, Bidalai's. Moreover, Sun Wufan was in the same class as Bidalai. Desiring a normal life, he concealed his identity and strength, leading others to perceive him merely as an ordinary, somewhat handsome high school boy. As the daughter of Satan, Bidalai also served as a criminal consultant for the police. Whenever they encountered a troublesome criminal, the police would reach out to Bidalai for assistance. Concerned for the safety of his classmate while wishing to keep his identity hidden, Sun Wufan sought help from his aunt Bulma. Subsequently, Bulma crafted a suit complete with a helmet for him. With the press of a button on his watch, Sun Wufan could don this outfit to conceal his identity. Upon wearing this suit, his demeanor would also transform, often adopting peculiar poses. Clearly, he had been deeply influenced by the Jinyu Force during his childhood on Namek. Dressed in this outfit and wearing the helmet, it was as if he had put on a mask. Yet, was he not also shedding a mask? Utilizing this suit, he created an alter ego named Super Saiyan Superman to combat evil in place of the Golden-Haired Warrior. Before long, the title of Super Saiyan Superman spread far and wide. In his daily life, Sun Wufan led an ordinary high school existence. Naturally, he would occasionally reveal an extraordinary side, such as when, during gym class, he effortlessly leaped several meters to catch balls hit far into the air. Then, with a gentle toss, he could send the receiver flying a considerable distance. Such feats, which he deemed ordinary, appeared monstrous to others. Sun Wufan's experience of concealing his identity and strength while attending high school made him akin to a campus male protagonist. Indeed, he was the original campus male protagonist. In the wilderness, Wufan, why do you favor such peculiar poses? Has the influence of the Jinyu Force truly run so deep? Piccolo glanced at Sun Wufan beside him, recalling the strange poses he struck on Tianmu. This made Piccolo's mouth twitch uncontrollably. How could such an adorable little bundle of joy enjoy striking those poses? Did he genuinely believe they were impressive? Had he not witnessed Frieza's embarrassment upon observing the Jinyu Force's poses and dances? I do not know either, Sun Wufan replied, somewhat bewildered. At least, he did not appreciate them now. Even with the synchronization of his personality during the Shala disaster, the sentiment remained unchanged. Thus, was this what he had grown fond of during those 7 years? On the planet of Frieza, members of the Jinyu Force gathered. Frieza had revoked their mission, instructing them to remain where they were. Thus, they were watching Tianmu. Upon witnessing Sun Wufan's poses, Jinyu nodded in agreement. Indeed, this boy embodies our essence. If he could be properly trained, he would undoubtedly inherit our graceful dance. What a pity that he is an enemy of Lord Frieza. Moreover, his strength now surpasses that of Lord Frieza by an immeasurable degree. Such a promising talent cannot be cultivated. It is truly regrettable. Zhang Chulan, to be honest. Sun Wufan truly resembles a campus male protagonist. Zhang Chulan. He possesses formidable strength and a powerful background, yet he conceals his identity and abilities while navigating school life. Zhang Chulan. If he is the male protagonist, then Bidalai must be the female protagonist? Hualin Fei. Could it be that they will end up together? Would that make Sun Wukong and Satan family? Uzumaki Naruto. By the way, why does Sun Wufan conceal his identity and strength? Uchiha Sasuke. Did you not hear Tianmu? He desires a normal life. Uchiha Sasuke. This is also why Tianmu previously mentioned that the Z fighters do not mind Satan taking credit for their achievements. Uchiha Sasuke. They actually hope he does so, as it allows them to remain undisturbed. Kurosaki Ichigo. But what does this have to do with Majin Buu? Kurosaki Ichigo. Could it be that Sun Wufan encountered something related to Majin Buu while attending school? Duanmu Yen. That seems likely. His school life must serve as a prologue. Duanmu Yen. However, with Sun Wukong absent this time, the only one capable of stopping Majin Buu is Sun Wufan. In the Dragon Ball world, on Earth, within a certain martial arts dojo, this boy, will he end up with Bidalai in the future? Satan gazed at Sun Wufan on Tianmu, somewhat displeased. His daughter Bidalai was only 4 years old, at a delightfully adorable age. As an old father, the thought of his precious cabbage being courted by Sun Wukong's son, Sun Wufan, naturally leaves Satan in a rather dismal mood. However, on the other hand, should Bidalai truly succeed in forming a bond with Sun Wufan, it would mean that he and Sun Wukong become in-laws. Having such a formidable relative would indeed be a tremendous blessing. Moreover, Sun Wufan would become his son-in-law, surpassing even his father's prowess. The notion that his son-in-law is the mightiest warrior in the universe fills Satan with delight. He readily accepts Sun Wufan as his son-in-law. Chapter 142. Krillin is the true victor of life once donned in his disguise. Every time Bidalai ventured out to combat wickedness, Sun Wufan would stealthily follow. Whenever Bidalai found herself in peril, he would leap forth to shield her. Confident in his disguise, Sun Wufan felt at ease, yet he underestimated Bidalai's perceptiveness. On one occasion, during a mission, she unveiled his true identity. Subsequently, Bidalai urged Sun Wufan to participate in the upcoming World Martial Arts Tournament, eager to test her skills against him. She remarked that her father, Satan, was the reigning champion of the previous tournament, and the champion before that was Sun Wukong, who was likely Sun Wufan's father. Sun Wufan expressed his astonishment at Bidalai's cleverness. Upon witnessing his reaction, Bidalai knew her assumptions were correct, stating that it would be fascinating for the children of the previous 2 champions to compete. Though Sun Wufan was reluctant to participate, he felt compelled to do so, as Bidalai held leverage over him. Later, Bidalai and Sun Wufan agreed that she would teach him how to fly. Sun Wufan then visited Bulma's home, as he needed to prepare for the tournament without revealing his identity. His previous disguise, featuring a helmet, was not permitted in the tournament. Thus, he sought Bulma's assistance. Her solution was simple. Sun Wufan could wear sunglasses and a headscarf. Sun Wufan was pleased with his appearance, though Trunks was not entirely convinced. Bulma assured him that as long as Sun Wufan participated in the tournament, victory would be assured. However, this was not a certainty. At that moment, a voice interrupted, and Vegeta approached, asserting that the gap in strength between him and Sun Wufan had diminished significantly since 7 years ago. Sun Wufan had been diligently training during that time. Thus, with Sun Wufan entering the World Martial Arts Tournament, Vegeta declared his intention to participate as well, eager to compete against him. Another voice chimed in, startling Sun Wufan, Vegeta, and Bulma, as they recognized it belonged to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong announced his desire to join the tournament, which thrilled Sun Wufan, who had not seen his father in 7 years. However, he wondered if his father could truly attend. Sun Wukong explained that Baba could transport him to the living world for a day, allowing him to participate in the tournament. Sun Wufan was ecstatic, and Vegeta shared his excitement, having initially entered the tournament solely to face Sun Wufan, only to discover that Kakarot would also compete, transforming the once mundane event into something extraordinary. Sun Wufan eagerly began to share this news with others. He first visited Kame House to inform Krillin of his father's participation in the tournament. 7 years later, Krillin had grown hair and had a daughter. with his wife being the formidable android 18. During these years, Krillin had successfully won the heart of a beautiful woman and now led a blissful life with a lovely daughter. While many envied son Wukong, it was Krillin who was truly the victor of life. He was the strongest earthling, had a powerful ally, a stunning wife, and an adorable daughter. Krillin's life could be deemed complete. Of course, this might also explain why the Senzu beans became scarce later on. After all, Android 18 possessed limitless energy. And without Senzu beans, Krillin would struggle to keep up. In the temple, Krillin jumped with excitement, reveling in his relationship with Android 18 and their adorable daughter. It was perfect, simply perfect. He felt that even if he were to die now, it would all be worthwhile. Congratulations, Krillin. Yamcha and Tenshinhan also offered their blessings. Though it was merely a vision of Krillin and Android 18 together, perhaps in reality, they too could be united? Thank you. I am already content. Even if reality does not mirror this vision, I find fulfillment in it. While Krillin yearned for a real-life relationship with Android 18, they had yet to meet. Although he synchronized with the vision, Android 18 did not share this connection. Thus, he was uncertain of her feelings towards him in reality. He refrained from expecting too much. Witnessing their union in the vision was sufficient. On the road to West City, Lapis remarked, "You truly are with Krillin now, and you have a daughter. So this little girl is my niece." He gazed at the vision, smiling at his sister, Lazuli. Seeing his sister so happy brought him joy, especially since Krillin was a reliable man. Lazuli, however, did not respond to her brother. She watched the vision of Krillin and their daughter with mixed emotions. She had not synchronized with the vision's personality, so her feelings for Krillin were not as profound. There was an attachment, but not to the extent of being together. She pondered whether she should seek out Krillin in reality to foster their relationship. Duanmu Yin. Krillin is truly with Android 18. He is undoubtedly the winner of life. Duanmu Yin continued, but I am more concerned about the World Martial Arts Tournament. Not only will Sun Wufan participate, but so will Vegeta. And now Sun Wukong has joined as well. Duanmu Yin added, my instincts tell me this will not be an ordinary tournament. Zhang Chulan understood and remarked, so Majin Buu may indeed make an appearance at the tournament. Sengoku noted, even if Majin Buu does not appear directly, there will certainly be clues related to him. It seemed destined to be an extraordinary tournament. Naruto Uzumaki exclaimed, wait a minute, Sun Wukong is dead, and he can still return to the living world? That seems quite absurd. Ichigo Kurosaki commented, for those who are alive, having their dearly departed return for a day is already a source of satisfaction. Countless individuals nodded in agreement, yearning to reunite with those who had passed away, even if only for a day. Alas, such a reunion was beyond their reach. Chapter 143. The value of Super Saiyans diminished initially. Krillin hesitated to participate in the tournament, considering the presence of Sun Wukong, Sun Wufan, and Vegeta, knowing that winning was unlikely. However, Sun Wufan assured him that there would be prizes for the top 5 contestants. At this moment, Shiba, also known as number 18, stepped forward to inquire about the prize money. Upon hearing the amount from Sun Wukong, she immediately urged Krillin to participate, expressing her own desire to join as well. Ultimately, Krillin chose to take part in the martial arts tournament, while playfully mocking Sun Wukong's attire. Sun Wukong retorted that Krillin simply lacked an understanding of aesthetics, leaving Krillin bewildered. Subsequently, Sun Wukong visited the temple to invite Piccolo to join the tournament, and Piccolo agreed. Similarly, Piccolo commented on Sun Wukong's clothing. Clearly, only Sun Wukong remained oblivious to any faults in his outfit. Upon returning home, Sun Wukong shared with his mother and younger brother the news of his participation in the tournament, as well as the return of their father, Sun Wukong. This revelation thrilled Chi-Chi, who had not seen Sun Wukong in 7 years, and Sun Goten, who had yet to meet their father even once. Sun Wukong also mentioned that he would need to train in preparation for the tournament, which meant he could not attend school for a while. Chi-Chi consented to this arrangement. In the following days, Sun Wukong began training with his younger brother, primarily having Sun Goten assist him. During their training, Sun Wukong was astonished by Sun Goten's displayed talent and strength. Remarkably, Sun Goten was not yet 7 years old, but was already capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan. Furthermore, he learned from Sun Goten that Trunks could also transform into a Super Saiyan. The reason these two youngsters could transform at such a tender age was entirely due to their exceptional lineage. When they were born, their fathers, Sun Wukong and Vegeta, had already attained the Super Saiyan form, thus bestowing upon them ample potential. In contrast, Sun Wukong, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta had all achieved their transformations through sheer effort. This disparity exemplifies the difference between the first and second generations of Super Saiyans. The first had to endure greater hardships, while the second could simply revel in their inherited abilities. Within the spaceship, Vegeta pondered the significance of the Super Saiyan, a legendary warrior of the Saiyan race, said to emerge only once per millennium. Yet, it now appeared as though transformations were commonplace, with any Saiyan seemingly able to achieve them effortlessly. Vegeta's countenance reflected his perplexity. The Super Saiyan was once a figure of myth, existing solely within tales until Kakarot's transformation shattered those limits. Now, even children under 10 could attain this form, which seemed rather exaggerated. Nevertheless, when considering who was stronger between his son Trunks and Kakarot's younger son, Son Goten, a comparison arose. While Trunks could not rival Son Wukong, he certainly posed a challenge to Son Goten, given their similar ages. On Frieza's planet, Frieza shared a sentiment akin to Vegeta's, albeit with a more explosive demeanor. He was unable to contain his frustration. How had the Super Saiyan become so devalued? Now, even toddlers could transform. Son Wukong had achieved Super Saiyan at 9 years old, and his efforts were acknowledged. Yet, Son Goten and Trunks appeared to transform without any exertion. It was perplexing for the mighty Frieza, the Emperor of the universe, to feel so diminished in comparison to these new generations. In the temple, Yamcha remarked to Krillin that number 18 seemed quite fond of wealth. If Krillin wished to pursue a relationship with her in reality, he must strive to earn more money. Observing number 18's enthusiasm upon learning about the tournament's prize, it was clear that her interest lay in financial gain. Krillin found himself deep in thought. Previously indifferent to the notion of earning money, he recognized that, as warriors, they had never placed much value on it. However, he realized that contemplating ways to generate income was essential if he hoped to win her affection. Amidst these discussions, the question arose regarding who would emerge victorious in the upcoming tournament. Sengoku asserted that the identity of the eventual champion was not the crux of the matter. Rather, the primary concern was whether the tournament could be successfully held. He reminded them that Majin Buu had not yet made an appearance, indicating the likelihood of his involvement or connections to the tournament. Kirin agreed that this tournament was bound to be extraordinary, with interruptions a plausible outcome. If the tournament were to proceed smoothly until its conclusion, Fire Lin believed that Sun Wukong would ultimately reign supreme. Zhang Chulan concurred, stating that had this been 7 years prior, he would have confidently chosen Sun Wukong. However, given Vegeta's assertion that Sun Wukong had not trained significantly in those years, Zhang Chulan speculated that Sun Wukong's strength might now be inferior to both his father's and Vegeta's. Vegeta interjected, questioning the implications of Zhang Chulan's claim that Sun Wukong's strength was less than his own. He asked whether it was peculiar for Sun Wukong to be weaker than him. Zhang Chulan quickly clarified that he meant Sun Wukong's abilities were likely below both Vegeta's and Sun Wukong's, a sentiment echoed by many powerful beings across the realms. With Sun Wukong having not trained for 7 years, it was unlikely he had grown stronger. Merely maintaining his current level would be an achievement. In the wasteland, Piccolo admonished Sun Wukong, urging him not to neglect his training. 7 years without practice represented a significant loss for him.